Chapter 1. Recent Events in the New World. The most notable occurrence has been the tea party organized by Big Mom, who has recently ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors at the enchanting Cake Island. She has invited a plethora of prominent figures, including formidable pirates and elite individuals from various fields. The attention of the vast ocean has been captivated by the location of Big Mom's tea party, Cake Island. In response, she summoned all her children back to ensure the inaugural tea party proceeded without a hitch on Cake Island. Rowlin gazed in bewilderment at the spectacle before him. He felt as though his senses were in disarray, bewildered by the animated teacups and utensils dancing about him, accompanied by an oddly melodious tune that, surprisingly, wasn't unpleasant. Wait, where exactly am I? Ding. Congratulations, host, for arriving in the world of One Piece. I am the explosive system, and I will score you based on the astonishing feats you accomplish. Depending on your score, rewards will be randomly granted. The world of One Piece. He had entered the realm of One Piece. Rowlin's eyes widened, his heart surging with excitement. As an avid fan of the series, he realized that this scene had only been observed in the presence of Big Mom, indicating that he had traversed into her territory. Prometheus, what is wrong with you? You seem peculiar, a voice called out from not too far away. It was a cloud, entirely gray and white, leisurely drifting towards him. Observing the cloud's expression, which appeared utterly drained, Rowlin suddenly recalled its name. Zeus. Wait a moment, it just called me Prometheus. Could it be that I have transmigrated into the body of Prometheus? Realizing this, Rowlin quickly attuned himself to his own body. He felt an immense power surging within him, instinctively channeling this newfound strength. Suddenly, his form, previously comparable to that of Zeus, began to expand dramatically. A searing power erupted, scorching the earth, heating the air, and causing the ground to crack under the intensity. Ding! Zeus is astonished by the host's actions. Evaluation. B. Reward. Complete fusion of soul with Prometheus, liberating from Charlotte Linland's control. Ding! Media Mobile Morgans is astonished by the host's actions. Evaluation. B. Reward. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Ding! Queen Stussy of Sweet City is astonished by the host's actions. Evaluation. B. Reward. Transformation technique max. As the electronic notifications resonated, a torrent of memories flooded Rowlin's mind, encompassing the techniques required to wield these skills. Before he could fully comprehend the nature of these newfound abilities, Katakuri and other powerful figures rushed toward him. Prometheus, what are you planning to do? Are you betraying Mama? Katakuri refrained from launching an immediate attack, his gaze fixed in a furious stare at Prometheus. Despite being a homie created by his mother, he would not easily tolerate such raucous behavior at the tea party. Rowlin, who had gradually calmed down, was suddenly incensed upon hearing Katakuri's words. I am not Prometheus, I am Rowlin. Remember my name. Perhaps due to the consumption of Prometheus' original soul, Rowlin's temperament had become exceedingly volatile. Fire style, great fireball technique. Rowlin opened his mouth wide, concentrating a searing flame in one spot before unleashing a powerful jet of fire. Faced with Prometheus' unexpected assault, Katakuri narrowed his eyes. Ensure the guests are protected. They must not suffer even the slightest harm. Mother places great importance on this tea party. With that, Katakuri delivered a punch, his arm enveloped in haki, and struck the fireball that Rowlin had unleashed. In an instant, the fireball shattered, raining down flames that ignited a tremendous blaze. The inferno raged with an intensity that seemed capable of devouring the heavens. Ding! Katakuri, astonished by the host's power, rates, acquired, basic armament haki, basic observation haki, basic conqueror's haki. Rowlin's mind resonated with the electronic notification, bringing him immense joy. In the world of One Piece, the 3 types of haki serve as a ticket to power, and now, Rowlin had effortlessly acquired them. That it appeared that by continuously engaging in unconventional actions, one could swiftly elevate their strength. Prometheus, I will not spare you for daring to disrupt my mother's tea party. Prepare to perish. Katakuri transformed his arm into a machine gun and hardened it with armament haki. Twin Machi bullet, he murmured as a barrage of Machi projectiles infused with haki surged toward Rowlin, whistling through the air. The multitude of bullets rained down, causing Rowlin's scalp to tingle, yet he remained unfazed. As the first of the sweet commanders under Big Mom, do you not realize that armament haki cannot grasp my form? Rowlin allowed Katakuri's attacks to collide with him, his eyes brimming with confidence. Ding! Katakuri, once again astonished by the host's words, feels a slight sense of collapse. Rates. S. Acquired. Golden Emperor's Blazing Flame LV.1. Upon hearing the system's electronic voice, Rowlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a transmigrator, he understood the terrifying nature of the Golden Emperor's blazing flame. Even at just LV.1, with the Golden Emperor's blazing flame merging with his own fire, Rowlin felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through his body. Katakuri, let us engage in battle. Rowlin bellowed, flames erupting from him. The crimson fire gradually transformed into a golden hue, radiating an intensity that astonished those around him, as if it could incinerate space itself. They hastily fled the battlefield at their utmost speed. Beep, Charlotte Briley expressed shock at the host's actions. Rating: A. Reward: Supreme Blade 12, Ganwuzhua. Beep, Ganwuzhua has been stored in the system warehouse. Zeus, the god of thunder, snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "This is not the Prometheus I know, this is utterly terrifying." Upon uttering these words, Zeus hastily retreated from the sky. Rowlin paid little mind to the foolishness of Zeus. His thoughts were entirely consumed by Katakuri. Undoubtedly, Katakuri was a formidable opponent, though he could not yet compare to his future self, lacking the foresight of observation hockey. Even so, his strength was monstrous. Rowlin summoned golden flames, condensing them within his mouth, the golden radiance becoming ever more resplendent. "I shall not let you prevail." Katakuri transformed his hand into a cylindrical machi using the machi fruit's abilities. Then, enveloped in armament hockey, he charged swiftly towards Rowlin. Boom! Crash! The searing golden imperial flames crashed down upon Katakuri's fist, the temperature soaring to dozens of times that of before, scorching Katakuri's arm, blood dripping to the ground, only to be evaporated instantly by the intense heat of the earth. Had Katakuri's arm not been encased in armament hockey, it would have been reduced to ashes by the golden imperial flames. In stark contrast, Rowlin remained unscathed, radiating an astonishing heat that scorched the air, rendering it devoid of moisture, each breath igniting his throat. Such terror! Damn it, I can't hit his true form at all, Katakuri thought bitterly. Realizing that Prometheus possessed abilities akin to the flame fruit, however, he was not a Logia-type user, rendering the enhanced attacks of armament hockey ineffective. The current circumstances were exceedingly bizarre, as Prometheus exhibited numerous abilities even they were unaware of truly terrifying. He silently contemplated his lack of winning chances. According to Rowlin's knowledge, only Brooks, Ice of the Underworld, could inflict harm upon him in the original tale. It seemed prudent to eliminate Brook at the earliest opportunity, allowing him to reunite with his crew sooner. 10 miles from the center of the battle, many spectators wielding telescopes observed the unfolding events. Notably, media mogul Morgan grinned widely, his beak-like mouth stretching to his ears in a rather lecherous manner, constantly murmuring, "This is big news, truly big news." I never expected such an incident to occur at Big Mom's first tea party. As one of the four emperors, she must be furious. At this juncture, Morgan turned to the Queen of Pleasure Street and inquired, "By the way, where is Big Mom?" With her strength, she should have sensed the battle by now. Morgan's lips appeared as if they had been illuminated, just as Stussy was about to express her uncertainty. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, the sensation creeping in from afar. Big Mom. She is coming. With Big Mom's arrival, the battle should conclude swiftly. Not necessarily did you not observe that Katakuri inflicted no harm upon Prometheus. Speaking of which, Prometheus is indeed a homie created by Big Mom. The ability to conjure such formidable homies truly justifies her title as one of the four emperors. From a distance, the onlookers reveled in the chaos, engaging in fervent discussions. Especially Morgan, who thrived on discord. The greater the turmoil, the more sensational the news would be the following day, thus ensuring his prophet sword. On the battlefield, the ground was scorched by flames, consuming everything that could be ignited. Yet, nothing could impede Big Mom's advance. The fiery tongues licked at her, leaving her unscathed. Her already fearsome visage contorted into that of an enraged lion, her teeth clicking ominously as she spat out, "Prometheus, how dare you disrupt the tea party? This is intolerable, surrender your soul." Extending her stout arms, she clenched her fingers as if to extract Lauren's soul from him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A full 5 seconds elapsed, and Lauren's soul remained intact, undoubtedly alleviating the tension in his heart. How is this possible? Your soul is mine to command. How could I not reclaim it? Beep. Charlotte Linlin is astonished by the host. Evaluation. S. Reward. Master Swordsman Proficiency. Beep. Shock critical hit triggered. Evaluation doubled. SSS. Reward. Grandmaster Swordsman Proficiency. Grandmaster's Intent. Supreme Grandmaster Talent. With each successive electronic notification, a smile crept upon Lauren's lips. The shock system was truly formidable. elevating his strength to such heights in a mere instant. The situation slipped from Big Mom's control. She had initially bowed her head, her hands clenched tight, the darkness of her haki enveloping her fists as her aura surged. Even the guests attending the tea party from afar could sense a tremendous killing intent. "That I will ensure your demise," Big Mom roared, stepping forward, her blackened fist re-emerging, the wind for a punch fierce and heated, hurtling towards Lauren. The high-density pressure of the wind caused even Katakuri to be slightly pushed from his position. "Feudal haki cannot touch me." And no sooner had Lauren spoken these words than his expression shifted, and he hastily dodged aside, sensing the threat of the punch. "Of course, I know haki cannot strike you, which is precisely why I have infused it with the ability of the soul fruit." Big Mom cackled maniacally, continuing to swing her fists, intent on slaying Lauren on the spot. Rowling diminished his stature, intending to seize an opportunity to slip away. Unnoticed, remaining here would yield no benefits. The arrival of the matron and his previous evasive maneuvers had ensured that the surrounding onlookers would not be astir with excitement. Due to his presence, nor could he acquire any additional abilities. Just then, a cunning plan flickered in Rowling's mind, and on Cake Island, smoke billowed amidst the ruins and debris scattered throughout the landscape. Rowling, in his reduced form, darted about, striving to evade the force of the punches flying at him. Is this the power of the Four Emperors? Such formidable combat prowess, achieved merely through the gusts of their punches. The close-quarters clash with Big Mom, one of the Four Emperors, deepened Rowling's understanding of their might. However, he remained steadfast in his belief that with the explosive system at his disposal, he would undoubtedly surpass Big Mom and all the other emperors in due time. Noticing that his attacks bore little fruit, Big Mom ceased her relentless onslaught, her heavy fists falling still. With her brows furrowed in fury, she continued to glare at Rowling. Upon witnessing this, Rowling raised an eyebrow and mockingly inquired, "What's the matter, Big Mom? Tired already? Is this all the strength you possess as a Four Emperor? Shall I take your place?" His incessant provocation incited a multitude of furious marks upon Big Mom's forehead. "Prometheus," she bellowed, her voice resonating with rage. "Napoleon." Zeus. Upon hearing her summons, Napoleon, perched above, unleashed a blade that Big Mom grasped tightly, descending with ferocious intent to cleave Rowling in two. Before the strike could fully land, a tempest erupted, hurling dirt and debris towards Rowling. The oncoming gale erased the smile from Rowling's face. He faced this assault with unprecedented seriousness. Golden Emperor's heavenly flame, celestial fire, armament haki, an aura of golden flames surged around Rowling, the fire amplified by the winds, inadvertently enhancing the power of Big Mom's attack. 10 kilometers away, among the gathered crowd, everyone could sense the overwhelming force emanating from Big Mom, a might so potent that it altered the very weather behind her. Dark clouds loomed, lightning crackled ominously, a truly terrifying sight. Conversely, the intense heat radiating from Rowling tinged the sky, behind him a deep crimson. One side was beset by stormy clouds and thunder, while the other was engulfed in a fiery glow, cleaving the battlefield in twain. Stussy observed this spectacle, her eyes narrowing slightly. The scene before her was so vivid that it required no telescope to appreciate. Turning to the media mogul Morgan beside her, she queried, "Who do you believe will emerge victorious?" Morgan, like others with binoculars, scrutinized the clash of energies. Although his own strength was not particularly formidable, his keen perception and the influence he wielded far surpassed that of most present at the tea party. "I believe Charlotte Linlin will undoubtedly claim victory in the end." Upon hearing Morgan's words, others chimed in, "We too believe that the ultimate victor will be the matriarch." The matriarch is indeed the sovereign of the seas. Should she be vanquished at this juncture, it would surely bring disgrace upon the other 3 sovereigns. Indeed, there will likely be many oblivious challengers seeking to confront the remaining 3 emperors. Stussy's beautiful eyes sparkled. Although the distance was considerable, it did not diminish her ability to perceive the tension between the 2 individuals. "I believe the one who will ultimately triumph is Prometheus." "Morgan, do you dare to wager?" "Of course I dare." "Stussy, you are indirectly bestowing me a gift. Pray tell, what would you like to wager?" Morgan set aside the telescope and inquired of Stussy. "Let's bet on 5 devil fruits, or even 1 top-tier devil fruit will do." "Oh, no problem, huh?" Morgan laughed heartily, thinking that Big Mom was bound to win, and it wouldn't be long before they would have the devil fruits in their hands. Who wouldn't like unexpected wealth, especially when it comes to the treasure of the sea? The devil fruits. However, Morgan still asked, "What makes you think Prometheus will win against Big Mom?" "The reason? If I had to give a reason, it would be a woman's intuition." Stussy chuckled softly, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. Morgan curled his lips, He held a wealth of information and connections, but he could never see through the woman beside him. Just as everyone was discussing who was stronger, a strong presence emanated from the battlefield, causing the onlookers in the distance to feel a sudden heaviness in their hearts. A strong wind, mixed with countless fragments of stone, splashed around. The two had collided. A glutinous rice wall. A figure suddenly appeared right in front of Morgan, hands slamming the ground, and a wall made of glutinous rice rose from the ground, blocking the debris. Everyone was stunned. This was 10 kilometers away from the battlefield. They knew Big Mom was strong, but this was too powerful. Even Morgan, the news tycoon, rarely witnessed such a furious high-level battle scene. The fact that the explosive debris could reach such a terrifying distance showed just how terrifying the blast center was. This was also the reason Katakuri had come here. During the battle, he had no room to intervene and could only block the stones here, a story that probably no one would believe. This made Katakuri silently vow to train even harder in the future. A giant pit appeared at the center of the explosion, extending for thousands of meters, with the ground in the pit cracked and exuding a sense of desolation and death. The light on his body gradually dimmed. Under everyone's gaze, Lauren closed his eyes, inhaling less and exhaling more, looking as if he were on the brink of collapse. Seeing Lauren, who had fallen to the ground without any resistance, Big Mom's expression grew even heavier. Since her birth, she had never been injured, not even a scratch on her skin, yet during the recent explosion, she had been burned by Lauren's flames. Although she recovered quickly, she had indeed been burned. On the other side, news tycoon Morgan sighed from a distance, feeling regret over Lauren's death. For Morgan, news of the living and news of the dead were worth entirely different prices, but he had also won the bet, gaining a devil fruit, so it wasn't a loss. Sure enough, Big Mom won. Witnessing such a battle wasn't in vain. This time, Big Mom had completely solidified her position as one of the 4 emperors. This battle would likely intimidate countless ignorant and arrogant foes. People began chatting, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. Morgan turned to Stussy and said, "Stussy, it's not too late to back out now." A hint of disappointment flashed in Stussy's eyes, but her smile remained unchanged. "Don't worry, Morgan, I won't back out." Both were at the top of their respective industries. One was a news tycoon, and the other was the queen of the happy street, with little difference in status. Beside them, Bruley came to Katakuri's side and tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, did Mom win?" "Yes, Mom can never lose." Katakuri nodded. People were blindly confident in Big Mom. Besides the other 3 emperors, no one could compete with her. At the center of the battlefield, Big Mom raised Napoleon slowly, preparing to deliver the final blow. "Prometheus, death will be the prize for disrupting the tea party. Come and take your life." The raised sword quickly descended, but just then, Lauren, who had been closing his eyes, uttered a light remark. "Big Mom, do you want to know where the nun is?" This seemingly casual remark reached Big Mom's ears, causing her sword to halt, the distance between them mere strands of hair. Rowlin closed her eyes, looking very peaceful, as if she had lost all her strength, completely unrecognizable from her earlier desperate state. "Tell me, but if you are lying to me, I will definitely make you wish you were never born." The ant did not continue to attack. This question was indeed her Achilles heel, leaving her powerless to resist. Rowling smirked and said lightly, "The nun, you see, has actually always been with you." The ant's furrowed brows looked even more crowded as she spoke in a low voice. "What do you mean by that?" "It's very simple," he replied. "She has been consumed by you, long ago digested by you, forever together with you. By the way, your companions too all have been eaten by you." "Oh," Rowling said with a wicked smile, emphasizing each word. Rowling's words transformed into the strongest blade, stabbing directly into Big Mom's most fatal weakness. Ding. Charlotte Lingling suffered immense psychological trauma due to the host's words. Evaluation. SSS. Reward. Universal doll. Hearing this sound, Rowling knew his plan had succeeded. He suddenly opened his eyes, flames swirling around him. The Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame mixed within and combined with the Swordmaster's intent, launched a deadly attack at the day's Big Mom. The Swordmaster's intent he sensed just moments ago was fully unleashed at this moment. No blade-style flame storm. As Rowling whispered, a surge of heat erupted around him, infused with the Swordmaster's intent, combined with the high temperature of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame and the sharpness of the armed color hockey. Nothing could escape unscathed. Boom! Bang, bang, bang! Boom! The powerful attack mercilessly struck Big Mom's shoulder, the immense force breaking through her defenses, directly sending the stunned Big Mom flying, leaving a deep trench on the ground, crashing through several relatively intact buildings, skidding for hundreds of meters before barely coming to a stop at the edge of a giant pit. The wind stopped, the dust settled, and sunlight poured through the clouds, bathing Rowling in warmth, making him feel quite comfortable. The giant cake island fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everything happened too quickly. Brother, why did this happen? Bruley swallowed hard, her small eyes filled with shock. At this moment, not just the others, even Katakuri was somewhat confused about what had just happened. Everyone was utterly shocked. The strongest Big Mom in their hearts had actually been defeated. Dang, Katakuri was shocked 3 times in a short period due to the host's actions. Evaluation. Assess. Reward. Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame LV 2. Ding. Stussy was quite shocked by the host's actions. Evaluation. A. Reward. A set of Stussy's personal clothing. Ding. Morgans was extremely excited due to the host's actions. Evaluation. A. Reward. 5 billion berries. Ding. Charlotte Bruley was very shocked by the host's actions. Evaluation. A. Reward. Mirror World Key. Only effective for Mirror Fruit users. The series of notification sounds echoed in Rowling's mind, making him unable to restrain a burst of laughter. But he was speechless about what Stussy's personal clothing was. This perverse system. Rowling won this battle, no matter what means he used. He ultimately struck Big Mom. News tycoon Morgan's lips twitched, looking incredulously at Stussy beside him, saying, "Did you predict this all along?" "What do you mean predict?" Stussy's disappointment was gone, replaced by a glimmer of laughter in her eyes, secretly thinking, "Prometheus, you really brought me quite a surprise." Morgan smirked, completely not believing her words. A woman's mouth is a ghost liar. Later, I will have the newsbird deliver the devil fruit to Pleasure Street. The highest combat power on the battlefield, Katakuri, was sweating coldly. He wanted to avenge his mother, but he felt powerless, knowing he couldn't match Prometheus, just as Katakuri was thinking about how to stop him. Rowling soared into the air, looking down upon everyone, saying, "I had a great time at this tea party. For the next one, remember to send me an invitation. Or don't blame me for crashing the party uninvited." After leaving this remark, Rowling, regardless of what they thought, shrank his body and flew towards the island's edge, to a place out of everyone's perception, where he used transformation technique, leaving the stunned crowd looking at each other in shock. After using the transformation technique, Rowling's face was as finely carved as a sculpture, with distinct features and sharp angles, exceptionally handsome. He appeared somewhat unruly, but the fiery gaze that inadvertently leaked from his eyes made people not dare to underestimate him. A tall nose, lips of moderate thickness, resembled a handsome man from ancient times, and the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth added a touch of mystery. Licking away the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the bloody taste in his mouth, Rowling felt a headache from the dislocation of his internal organs, slightly narrowing his eyes. Just now, in his sun form, he had no organs in his body and could only feel the piercing pain. However, after using the transformation technique, the injuries on his body were directly manifested. After all, that strike from Big Mom not only integrated the abilities of the Soul fruit, but also mixed in high-level Conqueror's Haki. Unlike the freshly awakened Conqueror's Haki, which could only intimidate small fries, high-level Conqueror's Haki could already influence the material structure of reality, which was terrifying. In a dimly lit street, Rowling leaned against the wall. Feeling his injuries gradually recover, he sighed with relief. After all, he had the body of a great swordsman, with merely displacement of the internal organs, ruptured blood vessels. In internal bleeding, it wasn't a big deal. Relying on his transformed body, he should be able to recover completely in a while. Taking advantage of this time, Rowling took out something stored in the system warehouse. He was already somewhat eager. The first item he took out was the Supreme Great Knife, Ganwuzhua, known as one of the 12 works of Supreme Great Knives. As the highest quality weapon in the pirate world, its significance was evident. Its blade was long, comparable to Rowling's height, with the hilt wrapped in golden threads, the blade pattern being a chaotic floral design. It was said that anyone who could wield Ganwuzhua could unleash formidable slashes due to the knife's inherent sharpness, proving its rightful place among the 12 works of Supreme Great Knives. With this blade, combined with Rowling's great swordsman cultivation and intent, plus the potential to become a supreme great swordsman, he believed that with such cultivation, he could leave his name on the seas. Without trying to wield Ganwuzhua, he returned it to its sheath. Unlike Mihawk, Rowling placed Ganwuzhua diagonally on his back. After all, the blade was too long and cumbersome to use. As for putting it in the system warehouse, please, how could that be impressive? walking around with the 12 works of supreme great knives and enjoying the envious yet unattainable gazes of others was much better. Rowling wore a mischievous smile, and with his knife-like face, any girl who saw him would definitely show a love-struck expression. Rowling took out a small figurine from the system warehouse. The figurine was only the size of a palm, but Rowling did not underestimate it at all, because this was an SSS-level item that had dropped from Charlotte Lingling. How could it be simple? System, what is this thing used for? Rowling asked the system. The system responded quickly, ding. The universal puppet can serve as an energy carrier for the host, can have a personality set, and can also be remotely controlled. Rowling ignored the latter part. In his ears, he only heard about it being an energy carrier and remote control. Isn't this exactly what he needs right now? This is simply the ultimate all-purpose item. System, I really love you. With this item, he would have things to do while sailing the seas in the future, and most importantly, he wouldn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. He returned the universal puppet to the system warehouse, as he had not yet left Big Mom's territory. Where there were too many people and eyes, making it unsafe, he planned to set up the universal puppet when he was alone. After placing the universal puppet inside, Rowling took out a key. This was the dream key that dropped from Charlotte BRLE, presumably used to counter her mirror fruit. From a certain perspective, the mirror fruit is indeed a bug. It may lack compatibility, but as a support ability, it is absolutely top tier. With this key, Rowling was not afraid of being tricked by BRLE in the future. However, even without this key, Rowling felt it didn't matter much, since BRLE had a tendency to send people to their doom. Not caring too much about the key, he tossed it into a corner of the system warehouse. At that moment, his gaze fell on a set of indescribable items lying in the system warehouse. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he could smell a faint fragrance coming from it. System, tell me, do you have another name, like the Kitchika system? Ding. This system is called the shock system, which scores the host based on shocking actions that catch others' attention. Rewards are randomly given based on the score level. The system's mechanical response left Rowling speechless. Although the system was a bit stiff, as long as it could help him become powerful quickly, that was enough. In this world of the survival of the fittest, only by having strong power could one do as they pleased. After resting for a while, and feeling that his body had recovered enough, Rowling carried Ganwu and headed toward the port on the island. His battle with Big Mom had not affected the port. There were still many merchant ships there replenishing goods, preparing to take them elsewhere for sale. Rowling selected a rather imposing merchant ship, took a leap, and effortlessly jumped onto the deck. Faster, all of you, damn it, faster. If you keep dragging your feet. Don't even think about eating tonight. A bearded man raised a whip in his hand, mercilessly striking anyone who was slow to move the cargo. The brute's strength was clearly formidable. A single lash could leave a person severely injured. It was evident that the people on the ship were enslaved, without freedom, subjected to oppression and abuse. The scene before Rowling suddenly enlightened him. This was indeed the pirate world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The brute noticed Rowling standing at the edge of the ship, raised his whip, and angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Don't you know this is one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom's merchant ship? Looking for death, are you?" The brute's tone was nauseating. Rowling frowned slightly, his hand gently resting on the hilt of the sword behind him. In an instant, a sword aura shot into the sky, and Rowling's hand fell again. "This is punishment for your disrespect just now. Depart immediately. I want to leave here before dark, understood?" The brute was about to raise his whip again when he suddenly realized that his hand holding the whip had vanished. Realizing too late, a sharp pain surged through him, and he screamed as blood spurted out, splattering the deck. The slaves who were moving the cargo were dumbfounded. Ding! Slave A is shocked by the host's domineering power. Evaluation E. Reward: a bottle of Coca-Cola. Ding! Slave B is shocked by the host's domineering power. Evaluation E. Reward: a skewer of delicious grilled gluten. Ding! Slave C is shocked by the host's domineering power. Evaluation E. Reward: a photo of a hand-brewed coffee from Xiao Biluo. System, that's enough. Rowling harshly complained about the system in his mind and directly turned off the system's prompt sound. Who knows what else might pop up later? If it's something good, that's fine, but if another photo of Chopper comes out, Rowling might just spit blood. When Rowling reached the room, the big man finally reacted. Quick, quick, bandage me. Bandage me. At Cake Island's port, a merchant ship that looked somewhat glamorous slowly sailed out of the harbor. The big man, who had lost his left arm, looked pale and carefully stayed by Rowling's side. "Sir, there is plenty of food on the ship. What do you want to eat? I'll have a chef make it for you right away." Hearing the big man's words, Rowling touched his stomach. Ever since he arrived in the pirate world, he hadn't tasted any gourmet food. Thinking of Luffy's giant meat from the original story, Rowling couldn't deny that he was tempted. Meat, the bigger the better. It has to be satisfying, you understand? I understand. The big man nodded eagerly, ignoring the blood seeping through the bandages, and hurried towards the kitchen. However, in the moment he turned around, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a fierce look. Damn it! How dare you give me orders? Just wait. I'll poison you. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket, feeling extremely confident. This was a deadly poison extracted from the withering flower, and he didn't believe it wouldn't kill that guy. Upon reaching the kitchen, the big man felt it wasn't safe enough. So he rummaged through a hidden compartment and pulled out a snail phone, dialing a number of one of Big Mom's subordinates responsible for protecting merchant ships. Anyone in this line of work within the world basically knew this subordinate's number. Sir, this is Hakobo from the merchant ship. I'm on the ship. He exaggerated the situation to the subordinate before hanging up, a colder smile spreading across his face. The bearded big man Hakobo arrived in the kitchen, watching the chef constantly stir-frying the food, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He gently sprinkled the powdered poison over the dishes and mixed it well. Observing carefully and finding nothing unusual about the food, which emitted an enticing aroma, Hakobo then pushed the cart towards the deck. A table had already been set up on the deck, where he could enjoy the sea breeze and the endless ocean while savoring the food. Truly a delightful experience. Sir, the food is ready. Do you want to eat now? Hakobo continuously rubbed his hands together, a bit of cold sweat appearing on his forehead due to nervousness. Rowling glanced at Hakobo-fan and saw the sweat on his forehead, thinking it was just too hot in the kitchen. He casually sat down in a chair and began to savor the tempting food. It was his first time eating in the world of One Piece, and he instantly became enamored with the meat on his plate. The meat was truly rich and juicy, not at all tough. With each bite, juice burst in his mouth, flooding his senses. Well done, Rowling exclaimed, focusing entirely on the delicious food. Hakobo-fan watched Rowling devour the food, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Go ahead, eat. Soon you'll be done for. Even if you don't meet your end, Big Mom's subordinates will teach you a lesson. In his mind, he continued to curse Rowling, eagerly fantasizing about the moment Rowling would kneel before him. He quietly slipped away from the deck, leaving Rowling alone to enjoy his meal. As the food continued to go down, being digested and transformed into nutrients, Rowling began to feel a slight discomfort in his body. This discomfort gradually intensified, sapping his strength at an alarming rate, leading Rowling to directly associate it with poisoning. This guy, has he poisoned me? Rowling murmured softly, feeling his body more and more. But the more he sensed, the deeper he felt he was sinking into a quagmire. Having just crossed over to the world of pirates, he still didn't fully understand its darkness. He had thought that by chopping off a hand to demonstrate his strength, Hakobo-fan would obediently listen to him. But it was now clear that was a delusion. How naive he truly was. Rowling sighed, then picked at the delicious food a few more times. Although it was poisoned, it indeed tasted great. Just as Rowling finished a table full of delicacies and patted his stomach in satisfaction, he noticed several pirate ships flying the anti-flag slowly approaching. Without a doubt, they were summoned by Hakobo-fan. With a loud bang, the cabin door was kicked open, and Hakobo-fan emerged from inside. Seeing Rowling lounging in the chair, he felt a surge of joy in his heart and wore a fierce expression on his face. I say, how are you feeling now? Do you feel like you have very little strength left? With each step he took, Hakobo-fan drew closer to Rowling. Rowling frowned and said, Can you stay a little farther away from me? Oh, what's wrong? Are you scared? No, it's mainly because you're too ugly. If you stand back a bit, your scruffy beard might make you somewhat presentable, but once you're close, it's really disgusting. Your face is all pockmarked. Why don't you plant something to fill it in? Without a doubt, Rowling had a sharp tongue, and what he said made Jacobin furious. Damn it, you can only talk big right now. You can't even touch your sword? So what can you do to me? Jacobin continued. If you call me Grandpa now, I might just spare your miserable life. Otherwise, what will happen? Rowling looked at Jacob Van with great interest. He raised an eyebrow and said, Do you know who the captain of that ship is? He is the most skilled enforcer under Big Mom's pirate crew. Anyone who falls into his hands will end up dying a very painful death. Let me see your despair before you die. It turned out he wasn't one of Big Mom's children. Hearing Jacob Van's words, Rowling felt a bit disappointed. Since he wasn't one of Big Mom's children, I won't waste any more time. Let's clean you up quickly to avoid you being an eyesore here. Jacob Van seemed to have heard something unbelievable and laughed maniacally. Haha, in your current state, you probably can't even lift a finger. Who said that? I can still lift a finger, Rowling replied, slowly raising his middle finger at Jacob Van. and then flames erupted around him. Prometheus form. In the Prometheus form, the toxins in Rowling's body were directly burned away by the high temperature, making it impossible for any toxins in this world to harm him. On the merchant ship, Rowling, transformed into Prometheus, glanced down at Jacob Van, and a tremendous aura surged from him, directly pressing down on Jacob Van. Jacob Van instantly lost his arrogant demeanor, his legs trembling, his body seeming to spasm, and he stammered out, "Monster! Monster! Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking Jacob Van due to transformation. Evaluation: C. Reward: 1 ton of potent poison powder." Rowling completely disregarded Jacob Van's words. There were many people in this world who were called monsters, and he wasn't worried about being one more. However, the 1 ton of potent poison powder did indeed shock Rowling. What this guy dropped was quite interesting. If it weren't for the system having its own storage space, Rowling wouldn't know how to deal with these things. For now, he ignored Jacob Van. He was just a small fry and not worth Rowling's concern. He flew straight into the air, and compared to Rowling, the sunlight lost all its color. Amidst the scarlet flames around him, there were hints of gold, indicating the fusion of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame with his own source flame. Captain, look over there. It's Lord Prometheus." A terrified sailor pointed in Rowling's direction, his eyes filled with immense horror. "Shut up, my eyes aren't blind. I can still see, and don't call him Lord. Don't you know he's betrayed Mama?" The captain's face darkened as he looked in Prometheus's direction, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes. But internally, he was even more panicked. This was Prometheus. How could a small fry like him possibly fight someone who could go toe-to-toe with Big Mom? What should we do now? Before the sailor could finish speaking, the scarred captain directly kicked him into the water. "Send the order down. From today on, we will absolutely not recruit any inexperienced sailors, even if they are locals. Do you understand?" "Understood, Captain." Compared to the previous sailor, the other crew members reacted relatively calmly. "Pesci, turn around and run immediately. No need to inform the other pirate ships. Just escape. Let them help us stall Prometheus for a bit." "Yes." However, ideals are often grand, while reality is stark. Seeing Scar, the captain of the pirate ship, preparing to abandon the other members and change direction to flee, Rowling's eyes flashed with disdain. This Scar was indeed decisive, able to instantly decide to abandon his partners. From a certain perspective, he was a very terrifying person, but this also doomed him to never reach the highest stage. "Do you think with your strength you can escape from my hands?" Before his words fell, Rowling's body began to rapidly expand. This was Prometheus's unique skill, giantization. As Rowling's figure continued to swell, flames surged around him, the temperature rising sharply, and the hellish burning heaven flame burned with a golden hue, mercilessly scorching the sea, causing countless seawater to evaporate and scalding steam to attach without mercy to the pirates. It's so hot. My skin is burning off. My flesh. The flesh on my butt is cooked. How could the flesh on your butt be cooked? Could it be?" The steam cage tightly enveloped the 4 pirate ships, and the pirates inside the steam cage all had red faces and were extremely hot, suffering more and more as time passed. On the merchant ship, Jacob Van lay limp on the deck, the scene in front of him completely shattering his worldview. Such a terrifying purgatory scene was happening right before his eyes, and he had just poisoned his food. "It's over. I'm completely done for." As if his soul had been sucked away, Jacob Van stared blankly at everything happening before him. The sea, originally a steamer, gradually dispersed as Rowling's figure expanded, the sky-blocking flames directly drying out the evaporated steam, turning it into a massive furnace, and then descending directly onto the pirate ship. Fire from the sky. At this moment, the powerful flame infused with the essence of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. Upon contact with the pirate ship, directly exploded one pirate ship after another. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the 4 pirate ships turned to wood chips, disintegrating into ash. Dark smoke enveloped the sea, lingering and unable to disperse. Just then, the smoke stirred, as if some monstrous thing was about to fly out from within. As the black mist surrounding the shadow gradually thinned, Rowling finally saw the true form of the shadow. It was Scar. However, at this moment, Scar was covered in large areas of burns. Even though he wore armor, it was clearly visible how severe his injuries were. Without a doubt, Scar was a devil fruit user, and his ability was the swallow form from the zoan-type bird fruit, which was an exceptionally ordinary devil fruit. Scar stared at the thick smoke rolling over the sea, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Prometheus. "Prometheus, why did you have to appear here, of all places?" Why do you have to go against me? Prometheus slowly retracted his flames, looking innocent and smiling at Scar, saying, "You can't blame me. I didn't want you here either. But some people just love to meddle, don't they? Enough of the nonsense. Fighting you has already wasted a lot of time, and there are no benefits. It's time to end this." Rowlin curled his lip, and the flames on his body surged once more. Fire release, great fireball technique, infused with Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. This time, the great fireball technique was anything but ordinary. Even Katakuri wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone a mere patroller. Faced with such a wide-ranging strike from Prometheus, Scar knew he could not escape and could only cover his entire body with armament hockey, while the pitch-black wings on his back continuously flapped, stirring up a hurricane of wild hunting. Surprisingly, within this hurricane, armament hockey was attached. When the two met, accompanied by a deafening sound, a dazzling light flashed across the sky. Boom! On the boundless sea, gray-black smoke gradually dissipated with the gusts of sea wind, and faintly, it seemed one could see a person with wings on his back, entirely black, gradually being swallowed by the sea. That was Scar, who was directly hit by the fireball technique. Even though he resisted with all his might, he could not withstand the powerful flames and could only fall into hell, filled with endless resentment. "Remember to report my name, Lauren, when you meet King Yama." As the flames retracted and entered his body, Lauren once again cast his transformation technique. Changing into human form, with a determined expression, he walked towards the seated Jacob Van, carrying Ganwu Zhuang on his back. Seeing Lauren striding towards him with confidence, Jacob Van realized that the potent poison powder had no effect on him, and his heart sank to the bottom. "Sir, I was wrong. Please let me go." Jacob Van, with tears streaming down his face, knelt before Lauren. His head collided with the deck, producing a series of loud thuds. Rowlin lightly stroked the hilt of his sword behind him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The feeling of controlling the life and death of others was truly intoxicating. "Deliver me to the designated island within a day, and I will spare your life." Upon hearing that he still had a chance to live, Jacob Van's eyes flashed with joy, and he knelt down, working even harder. Yes, sir, no problem. I will have the merchant ship speed up right away." Watching Jacob Van's busy figure, Rowling's smile grew increasingly cold. Jacob Van was indeed impressive. Under his frantic supervision and command, the merchant ship finally arrived at the island Rowling had requested within a day. Jacob Van smiled, looking very pleased, his face adorned with a joyful grin like a chrysanthemum, panting as he looked at Rowling. "Sir, Before Jacob Van could finish his sentence, a flash of light from a blade cut through the air, like the sun's fierce rays, yet silent. "Flame feast a light serenade." As Rowling's words lightly fell, Jacob Van's head dropped to the ground, his face wearing an expression of wild joy, as if he were relieved to continue living. Unfortunately, from the very beginning, Rowling had no intention of letting Jacob Van go. Flame feast. Waltz. With another whisper, red light flickered, and countless sword energies formed a massive sword formation, instantly slaughtering the other slaves on the merchant ship, fearing that they might chatter and reveal his identity. With his sword sheathed, Rowling left the merchant ship and arrived alone on the island. This island, named Island 824, was one of the islands controlled by the Navy headquarters, most of which were numbered by the Navy. Everywhere on the island were notices posted by the Navy, stamped with the steel seal of the newly appointed Navy Marshal, Sengoku. A gentle breeze wafted through. Rowling arrived in the small town on the island, which was sparsely populated, but cheers could be heard not far away. It seemed that the Navy's control in the New World wasn't as poor as imagined. At least during the conscription, the people on the island were quite enthusiastic. Carrying Ganwu, Rowling showed no signs of suppressing his own aura. At this moment, Rowling's strength was at the peak of a great swordsman, just one insight away from reaching the level of a supreme great swordsman like Mihawk. With just one insight, he could enter a whole new realm. The aura of a peak great swordsman was incredibly noticeable to those with keen perception and considerable strength, like a bonfire in the dark. In the square, the mole vice admiral, who was originally observing the physical fitness tests, paused for a moment, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Wasn't this conscription going smoothly, Vice Admiral? It far exceeded our target this time. Why do you look unhappy?" A curious colonel asked. "Order everyone to concentrate. This conscription might be interrupted by an unexpected guest." "Unexpected guest? Who dares?" The colonel fell silent under the mole vice admiral's gaze. The young men participating in various physical tests, preparing to join the Navy, also sensed the change in atmosphere and turned their attention to the mole vice admiral, who was dressed in a light purple striped suit, a dark blue shirt, wearing a tie, with a punk hairstyle and a beard. Rowling walked slowly towards the square, his tall figure catching the eyes of everyone. Behind him, Gan Wuzhua, who was about the same height as Rowling, made the mole general's brows gradually furrow. As a vice admiral of the Navy, he had a broad perspective and could easily discern the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Rowling, far surpassing his own. This was an extremely terrifying person. The overwhelming aura he had sensed since earlier must have come from this individual. Ding! The host's aura was like a fierce beast, completely unrestrained, shocking the mole general. Evaluation: B. Reward. Navy 6 styles, Soru. Hearing the electronic voice of the system, a thought flashed through Rowling's mind. He didn't expect the mole general to be so generous, directly revealing Soru from the Navy 6 styles. Indeed, his choice was not wrong. A vice admiral with a B-level evaluation could yield Soru, which was truly unimaginable. What would a general or admiral yield? Of course, before that, Rowling needed to strengthen his own power. The mole general asked the village chief beside him if this person had appeared on the island before. The village chief adjusted his reading glasses on his nose, leaned forward, and looked at Rowling, who was gradually approaching, slowly shaking his head. Before the elderly village chief could say anything, the mole general stepped forward and shouted at Rowling. Navy recruitment, unrelated persons, leave at once. Hearing the mole general's words, Rowling smiled and said, "Sir, please don't misunderstand. I wanted to become a Navy since I was young. I specifically came here after hearing that you were recruiting nearby." Upon hearing this, the mole general's vigilance increased rather than decreased. If he truly longed for the Navy life, how could he only come now? Most importantly, he wondered if he could withstand that level of power. He thought this in his heart, but could not say it out loud. So he responded, "Since you aspire to join the Navy, then you are our friend. You just need to participate in the recruitment test, meet the requirements, and you can join. However, starting as a low-ranking soldier seems like a waste of time. At the very least, let me be a general. Don't you think so, mole general?" Rowling's fingers lightly brushed against the hilt of his sword, his brows raised, and his aura gradually climbed. If the distance earlier had made the feeling less pronounced now, Rowling's swordmaster presence directly weighed down on everyone nearby. At that moment, except for the elderly village chief, even young people with little strength could feel an overwhelming aura akin to a ferocious beast. This is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Those participating in the test also halted their steps, staring blankly at Rowling, their eyes already somewhat vacant. Ding! Colonel A was stunned by the host's aura evaluation. Reward: 1 ton of peach wine. Ding! Navy participant youth A was stunned by the host's aura evaluation. B. Reward: 1 ton of sausage. Ding! Navy participant youth B was stunned by the host's aura evaluation. B. Reward: 1 ton of spicy strips. As Rowling was recklessly emanating his aura, he became even more displeased upon hearing the system's food notifications. "System, mute yourself. Do you think I'm a convenience store collecting snacks?" With Rowling's command, the system finally quieted down. Looking at the food piled up in the system warehouse, Rowling showed a wry smile. General Mole's cold sweat dripped down his cheeks on the ground. "Do you think I, a general, have the authority for this? So, you just need to report this matter up. I'm sure the newly appointed Admiral Sengoku will agree." You're quite confident, sensing that Rowling really had no killing intent. General Mole's heart gradually relaxed. "Colonel Carl, keep an eye on this. I'm going to contact the Admiral." Yes, I'll do my best." Colonel Carl nervously watched Rowling, afraid he would make any sudden moves. Watching General Mole gradually walk away, Rowling also began to retract his aura due to the system's matters. Looking at Colonel Carl's slightly trembling legs, Rowling smiled and said, "Why are you so nervous? I want to eat you, right? You said so. You. Don't think about lowering my guard. I am very powerful." Colonel Carl's eyes never left Rowling, tightly watching him, afraid he would make any moves. Finding Colonel Carl so timid amusing, Rowling chuckled, feeling it was quite fun. With the intent to tease him, Rowling occasionally startled him, and seeing his contorted face, Rowling felt a sense of wicked pleasure. General Mole walked to a corner of the square and took out a snail phone. Every officer of Rear Admiral rank and above had an emergency contact number for the Navy Admiral. Dialing the number, the snail phone mimicked Sengoku's appearance and voice. "Mole, is something happening? Is there a problem with the conscription?" "Admiral, the conscription is going very smoothly, far exceeding our expected targets. But what? During the conscription process, we encountered a person who said he wanted to join the Navy, but didn't want to start as a private. He even claimed he must at least be a general. On the other end of the snail phone, Sengoku fell silent for a moment before saying, "Since you called me, that person must be very powerful. Otherwise, you would have chased him away already." General Mole secretly sighed, knowing Sengoku's wisdom surpassed ordinary people. "Yes, Admiral, based on my perception. That person is at least at the peak of a great swordsman, and he even gives me a feeling of an unparalleled great swordsman. I'm unsure if he's held back." "Really? I understand. For now, just agree to him. Let him board your returning warship and come directly to Marineford. We will definitely give a warm welcome to strong individuals." "Yes, Admiral, I know how to handle it." Marineford. Sengoku hung up the snail phone, looking at Carp beside him, who was nonchalantly stealing his senbei. Sengoku shook his head helplessly, his expression showing no emotion. "For those who sincerely want to join the Navy, we naturally welcome them. But for those who cause trouble, Carp, you will be busy soon." After hanging up the snail phone, General Mole walked expressionlessly towards Rowling. The Admiral agreed, "Right?" As if he already knew the result. General Mole nodded and said, "After a while, you can take the warship with us to Marineford. This is about what Rowling expected. Then I'll trouble you. I will naturally find you before you leave." Having received the answer he wanted, Rowling turned to leave. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Wait, you stand still." A young man pointed at Rowling's back and shouted loudly. Hearing this, General Mole's expression changed, and at the same time, the village chief excitedly said, "This is the strongest young man in our town, a lucky one favored by heaven." General Mole felt like cursing. Didn't they realize how terrifying this person in front of them was? Didn't they feel the earlier aura? Now that he still hadn't confirmed Rowling's intentions, if they angered him, given their strength, they might be slaughtered by Rowling. But the young man, unaware of the danger, stood up straight, proudly raising his head after hearing the village chief's praise. "You, that's right. I'm talking about you. Do you think anyone can go to the Navy headquarters? I'm not that arrogant yet. What give you the right to act like this?" Faced with the sudden situation, General Mole's mind began to race, weighing the options. Ultimately, he did not stop this ignorant young man. It would be a good opportunity to see Rowling's strength. Thinking of this, General Mole forced a smile. Since he refuses to back down, why not let you use your strength to dispel his thoughts? Hearing this, Rowling laughed. Whether it was General Mole or the foolish young man before him, it made him unable to hold back his laughter. "Since the Admiral said so, then I'll respectfully comply. I naturally believe your strength is superior. Please show some restraint and don't harm this young man's life." "Don't worry, I have my limits." Rowling displayed a harmless smile, but this smile looked eerie no matter how one viewed it. He waved at the young man. "What's your name?" "Never mind. It's better not to say. I won't remember it anyway." "You guy, are you mocking me? You must use your full strength. Don't find other excuses if I defeat you. Also, remember my name. I'm Cagius." Cagius stepped forward, gray scales appearing on his body, a sinister smile on his face, and charged quickly at Rowling. General Mole's eyes narrowed. Is Cagius a devil fruit user? Colonel Carl found Cagius's background from the thick files. Cagius grew up on Island 824 and found a zoan-type snake fruit in its gray snake form 4 years ago on the beach. It is said he can shatter boulders with a single punch, and since then, he began to rise to prominence. It seems that relying on the zoan-type devil fruit, even without awakening, he could test a few moves with his decent stamina and recovery ability, perhaps revealing more of his strength, which would only strengthen the Navy. Snake Fist Mystery. Kaji swung his fists at Rowling, launching a continuous barrage of attacks. Rowling's fingers curled, lightly gripping the hilt of the sword, smiling as he watched Kage's, continuously shifting and flickering amidst the shadows of fists. No matter how hard Kage's tried, he could never land a hit on Rowling. "Damn it, do you only know how to dodge? If you have the ability, fight me head on. Fight head on. Ha ha ha, little guy. Your punches are soft and lack strength. Haven't you eaten? Misdirection? Where's the misdirection? With such chaotic steps, aren't you afraid of tripping over yourself?" Robin continued to mock Kagi's effortlessly under his attack, each sentence like a piercing arrow, ruthlessly stabbing at Kagi's pride, making him furious and embarrassed. "Don't be too arrogant, you guy. Just watch how I take you down." The gray serpent's venom. Kagi's puffed up his cheeks, filled with toxic gas, and suddenly sprayed it towards Robin. The purple-black poisonous mist spread widely, leaving no grass in its wake. Just as the poisonous mist was about to touch his skin, Robin smiled mysteriously. Flame Feast. Extreme Rhapsody. The shadows of his blades flickered like fine threads of silver, slicing towards Kagi's limbs. In an instant, the blades returned to their sheaths, the poisonous mist dispersed, and a hurricane arose. The powerful sword energy transformed into a massive flow of air. Kagis stared wide-eyed in terror, his brain completely stunned. Faced with such a violent assault, he didn't even think about dodging, and, at the moment his limbs were severed, he seemed to see the approach of death, mixed with a burning desire that felt as if it could scorch his very soul. Rowling seemed to have known the outcome long ago, turning away gracefully and leaving behind a light remark. "I've spared his life, you know." It wasn't until Rowling's figure disappeared that Kais, belatedly aware, felt a pain surge to his brain, cried out in agony, and fainted. Ding! The mole general was surprised by the host's ruthless actions, commenting, "Gained second-level armed color hockey. Everything happened so fast, too fast for anyone to react like a flash of lightning. Is the battle over?" Colonel Carl looked incredulously at everything happening before him. "It's over." The mole general's tongue fell tied, unable to speak. "Quick, call a doctor, save Kais." As for the village chief, it seemed he fainted the moment Rowling struck. Rowling paid no mind to the chaos caused. He felt as if he had entered a peculiar state. To maintain this feeling, he made an effort to clear his thoughts and leisurely wandered around the island. The kingfisher chirped lightly, and a gentle breeze blew. Unbeknownst to him, Rowling arrived near the merchant ship. He could sense that as he continually used Ganwu Zhuang and practiced swordsmanship, his comprehension of sword intent was gradually deepening, coupled with the enhancement of armed color hockey, giving him a vague feeling of about to break through his cultivation level. Rowling calmed his mind, smoothing his thoughts, and slowly reached back. Just as he touched Ganwu Zhuang, he instinctively drew it out, infusing the sword with sword intent and armed color hockey. A fierce flame suddenly surged from the sword body. Even though he couldn't use the Prometheus form's abilities during transformation, the flame representing his will was already engraved deep within Rowling's soul, indelible. Accompanied by this momentum, he swung the sword down, and the sword energy struck the merchant ship in the distance. This unparalleled slash was something that an ordinary merchant ship, made of regular materials, could not withstand. The moment they made contact, the merchant ship was instantly reduced to ashes, completely vanishing from the sea. This strike was not like a light serenade, silent and soft. This strike was not like a waltz, enveloping the heavens and the earth. This strike was not like a grand rhapsody, with sword momentum soaring to the sky. This strike, flame surged and twisted on Ganwu Zhuang, resonating with his soul and sword intent. The flame was thus born. The fourth sword shall be named Flame Feast. Flame on flame. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the Supreme Great Swordsman talent, officially advancing to Supreme Great Swordsman, surpassing 99 of swordsmen in the pirate world. Looking at the system interface that only he could see, Rowling no longer wanted to complain. It felt like he was just like some security guard, always boasting about surpassing 99 of the world. However, being able to advance was a good thing for Rowling, at least giving him the capital to roam freely in this world. The Supreme Great Swordsman is the most yearned-for realm for a swordsman. Very few can reach this realm. Those who do are all top-tier powerhouses. However, there still exists a significant gap between strong individuals, just like Rowling now, who has just entered the Supreme Great Swordsman realm. Compared to Hawkeye, who has immersed himself in the sword path for many years, he is not much different from an elementary school student. After all, a slight difference can lead to 1,000 miles of deviation. He still needs to continue working hard. Holding Ganwu Zhuang in his hand, Rowling felt a lot. As the sun set in the west, the glow spread across the sky, echoing with the vast ocean. After announcing the end of the conscription, Rowling appeared in the square. "Admiral, it seems your harvest is not bad." After a day of settling down, Admiral Mole was no longer as wary of Rowling as he initially was. After all, if he had other intentions, he would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? Yes, these individuals will be the backbone of the Navy in the future, supporting the Navy's pillar. Rowling nodded beside him, a wicked smile on his face as he suggested, "Major General, don't you think it would be better to send them straight to the battlefield right now?" "Send them to the battlefield?" Major General Mole's tone instantly rose a few degrees. Since meeting Rowling, he had been shocked more times than in the past few months of missions combined. "That's right. Only soldiers tempered by blood are good fighters. Otherwise, they're just cannon fodder. Ha ha ha." Rowling continued, "Major General, hurry up. I've been waiting for a whole day." This guy. Colonel Carl looked at Rowling's back, unable to help but clench his fists. But in the end, they fell powerless. "Are we really going to take it back to Marineford?" "Yes, but by then, he won't be able to leave if he wants to." Major General Mole patted Colonel Carl on the shoulder, speaking to him with deep meaning. Understanding what Major General Mole said, Carl's eyes brightened again. Many of the youths who successfully passed the assessment were already waiting on the warships, not only from Island 824, but also from other naval islands. This shows that the Navy's control over the world is quite strong from a certain perspective. With his hands crossed on the railing, Rowling looked at the boundless sea, letting the sea breeze blow over him. I wonder how long this balance will last. It should be soon, right? After all, they're not causing chaos. So I have to start causing chaos first. Otherwise, my speed of improvement will be reduced by who knows how many times. Major General Mole and Colonel Carl were unaware of Rowling's dangerous thoughts at this moment. The two were currently calling Rowling over to taste the delicacies. This time, there were no poisonous substances in the food. Under the bright moon, surrounded by stars, a galaxy hung in the night sky. On the warship, except for the soldiers on duty, most had fallen into dreams. The Major General level warship, along with two ordinary warships, cut through the sea towards Marineford. In the fog-covered sea, several ghostly ships quietly followed behind. Brother Owen, ahead is the Navy's warship. Should we sink it? Of course. Just a Major General at best. By then, I'll hold him off. It's still our old friend. You take this opportunity to seize everything on board. I think the soul of the Navy Major General will make Mom happy. All right, Mom just woke up not long ago. Don't mention that traitor Prometheus. And don't let Mom see the newspaper. Otherwise, if she sees the information on it, she might go berserk again. After giving these orders, Owen commanded, full speed ahead. Taking advantage of the night fog, the ghostly ships quickly approached the advancing warship, and by the time the soldiers on duty noticed, it was already too late. Heat from a distance. Owen's eyes lit up as he used the powers of the heat fruit, looking at the soldiers standing on the warship. The soldiers felt an intense heat in their chests, and before they could shout, most of their bodies were cooked through, collapsing helplessly to the ground, breathless. Except for those left here to support, everyone else went up, hoping to delay their discovery as much as possible and maximize their gains. Don't underestimate Owen as a user of the heat fruit. During combat, his mind is very calm, which is why he would later be referred to as a monster by Vit. In this way, under Owen's command, the pirates stealthily infiltrated the warship. Meanwhile, Rowling opened his eyes in his room, his sharp gaze piercing through the darkness. The dark environment could not disturb him at all. As the supreme swordsman, his intuition woke him directly from his slumber. Looking around carefully for a moment, Rowling shrugged, a mysterious smile on his lips as he said, just a jumping clown. Saying this, he closed his eyes again, but this time he had Ganwu Zhua in his hand. The real pirate world is not like the performances in anime or comics, but is filled with darkness everywhere, just like this night. Under Owen's orders, the pirates controlled their voices and quickly climbed aboard the warship using grappling hooks, crouching down, bowing their bodies, and tiptoeing, confirming the storage room for money and goods in a short time. They began to move the items, but during the transport, there inevitably were some noises, which startled countless boys who had just been conscripted and were sleeping on the ship. The boys all lived in a large cabin. Otherwise, there would be no way to accommodate so many people. Did you hear something? No? What sound could there be in the middle of the night? Besides, this is a Navy warship. Some who were sleeping deeply didn't care at all and continued to lie on the hard floor, sleeping soundly. However, most people's expressions were not good. This was indeed a Navy warship, but precisely because of that, it seemed even more eerie. Should we go out and take a look? Let's go take a look. Someone suggested, and naturally, others agreed. Many conscripted boys shuffled out of the large cabin. When the door opened, the person who opened it was stunned to see a pirate dressed in pirate garb holding a wooden barrel. What's going on here? As soon as they realized they had been discovered, the pirate looked at the person in front of him with a fierce expression, drew a knife from his waist, and mercilessly stabbed it into the boy's heart, then yanked it out. Blood sprayed out, tracing a perfect arc in the air, and in less than 5 seconds, the boy lay helplessly on the ground, convulsing. The sudden scene stunned all the boys who had just been conscripted. Isn't this a Navy warship? How can there be pirates on board? Pirates! Pirates are here! Suddenly, someone shouted, breaking the quiet night, and all the warships were thrown into chaos. Owen stood on his ship. Hearing this, his brow furrowed tightly, his body slightly flushed, making him stand out in the night like a lantern. Since we've been discovered, let us not spare anyone. Let us start a massacre. Yes. Accompanied by the shouts of Owen's pirate crew, everyone drew their weapons and ruthlessly launched a slaughter. What is happening? As someone shouted, Major General Mole walked out from his cabin, his face filled with worry. Upon seeing such a hellish scene, his eyes widened, fully awake. What on earth happened? Report, Major General. Pirates. Pirates have boarded. What? Pirates. What audacity to dare to attack a Navy warship. Major General Mole surveyed the battlefield around him. The main ship was sailing quickly, and there weren't many pirates causing trouble here. Most of the slaughter was happening on the two ordinary warships on the left and right. Dirty bugs of the sea, let all the Navy fight back. Kill them all. If we let the pirates continue their slaughter on the warship, it would be a disgrace to the name of justice, the Mole General said fiercely, then used moonwalk to leap towards the ordinary warship on the left that seemed to be in a more serious situation. Your opponent is me. Owen, who had been hovering nearby, saw the Mole General leave the main ship and immediately rushed forward without hesitation, gathering an incredible amount of heat in his hand. He launched an attack at the Mole General from a distance. The ability of the heat fruit heated his fist and the air around it, creating a wave of hot wind that wrapped around his fist and ruthlessly struck towards the Mole General. Heat wave. A look of shock flashed in the Mole General's eyes. He naturally recognized the figure before him. Wasn't this Owen, one of Big Mom's capable children? But they had long since left Big Mom's sphere of influence. Owen, the Mole General drew his fine blade, one of the 50 crafts, the Blood Hunter, with armament hockey covering it, dyeing the blade a pitch black. He swung out a sword energy to block the heat wave. Mole General, we meet again. Yes, we meet again. Why are you here? Why can't we be here? Soon, this sea area will become Mama's territory. Aren't you afraid of the Navy's punishment? The Navy? Well, have we ever feared the Navy? There's no point in talking. Then let's fight. On a moonless night with a strong wind, aside from the casualties on the rear Admiral-class warship being slightly fewer, the two ordinary warships had already turned into rivers of blood, with corpses piled on the decks. These two ordinary warships carried countless strong youths about to join the Navy. Among these youths, some resisted bravely, some knelt and begged for mercy, some wailed, while others panicked. But they all could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. Many of these youths were barely recruits, weak in strength, and could be considered cannon fodder. Encountering pirates meant death, and in a short time, over half of them were lost. In the sky, although the Mole General was shrouded in darkness, he could still perceive the situation on the ship, his heart bleeding with anger. Owen, tell your men to stop. The Mole General's gaze was sharp as he used moonwalk to maintain his position in the air. Stop. Mole? Are you joking? Have you ever seen a pirate who obeys the world government? Owen looked disdainfully at the mole. At this time, the Navy had not yet established the 7 warlords, so saying this was not wrong. Drawing his large knife, the ability of the heat fruit manifested on it. The blade glowing red and emitting wisps of white steam, clearly visible in the night. The Mole General had fought Owen more than once, and naturally knew most of Owen's abilities. With armament hockey wrapped around his knife Blood Hunter, the pitch-black hockey fused with the night. The two moved, their speed instantaneous. In that case, I'll defeat you first. The Mole General's might was overwhelming as he slashed out. Sword energy soaring into the sky. The slash tore through the night sky, rushing towards Owen with lightning speed. Owen remained calm, positioning his large knife in front of his chest as the heat fruit began to unleash its power. The already high-temperature large knife broke through once more, igniting into flames. High heat slash. The crimson blade, wrapped in flames, sliced through the air, colliding with the mole's strike. Sizzle. It was as if the night sky was torn apart, the sound of thunder echoing through the night. Owen's hand, gripping the large knife, trembled slightly, though it was not obvious in the darkness. The mole had grown much stronger. He initially thought his own strength had increased rapidly, but he never expected the mole's rate of power enhancement to slightly surpass his own. The trembling hand was the best evidence of this. With one strike failing, the Mole General gripped his sword with both hands and struck again. Time was running out for him. If he continued to be delayed by Owen, the people on the ship would be completely slaughtered. And no matter whether he defeated Owen or not, he would have lost. Therefore, he had to act quickly. One sword style. Gunshot. One sword style. Sword chant. One sword style. Hammer roar. 3 consecutive slashes, breaking through the air, sealed off all possible avenues of escape against the cold wind of the night. Like a sakura spear thrust, like a long sword cleaving, like a heavy hammer smashing down, Owen's expression changed drastically. In a hurry, he could only extend his fists, defending his chest with his high heat fist. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing his attacks hit Owen completely, the Mole General did not waste any more time on him. He was confident that Owen, having taken his move head-on, would definitely be seriously injured. Taking this opportunity, the Mole General dove down onto the ordinary warship, joining the youths in resisting the pirates. With swift strikes, the heads of the pirates fell to the ground. Without Owen's obstruction, the Mole General moved as if in a no-man's land, invincible. Kanika, where's Colonel Carl? The mole general's voice reached the ears of the Navy, struggling on the deck. Colonel Carl was besieged by 10 Navy men and was severely injured, fatally wounded. Fatally wounded? Upon hearing this, the mole general paused, his sword lodged in the neck of a pirate halfway. And for a moment, the pirate did not die completely, suffering immense pain. His miserable cries echoing into the sky. Endless rage surged in the mole general's chest. He swung Blood Hunter, unleashing several slashes that took the lives of some nearby pirates. Where's Rowlin? Where is Rowlin? Don't tell me Rowlin is dead too. Report to the general. That person has not come out of the cabin since entering. Countless lines appeared on the mole general's forehead. Colonel Carl was dead, and he was hiding in the cabin? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Just as the mole general was about to roar in anger, the sky suddenly erupted with scorching heat, burning the air, which turned faintly red, affecting everything around. In the night, it was as dazzling as the sun. Seeing this scene, the mole general's heart trembled. Owen had awakened his fruit power at this moment. The scorching heat transformed Owen into a fireball, plunging down from the sky. The mole general's observation, hockey, shook violently as he shouted to the nearby Navy. Get out of the way. Saying this, he used Soru to flash to the side, and where he had just stood, a large pit appeared, directly smashing the deck, with the high temperature igniting a large fire. The blazing flames particularly conspicuous on the vast sea. Mole, die for me. I will definitely hand you over to Mama today and extract your soul. Owen glowed red, awakening. Heat Wind Fist. Now that Owen had awakened his fruit, its abilities had greatly enhanced, breaking through a temperature threshold, and he threw a punch, rolling out waves of heat. The sky was filled with hot winds under Owen's control, rushing towards the mole general not far away. Damn it, the hot wind was unstoppable, and the mole general's observation hockey was ineffective at this moment. There was no place to evade. He could only brace for impact. Upon realizing this, Admiral Weasel wrapped himself entirely in hockey, using it extensively, which accelerated the depletion of his stamina. In an instant, cold sweat broke out, only to be evaporated by the hot wind, causing him even more anguish. One sword style, the sound of spear, the hockey, entwined with his will, slashed downwards, unleashing a wide sword aura. Boom, boom, boom. The collision between the hot wind punch and Admiral Weasel's slash created a surge of heat, affecting both the Navy and the pirates around them. Get out of here. Leave his place. The two spoke simultaneously. The battle between them had escalated to a level beyond their intervention. After saying this, Admiral Weasel felt a metallic taste of blood in his mouth and could faintly sense blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, only to be dried up by the hot wind the moment it flowed out. This time next year will be your death anniversary, Weasel. Owen felt an inexhaustible power surging through him. The admiral who had just suppressed him was now being overwhelmed. This sensation made Owen laugh maniacally. At the same time, the output of his power grew even more massive. Awakening. High heat punch. Awakening. Hot wind punch. Owen laughed wildly, swinging his fists frantically, and in an instant, the entire ordinary-class warship was ignited. Flames spread all over the ship, and it wouldn't be long before it sank into the sea. Pirates often did this kind of thing. Their evacuation speed was exceptionally fast. However, the Navy and the boys on board were somewhat at a loss, watching the flames gradually encroach upon them, and in desperation, they could only jump into the sea to save their lives. Owen smirked. At this moment, under his frenzied assault, Admiral Weasel was severely injured, half kneeling on the scorching deck. His knees were nearly cooked, yet Weasel truly had no strength left to stand up. Looking at Weasel's disheveled appearance, Owen spoke. Weasel, your subordinates on this ship have already jumped into the sea. What kind of painful expressions do you think they would show if I heated this sea area? Stop. Stop it. You absolutely cannot do this. As a defeated foe, you have no ability to retaliate. Everything you say now is just nonsense. Ha ha ha. Just keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. With that, Owen pretended to jump onto his ship, preparing to use the hot sea spring to scald and cook all the Navy personnel and boys who had not yet joined the Navy. No, Admiral Weasel shouted hoarsely, one hand reaching out desperately to grab Owen, but at that moment, he had no extra strength left. Just then, in the cabin, Rowlin slowly opened his eyes, drew his sword, and gently sliced through the air from his center. Flame banquet. Lullaby. As Rowlin murmured, all the flames around the Admiral-class warship were devoured by the silver threads he slashed out. Who is it? Owen felt a tremor in his heart. He suddenly sensed an overwhelming and fierce momentum that shattered his previous arrogance. No, the supreme great swordsman. Owen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked in the direction of the silver threads. A figure slowly came into view for everyone. Admiral Weasel's eyes brightened. Seeing this figure, he felt relieved and angrily said, "This guy has finally come out." Rowling's shoulder gun Wuxua took a light jump and leaped from the medium-sized ship onto a railing not far from Owen. Rowling looked down at Owen, his eyes still slightly hazy from just waking up, but a smile was already hanging at the corner of his mouth. "Is it you, this oddly shaped person, who disturbed my sleep? Why can't you just stay on your own turf at this late hour, instead of coming out to disturb others' sleep?" Before he finished speaking, Rowling raised the Ganwu Zhuang he had on his shoulder, and the sword aura surged like a ferocious beast. Flame Banquet, Extreme Rhapsody, the red slash, faintly tinged with gold, made Owen's expression change drastically, and the observation hockey went wild, warning him just how terrifying this strike was. Without hesitation, Owen dodged to the side. Boom! In the next moment, sword energy erupted, and a standard military ship was cut in half by Rowling's sword, split completely down the middle. The half of the ship enveloped by the sword energy was crushed into powder. At this moment, not only was Owen stunned, but even Vice Admiral Weasel was taken aback. All the Navy and pirates watching this battle were dumbfounded. This was too terrifying. To cut an entire half of a military ship into powder, how horrifying was that? No, his control was even more terrifying. The other half of the ship was exactly where Vice Admiral Weasel was positioned. This meant that if this person wanted to, he could easily make the entire military ship disappear from this world. Ding! Owen is shocked and moved by the host's powerful strength. Evaluation S. Gained. Level 3 armament hockey. Ding! Weasel is shocked and moved by the host's powerful strength. Evaluation S. Gained. Swordsmanship flying sword style. On the ship, on the sea, time seemed to have stopped. The silver threads extinguished the flames, and the night fell again. No one could notice that Rowling's smile had grown increasingly cold, paired with a face as sharp as a knife, which would surely make countless young girls scream. Bang! Just when everyone thought that the terrifying slash had dissipated, the sea beneath the military ship suddenly stirred with a shocking change. The ocean was split apart. The astonishing sword energy, mixed with a biting gale, exploded violently in the sea. Owen's expression changed drastically, and the relief he felt earlier was gone. His entire body was swept by the sword energy. Ah! The miserable cries echoed over the ocean, sending chills down people's spines. Unable to move, Vice Admiral Weasel was caught by Rowling. "Vice Admiral, you should go back to the ship and rest well. Otherwise, you'll become my burden." Looking at Rowling's smiling face, Weasel felt a bone-chilling cold. Owen fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the remaining half of the military ship. This half of the ship wouldn't hold out for long and was gradually being swallowed by the sea. At most in 3 minutes, this half would be completely engulfed by the boundless ocean. Rowling looked down at the bloody Owen, but his mind was communicating with the system. System immediately used the flying sword technique from earlier. Ding! Usage successful. Accompanied by the electronic voice of the system, Rowling's mind was filled with a wealth of offensive techniques. This greatly compensated for Rowling's shortcomings in swordsmanship. After all, the light song, serenade, extreme rhapsody, waltz, and fiery banquet. All these techniques were sword skills with tremendous power and unique characteristics. However, using these sword techniques consumed a significant amount of stamina. For someone who had just entered the realm of the supreme great swordsman, using sword techniques for every attack caused stamina to deplete far too quickly. The emergence of swordsmanship could significantly improve Rowling's daily combat. Most importantly, this swordsmanship was the signature technique of Kamen Rider Kenshin. Was Big Mom's fourth son really that weak? No wonder Big Mom was defeated by the handsome and charming Prometheus. It seems there was a reason for that. Prometheus was one of his forms, and praising his own actions felt incredibly satisfying. However, even Rowling's old face felt a bit embarrassed. "You cannot insult my mother." Owen's temperature rose even further. Rowling realized that the angrier Owen got, the quicker his temperature rose, indicating that his emotions had a significant impact on his abilities. But so what? He still had Neil. Just right to test the newly unleashed flying sword technique. The blazing sword was enveloped in a pitch-black level 3 armed color, and Rowling smiled wickedly as he looked at Owen not far away. Owen's observation hockey went into overdrive, and when he focused on Rowling, he found that his figure was already out of sight. "Shave! Dragon's Nest Flash!" Rowling's voice appeared behind Owen, causing Owen's muscles to tense up, and he jumped forward suddenly. In the next second, Rowling's hand turned into an afterimage, with the Gan Wuzhua, which was approximately the same size as his body, in Rowling's hand, slicing through the air at high speed as if it were nothing. The sound of cutting echoed, and not only wooden boards, but even steel plates couldn't withstand the sharpness of Ganwujwa. A clear space appeared in front of Rowling, as everything that had been in that space was chopped into powder. After rolling to the side, Owen turned back to look, feeling an immense weight in his heart. It felt pretty good to use. It consumed very little stamina and should support long-term combat. Unlike Owen, who was on high alert, Rowling was in a very good mood, as the flying sword technique was just perfect for him. Moreover, Ganwujwa was not a reverse blade, but one of the 12 supreme great blades, with a sharpness beyond ordinary imagination and terrifying power. Seeing Rowling so fierce, Owen was already thinking of retreating. If he couldn't win, then he could only escape. Owen didn't feel embarrassed. This person before him had far exceeded his capabilities. However, with such heavy losses, he feared his mother would punish him severely when he returned. Rowling squinted, noticing Irving's little scheme. Ganwujwa summoned golden flames and asked, "Do you think you can escape?" Flame feast. Flame up. With a single sword strike. Except for 2 relatively intact warships, the entire fan-shaped attack area was engulfed in flames. This sword contained the sword intent of an unparalleled swordsman, with sword intent fueling the flames and flames releasing sword intent. Nothing could resist it. The sea seemed to have transformed into a sea of fire once again, with countless fish floating belly up to the surface. This time, the scale of the sea of fire was 10 times larger than that created by Irving. After the battle, Ganwujwa sheathed his sword and turned around gracefully. On the warship, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. The sudden pirate attack caught everyone off guard, resulting in heavy casualties. With most of the crew dead, against the flames on the sea, a large amount of blood was visible, making it seem like a sea of blood. The young men who were about to join the Navy suffered significant injuries, and this battle gave them a deeper understanding of this world of the survival of the fittest. Although they had repelled the pirates, an atmosphere of sadness was brewing. Vice Admiral Squirrel stood on the deck, leaning on his sword, feeling increasingly somber. "Where's Rowling? Where's that guy now?" According to the report, he has already returned to his quarters to sleep. A nearby Navy officer gave a standard military salute, still shocked by Rowling's Azura-like figure earlier. "Sleeping already? That damn guy." Vice Admiral Squirrel clenched his fists tightly, blood dripping from the gaps between his fingers onto the deck. "Give me a din mushy. I need to contact the fleet admiral." "Yes, Vice Admiral." The din mushy was quickly connected, revealing the face of Sengoku. After glancing at Rowling's cabin, Vice Admiral Squirrel recounted what had just happened without holding back. Particularly when mentioning Rowling, he gritted his teeth, thinking if Rowling had only stepped up at the first moment, so many lives wouldn't have been lost. After hearing Vice Admiral Squirrel's evaluation of Rowling and the described combat power, Sengoku fell silent for a moment before saying, "Don't confront Rowling yet. We will decide the rest ourselves." "Understood, Fleet Admiral." Vice Admiral Squirrel felt frustrated, but had no choice. "Fleet Admiral, do you know what happened with Big Mom? I think their actions today are very unusual." Upon hearing Vice Admiral Squirrel's question, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, far away in Marineford, sighed. Indeed, a significant event had occurred. One of Big Mom's strongest homies, the son Prometheus, had betrayed her, using some means to create a momentary opening, severely injuring Big Mom. Severely injured Big Mom. Vice Admiral Squirrel's voice rose 3 octaves, bewildered. "Fleet Admiral, Prometheus was created by Big Mom herself. How could this happen?" Sengoku replied, "We don't know the specifics either. I've sent someone to contact News Tycoon Morgan, who was present at the time. I believe he will provide us with more information. However, it's certain that whoever defeated Big Mom, namely Prometheus, if he wants to succeed Big Mom as one of the Yonko, he will definitely succeed. At that time, it will likely cause even greater turmoil in the new world. This is absolutely unacceptable in the name of justice. Fleet Admiral, what about Prometheus? Has he made any moves?" "None. It's as if he suddenly evaporated. After Big Mom regained consciousness, no matter how many people she sent to search, they couldn't find any more information." "All right, Vice Admiral Squirrel, we've talked enough. You should focus on recuperating. I'll arrange for a nearby base's Vice Admiral to escort you to Marineford." "Yes, Fleet Admiral." After hanging up the din mushy, Vice Admiral Squirrel firmly etched Prometheus, the one who severely injured Big Mom, into his mind. In the cabin, Rowling's ears twitched slightly. Since earlier, he had relied on his keen perception to listen to the conversation between Squirrel and Sengoku without missing a word. "System. Everyone else must know about my achievements by now. They must be very shocked. Why haven't I received any notifications? Ding. Notification. Only information that has passed system verification and is within a certain range centered on the host can be collected. Upon hearing this, Rowling rolled his eyes and lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, internally screaming in frustration. System, you bastard. Why didn't you tell me this important thing earlier? I wasted so much time waiting. Ding. Due to the system's response shocking the host, evaluation. Reward, 1 bottle of Tsingtao beer. Great. Now even Tsingtao beer shows up. Thinking of the various foods stored in the system space, like grilled sausages, grilled gluten, and even drinks like Coca-Cola, all piled up in the system warehouse. Rather than being upset, Rowling decided to channel his anger into his appetite. System, bring out a few hundred sausages and grilled gluten, and also the Tsingtao beer. I want to have a hearty meal. With Rowling's command, a pile of grilled sausages and fragrant grilled gluten suddenly appeared in front of him. Taking a bite was exhilarating. It felt like the system was giving him a free gift, allowing him to truly enjoy the benefits. 3 days passed like this, and Vice Admiral Squirrel met with another Vice Admiral from the Navy subbase, and together they headed towards Marineford. 2 weeks flew by, and the warship finally arrived at Marineford. Docking at the port, Vice Admiral Squirrel no longer needed a sword to walk and couldn't help but marvel at how everyone's recovery speed in the world of One Piece was much faster than on Earth. Go call Rowling out. Yes, Vice Admiral. No need to call. I'm already here. Rowling carried Gon Wuxia behind him, with his long black hair draped over his shoulders. The sunlight illuminated his chiseled face, exuding an indescribable coldness. He walked while observing the rumored Marine headquarters, Marineford. Currently, Rowling was at the port of Marineford, which was divided into different levels, with each area accommodating different types of warships. The highest level was the Marshal-class warships, which were 3 times larger than Vice Admiral-class ships. That gigantic vessel could be seen clearly from afar, even by an ordinary person. Wow, is this really the legendary Marine headquarters, Marineford? It looks truly magnificent. Yes, this represents our symbol of justice, the place that suppresses all sources of evil. The tall and proud Gon puffed out his chest, with a strong sense of pride bursting forth. Rowling smiled and said nothing. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before it would be no different from ruins, so while he could still see it, he might as well take a good look, lest he miss such sights in the future. With this thought in mind, Rowling took a keen interest in observing everything around him. At that moment, at the port, a tall and thin man with black curly hair, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, sporting a circle of facial hair and wearing sunglasses, was yawning out of boredom. So sleepy, this sunlight is perfect for sleeping. I don't know what the Marshal is thinking, sending me here to pick someone up. Why not let Kizaru come instead? After finishing his sentence, Kizaru yawned again. But no matter how one looked at it, there was no sign of fatigue in his eyes. Instead, they often gleamed with brightness. Rowling followed behind the squirrel, walking down the warship towards Marineford. As for the young boys on the ship, they were naturally being led by others to different places. Having experienced a life-and-death crisis, they believed that in the future, they would shine with a brilliance and warmth far beyond most newcomers. After walking a short distance, Rowling saw Admiral Kizaru approaching them. Admiral Kizaru, Major Squirrel and another major saluted Kizaru, who nodded. You've really worked hard. Just leave this young man to me, and you two should go rest. Kizaru said in a slow and leisurely manner, which felt quite unfamiliar to Rowling. Admiral, seeing is believing, and now that we've met, you really are quite lewd, ha ha. Rowling looked up and down at Kizaru, enduring their conversation until he finally voiced his thoughts. As soon as he spoke, everyone around was left speechless. They never expected Rowling to dare to speak to an admiral like that. Ding, because the host's words surprised Vice Admiral Mongoose. Evaluation. C. Reward. Navy uniform. Ding, because the host's words surprised another Vice Admiral. Evaluation. B. Reward. AJ-1. Royal Blue Silk. Ding, because the host's words surprised the surrounding Navy personnel. Evaluation. C. Reward. 1 ton of big bubble gum. The system has its own warehouse. Otherwise, Rowling really wouldn't know how to dispose of these items, especially those AJ-1s. They're just too out of place, but he could wear them later. After all, in his past life, he had no money to buy AJs. Kizaru, upon hearing Rowling's words, rolled his eyes, showing no concern, turned around and left a remark. Make sure to stick close to me, or it's easy to get lost. Rowling smiled and didn't speak. As expected, he was right. The Marine Admiral before him, Kizaru, was one of the most scheming individuals in his opinion, far surpassing Akainu and Akiji. If Rowling remembers correctly, before his time travel, there was a saying online that described Kizaru. as long as the salary is in place. The Yonko can beat you down. It might be a bit exaggerated, but it's definitely reasonable because so far, he hasn't used his full strength even once. It's getting more and more interesting. I really want to see what your full strength looks like. Rowling thought to himself, and the smile on his face grew even brighter. Kizaru walked ahead, and the surrounding Navy personnel found it quite strange to see Rowling following behind him. Who is this person? How could he be walking behind a general? He must either be incredibly strong or of noble status. Indeed, otherwise, how could a general personally attend to him? All of these remarks were heard clearly by Kizaru, who was in a constant state of heightened awareness, keeping an eye on Rowling. One person was correct. Based on Kizaru's own perception, Rowling was indeed very strong. The two of them passed through the port and soon arrived beneath Marineford. Looking up from below, it towered into the clouds. In this world, aside from a few exceptional powers, only the Navy could construct such a magnificent sight. General, I'm a bit eager to meet the fleet admiral. Can we hurry along? Oh, so do you want to compete with light in terms of speed? Hey, are you serious? You're a general. You're also a Logia user. I'm not stupid. Racing against you is just asking for trouble. Rowling shrugged, not taking Huang Yuan's words to heart at all. Didn't you come here just to get a position as a general? I know your ambition is great, and if you don't show your strength, then just get lost. Huang Yuan began to prepare to give Rowling a warning. After all, this was an order personally given by the Marshal of the Warring States. If he didn't perform well, his salary would probably be deducted, and then he wouldn't be able to order much food and good wine at the Bird Tavern, which Huang Yuan could not accept. Rowling and his keen insight instantly perceived Huang Yuan's thoughts. After all, having lived 2 lives, Rowling believed he had some unique insights into human nature. Admiral, I've thought about what you said, and I find it very reasonable. It's time to show my strength. Otherwise, who knows what kind of stray cats and dogs might come at me. Huang Yuan frowned slightly. He could feel Rowling's momentum rising and couldn't help but ask, what do you want to do? This is Marineford. Of course, I know this is Marineford, Admiral. But didn't you say you wanted to compete in speed? Let's see whose speed is faster, yours or my slash. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan's expression changed. Rowling's Ganwu Zhua had already been drawn, Tianxiang Longshan. At the same time, Rowling added, Admiral, if you can't block this, you might end up having your salary deducted by the Marshal. Huang Yuan was no longer in the mood to banter with Rowling. With a flash, he transformed into light and rapidly approached the slash Rowling had unleashed. This slash was Rowling's strongest sword technique from the flying sword technique, Tianxiang Longshan. It was an incredibly fast draw and slash. The speed was astonishing. Bang! Just as he sheathed Ganwu Zhua, a deafening sound erupted in the sky. A strong pressure from the explosion surged outward, raising clouds of dust and making it hard for people to open their eyes. In the sky, Huang Yuan held the Tian Tsong Yun Jian, a sword manifested from his fruit ability, to block Rowling's slash. The explosive pressure rushed towards Huang Yuan first, causing his clothes to become disheveled and leaving him in a sorry state. What on earth just happened? Is someone attacking Marineford? Idiot. No one in this world dares to attack here. Is that Admiral Huang Yuan? He looks quite disheveled. Rowling squinted slightly under the Marinvondo, and he could naturally sense that the yellow ape was completely unfazed. It was just the strong wind that had disheveled his clothes. Should we say that he truly lives up to being a general? Each one of them is indeed a monster. Rowling smiled and slowly clapped his hands. As expected of a general, his speed is impressive, though he does look a bit flustered. Ha ha ha. Ding. Due to the host's arrogance and slashing attack, Kizaru was shocked. Evaluation. S. Reward. Advanced Flying Thunder God Technique. Advanced Flying Thunder God Technique. The slashing sword energy can carry the technique of Flying Thunder God. Once activated, the host can directly move to the position of the slash without harming himself. Seeing the system's explanation, Rowling's eyes lit up. It seems he has gained another trump card. Marineford truly is a lucky place for him. Let's see what other surprises this place can bring. Kizaru's figure flickered and reappeared in front of Rowling, with the aim no Muriko no Tsurugi dissipating in the air. Follow me. The Marshal is probably getting anxious. It should have been like this a long time ago, right? Rowling followed behind Kizaru and got a glimpse of what the interior of Marineford was like. Every 2 or 3 steps, Marines saluted Kizaru, and it was hard to tell if Kizaru had become numb to it, as he showed no reaction at all. If Kizaru were to respond, he would probably be exhausted by now. Before long, the two arrived at the Admiral's office. Knock, 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 come in. A deep, resonant voice came from inside, full of energy. Kizaru opened the door and walked in first. As soon as Rowling entered the office, he saw an enormous mahogany desk covered with piles of documents, resembling small mountains. This left Rowling in awe. Kizaru pointed to Rowling behind him and lazily said, "I've brought him here, so I'm leaving now." After saying that, he transformed into light and disappeared from the office, closing the door behind him. At this moment, only Sengoku and Rowling were left in the office. Sengoku said nothing, keeping his head down as he reviewed the documents on the desk, showing no intention of addressing Rowling. Was this another display of authority? Rowling curled his lips. But after all, the person was a marshal, so it was better to give some face. With this in mind, Rowling did not speak to interrupt and instead observed the office and the goat next to Sengoku. He watched as Sengoku occasionally handed sheets of documents to the goat, letting it eat them, which amazed Rowling. He couldn't help but wonder more than once if this goat had an endless stomach. How could it eat so much? Could it be that it had eaten the superhuman-type big eater fruit? Rowling silently cursed in her heart, showing no signs of impatience at all. The atmosphere froze at that moment. One person, holding a sword, lightly tapped the hilt, producing a crisp sound. The other, holding a pen, wrote rapidly, making a scratching noise. The standoff between the two instead created a relatively pleasant melody that echoed in the room. When Rowling just arrived, it was still noon. Now, the sun is setting. The sky is filled with colorful clouds, and the clouds are dyed a bright red. However, the two of them haven't exchanged a single word. It's hard to tell if the general feels that this intimidation tactic is no longer effective. With a snap, he put the cap on his pen and said to Rowling, "You must be Rowling." Ah, the marshal finally remembers there is a living person in the room. "I thought you had forgotten about me." Rowling had a smile on his face, looking very friendly. However, Sengoku was not buying it and said, "Put away your smile. It makes me feel very uncomfortable." He continued, "According to the intelligence we've received, every time you show that kind of smile, something surprising is bound to happen the next second." Upon hearing this, Rowling's smile not only did not fade, but grew wider. "Thank you for the compliment. I didn't expect the Navy's intelligence to record even this." Sengoku set aside the documents in his hands and said, "Our Navy is not just strong in intelligence. If anyone dares to have their eyes on this place, we will definitely make them learn how to write the word death." Rowling knew that what Sengoku said was directed at him, but so what? The marshal was right, and he felt the same way. If anyone wanted to cause trouble here, he would be the first to take action and take their head. In the end, Rowling added, "For the dignity of our Navy." "You are not in the Navy yet," Sengoku said, hands clasped, speaking seriously to Rowling. "I believe I will be very soon. If possible, I want to become a general." Since the establishment of the Navy, the position of general has always been promoted from the very bottom. No one can violate this rule. Moreover, there have always been only 3 generals, and it is impossible to create a 4th position. Rowling did not take Sengoku's words to heart. Times have changed. Now the 4 emperors firmly control the New World. And just recently, he had done something earth-shattering. The situation on the sea has become increasingly chaotic. Countless people are marching towards the sea, wanting to leave their names on it. One could say that the pressure on the Navy is immense. Furthermore, as far as Rowling knows, in the near future, the Navy will conduct a world conscription, recruiting many monsters, some even directly becoming generals. If others can do it, why can't he? "Marshal, what if I prove myself with my own strength?" The blade of Ganwu Zhao slightly unsheathed, and an overwhelming sword intent surged towards the sky. Sengoku's expression changed. At that moment, a loud laugh echoed from outside the room. The door to the marshal's office was pushed open. A tall, broad-chested, muscular old man walked in. He had a scar over his left eye, blue eyes, and a head full of gray-white short hair, with black and red shoulder pads. The visitor was none other than Carp, the hero of the Navy. "Kid, let me test your strength." Carp laughed heartily, his fists instantly covered in hockey, his aura rising continuously. As Carp's old partner, Sengoku's face changed. "You bastard, don't make a ruckus in the office. If you want to fight, go outside." Although Carp was usually a bit careless, he could still tell what was important. "Kid, I'll be waiting for you outside." Carp stepped out, his whole body shooting out like a cannonball. Crash! The floor-to-ceiling window next to the office shattered instantly. Seeing this, Sengoku couldn't help but cover his forehead, feeling like he was about to crack. No wonder he is a hero of the Navy. He really is different. Indeed, the old blade is still sharp. After that, Rowling unleashed a swift slash, and in the next second, his figure disappeared from the marshal's office. Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing how Rowling vanished, Sengoku's eyes showed a hint of seriousness, but thinking of Carp's combat power, he immediately felt relieved. Carp and Rowling appeared one after the other on the training ground of Marineford. At this time, although the sun was setting, There were still quite a few people on the training ground, which made Rowlin's heart happy. Look, it's Hero Carp. How did Vice Admiral Carp come back to the training ground? It's Carp, my idol. I joined the Navy because of him. Hearing the rising exclamations around him, Rowlin said, Hero, it seems your reputation in the Navy is particularly high. Don't call me Hero. I'm just an old man, Carp replied. No. I still prefer to call you Hero. Rowling had a smile on his lips as he gently placed his hand on Gon Wujua's sword hilt, ready to unleash a sword draw at any moment. Ha, come on, kid. Let me see what you're made of. Carp laughed heartily, and before his words could fade, his hands darkened as the armament hockey enveloped his fists once again. The standoff between the two caused gasps from the onlookers. What is Vice Admiral Carp going to do? Can that person really defeat Vice Admiral Carp? After all, Vice Admiral Carp is a hero of the Navy. It is said that Vice Admiral Carp possesses strength beyond that of a general, but he just doesn't want to become a general, which is why his rank has remained at Vice Admiral. Truly, I feel sorry for that person. He will definitely be ruthlessly beaten by Vice Admiral Carp's iron fists. The training officer, witnessing this scene, smiled helplessly and ordered everyone to gather and observe the fight, ensuring they kept a safe distance so as not to interfere with the battle between the two. Vice Admiral Squirrel limped out from the medical department, his leg wrapped in bandages. As he stepped out, he saw Rowling and Carp facing off not far away. He secretly rejoiced. Rowling, you're finished against Vice Admiral Carp. Let me see how pathetic you look. With that thought, Vice Admiral Squirrel felt a bit lighter in body, and just as he reached the edge, the two moved. Marineford, Navy training ground. Everyone gathered to watch, and a great battle was about to erupt. Dragon Flash. Rowling held the Ganwu Zhuang and casually unleashed a basic sword chi towards Carp. Carp smirked, showing no signs of appreciation, and effortlessly crushed Rowling's slash with his armed hockey-imbued fists, leaving no trace on his hands. Kid, stop testing me. Use whatever strength you have. I can handle it. Truly, as a hero of the Navy, this kind of boldness is simply a model for our generation. Below the stage, everyone's eyes lit up, all turning into Carp's little fans. Rowling furrowed his brows, a flash of brilliance flickering in his eyes. His clothes moved without wind, and his ink-black hair billowed in the breeze as he said, Hero, then I won't hold back. Gon Wuzhua was held in Rowling's hand, singing a soft serenade. Before the words fell, the sword energy transformed into a silver thread, silently blowing towards Carp. Formless and devoid of appearance, it approached quietly. Carp's expression changed slightly, relying on his exceptional observation hockey and battle instincts. He caught the swift sword energy and suddenly crushed it with a squeeze, shattering Rowling's sword energy once again. The Navy soldiers witnessing the scene broke into applause. Carp stepped forward, cracking the ground beneath him. He intended to teach Rowling, this ignorant lad, a good lesson and let him taste his beloved iron fist. However, at that moment, another slash swept in, enveloping the surroundings. Waltz. Rowling softly murmured the name of the sword technique, and within a radius of 100 meters centered on Carp, there was an abundance of tiny sword energies. The sword energy carried the powerful intent of a supreme swordsman, and even though Carp was covered in armament hockey, he appeared quite flustered. No way. Did Vice Admiral Carp fall into a disadvantage? What disadvantage? He wasn't even injured. This was clearly just a warm-up. Once the warm-up was over, he would definitely be in trouble. It was true. One couldn't help but wonder where he got the courage to challenge Vice Admiral Carp. After all, Carp was the one who once cornered Pirate King Roger. Everyone looked down on Rowling, believing him to be arrogant and conceited. Yet they failed to notice Carp's increasingly serious expression. Just as Carp was about to break free from the waltz, Rowling slashed down again from above. Extreme Sonata. The massive sword momentum was like a mountain. With a single strike, it instantly disrupted Carp's rhythm, mixed with the previous tiny sword energies, pressing towards Carp like a bamboo being split. Wherever the sword energy passed, the ground cracked, the wind howled, the sword energy surged, and the weather underwent a dramatic change, taking on a faint orange hue. After one sword, another followed, Flame Banquet. Flame Up. As the two swords were unleashed, the world changed color. The air seemed to be heated. The dry and scorching hot wind, along with the sword energy, drew out all the moisture. Everyone felt a slight pain in their throats with each breath, and at that moment, Carp's expression finally changed. He could clearly sense that the combined power of these two swords was so immense that even if he fully activated his armament hockey to withstand it, he would undoubtedly suffer significant injuries. Ding. Due to Carp's astonishment at the host's slash evaluation, gained battle intuition. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a critical hit bonus. Evaluation doubled. SS. Gained. Battle Intuition Max. Ding! Battle Intuition Max has fused with Basic Observation Hockey. Upgraded to Level 4 Observation Hockey. Host Hockey Level Report. Conqueror's Hockey. Basic Armament Hockey. Level 3 Observation Hockey. Level 4. Upon hearing the system's electronic voice, Rowling felt delighted. This was his second time obtaining a max skill, and each max skill was incredibly powerful. Moreover, this time it had directly fused with Observation Hockey. Rowling felt as if something had suddenly emerged in his mind, making him more sensitive to the changes on the battlefield. Shave. Carp's feet pushed off the ground continuously, generating a powerful reaction force that allowed his body to swiftly escape from Rowling's attack range. Witnessing this scene, the naval soldiers couldn't help but smile knowingly, as if they had anticipated it all along. As expected of Vice Admiral Carp, he easily dodged the attack. That person had unleashed such powerful slashes in succession. He must be running low on stamina. The onlookers exchanged words, but none noticed the smile on Rowling's knife-like face, secretly thinking, "Carp, you absolutely cannot escape this strike." The sword energy, accompanied by a fierce wind, not only did not dissipate after traveling a certain distance, but became even more condensed. The first to react was Vice Admiral Squirrel, who was positioned right in front of Rowling's slash. Though both were Vice Admirals, Squirrel's strength was vastly different from Carp's. One had just recently been promoted, while the other was even stronger than some admirals. The raging flames were enveloping the death intent from hell. Under such sword intent, Squirrel found that his body couldn't move at all. Damn it, move body. With a strong desire to survive, Squirrel forced his hand down onto the blade. The pain instantly sharpened Vice Admiral Squirrel's senses, allowing him to regain control of his body. But by then, it was already too late. Not only Squirrel, but also the other Navy soldiers standing beside him could only watch helplessly as the blazing slash approached. Carp, who had dodged to the side, clearly noticed this scene and angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, kid. This kid is using the lives of Navy soldiers to force him to take this hit. This is a blatant scheme. Whether Carp wanted to or not, he had to block this sword, because he was a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Hero Carp. Shave." Carp re-entered the range of the slash, his muscles bulging, veins popping, and the color of his arm hockey black as ink, looking even more intense than before. Bone-breaking punch. Facing the slash, Carp showed no fear, throwing a punch that exploded like a bomb, colliding with the slash amidst tremendous force. Boom! A loud noise erupted, like a thunderous roar. A large pit appeared beneath Carp's feet, measuring at least 4 meters deep. Ding! The arrogant Navy soldier A felt shocked, evaluating. Gained. 1 sword drop. Ding! The arrogant Navy soldier B felt shocked, evaluating. A. Gained. 1 billion berries. Ding! The arrogant Navy soldier C felt shocked, evaluating. Gained. Atom tree. Ding! The arrogant Navy soldier D felt shocked, evaluating. Gained. Universal recovery potion. Note: the universal recovery potion can restore any injury, bringing the body back to its perfect state. As the smoke gradually cleared, Carp's upper body was revealed, his clothes reduced to ashes at some point, exposing his strong physique. Though a not too deep, but also not too shallow scar marred his body. "Kid, you successfully pissed me off. Let's see how I teach you a lesson." Carp felt a raging fire burning in his chest. Rowling's earlier actions had completely enraged him. In the marshal's office, Sengoku, who was reviewing documents, suddenly heard a deafening sound from outside, causing the pen he was writing with to snap. Frowning, he looked toward the continuously blowing wind through the broken window, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. Leaving his seat, Sengoku walked toward the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. He saw Carp bare-chested, his aura continuously rising. Rowling must have angered Carp, Sengoku murmured, but his tone held no sympathy. An angry Carp was terrifying, but that was exactly what Rowling wanted. "Hero, that last attack was an accident. Please don't take it to heart. Ha 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 ha." Rowling burst out laughing, seemingly oblivious to Carp's angry expression. This guy could still laugh out loud. Didn't he know how to write the word death? The surrounding people had already been dispersed by the training officer, but a few deliberately slow-moving individuals witnessed this scene and gasped in surprise. Looking at the gradually empty training ground, Rowling still felt a bit unsatisfied, but it didn't matter. Today he was very pleased just to have achieved Battle Intuition Max, which upgraded his observation hockey to level 4, although he was still 1 level away from the brief foresight of level 5. What he needed to do now was to integrate all his skills, and to achieve this, there was only one way: combat. The person in front of him was a perfect sparring partner. No matter if it was intentional or not, today, I will let you taste the flavor of my iron fist. As soon as the words left his mouth, Karp stepped forward, his whole body charging like a cannonball, his fists enveloped in thick armament hockey. Clearly, Karp was serious. Rowling put away his playful smile, his eyes calm and unruffled, his hand resting on the sword hilt, waiting for the moment. Now, the heavenly dragon flash. Ganwuzhua was drawn out by Rowling at an extremely fast speed, making a whooshing sound as it sliced through the air. A golden slash ruthlessly struck towards Karp. Shave. Karp kicked off the ground with force, his figure instantly disappearing and reappearing behind Rowling, a fist ready to explode. Boom! Another loud explosion echoed, creating a pit in the ground, showcasing its immense power. Standing above, Sengoku squinted his eyes, watching intently. He saw clearly that the moment Karp's iron fist descended, Rowling's figure abruptly appeared where the sword energy had missed due to Karp's dodge. This method of movement was truly bizarre. If there was no way to restrict this ability, it would be very difficult for the two to determine a winner. Kid, do you only know how to run? Dare you to face me with a punch? Heroic Lord, you jest. I doubt there are many people in this world who can face you head-on in a fist fight. Rowling said this, but in reality, he had already started planning how to attack. However, Rowling wanted to chat, but Karp didn't give him the chance and quickly moved towards Rowling using the shave technique. Karp swung his iron fists repeatedly, and the sound of air bursting made one have to carefully block. With the armament hockey attached to the blade of the Ganwuzhuang, Rowling blocked Karp's iron fists. After all, the Ganwuzhuang was one of the 12 supreme blades, and in terms of blade hardness, it was even harder than the world's strongest black blade, Knight. The enhancement was not something to be underestimated. Otherwise, Rowling wouldn't dare to play like this. Tornado Flash. Rowling spotted an opportunity, but the observation hockey gave him a very bad feeling. However, he didn't want to give up on this hard-won chance. He immediately twisted his body to evade Karp's attack, and, using the centrifugal force from the twist, struck out with his sword at lightning speed towards Karp. Seeing this, Karp laughed and said, "Kid, you've fallen for it." Rowling's heart rang with alarm. He never expected that this opportunity was truly created for him by Karp. Indeed, his experience in battle was still too limited. "Kid, don't worry, I'll only leave you severely injured. Consider it a return gift for that slash earlier." Upon hearing this, Rowling laughed. He wouldn't allow himself to be severely injured. Who knows what the Navy would do while he was hurt? At this point, he didn't want to be an admiral anymore. He could easily transform into Prometheus and cause a ruckus in Marineford to earn enough rewards before leaving gracefully. After all, aside from those proficient in Conqueror's hockey, very few could harm him. This was one of Rowling's biggest trump cards. Just as Rowling was about to unleash his Prometheus form, a shield suddenly appeared in the air for some unknown reason. The shield was silver, about 5 fingers thick, and engraved with mysterious patterns. Bang! Karp's iron fist struck the shield directly, and surprisingly, ripples spread across the surface of the shield, looking completely unscathed. Sengoku, who had been watching the battle between the two, was momentarily stunned by this scene. His eyes narrowed, and his heart sank instantly. CP0, why are those guys here? With this thought, Sengoku jumped down from the tall building, landing heavily on the ground without a scratch. He took 2 steps for every 3 and approached the masked man. CP0, what are you doing here? Karp naturally recognized the man before him, furrowing his brows as he retracted his hockey and stood shoulder to shoulder with Sengoku. The two looked grimly at the person in front of them. They knew that his arrival meant trouble, in contrast to their solemn expressions. Rowling observed the scene with great interest. The sudden appearance of CP0 made him abandon the idea of transforming into Prometheus, as the current situation seemed to be shifting in a fascinating direction. The masked, mysterious man pointed at Rowling, his cold voice reaching everyone's ears. The 5 elders have issued an order. He is to participate in the 4th Great War. Codename, Black Crow. Upon hearing this, Rowling smiled, genuinely happy, his eyes squinting with delight, though no one could see the shadows flickering in his gaze. It seemed he had been made a flag. Was this really the decision of the 5 elders? Did the Navy intend to break the tradition of only having 3 admirals since its founding? Had they even considered the feelings of the prospective admirals? When Sengoku questioned him, the masked man remained silent and turned to leave. Sengoku frowned, watching the figure depart, his face practically screaming that he was very angry. He had originally not intended to let Rowling become an admiral. At most, he would give him a position as a captain and observe him slowly, hoping to draw him into the Dove faction. However, now this had happened. The decision of the five elders would undoubtedly reshuffle the already stabilized factions within the Navy. Currently, the Navy was divided into three factions. The Dove faction, led by Sengoku, whose members had a scale in their hearts, knowing what their justice was. The Hawk faction, led by Akainu, who viewed pirates as parasites of the sea, eager to eradicate them. And the neutral Lazy Fish faction, led by Kizuru, which was also quite powerful, especially since Kizuru had recently gained command of the Navy Science Unit, making his strength not to be underestimated. However, Kizuru was too laid back, so neither the Dove nor Hawk factions targeted the neutral faction. Sengoku could guess the thoughts of the five elders. They wanted Rowling to enter the Navy and establish his own influence to weaken the strongest Dove faction and the slightly inferior Hawk faction. They wanted a blade that would obey their commands without question. What Sengoku could figure out, Rowling, as a time traveler, could certainly understand as well. But could this really happen? In Rowling's view, the five elders had long been in power, their malice worn down over time, believing everything was under their control. Yet they didn't realize who was using whom. After all, he was not just Rowling. He was also Prometheus. Rowling's eyes flickered with a dangerous light. When he noticed Sengoku and Carp looking at him, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Marshal, hero, I'm really so happy. I never expected to work with you in the future. Please take care of me." Sengoku snorted coldly and turned to leave. He was in a bad mood and preferred to think about how to stabilize his faction rather than engage in meaningless chatter with Rowling. Carp, too, had lost his earlier anger, as if he was just putting on a show. "Ha ha, kid, very good. I didn't expect you to really become a general. Ha ha." Carp said nonsensically before leaving Rowling's sight. Ding, Sengoku is surprised that the host has become a general. Evaluation. SS. Obtained. Mid-level mastery of the Supreme Great Sword Master. Ding. Carp is surprised that the host has become a general. Evaluation. SS. Obtained. Level 5 armament hockey. A mysterious power flowed into Rowling's limbs, making him feel incredibly relaxed. Both his understanding of the swordsmanship and the enhancement of armament hockey directly elevated his combat power to a new level. As Sengoku and Carp were walking toward the office, they suddenly felt a chill. After carefully sensing it, they found nothing and didn't pay much attention. "Carp, it seems the five elders are already preparing to weaken our faction's influence." "Haha, Sengoku, don't worry. That kid is definitely not someone the five elders can easily control. I've fought him before. His mind is not as simple as it appears." Sengoku sighed and said nothing. On the training ground, Rowling slightly curled his lips. Coming to Marineford was indeed the right choice. There were many old monsters here, and whatever they revealed would be extremely rare. System, bring up my detailed information. The following is the host's detailed information. Name, Rowling skills. Mid-level mastery of the Supreme Great Sword Master. Supreme Great Sword Master S Flame Sword Intent. Transformation Technique Max. Level 5 Armament Hockey. Level 4 Observation Hockey. Beginner Conqueror S Hockey. Flying Swordsmanship. Light Song Nocturne. Waltz. Extreme Performance Rhapsody. Flame Feast. Flame Up. Skills Prometheus. Flame Jet. Heavenly Fire. Giant Form. Special Form. Carrying Giant Form. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame. Items. Supreme Great Blade. 12 Crafts. Mirror World Key. 6 billion berries. Joe Breyer as hand-poured photo. Coca-Cola. Grilled gluten. Grilled sausage. Sword pendant. Universal Recovery Medicine. Treasure Tree Atom. Stussie's complete set of personal clothing. Rowling subconsciously ignored the last Stussie personal item and said to the system, "System, take out the sword pendant for me to have a look." Accompanied by a burst of dazzling light, it looked quite impressive, and since there was no one around, Rowling dared to do so. He reached out his hand to catch the sword pendant and examined it carefully. The shape of the pendant was identical to Gonwujua's, just a smaller version, with a thin string embedded in the sword handle, perfectly suitable for hanging around the neck. This reminded Rowling of Hawkeye's black knife. He could also show off like that guy, using the sword pendant to unleash sword techniques, which might shock the people around him even more, and maybe even reveal something very precious. After putting the sword pendant around his neck and looking down, he felt it looked quite good and had a certain charm. Once he was done with the sword pendant, Rowling took out the universal healing potion from the warehouse to take a look. System, does this thing restore the body to its perfect state? Yes, host. Thinking about it, with this universal healing potion, he effectively gained an extra life. No matter how serious the injuries, he could recover. If only more of these things could drop, what would I have to fear? Anyone who disobeys me can just be dealt with. And if I can't win, I can just pop the potion and make my opponent doubt their life. Ha ha ha. Unlike the happy Rowling, Carp sneaked away as soon as he returned to the office, leaving only Sengoku alone. Helpless, Sengoku summoned the high-ranking members of the Dove faction, including Admiral Akiji and Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff Tsuru. The group sat in a circle, silent, waiting for Sengoku to speak. However, Sengoku felt quite troubled, and the atmosphere became stagnant. Just when he thought the atmosphere would continue, the door was pushed open, and leading the way was none other than Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, the representative of the Hawk faction. Akainu, this is not a place for you. Sengoku's gaze was sharp as he warned Sakazuki. Sakazuki surveyed the people sitting in chairs and said sternly, I'm here to hear what the Marshal thinks. The sudden appearance of the fourth Admiral would inevitably reduce our military funds, diverting a portion to Rowling, which is very unfavorable for combating pirates. Justice absolutely cannot allow this, and I certainly won't allow it. So I want to know what you think, Marshal. Sengoku stared intently into Akainu's eyes, but Akainu's gaze was calm and unreadable. Sighing, Sengoku spoke to Akainu. Sit down. Let's discuss how we should handle the new Admiral's appointment. Just after sitting down, Akainu said without hesitation, Marshal, I think we should focus on military funding. As the Navy, combating pirates is our duty, but all actions require substantial military funds. If we give it to someone who doesn't know how to use it, it will result in a huge waste of resources. Sengoku understood Akainu's nature and didn't say much, instead looking at his staff to hear their thoughts. Akiji was wearing an eye patch and sleeping. Tsuru seemed to be thinking seriously, while Carp was completely missing. Seeing this situation, Sengoku had nothing to say. Akainu, let's discuss this aspect properly. The next day, before dawn, a shocking piece of news exploded in the Navy base Marineford. What? There is actually a new admiral in the Navy. The fourth admiral? Why have we never heard of this person before? Isn't this the person who fought with Vice Admiral Carp yesterday? I wonder what the outcome of the battle was. Could it be that Vice Admiral Carp lost? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become the fourth admiral, right? People were exchanging opinions, but ultimately, they felt unconvinced. Someone they had never seen before suddenly became their superior, becoming a glorious admiral, even allowing the Navy to break the rules and establish a fourth admiral. Many people felt dissatisfied. Among them was a prospective admiral. In a room filled with sword scabbards, a beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her long hair falling to her shoulders, her eyes shimmering like water, extremely enchanting, with a beauty mark at the lower right corner of her lips, looking quite charming. This person was Peach Rabbit, who had just been promoted to prospective admiral. Naturally, she had ambitions that others could not match. Her ambition was to rely on her own strength to fully advance to the position of admiral during the transition. However, things did not go as planned. Peach Rabbit never expected such a thing to happen. She still remembered how shocked she was when she received the news last night. Although Tsuru kept advising her to let go, how could she let go of such a thing? Stopping her actions, Peach Rabbit picked up the golden sword in her hand, her beautiful eyes flashing with dangerous light. Her slightly magnetic and beautiful voice echoed in the room. Rowling, whether you can become an admiral still depends on the golden sword in my hand. Rowling was unaware that he had become a public enemy of the Navy and was still sleeping in his own room. This room was temporary. After noon today, Rowling would truly become a general, with his own warship, room, and office. In Marin Fander, he had also secured a place for himself. While Rowling was deep in his dreams, it seemed he suddenly sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through the distance of the room. He saw two figures dressed in white robes, their faces obscured by strange masks, who had appeared in the room at some unknown time. Rowling rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. It turned out to be them. What do you want from me? He recognized that one of the two people in front of him was the shield man who had appeared yesterday. The other person, judging by the current situation, seemed to possess mobility abilities, which looked like quite a serious problem. Rowling, afternoon today, you will become the only fourth admiral in the history of the Navy. Do you understand the heavy burden on your shoulders? Rowling shrugged and said, eliminating harm for the people, killing pirates, making a name for myself. Listening to each word that came out of Rowland's mouth, the shield man's expression became increasingly grim. Just as he was about to interrupt Rowland, the latter's words took a sharp turn. None of this is possible. Eliminating harm for the people is impossible. After all, this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The weak are destined to be slaughtered. Killing pirates? Please, new pirates set sail every moment. There will never be an end to it, and I can't be bothered. Making a name for myself? I believe that when the news of me becoming a general is fully revealed to the world, most people will know my name. So, what I want is just a broader stage, endless wealth, and supreme power. Can the people behind you give me that? The eyes of the two CP0 agents, seen through their masks, coldly stared into Rowlin's eyes. After a long pause, they said, "Of course we can, provided you are able to complete the tasks assigned to you. By then, whether it's money, power, or a broader stage, we can give you all of it. But what I want is a lot." Rowlin silently added in his heart, "Compared to all this, what I desire more is the heads of the people behind you. I imagine that by that time, the people around me will definitely provide me with astonishing tools." The two CP0 agents were unaware of just how great Rowlin's appetite was, and said, "You are very clever, but I don't think you know our true identities." True identities? Rowling has started to act crazy and silly. With acting skills that are truly at the level of a film emperor. "Do you think we are here to serve the five elders?" Rowling did not speak, but was actually struggling to hold back laughter. Seeing that Rowling remained silent, the shield man continued, "In fact, that's not true. The one we truly serve is the supreme celestial dragon, Saint Vandini. Among the celestial dragons, males are revered as saints and females as princesses. He is different from other celestial dragons. He has his own ambitions and wants to personally cultivate his own power." So when he learned, before the shield man could finish his sentence, Rowling waved his hand and said, "Just tell me what you need me to do. Don't ramble on about all this nonsense. With this time, I might as well go to sleep." Rolling his eyes, Rowling yawned. The shield man was furious, but thinking of Saint Vandini's orders. He refrained from saying more, conveyed the task, and left behind a single-line phone bug. Then he had the person standing beside him teleport away with him. As Rowling had guessed, the person who had been standing nearby was probably the teleporter who had eaten the teleportation fruit. In the room, only Rowling remained, lying on the bed with his legs crossed, staring at the ceiling. Everything was as Rowling or the Warring States had anticipated. They wanted Rowling to disrupt the existing factions, forcing the Navy to reshuffle, and then that Saint Vandini would take the opportunity to bring his own power from the bottom to the top while stirring the waters. Rowling fantasized about what might happen soon, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing stronger. "Vandernay, huh? I wonder if your heart is any different from others. If there's a chance in the future, could you let me broaden my horizons?" With this thought, Rowling stopped thinking about other things, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. However, just after he closed his eyes, a knock sounded at the door. "Sir, the Marshal wants you to come quickly." Two CP0 members instantly arrived at Mariewa, respectfully kneeling behind a man. "How'd it go?" the master asked. "Master." Rowling is very compliant. But the shield man organized his thoughts in his mind and said, "His personality is not easy to control. As long as there is desire, there is nothing that cannot be controlled. I can satisfy whatever he wants, as long as he can do what I want him to do. Do you understand?" Master understood. After dismissing the two, Vandernay toyed with his teacup, took a small sip of tea, and said, "Let it be chaotic. The more chaotic, the better. Only then can I better develop my own power." At noon, the square in front of Marineford was packed with people, a sea of faces. All the Navy soldiers stationed at Marineford were gathered here. Sengoku looked at the tardy Rowling and said nothing more, handing him a prepared script. "The script is ready. When the time comes, just read from it." Rowling glanced at Sengoku, then at the manuscript in Sengoku's hand, his eyes slightly squinting. He took the manuscript, nodded at Sengoku, and said, "No problem." Seeing Rowling agree so readily, Sengoku felt the tension in his heart relax. After a while, the ceremony for the appointment of the admiral officially began. Sengoku stood high above Marineford, flanked by the top brass of the Navy, including Garp, Tsuru, Zephyr, Akiji, Akainu, Kizaru, and Rowling. At this time, Zephyr had not yet been severely injured by Weevil and was not disappointed in the Navy. Sengoku looked down at the soldiers of the Navy below, thinking about what happened yesterday, sighed, and walked to the loudspeaker snail, his deep voice resonating in everyone's ears. "Navy soldiers, the reason you are gathered here today, perhaps you already know, Rowling is sitting in a place not visible to the crowd, holding a manuscript. At this moment, he is wearing the standard admiral's uniform, with a large justice printed on the back. If it weren't for the pair of AJ shoes on his feet, he might actually look the part. The AJ was naturally something from the system, and if it weren't for this occasion, Rowling would probably have forgotten it in the system warehouse. The manuscript was filled with dense, tiny characters, and in Rowling's words, it was all official language, which made him feel overwhelmed. He couldn't get through it at all. After Sengoku finished reading the incredibly lengthy speech, they finally got to the point. "Now, let's give a warm welcome to the 4th Admiral, Rowling." The applause from below Marineford was bustling, and it seemed many people were quite dissatisfied. But would Rowling care? No, not at all. Standing in front of the loudspeaker snail, Rowling took a glance at the manuscript in his hand, gave a wicked smile, and immediately tossed the manuscript away. The wind blew, and the manuscript scattered away, drifting further and further. This unexpected move left everyone dumbfounded. Oh, sorry, I slipped. But I believe no one here likes to hear what's on the manuscript. So let me just speak off the cuff and share my views with you all. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Did he just throw the manuscript away? That was so casual. Ding, because the host's action shocked Sengoku. Evaluation. A reward. Super large electric power device. Ding, because the host's action shocked Vice Admiral Tsuru. Evaluation. Reward. Zoan type devil fruit, dog fruit, rural dog form. Ding, because the host's action shocked Akiji. Evaluation. A reward. Robin's life card. Ding, because the host's action shocked Kizuru. Evaluation. B. Reward. Reflector. Effective only against Kizuru's fruit ability. Usable times. 5. Hearing the system's electronic voice, Rowling knew that his action was indeed the right choice. Although it seemed to include a strange fruit, the value of the other items was quite decent. In addition to the rewards for these people, the distant Navy soldiers also reported a large amount of useless items, most of which were food. Rowland's voice came through the transponder snail to everyone's ears, saying, "Good afternoon. Everyone, I am General Rowland, codenamed Black Crow. I know you're all quite dissatisfied. Why would someone you've never seen before suddenly become a Navy Admiral? I don't want to say much about it. After all, saying too much will only annoy you without serving any other purpose. It's better if you just tell me directly that you're not convinced and come and challenge me. As long as you can defeat me, I'm willing to give up the position of Admiral." Sengoku frowned, quietly warning from behind Rowland. "Rowland, a 1T hold you accountable for what happened just now. But how can you treat the position of Admiral so lightly? This is too reckless." Akainu angrily added from behind, "You are insulting the justice of the Navy." Kizuru at the back watched, grinning and slightly lewdly said, "Looks like things are going to get troublesome." As for Akiji, he remained unconcerned at the back, wearing his mask and seemingly asleep for a long time. Rowland didn't take the words of those behind him to heart and continued, "If no one speaks up, I'll take it as your agreement. Wait, I want to challenge you." In the silent square, a very pleasant voice suddenly broke out. But this sentence left countless Navy personnel dumbfounded. This voice, it's Peach Rabbit. Vice Admiral Crane exclaimed, then sighed. "This child, sigh. I clearly talked with her for a long time yesterday. Why is she still so impulsive now?" Crane thought, some things can't just be resolved by advice. It's better to let her solve her own worries. Otherwise, if her resolve is not clear, her path as a swordsman will be incredibly difficult. Vice Admiral Crane sighed again. "Hoping so. Carp, after a while, let's go take a look together, in case something unexpected happens." "All right, as long as you don't mind that I'm an old bone," Carp readily agreed. Rowland looked at Peach Rabbit. As a time traveler, he recalled the information about Peach Rabbit in his mind. If he remembered correctly, since Peach Rabbit was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, he had not been promoted to Admiral. Even during the later Navy's large-scale recruitment, Peach Rabbit was not selected as an Admiral. Instead, the positions were taken by Fujitora and Green Bull, who were directly promoted. It really seemed quite unfortunate. However, this also indicated one thing. Peach Rabbit's strength had not reached the true Admiral level. Otherwise, the Navy would not have allowed Peach Rabbit to remain in the position of Rear Admiral for so long. Rowling still used his usual tone, teasingly saying, "Oh, isn't this the great general? I thought someone was trying to challenge me, but it turns out to be you." Tautu's face, rarely showing embarrassment, turned red as she gritted her teeth and glared at Rowling. This sentence had struck a painful chord for Tautu, and she angrily said, "Shut up. If you want to fight me, if you win, I will have no objections." Rowling glanced at the person behind him and then said directly, "Lord General, let's go to the training ground to avoid ruining this nice square." After speaking, Rowling's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, and Peach Rabbit also used Shave to vanish from the spot. Rowling had just arrived at the training ground, closely followed by Peach Rabbit, with less than a second between them. In terms of speed, they were nearly equal. This made Peach Rabbit even more contemptuous of Rowling's abilities. Although she had heard from Crane that Rowling had sparred with Vice Admiral Garp, she assumed that Vice Admiral Garp must not have used his full strength, and besides, he had ultimately held back, which didn't prove that Rowling had the strength of a Marine Admiral. Thinking of this, Peach Rabbit drew her Jinjira from her waist and pointed it at Rowling. "Let me see what level your strength is at." "Wait." Rowling quickly called out to stop Peach Rabbit as she looked eager to fight. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" No. Don't use that title, Vice Admiral." Peach Rabbit felt quite embarrassed hearing Rowling repeatedly emphasize Vice Admiral. Rowlin's lips curled into a charming arc as he said playfully, since that's the case. I'll call you Tao Tao. Ha ha ha. Without waiting for Tao Rabbit to refuse, Rowlin continued, Tao Tao, a simple duel seems a bit too monotonous, don't you think? I don't know if it was Rowlin's illusion, but he seemed to see a hint of unnatural pink on Tao Rabbit's face. What exactly do you want to say? Tao Rabbit shouted sharply. It's simple, let's have a bet. If you win, I'll give up my position as a general and let you do as you please. And if I lose? Tao Rabbit asked. Rowlin paused for a moment and then said, if you lose, all you need to do is become my direct subordinate and follow my orders. I absolutely cannot. Tao Rabbit was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Rowlin. Are you afraid? It seems that Tao Tao's true nature is still that of a prospective general, lacking any confidence in herself. Rowling skillfully used provocation, smirking as if to write, I am the bad guy on his face. Who's afraid? With Rowling's words provoking her, Peach Bunny immediately agreed, but in this battle, we can only use swordsmanship and hockey, no other abilities. Do you dare? Quite clever, huh? All right, I agree, but I hope you won't go back on your word. I swear on the way of the sword. I swear on the way of the sword. Peach Bunny is extremely confident in her swordsmanship. At most, it would just be a tie between the two, which would indirectly prove her strength. No matter how you think about it, it seems like she's at an advantage, which is why Peach Bunny agreed. Rowling, however, had no idea what Peach Bunny was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely tease her for her girl-like innocence. Wait, Peach Bunny is indeed a girl. After the two reached an agreement, Carp and Crane entered the training ground. Seeing that the battle hadn't started yet, Crane let out a small sigh of relief. She considered Peach Bunny to be like a younger sister to her. Although she was a bit older, she genuinely cared for Peach Bunny. Their relationship was very good. Holding her sword with both hands, Peach Bunny said to Rowling, let us begin. Rowland looked at the poised Rowland and smiled, slowly drawing out his Ganwu. In the next second, the blade sliced through the air with a whoosh, ruthlessly slashing towards Peach Rabbit. The speed of the strike was beyond the naked eye. The sudden attack did not startle Peach Rabbit. She was already prepared. Calmly, she positioned her Jinbira above her head, and with a clang, in a flash of lightning, Peach Rabbit glanced in surprise at the knife in Rowland's hand. As the armed color instantly wrapped around the Jinbira, she deftly dodged the blade and quickly retreated, creating distance between herself and Rowland. Is your sword one of the unparalleled great knives? Rowling nodded and said, this sword is called Ganwu. It can shatter nothing and slice through everything. This is a good sword, do not let it go to waste. For a swordsman, encountering a good sword is a fortunate event in life. Therefore, between swordsmen, there is often an inexplicable feeling of mutual appreciation. It should be so, but if I had to choose between you and Tao Tao, I would choose you. Rowling started to show off again. In the training ground, Rowling and Peach Bunny exchanged glances. Suddenly, Peach Bunny moved, closing in on Rowling's body at an incredible speed. Her black hair fluttered, and her clothes billowed. The golden kinger in her hand gleamed darkly as she lunged forward, but Rowling raised his sword to block it. Unexpectedly, Peach Bunny changed her thrust into a downward slash, leaping into the air and drawing a circle before striking down from above. Crane's eyes lit up at this scene. Thinking to himself, Peach Bunny won. What Crane could see, Carp naturally could see as well, but it was precisely because of this that he found it strange. Yesterday, he had fought Rowling and knew that Rowling was meticulous. Yet now it seemed like Rowling had not anticipated that Peach Bunny would change her attack at all. Ganwu couldn't defend in time to block the incoming damage. Peach Bunny's lips curled into a slight smile as she saw that Rowling had no way to withstand her attack, causing her strength to increase a bit as she exclaimed, you lost. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and Peach Bunny completely missed the smile in Rowling's eyes. With a crisp sound, it echoed across the training ground. Peach Bunny's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the sword pendant in Rowling's hand, which was enveloped in black hockey, blocking her fierce attack. How could this be? Not only was Peach Bunny stunned, but even Crane and Carp were taken aback by Rowling's maneuver. They observed that if it had been just a bit off, it wouldn't have been a matter of whether he could block it, but rather, it would have directly exposed his heart. Rowling's boldness can only be attributed to his precise and even terrifying understanding of his own abilities. Ding. Because the host used the sword drop to block Peach Bunny's attack. Evaluation. A. Reward. 1 bottle of potential potion, which can be used to enhance all-around potential. Determined by the user's ability to endure pain. Ding. Carp received an evaluation of A for blocking Peach Bunny's attack with a sword drop. Reward. 1 sword heart, which contains the lifelong insights of an unparalleled sword master. Ding. Crane received an evaluation of A for blocking Peach Bunny's attack with a sword drop. Reward: 1 key to Peach Bunny's room, which can be used to open Peach Bunny's private room. Rowling's attention was not diverted by the system. He simply smiled and did not speak. He suddenly thrust his sword upward, and the sword energy soared into the sky. The airborne Tao Hua quickly adjusted her center of gravity, her long legs exerting force as they unleashed an astonishing power. This skill was none other than the moon step from the 6 styles. Tao Hua's moon step was not slow like others. Its speed was akin to that of a released arrow, suddenly accelerating to dodge Rowling's sword energy slash. Tao Tao! Don't call me Tao Tao. Get ready to die. Just after escaping the range of the sword energy, Tao Hua's eyes widened in anger upon hearing Rowling's words, and her fury surged up. She dove down from the air, charging at Rowling with an unstoppable momentum. Peach Blossom Storm. The golden Kinjira in Tao Hua's hand seemed to turn ethereal, transforming into countless peach blossoms floating in the air. Although the peach blossoms were beautiful, they also concealed deadly threats. Rowling unleashed his observation haki, feeling the air filled with sword energy. It was surprisingly similar to his waltz. Since that was the case, Rowling immediately thrust his sword toward Ganwuzhua, swinging it continuously. In an instant, the sword energy enveloped both Taodu and Rowling in a waltz of their own. With a bang, the 2 swords clashed, creating a powerful gust of wind that kicked up dust. Taking advantage of Taodu's unsteady posture, still in the air, Rowling used the momentum to swing his sword. A light serenade. The silent strike, like a deathly Rakshasa, reached out with an invisible hand toward Taodu. At that moment, Rowling was at the mid-level of an unparalleled swordmaster, and Taodu's observation haki had no reaction whatsoever. The penetrating strike pierced through Taodu's left shoulder, blood gushed out. An intense pain surged to her brain. Taodu let out a cry, and blood quickly stained her justice cloak. Seeing this scene, Crane felt an overwhelming urgency, his figure flashing as he rushed to Taodu's side, saying with concern, "Taodu, I'll take you to the medical department immediately." Regarding Major General Crane's actions, Rowling smiled and said, "Without experiencing pain, how can one make further progress? Major General, what you're doing might actually delay Taodu." Rowland sheathed his sword and turned to leave. He still needed to continue wrangling in the past and wouldn't waste any more time here. Who knows, he might stumble upon something good. Tao, too, watched Rowland's departing figure, clenching her fists in frustration. Mid-level Supreme Great Swordmaster. He is now actually at the mid-level of a Supreme Great Swordmaster. But Tao Tu's eyes were filled with unwillingness, yet she felt helpless. She thought that reaching the Supreme Great Swordmaster level at this time would be impressive, but she never expected Rowland's swordsmanship and talent to surpass her own. Tao Tu, don't be sad. You are the most talented swordsman I've seen among women. Don't lose heart because of this. General Crane advised from the side. At this moment, Rowland's earlier words resonated in Tao Tu's mind. Without saying anything more, she silently made up her mind. Tao Tu could tell that Rowland was a mid-level Supreme Great Swordmaster, and naturally, Car could sense it too. This guy was hiding his strength yesterday. What a terrifying individual. If given time to develop at his current age, he might reach the heights of Mihawk or Shanks. It's better to inform the warlords. It's best to avoid offending someone like him. Mihawk and Shanks have a comprehension of swordsmanship that far exceeds ordinary people, both having reached the peak of Supreme Great Swordmaster. As for Mihawk, he isn't even a warlord yet, just a wandering individual searching for strong opponents on a small boat. Speaking of Shanks, aside from his conqueror's haki that can affect matter, his swordsmanship alone is enough to secure his position among the 4 emperors. Not long after leaving, Rowland suddenly received an electronic notification from the system. Ding! Because Cart mistakenly believes that the host was hiding his strength, he is shocked. Evaluation. S. Reward. Fragment of Sword God Bloodline. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a critical evaluation. Rated SSS. Reward. Complete Sword God Bloodline. The Sword God Bloodline is an extremely powerful lineage. Individuals possessing this bloodline have terrifying physical attributes, near infinite stamina, and can recover from severe injuries in a short time. Moreover, their comprehension of swordsmanship is remarkably swift, and their bodies can store unlimited sword energy, which can be released all at once when necessary, causing catastrophic destruction in the blink of an eye. Ding! Due to the host activating the sword body bloodline, swordsmanship cultivation has been upgraded to high-level Supreme Great Swordmaster. As the electronic voice fell, a large amount of mysterious energy dispersed throughout Rowland's body. He felt an indescribable comfort and an abundance of energy. At this moment, Rowlin's physical strength was absolutely comparable to Big Mom, often referred to as the Iron Balloon. From a certain perspective, his physique might even be more abnormal than hers. Since Rowland easily defeated Tao 2, the dissenting voices within the Navy quickly diminished. Coupled with Rowland's always smiling demeanor, he responded humbly with a smile whenever greeted, which allowed him to gain quite a bit of fame in a short time. Naturally, many of them were female Navy members, as Rowland's appearance was truly impeccable. With a chiseled face and long hair as dark as ink, he seemed like a young master who had stepped out of an ancient painting, exuding an indescribable charm. This was a powerful attraction for women. Especially in the unit led by General Crane, many openly expressed their admiration for Rowland, which made him feel a mix of pain and joy. As time passed, Rowland, the Navy's 4th Admiral, was becoming well known across the seas. Almost everyone knew that there was a mysterious 4th Admiral in the Navy, codenamed Black Crow. The pirates were particularly concerned about this. On the Moby Dick, a massive man with a crescent-shaped white mustache let out a hearty laughter on the deck. This man was the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. He was a living legend. At this moment, Whitebeard was not hooked up to various four-drips. He was listening to Marco as he spoke about the content of the newspaper. Gwahaha, the Navy is getting weaker and weaker. Is there no one left? They actually allowed someone to be directly airdropped as an admiral. It's truly laughable. Marco did not share Whitebeard's thoughts. He frowned, looking very serious. Dad, things might not be as simple as we think. Just the position of admiral alone indicates a lot. This person's strength is likely on par with the other 3 admirals. Hearing his son Marco say this, Whitebeard was unconcerned. He took out his wine jug and took a big swig, laughing heartily. Gwahaha, don't worry. As long as he doesn't harm my family, no matter how strong he is, so what? If he dares to hurt you, no matter how powerful he is, I can still take him down. Gwahaha. His boisterous laughter echoed across the sea, and Marco felt relieved, saying, Dad, your health is important. Don't drink so much. In the West Sea, a pirate ship of moderate size was sailing through the waters. The pirate ship bore a skull with a scar and crossed swords behind it. The ship of the famous red-haired pirates. Red-haired leaned against the ship's railing, holding a newspaper in his hands. He keenly noticed the sword Rowland was carrying and exclaimed with great enthusiasm, I really hope to meet him soon and have a duel. On Cake Island, Big Mom was devouring cakes, her eyes red. She had been in this state for quite some time. Katakuri held a freshly arrived newspaper, saying, Mama, about the Navy. No matter what happened with the Navy, all I want to know is where Prometheus is right now. Keep searching for Prometheus. Her voice was harsh and unpleasant. Katakuri opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately could only sigh. As for Kaido, he was busy with his own suicide games, completely unaware of the Navy's news. Rowlin was unaware of the reactions of the 4 emperors and other pirates upon hearing his news. In any case, he hadn't received any rewards, so he didn't give it much thought. At this moment, he was sailing from Sabeti Archipelago towards Marineford. As night fell, Marineford remained brightly lit, and Rowland's warship slowly docked at the port. The warship looked very impressive, identical to those of other admirals. It is worth noting that admiral-level warships are equipped with a great deal of advanced technology, developed by the top scientists of Vegapunk, who are part of Kizaru's scientific unit. Especially in terms of propulsion, they are extremely swift, taking only 2 hours to travel between Sabeti Archipelago and Marineford. Rowland walked towards the residential area behind Marin Fando, carrying a box. He skillfully used a key to open the room of Peach Rabbit and placed the box on the table. This was a top-notch delicacy that Rowland had specially purchased for Peach Rabbit. Rowland glanced around the room. It was empty, with only the sound of water dripping from the bathroom. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he quietly tiptoed towards the bathroom. Just as he reached the bathroom door, before he could make a move, the bathroom door swung open. Tao 2's water-like eyes immediately spotted Rowling, and her body instinctively trembled, clearly startled by him. You bastard. How'd you get in this time? I even changed the lock. Oh, did you? I didn't notice. I just opened it with a key, Rowling replied, showing Tao 2 the key in his hand. This key was obtained from the system, which stated that no matter what kind of lock Tao 2 changed, this key would open it, as long as it was Tao 2's room. Rowland noticed that Tao Rabbit was about to lose her temper, so he quickly put away the keys, added some fuel to the fire, and, with one hand on his chin, seriously said, I didn't expect your figure to look even better than usual, and your physical condition is quite good. Your wounds have basically healed. Upon hearing this, Tao Rabbit was taken aback, slowly lowered her head, and an endless rage began to rise. You bastard. You enter my room every day without my permission, and now, you actually, Tao Rabbit was clearly furious and didn't know what to say anymore. For her, talking was not as effective as taking action, so she directly grabbed the sword sheath beside her, wrapped in armed color, and glared at Rowlin. The sword sheath, wrapped in armed color, easily cut through Rowlin's clothes, leaving a not-so-deep wound visible to Tao Rabbit. Why didn't you dodge? It's fine. Now we're even. I see you. You see me, ha ha ha. After hearing Rowlin's words, Tao Rabbit, feeling somewhat guilty, rolled her eyes, but the next moment, something surprising happened. Rowlin's wound, in the blink of an eye, began to heal, and in less than 5 seconds, it was completely restored. Are you a monster? Who knows? Rowlin shrugged and said, By the way, aren't you cold? Or do you like me to? Get lost. You bastard. Tao Rabbit angrily cursed at Rowlin, then quickly walked aside and put on a righteous cloak. For some reason, Tao Rabbit did not dislike Rowlin's sudden intrusion during this time. In fact, she felt that Rowlin's presence added a bit of spice to her dull life. Looking at Tao Rabbit's silhouette, Rowlin's lips curled slightly, secretly thinking, before crossing over. Rowlin did not know what kind of personality Tao Rabbit had, but from their interactions so far, it seemed that she had a lot of girlish qualities. He had to thank Crane. If it weren't for her pampering, Tao Rabbit wouldn't have retained such a cute personality. However, your years of hard work are about to go down the drain, Tao Rabbit. I'm taking over. Ding. Due to the host's words and recent actions causing Tao Rabbit's heart to flutter, the evaluation, S obtained, Tao Rabbit's favorability 80, reaching the status of an important person in her heart. Rowling was also startled by the sudden electronic sound. Looking at the message displayed on the system, Rowling's smile became even brighter, although it seemed a bit too radiant. After changing her clothes, Peach Rabbit, with a flushed face, sat down in the chair. Rowling set Gon Wuxia aside and sat opposite Peach Rabbit, pushing the box in front of her. This is your favorite tempura, specially bought from the Shambody archipelago. And it's still hot. Go ahead and try it. Peach Rabbit simply couldn't resist delicious food, especially tempura, which was her favorite. Putting aside the disturbances from Rowling over the past few days, Peach Rabbit shot a glance at Rowling, saying, At least you have a bit of conscience. After saying that, Peach Rabbit opened the wooden box. The moment it was opened, a golden light seemed to flash, and the aroma of the food made Peach Rabbit's eyes light up as she eagerly began to taste the delicacies. Seeing the little girl's side of Peach Rabbit revealed in front of him, Rowling smiled happily. Pouring himself a glass of water, Rowling said, I plan to go catch some pirates in a few days to add to my achievements, so I won't be criticized later on. You'll come with me. Although he said this, Rowling was actually thinking about using the heads of pirates to earn rewards. By then, with thousands of heads displayed, it would surely create quite an effect. After all, Rowling was all about profit. He wouldn't get up early without a benefit. Peach Rabbit didn't know what Rowling was thinking and retorted, Why should I go with you? Why ask that? Have you forgotten our previous bet? You swore it on the sword path. Did you want to go back on your word? Peach Rabbit slightly parted her cherry lips, wanting to say something, but then remembered that she had sworn on the sword path. As someone who had just stepped into the realm of the supreme swordsman, Peach Rabbit would absolutely not allow herself to break her promise. Not saying anything further, Peach Rabbit transformed her anger into appetite, devouring tempura one by one, looking like a little hamster with her cheeks puffed up, which was quite adorable. Rowling wanted to touch Peach Rabbit's beautiful hair, but Peach Rabbit subtly dodged it. Rowling didn't care and said, From now on, reduce your contact with Crane. She will be an obstacle for you. Why should I? If you can do it, I can help you advance to the mid-level of the Supreme Great Swordmaster in a short time. Peach Rabbit fell silent, completely expressionless except for chewing. She was deep in thought. Ever since she stepped into the realm of the Supreme Great Swordmaster, she knew that it was very difficult to improve in this realm. However, each stage of advancement represented a qualitative leap, which made Peach Rabbit eager to quickly reach the mid-level of the Supreme Great Swordmaster. But no matter how hard she tried, her progress was very slow, and even she felt that her talent was just average. Can you really help me advance to the mid-level of the Supreme Great Swordmaster in a short time? There was a hint of hope in Peach Rabbit's tone. That depends on your performance. What do you mean? It's simple. You do whatever I ask you to do, and if you can do it, I can help you even if you want to reach the peak of the Supreme Great Swordmaster. Rowling took advantage of the moment when Peach Rabbit was lost in thought and pinched her soft, bouncy cheeks. Think it over. I'll go back to sleep now. After saying that, Rowling got up from his seat, picked up Gon Wuxia from the side, and turned to leave. Walking out of Peach Rabbit's room, he ignored the surprised gazes of the surrounding navy. After all, it had already spread among the navy that he and Peach Rabbit were having a passionate romance. Since Peach Rabbit herself didn't mind, why should he? However, at that moment, Peach Rabbit claimed she knew nothing about it. She had almost no friends, which allowed Rowling to easily invade her life. Facing the enthusiastic greetings from the Navy soldiers, Rowling maintained a smile, nodded, and responded with a simple which was enough to make the basic Navy happy for a long time. Some even specifically approached Rowling just to hear him say a gesture that left Rowling speechless. But he couldn't say anything against it. Just as he had walked down from upstairs, Rowling heard someone calling him again. What is it? Rowling subconsciously responded with a sound, then realized and turned to look at the man standing beside him, his brows slightly furrowed. If you remember correctly, the man in front of him was the Vice Admiral, T-Pig. Black Crow, get away from Peach Rabbit quickly. I can catch up to her right away. What gives you the right to intervene? Oh, and then what? Rowling said with a yawn, his expression indifferent. You guy, don't provoke me. The lewd appearance of T-Pig made Rowling unable to bear to look directly at him. If T-Pig was lewd first, then Rowling thought Kizaru could only rank second. With the keen intuition of a supreme swordmaster at a high level, Rowling could sense that T-Pig was still quite strong, although far inferior to his current self. However, considering his personality, Rowling felt that he should be hiding his strength and deliberately restraining his aura. Rowling stopped thinking about this matter. Instead of pondering over trivial things, it would be better to just fight with T-Pig and see if he really has any hidden skills. With this in mind, Rowling continued to provoke. What are you so upset about? Clearly, you're lacking in looks, strength, height, taste, and charm. You've confessed to Peach Rabbit nearly 100 times. And apart from her saying I refuse, you probably never heard anything else come out of her mouth, right? Peach Rabbit's pretty face feels really nice to pinch. You'll never experience that feeling, haha. Onlookers could see Rowling, this great general, and T-Pig, the substitute general, and out of curiosity, they gathered around. T-Pig clenched his fists and said, You're really crossing the line. Oh, are you angry? Feeling unwilling? If that's the case, then come and hit me. As long as you can beat me. I. T-Pig repeated I twice, but still didn't make a move. Since that's the case, no sword style. Get lost. Rowling first clenched his fist tightly, then suddenly released it towards the direction of the T-Pig. An invisible sword wind pressed down towards the T-Pig. Startled, the T-Pig hurriedly jumped to the side, flipping over and getting itself covered in dirt. Ding. Bystander A was shocked that the host's casual strike made the candidate General T-Pig look foolish. Rating: A. Reward: OFF co-branded shirt. Ding. Bystander B was shocked that the host's casual strike made the candidate General T-Pig look foolish. Rating: A. Reward: a J-hook. Ding. Bystander C was shocked that the host's casual strike made the candidate General T-Pig look foolish. Rating: A. Reward: HW phone. Hearing the system's electronic voice, Rowling felt speechless. Sure enough, even if these minions were rated A, they couldn't drop anything good. Instead, there were more strange items. Not focusing on the system, Rowling said to the T-Pig, Why are you dodging? Why not dodge? You're a general. How could I possibly defeat you? The T-Pig lay on the ground, acting like a spoiled child. Is this a character flaw? Or is it a deliberate act for show? If it's for show, then who is it for? Rowling found T-Pig to be quite strange. With a sigh, he decided not to engage further, saying, You can just continue lying here. I'm going back to sleep. After all, he had the system, and no matter how impressive T-Pig was, could he really surpass him? With that in mind, why bother thinking too much? T-Pig watched Rowling's departing figure, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. But beneath that unwillingness, something else seemed to be stirring. Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Rowling visited Peach Rabbit's room every night. Peach Rabbit went from initial anger to becoming accustomed to it. And even yesterday, when Rowling slept in her room, she didn't say anything. After getting 1,000 new recruits from Zephyr, Rowling took Peach Rabbit aboard his ship. Oh no, it was a flagship. Although he had been using this warship for several days, it was the first time he saw so many people on board at once. It had to be said, it was quite a spectacle. Everyone stood straight, with clear and defined task allocations, and the cooperation between the helmsman and the navigator was quite tacit. In short, the warship sailed away from Marineford. Inside a huge cabin, this was Rowling's room. Rowling and Peach Rabbit are sitting face to face. Rowling crossed his hands behind his head, looking lazy as he asked Peach Bunny, How's the thinking going? I'm done thinking. So what's your answer? I will follow your orders, but I will never do anything that goes against my principles. Oh. Rowling stood up and leaned in close to look into Peach Bunny's eyes. After spending these days together, Peach Bunny had become immune to Rowland. After all, he had taken all the advantages he could, so she thought, let him look as he pleased. Can you tell me what your principles are? Rowland asked again. If I asked you to kill the crane, would you do it? Of course not. You bastard. Is this the kind of dangerous stuff you think about all day? Peach Bunny's expression changed, and at that moment, she drew out her golden sword and held it against Rowlin's neck. Rowling said nothing, his knife-like face showing a faint smile as he slowly leaned closer to Tao Tu, the blade and his neck already making contact. You madman. Tao Tu put away her golden vajra and shot Rowling a glare. Rowling is now very close to Peach Rabbit, and the warm breath he exhales touches her face. Peach, it seems you still care about me. With what seems like a satisfactory answer, Rowling's smile becomes even brighter. Peach Rabbit wants to retort, but she realizes that Rowling has already stood up. Peach, please don't call me that anymore. It's really too cheesy. Peach Rabbit sighs. She has said this countless times. But Rowling has never changed. Rowling smiled. He did not answer the question, but instead revealed a serious expression. A look that Tao Tu had never seen on Rowling's face before. I'm somewhat satisfied with your answer, and I will promote you. However, you absolutely cannot tell anyone about what happens next. After saying this, Rowling's expression changed again, and the smile returned to his face. Of course, if you do spill, it doesn't matter. I'll have them all killed, and then punish you severely. Ha ha, I promise you. That's right, Tao Tao. This will be our secret. All right, let's not waste time. What do I have to do to be promoted to the intermediate level of the Supreme Greatsword Master? Regarding Rowling's personality, Tao Tu really didn't want to comment anymore. It was just too terrible. It's simple. You just need to eat these two things. Rowling said, and a blue glow appeared in his hand, with a potion and a sword the size of a thumb appearing in his grasp. Seeing the scene, Peach Rabbit widened her eyes in disbelief. What the heck? Is this also your ability, Rowling? Rowling curled his lips. He naturally knew that Peach Rabbit had almost called him a bastard just now. However, thinking about the things he had done these days, he indeed acted quite like a bastard. Well, as long as he could eat these two things, one of which would enhance his potential, and the other contained the insights of a Supreme Sword Master's entire life. Both of these were top-notch items. Peach Rabbit glanced at Rowling, then at the items in his hand, and asked a classic question. Rowling, why are you so good to me? This kind of thing should be used by me. Because you are my subordinate, and you are someone I care about, Rowling said, pinching Peach Rabbit's cheek before personally placing the items into her hands and turning to leave. Peach Rabbit lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, lost in thought. Could it be that Rowling liked her? He was indeed very outstanding. Although his personality was a bit odd, being by his side gave her a sense of security. Looking again at the items in her hands, Peach Rabbit silently added, Moreover, Rowling has been very good to me. He has taken advantage of me quite a bit these days. Marrying him in the future seems like a good choice. Rowling didn't know what Peach Rabbit was thinking. If he did, he would probably just smile and say, Peach, you really are adorable. The hidden subtext of this statement is something only Rowling himself knows. Sitting on Rowling's bed, Peach Rabbit felt a slight blush on her face, thinking that this was something Rowling had given her, and for some reason, she felt a warm happiness in her heart. She naturally had no doubts about the things Rowling gave her. Opening the potential potion, Peach Rabbit tilted her head back, and the potion slid directly into her mouth and down her throat. Peach Rabbit calmed herself and sensed the changes happening in her body, feeling a gradual rise of a flame in her lower abdomen, circulating within her body over time. It was getting hotter. Peach Rabbit felt like she was going to be burned alive, and she tossed aside her naval uniform, just wanted to cool down a bit. At that moment, the door opened and Rowling walked in. Oh, it seems I've seen something I shouldn't have, Rowling chuckled, then added, I came in to remind you that after taking the potion, your body will gradually heat up, but it seems I might have come in too late. Rowling, I'm so hot. It's normal. That's the potion expanding your potential. Just endure it, and your future path in swordsmanship will be very smooth. Keep it up. I'll leave now. By the way, just a reminder, there's a bathroom in this room. With that, Rowling walked out of the cabin again. This level was only accessible to Rowling and Peach Rabbit, so there was no worry about others barging in. When Peach Rabbit heard there was a bathroom, her eyes lit up, and she immediately used shaving to get to the bathroom, turning on the shower, and cool water poured over her body. The cool water, upon touching Peach Rabbit's skin, immediately created rising steam, showing just how terrifying her temperature was at that moment. As time passed, the dark curtain of night enveloped the sky, and Peach Rabbit's slightly dazed, beautiful eyes gradually regained focus. The pain in her body began to subside, replaced by an infinite sense of relaxation and hunger. Her skin became smoother than before, looking like perfect jade, stunningly beautiful. Gurgle, gurgle. Peach Rabbit's stomach made a sound. If there had been anyone else in the room, she would probably have been too embarrassed. After putting her clothes back on, Peach Rabbit hurriedly left the room and headed to the ship's dining hall. Upon arriving at the dining hall, she found that Rowling was the only one there, with a variety of food placed next to him. Peach, how do you feel? I feel great, unprecedentedly good. My body is very relaxed, and it feels like the hidden injuries I couldn't detect before have all been repaired. Of course, the so-called increase in potential means increasing the activity of your cells. When cell activity increases, they are full of vitality, and those hidden injuries can naturally be repaired by the body's recovery ability. While saying this, Rowling looked at Peach Rabbit's slightly anxious appearance and smiled. You must be very hungry, so hurry up and eat. All of this is prepared for you. You prepared too much. I can't eat this much. After saying that, Peach Rabbit sat down opposite Rowling and began to feast. The food next to her disappeared at a visible speed, all swallowed by Peach Rabbit in just a few bites, digested into energy and distributed to various parts of her body. For 2 hours, Peach Rabbit ate for 2 hours, and with unlimited supply, she finally felt full. No longer hungry, she noticed the mess around her. Her face turned red, and she quickly waved her hands at Rowling, shyly saying, Rowling, actually, I usually can't eat this much. After saying that, Peach Rabbit lowered her head, unable to meet Rowling's teasing gaze. Rowling looked at Peach Bunny's expression and laughed heartily. Haha, Peach, you are just too cute. As he spoke, Rowling gently stroked Peach Bunny's hair. Peach Bunny squinted her eyes, enjoying Rowling's affection. She didn't know why, but this time she no longer felt as resistant as before. Instead, she vaguely felt a bit comfortable. In the restaurant, there were only Rowling and Peach Bunny, and the atmosphere began to slowly rise. As if sensing the strange atmosphere, Peach Bunny spoke first. Rowling, if I take that other thing you gave me, will it hurt like that too? She didn't want to experience the previous sensation again, which felt as if countless ants were biting her all over, causing unbearable pain and itchiness, along with an intense heat. The fact that she could keep silent about it already proved her strong will. Don't worry, that thing is called Sword Heart. It carries the experiences of a supreme sword master throughout his life. Taking it is like experiencing her life from a third-person perspective. Rowling reassured her. Peach Bunny nodded thoughtfully. Rowling, such a magical thing. Where did you get it? Upon hearing Peach Bunny's question, Rowling put a finger to his lips and said, Don't ask. If you ask, I won't tell. If I get it, I won't ask again. Good, I love obedient women. Rowling replied. You should take it now, and I'll keep an eye on you. Okay. Peach Bunny didn't say anything more. She took out a small sword, about the size of her thumb, from her pocket and swallowed it. The sword heart melted in her mouth, seeming to disappear instantly. The next moment, a flood of memories surged into Peach Bunny's mind, as if her spirit was being transported to another world. In this world, Peach Bunny seemed to transform into a pair of eyes in the void, quietly observing everything happening before her. It was a girl who had been very unfortunate since childhood. Her village was slaughtered, and she was the only survivor. At that time, her face was covered in soot, and she held only a kitchen knife. With this knife, the girl survived among the ruins of her village, from various small animals to the wild beasts on the mountain, relying on her talent in swordsmanship. She quickly broke through to the levels of swordsman master, and reached the realm of a great sword master, a level many couldn't achieve in their lifetime. For a woman to reach such a level in her era, it was absolutely astonishing. Peach Bunny watched as the girl slowly grew on the island, transforming from a little girl into a blossoming young woman. But by then, there was nothing left to eat on the island. The girl used the trees on the island to make a raft and sailed into the endless sea, braving countless serious injuries, comprehending numerous sword techniques, creating her own swordsmanship, and awakening her own realm, elevating from a great sword master to a supreme great sword master. Thus, the girl began her own legend. However, at the end, Peach Bunny suddenly realized that the girl had been alone all along, with no friends and no smiles. Her face had shown no change throughout. There was only endless killing, survival and killing. Suddenly, a sense of desolation and loneliness enveloped Peach Bunny, as if trying to pull her into an endless abyss, surrounded by bloody arms. With terrifying beasts lurking in the depths, a black face slowly forming, which was unmistakably the woman from her memories. Peach Bunny wanted to escape, but she couldn't move at all. Someone help me. Stay away from me. Your swordsmanship talent is powerful, but you lack understanding of life. This is why you can never advance to the intermediate level of a supreme great sword master. A sword is a dear friend, but it is not the only one. Desolation and loneliness, living alone, this kind of realm does not suit me. Rowling, save me. Slap. Peach Bunny heard another voice beside her, and the next second, the abyss was gone, and the restraints disappeared. Peach Bunny opened her eyes to see Rowling in front of her, smiling at her. At that moment, countless insights about swordsmanship filled her mind, but she couldn't recall any of the other chaotic things. One can learn from others, but don't immerse yourself in others' worlds. Stay true to your heart. I believe you can go further. Peach Bunny nodded. Her spirit was not as strong as Rowling's, and she couldn't bear the influx of memories. She now felt her head spinning, and if there were a bed, she would probably fall asleep immediately. It was clear that Peach Bunny was really exhausted. Rowling said, "Let's go rest in my room. The bed in my room is bigger and more comfortable. Bastard, who wants to go to your room?" As she spoke, Peach Bunny turned and walked toward her own room, not noticing Rowling's mischievous smile behind her. Peach Bunny braced herself, opened her room, which was nicely decorated and filled with various sword sheaths. Although sometimes Peach Bunny had a bit of a childish personality, she was more passionate about collecting sword sheaths. So Rowling decorated her room accordingly. However, this room always gave Peach Bunny a feeling that something was missing. That bastard Rowling didn't even provide me with a bed. Where am I supposed to sleep? Peach Bunny felt very unlucky, and as drowsiness surged over her, she slammed the door and went to Rowling's room. "Well, he wasn't back yet. You just want me to sleep in your room, so I'm fulfilling your wish," Peach Bunny said as she locked the door, comfortably laid down on the bed, and quickly fell into a dream. Rowling inspected the situation on the warship and returned to his room, pulling the doorknob, but finding it unable to open. It seemed that Tao 2 was indeed, as he had predicted, fast asleep in his room. As long as she was asleep, that was fine. After all, having watched the life of an unparalleled great swordsman, it was only natural to feel tired. With this thought in mind, Rowling took out a key from his pocket, opened the door, and walked in. Tao 2 surely didn't expect that he would leave a key behind. Seeing that Tao 2 had changed her clothes and had simply fallen asleep on the bed, Rowling shook his head. This was really too careless. Sleeping was meant to restore energy, to make one more vibrant the next day. Could she sleep well like this? With that thought, Rowling helped Tao 2 loosen her clothes so she could lie comfortably on the bed. After a while, he finally got everything sorted, covered her with a blanket, and then went to take a shower, wearing only a pair of pants. He exposed his strong upper body as he made his way to the highest point of the ship. The night wind over the sea was still quite strong, and one could easily catch a cold if not careful. But for Rowling, it was no problem at all. Lying at the highest point, Rowling clasped his hands behind his head and gazed at the distant, unreachable, mysterious Star River, which suddenly reminded him of something. If he remembered correctly, there was a person on Sky Island who called himself a god, aspiring to the infinite continent of the moon, right? He wanted to ride the Ark proverb, powered by his own electricity, to reach the moon and realize his domination. To Rowling, this was simply a pipe dream. However, there was no doubt that aside from this delusion, whether it was the thunder fruit, the Ark proverb, or the countless gold in the golden country of Sky Island, these were all things that greatly attracted Rowling. With this in mind, Rowling took out the god-level item, the universal puppet, from the system. The night wind was blowing, quite refreshing. Rowling took out the universal puppet from the system warehouse at the highest point. The puppet was very small, only the size of a palm, and was wrapped in straw. If the system hadn't mentioned it, Rowling might have thought it was a cursed doll. The universal puppet essentially functioned like a robot, used to carry the power of the Prometheus form that Rowling usually couldn't utilize, enabling him to accomplish tasks that his current identity could not. The reason for placing such importance on Rowling's identity was mainly because Marin Vondo was home to many powerful and famous individuals, and simply engaging in a bit of activity here could yield a lot of valuable items. System, inject the power of the Prometheus form into the universal puppet. Ding. Injection started 126766100. Ding. Injection successful. With the sound of the system's electronic voice, the appearance of the universal puppet underwent a dramatic transformation. The body that was originally wrapped in straw was gone, replaced by a blazing fiery body. Aside from being a little smaller, there were no other differences. Go. Find Inal on the Sky Island, teach him a lesson. If you can subdue him, do so. If not, send him to the grave. Additionally, you must find the golden country on the Sky Island, and finally establish a pirate crew. Do you understand? Prometheus nodded and then flew off into the distance. Rowling felt the connection with Prometheus and realized that distance could not hinder his consciousness, and he immediately felt relieved. Let Prometheus level up outside. When the time comes, boom! A loud roar echoed through the sky, the anger of the thunderclouds. The thunder drowned out Rowling's voice, and except for Rowling himself, no one knew what he had just said. Back in the room, Rowling found that Peach Bunny had woken up, cowering in the corner of the bed, covered with a blanket, and it was clear that her body was trembling continuously. "Peach, what happened?" The trembling Peach Bunny heard Rowling's voice and poked her head out from under the blanket. Looking at Rowling's face, her heart calmed slightly. "Rowling, I'm afraid of thunder." Her soft voice carried a hint of tremor. "Huh?" Rowling was taken aback. How could the future General Peach Bunny be afraid of thunder? "Are you sure you're not joking?" But looking at Peach Bunny's panicked eyes and pale cheeks, Rowling did not think she was pretending. Sighing, he went to Peach Bunny's side and pulled her into his arms. At first, Peach Bunny struggled a bit, but under the rolling thunder, she immediately jumped into Rowling's embrace. Holding Rowling tightly, Peach Bunny felt a great sense of security in his broad chest and did not dare to let go at all. Rowling gently patted Peach Rabbit's beautiful back and whispered, it's okay, I'm here." Accompanied by Rowling's gentle pats and soft words, Peach Rabbit once again drifted off to sleep. Seeing Peach Rabbit's obedient demeanor, a slight smile crept onto Rowling's lips, perhaps thinking of something mischievous. That smile held an indescribable allure. Outside the house, heavy rain poured down. The raindrops connected with each other, forming a large net. They fell onto the deck and the sea, playing a melodious tune. Rowling held the Peach Rabbit, closed his eyes, and merged his spirit into this ambience, gradually drifting into a dream. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Sunlight spilled onto the bed through the window, and the Peach Rabbit's curved eyelashes trembled slightly as it sleepily opened its eyes. Suddenly, the Peach Rabbit was fully awake. She was in Rowling's embrace. Did she really sleep with Rowling yesterday? Could it be that her dream wasn't just a dream after all? The exhaustion made the Peach Rabbit's memories a bit jumbled. She even thought the thunder incident had happened in a dream. "Peach, are you awake?" The magnetic voice of Rowland rang in Tautu's ears. Tautu nodded cutely, but secretly thought, it's over. Rowland saw everything from yesterday. I don't know how he will mock me. However, the mocking she imagined did not happen. Instead, Rowland's warm hand rubbed her head. "It's getting late. Let's go eat." "Huh? Tautu, like a little girl, shyly lowered her eyelids, not daring to look at Rowland. Rowling didn't mind, draped in the Navy's cloak of justice, and walked out of the room. Stepping onto the deck, he found the navigator already waiting for him. "Report, Admiral. We have arrived at the target sea area and can start the mission at any time." "All right, I understand. After everyone has had breakfast, have them disguise the warship as a merchant ship and conduct a fishing operation." Although the navigator didn't know what a fishing operation meant, it didn't hinder his admiration for Rowling. After the navigator left, Rowling pinched his chin with one hand, gazing at the endless sea. The speed at which the Admiral-class warship was sailing at full speed really shocked Rowling. It only took a day to reach the target sea area after departing from Henceforth. This speed was something that not many pirate ships could achieve. Thinking of this, Rowling yearned even more for Enel's Arc Maxim. As for the strongest warship, the Pluton, Rowling had no plans for it at the moment. Right now, Crocodile was not a warlord of the sea, and who knew where Nico Robin was? Without her, the one who understood ancient scripts, even if he had the method to create the Pluton in front of him, he wouldn't be able to recognize it. Breakfast was quickly finished, and under Rowling's orders, the Navy soldiers quickly disguised the warship to look like a merchant ship. A seemingly gigantic merchant ship would likely attract quite a few powerful pirates. "You guys should change your clothes too. Those pirates aren't stupid. If you dress like this, they won't fall for it at all." "Report, Admiral. We have no other clothes besides Navy uniforms." Hearing this, Rowling helplessly pressed his forehead and said to them, "Then just stay in your rooms and consider a vacation." "How can we do that?" "We can't let you. That's an order." Yes, the Navy soldiers, feeling helpless, could only return to their respective rooms. At this moment, only Rowling and Peach Rabbit were left on the deck. "Peach, don't tell me you also don't have any clothes to change into." "Of course I do. Women love beauty. And Peach Rabbit always has a lot of clothes ready to change into." Hearing Peach Rabbit's words, Rowling felt relieved. The two quickly changed their clothes and came out. Peach Rabbit wore a dark red shirt and gray-blue cropped jeans, which wrapped her tall figure perfectly. Her long and slender legs were straight and proportionate, and she wore a pair of brown knee-high boots. Her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, giving her a fresh and elegant aura, while also hinting at a touch of nobility. Rowling, on the other hand, wore a mismatched outfit that the system had spat out. He had on a sports suit with a Largen logo on the top and black skinny pants below, with a pair of Air Jordans on his feet. He looked quite odd. Without his good looks, it would have been hard to pull off such a strange outfit. Peach Rabbit's beautiful eyes scanned Rowling's outfit up and down, and she finally couldn't help but laugh. "What kind of outfit is this? It's so strange. And what's that hook on your shoes for?" Rowling shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe in another world, this is the trend." Just as the two were chatting, a pirate ship in the distance spotted Rowling. "Captain, the ship ahead looks like a merchant vessel." "Merchant vessel? Give me the telescope." The person took the telescope and looked ahead, indeed seeing a man and a woman chatting and laughing. The woman was stunningly beautiful, while the man dressed oddly, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Damn it, having money is good. Even dressed like a lunatic, he can find such a beautiful woman. Boys, full speed ahead, kill the man, keep the woman, take the ship for me. You know, I call the shots in these waters. Yes, Captain. This pirate group was called the Crossblade Pirates, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were the top boss in these waters. Their captain, Ningxiao Longfu, had a bounty of 199 million. On the deck, Rowling and Peach Rabbit were teasing each other when they saw a ship flying a pirate flag heading straight for them. Without guessing, it was clear they were the target. "How about my fishing law enforcement? It hasn't been long, and already a fish is hooked." Peach Rabbit nodded. It was indeed useful, but she leaned more towards the idea that they were simply not very bright. Anyone with a little common sense would realize that such a large merchant ship couldn't possibly lack security. Maybe they are overly confident in their abilities. "Do you know this pirate group?" "No." Peach Rabbit rolled her eyes, watching as the pirate ship drew closer. "Captain, after seeing our pirate flag, they seem too scared to move, especially that woman. She hasn't moved since earlier, probably scared stiff." The younger brother's flattery made Ningxiao Longfu very comfortable, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha, once I've had my fill, you all can taste her too." "Thank you, Captain." Hearing Ningxiao Longfu's words, the younger brother's eyes lit up. Even just following behind and getting a taste would be good. After all, such a beautiful woman was truly rare. On board, Rowling yawned and said to Peach Rabbit, "Peach, I'm too lazy to move, you go ahead. You took the sword heart yesterday. Now's the time to strike while the iron is hot. Maybe you'll gain more insight." "All right, just be careful not to get lazy like a pig." Saying this, Peach Rabbit drew her sword, Kinbaira, and sunlight reflected off it, emitting a chilling glow. "Captain, that girl has drawn her sword. She seems formidable. Should we be careful?" A group of younger brothers suggested to their captain. "Ha ha ha, it's just a girl. Why are you all so scared? You know I love taming beauties. That is what makes it interesting, right? Watch how she kneels before me and sings conquer." With that, Ningxiao Longfu slightly bent his legs and leaped forward like a cannonball towards the disguised warship. "Oh, looks like he's a superhuman. Be careful. Are you concerned about me?" "Who knows?" The two bickered like a pair of happy enemies, looking quite warm, if not for the disruptive presence of Ningxiao Longfu. Ningxiao Longfu grinned, revealing his yellowish teeth. Even before he arrived, Peach Rabbit and Rowling could imagine how boastful he would be. As a girl, Peach Rabbit naturally loved cleanliness. Without Rowling saying much, she blocked him outside the warship. Peach Blossom Shower. Peach Rabbit gripped Kinbaira and struck, sending countless peach blossoms flying, each petal concealing a deadly intent. Endless peach blossoms danced with the wind, forming an intricate net that left Ningxiao Longfu with no escape. Ningxiao Longfu squinted, seeming impressed. Not bad, interesting. He placed his hands behind him and thrust out his fists, producing a thunderous explosion. The air in front shattered, and the peach blossoms disappeared, leaving only an empty space. Through this void, Ningxia Longfu quickly closed in on Peach Rabbit, his yellowish teeth showing again. "That was my explosive punch. I'm a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Little girl, you should just give up resisting." Peach Rabbit remained unfazed, delivering another slash that sent flowing peach blossoms. Peach blossoms drift away, a world beyond human realms. If you can't stay in the human world, then descend into hell. Accompanied by Peach Rabbit's soft murmurs, the aura of the supreme sword master surged wildly, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Peach blossoms rained down from the sky, endless and inescapable. Even Ningxiao Longfu exclaimed, "What? Supreme Sword Master?" Ningxiao Longfu dared not underestimate her anymore, calculating whether he should escape. There were very few pirates with a bounty of 199 million who could survive in the waters near Marineford. If they were in other seas, their bounty might have already surpassed 300 million. The pirates of the Crossblade Pirates had their jaws dropped, able to swallow an egg whole. Can the captain beat that woman? She's so strong. They truly couldn't believe that a woman's strength could reach such a level. Rubber vacuum blast. Ningxia Longfu's muscles bulged, as if something was stirring inside. He transformed his fists into palms and thrust forward at supersonic speed. Even the air was pushed aside. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions filled the air with smoke. Rowling smiled and watched with great interest as Peach Rabbit and Big Black Tooth fought. The Elastic Man in front of him instantly reminded Rowling of Carp's grandson, Luffy, who ate the rubber fruit and developed a series of incredible skills, including the fourth gear that enhances elasticity. In terms of explosive power, this person was much stronger than Luffy, but when it came to versatility, Big Black Tooth couldn't even compare. Rowling believes that although Luffy seems foolish, he is an unparalleled genius in combat. Peach Rabbit stands beside Rowling, watching the changes in the black mist. Suddenly, a figure slips out of the black mist. Without a doubt, the person falling from the sky is Big Black Tooth. Panic is evident on Big Black Tooth's face. His hands are covered in scars, hanging limply, unable to make any movement. He flies towards a ship and hurriedly says, "Turn around immediately, escape." Just as Peach Rabbit is about to chase after him, she is stopped by Rowling. "Leave the rest to me," Rowling says, slowly clenching his hand in front of his chest before suddenly releasing it. Sword energy released. A loud roar echoes around, a terrifying power enveloping thousands of feet around. Countless flashes of blades and sword energy shoot up into the sky, the sea roiling, thunder rumbling. The thunder startled Peach Rabbit, who immediately dove into Rowling's embrace. Watching him rampage, with one hand protecting Peach Rabbit, Rowling's stored sword energy bursts forth from his body, transforming into a fierce monster. In the blink of an eye, the area within thousands of feet in front of Rowling turns into a dead zone. Fish passing by flip over, floating on the sea surface. The Crossblade pirates are reduced to ashes, with only the pirates left behind, their heads remaining in Rowling's conscious control, each one frozen in horror. Ding! The thunder and the host's immense power shock Peach Rabbit. Evaluation S. Gaining. Peach Rabbit's favorability 99. Looking at the heads floating on the sea, Rowling fears they will drift away and sink, which would not align with his expectations. Someone fish them all out and store them in the cold storage. I will ask Admiral Sengoku to exchange a reward for you. Pirate hunters can exchange bounties at various Navy bases by hunting pirates. While if someone from within the Navy kills or captures pirates, they may not receive the full bounty but can still obtain a considerable reward. Rowling Road. When the time comes to distribute the bonuses, I'll treat everyone to drinks. Thank you, Great General. Because of this statement from Rowling, the morale of all the Navy soldiers was greatly boosted, and they gained a new understanding of Rowling's generosity and character. They were very fortunate to have been brought here by Rowling from Zephyr, becoming his subordinates. Otherwise, they would still be aimlessly training. Not to mention feasting and drinking. They could barely afford to buy a piece of clothing. Ding! Navy Soldier A was shocked by the host's generosity and extravagance. Evaluation A. Gained. Loyalty 100. Ding! Navy Soldier B was shocked by the host's generosity and extravagance. Evaluation A. Gained. Loyalty 100. Ding! Navy Soldier C was shocked by the host's generosity and extravagance. Evaluation gained. Loyalty 100. All of their loyalty levels rose to the maximum value, proving that sometimes so-called personal charm is definitely more effective than money. This made Rowling even more eager for Prometheus to quickly find the land of gold somewhere on Skypiea. As long as he had the countless gold from the land of gold, he could instantly establish a pirate crew with no less than 4 emperors in number. Though the quality thinking of this, Rowling glanced at Peach Rabbit, who was admiring the sea view, with a slight smile. She was not particularly interested in Rowling's actions, but she was not opposed either. After all, it is a matter of course for the Navy to kill pirates, so even if Rowling killed many pirates, Peach Rabbit would not see him as a bloodthirsty person. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. During this month, Rowling used this warship disguised as a merchant ship to capture countless pirates, severing their heads and storing them in the cold storage. On the sea, Rowling's reputation gradually spread. In fact, there were hardly any big pirates left in the sea area. "Peach, how long have we been out?" Rowling said, instinctively wrapping his arm around Peach Rabbit's fragrant shoulder. Peach Rabbit resisted a bit, as usual, but when her resistance was futile, she did not express any unwillingness. She said in Rowling's embrace, "We have been out for a month." "Yes, a month, and you have successfully advanced to the intermediate level of the Supreme Swordsman, which is considered top-tier combat power on this sea, as long as we don't encounter those monsters. Even if we do, I will kill them," Peach Rabbit said, posing with confidence on her fair neck. This was a habit Peach Rabbit learned from Rowling, which she found quite interesting, so she kept it. For some reason, Peach Rabbit and Rowling's personalities and compatibility were becoming more and more similar, even sleeping in the same posture. By the way, ever since that rainy night mixed with thunder, Rowling and Peach Rabbit had basically been in a cohabitation state. However, what surprised Peach Rabbit was that Rowling was surprisingly well behaved. Aside from being a bit fidgety with his hands, he did not do anything else. This left Peach Rabbit feeling both helpless and gratified, an indescribable feeling spreading in her heart. Full speed ahead, destination, Sabaody Archipelago. Rowling, why did you suddenly want to go to the Sabaody Archipelago? Peach Rabbit asked in confusion. Now that the mission was complete, shouldn't they be returning to Marineford? Rowland affectionately squeezed Peach Rabbit's cheeks and asked, "Are you in such a hurry to go back? Don't you want to eat something delicious on Shambaody Islands first?" Upon hearing about the delicious food, Peach Rabbit's eyes instantly lit up. Is it the same tasty tempura as last time? Of course, and there's also good wine and yakitori there. It's quite a nice place. Then it's decided. Before we head back to Marinefando, let's go eat on the Shambaody Islands. You treat me, since I have no money. Seeing Peach Rabbit so eager, Rowland smiled. Who would have thought that beneath Peach Rabbit's mature and sexy appearance lay the heart of a little girl? It seems that only he has seen this girlish side. The speed of a battleship at full sail is astonishing. In about 4 days, Rowland and Peach Rabbit arrived at the Shambaody Islands. The Shambaody Islands were formed by the world's largest red mangrove, whose roots remain exposed above the water, creating the islands. The biggest feature of the Shambaody Islands is that the roots of the red mangrove secrete a special natural resin through respiration, which expands into bubbles in the air and then floats into the sky. This has led to most of the buildings and means of transportation on the Shambaody Islands being constructed from these bubbles, making it a world wonder that attracts a large number of visitors. As a result, the Shambaody Islands are a mix of everything. Come on, Peach Rabbit. I'll take you to a very special tavern. It won't be that kind of place, right? Peach Rabbit looked at him with a guarded expression, her tone full of teasing. Sometimes I'm really curious about what goes on in that little head of yours. How could it possibly be that kind of shop? I was just asking. Look at how excited you are. Peach Rabbit shrugged, but the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Let's go. I'm already eager to eat something delicious. During this time on the ship, I really feel like a bird out of its cage. Rowling took Peach Rabbit's hand and led her, blushing, into a bar named Shachi's Bar. Upon opening the wooden door, Rowling found the bar empty, so he called out loudly, "Aunt Xiao, come out quickly, we have guests." Hearing Rowling's voice, Shachi, who was in the back of the bar, frowned and said to Rayleigh beside her, "He's back again. Has something happened?" Shachi hesitated, not saying it outright, but Rayleigh could understand her implied meaning. "It's fine, you go check it out. If something really happens, I'll show up." But by then, it seemed like he would be back on the wanted list again. He wondered if his old bones could still run. Smiling, Shachi walked to the bar. "Isn't this Black Crow? What brings you to my humble bar?" Humble? A bar with such a bold name as Shachi's Bar is rare, even on the sea. Shachi nodded in acknowledgement of Rowling's comment. "What would you and your little girlfriend like to eat? I'm quite confident in my cooking skills." Hearing Shachi refer to her as his little girlfriend, Peach Rabbit lowered her head, not daring to look at Rowling, quietly staying beside him like a well-behaved girl. "Aunt Xiao, I naturally trust your skills. Just make what you're good at." The decor in Shachi's Bar was quite exquisite, with soothing music playing that made one's mind relax. Accompanied by the enticing aromas wafting through the air, Peach Rabbit felt her mouth watering uncontrollably. "Here, this is a cheese crab pot. Give it a try. See if it's good." Shachi pushed the freshly made cheese crab burger in front of Rowling. Rowling was not polite either. He picked up a spoon, gently scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and then handed it to Peach Rabbit, saying, "Peach, quickly try Aunt Xiao's cooking and see if it's good." Peach Rabbit lowered her eyes, shyly glanced at Xiachi, and when she saw Xiachi's gaze filled with various meanings, she became even more bashful. She tugged at Rowling's clothes and said, "Rowling, don't do this, it feels kind of strange." "Strange? What's strange about it? I feel it's quite normal." Rowling smirked. Seeing that Rowling still insisted, Tao-Tu could only lean forward a bit, gently pressing her cherry lips to take a sip. The rich broth mixed with the sweet taste of crab lingered in her mouth, causing Tao-Tu's beautiful eyes to instantly light up as she exclaimed, "So delicious." "Is it? As long as it's good." After Rowland finished speaking, he gave a thumbs up to Xiachi. Xiachi smiled and said nothing. As delicious dishes were created under her hands, each one exquisite and with its own unique characteristics. "General Heya, I rarely cook for others." "Yes, those who get to eat your food are generally not simple people." "Ha ha ha. General Heya, are you praising yourself?" Xiachi covered her mouth, her seemingly ladylike gesture actually masking her embarrassment. "Who knows, right? Don't you think so, Tao Tao?" Tao Tao looked at the two people in front of her with a confused expression, unable to catch up with their conversation. Seeing Tao Tao's silly look, Rowland smiled and rubbed her head. "Aunt Xiao, let's call it a day for the food. I'll take Tao Tao and leave first. Next time, when there's an opportunity, I'll come back to support you. Ha ha. As long as General Heya welcomes us, we will naturally welcome you. Rowling smiled and said nothing, taking Tautu's hand and walking towards the door. Oh right, Black Crow General. I forgot to mention, your total expense this time is 100 million berries. Just now, Tautu didn't understand what they were talking about, but this time she understood that the thing she just ate was actually worth 100 million berries. Rowling, that's way too expensive. Roland waved his hand dismissively and said, no matter how much money I spend on you, it's worth it. He then turned to Xiaoqi and said, I'll have someone bring the money over in a bit. Being able to enjoy such delicious food, even if you're trying to rip me off, is no problem at all. Haha. Watching Roland and Tautu's figures gradually fade away, Xiaoqi spoke to the empty bar. Rayleigh, come out, they've left. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's words, Rayleigh walked out from the back. He had long, curly hair and a beard on his chin, all silver. He wore glasses and had a straight scar over his right eye. Although he looked slightly aged, his muscles still appeared powerful. Can you sense the strength of the Black Crow? Rayleigh shook his head and said, it's hard. I can only feel it like a sword ready to be drawn. But I can't perceive the specific level of strength. Xiaoqi sighed and began silently cleaning up the dishes. Rayleigh took a big gulp of his drink and asked, didn't you go hunting pirates? What news did you get here? Hearing Rayleigh's question, Xiaoqi pulled out a piece of paper filled with dense numbers. These were all information she had painstakingly obtained through her own channels. On the first day the Black Crow arrived in the target waters, he disguised his warship as a merchant ship, annihilated the cross-blade pirates, and beheaded them all. The next day, he attacked a large pirate group with Tao Tuesday. Although their strength was not as strong as the cross-blade pirates, they were numerous and terrifyingly. They wiped them out and beheaded them all in less than 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh broke out in a cold sweat. They were all beheaded? Yes, all of them. Is this really the Navy? Are you sure he's not a pirate? Rayleigh expressed his thoughts. Xiaoqi lit a cigarette, the smoke rising as she took a deep drag and said, such incidents are countless. At least so far. The news I've received indicates that pirate groups have been instantly annihilated by Roland. It's estimated that there are about 1,000 pirate heads on Roland's ship, with a total bounty exceeding 3 billion. Hearing this, Rayleigh gasped and then laughed heartily. I don't know if the Navy has found a pillar of support or summoned a demon. I really look forward to what he will do next. I tend to lean towards a demon. Xiaoqi shared her thoughts with Rayleigh. As a woman past her prime, although she didn't want to admit it, as someone who has been through it, she could see that the prospective Admiral Tao Tu next to the Black Crow had already secretly fallen for him. However, that doesn't mean the Black Crow will truly fall for Tao Tu. What do you mean by that? I think the Black Crow is just playing around, treating everything with a carefree attitude, not taking anything to heart, and prioritizing his own interests. Don't you think such a person is very scary? Plus, he has such powerful strength. This sea will probably become even more chaotic. Haha, isn't a little chaos good? You know, the captain initially aimed to start the era of great navigation. The decay of a navy will eventually be overthrown by the waves and revealed to the world. Rowling was unaware of how Shocky and Rayleigh were discussing him. At this moment, he had once again boarded his warship and was rapidly heading towards Marineford with Peach Rabbit. Marineford was very close to the Sabaody archipelago, and it didn't take long for Rowling to see the outline of Marineford. Peach Rabbit also stretched lazily, revealing her beautiful figure, which delighted Rowling's eyes. In a while, I'll go find Admiral Sengoku. Oh no, the Fleet Admiral. As for you, just take a good bath and rest a bit. Peach Rabbit seemed to think of something, her face turning red as she nodded dumbly. During this time at sea, she felt that many things had happened, and she needed to sort them out and adjust her emotions. Once again stepping on the hard ground of Marineford, Rowling felt an unprecedented comfort. Compared to the constant swaying on the ship, the solid ground was much more suitable for him. If only he had the Arc Maxim right now. Rowling was secretly pondering as he walked towards the office of the Warring States. Behind him, many Navy soldiers were carrying heavy boxes, all very curious about what was inside. Walking in the front, every few steps someone would greet him, and Rowling responded with a smile, appearing very cultured and refined. However, they did not know that this seemingly refined person had slaughtered nearly 1,000 pirates in the past month. Soon, Rowling arrived at the 4th floor, where he encountered Admiral Akainu. Good afternoon, Admiral Akainu. Rowling's smiling face contrasted sharply with Akainu's stern demeanor. Many people silently sighed that the Black Crow Admiral was indeed more approachable, while Admiral Akainu always wore a serious expression, which was truly intimidating. Akainu was unaware of the thoughts of the crowd. His expressionless eyes glanced at Rowling and then shifted past him to focus on the box. After all, he was an admiral. He was not just any Navy soldier, and as an admiral, he could naturally sense what was inside the box. However, the quantity was indeed a bit overwhelming, which left Akainu momentarily uncertain. Pirates? Rowling nodded and smiled, as expected of Admiral Akainu. You guessed it. It's filled with the heads of pirates, about 1,000 or so. Ding! Akainu was shocked by the host's determination to slay pirates. Evaluation. S obtained. 8 gates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for critical evaluation. Evaluation doubled. SSS obtained. Perfect 8 gates. This skill activates the sword energy stored in the host's body by unblocking the meridian pathways, temporarily granting the host powerful strength. When all 8 gates are opened, it is also known as the 8 gates of Dunjia formation, allowing the host to instantly gain 10 times the strength beyond their own. This skill is a perfect skill that only consumes stamina and does not impose any burden on the body. Hearing the system's electronic voice, Rowling's eyes brightened instantly. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Rowling gave a big thumbs up to the dog in his heart. Oh, it was Akainu, on Akainu's side, having received Rowling's acknowledgement. He also gave a thumbs up to Rowling, and his tone finally showed some change. As a just Navy, slaying pirates is our mission, and it is also our glory. I didn't expect that Admiral Black Crow could achieve this level. I underestimated your determination before, and I apologize to you for that. After apologizing, Akainu walked past Rowling without looking back, his face still expressionless. Rowling thought to himself, is this saying that he is rigid, or should it be said that he has principles? However, none of this matters. What is important is that he actually unleashed the perfect version of the 8 gates from Akainu. In the system's words, it means he can directly unleash 10 times his own strength. Although it may not be fully usable in battle, just looking at the stats, it is definitely terrifying. Rowling once again felt that staying in Marin Vondo was a very wise decision. Just a casual stroll could lead to encounters with big shots like Akainu, and then earn an SSS level reward. It was simply incredible. Bang, bang, bang. Rowling pushed the door open directly after knocking. Looking at Sengoku, who was scribbling furiously at the desk, Rowling joked, as expected of the commander, you really are hard-working. How's the mission going? Sengoku replied, it's going okay, just average. Not much to report. Rowling continued, it's normal not to find many pirates on your first mission. Catching pirates isn't just about having strength. It requires relentless learning and effort, got it? Sengoku didn't look up, continuing to read his notes while using the opportunity to keep putting Rowling down. Rowling didn't care at all. Instead, she leaned forward to look at the manuscript. Just as Rowling leaned forward to see the manuscript, Sengoku directly flipped the manuscript over and looked up at Rowling. Rowling shrugged helplessly. He only saw a single character, but it was rare to see Sengoku look so serious and occasionally frown over a document. Sengoku didn't know what Rowling was thinking, as he was more attracted to the box behind Rowling. What was inside the box? Rowling squinted his eyes slightly, smiled, and said, Marshal, it seems you haven't fought in a long time. Even your senses and intuition have declined so much. Can you still be considered a general? There are not only Rowling, but also Navy soldiers carrying boxes into the office. Hearing Rowling dare to speak to Marshal Sengoku like that, their hearts all sank. Sengoku raised his eyebrows, his face extremely serious, and slammed the table with a loud bang, startling the Navy soldiers behind him who were moving boxes. What do you mean by that? Provoking trouble. Do you believe I will record this as a major offense against you? Oh dear, I'm so scared, Rowling said, crossing his arms and pretending to be frightened. He then instructed the box carriers, open the boxes, and then you can leave. Yes, Admiral Black Crow. The Navy soldiers saluted and opened the boxes on the floor. As soon as the boxes opened, severed pirate heads rolled out onto the ground, each with a common characteristic. Their faces were filled with terror, as if they had witnessed the apocalypse. The smell of blood filled the room, and Sengoku suddenly stood up from his seat, looking at the scattered heads on the floor and those stuffed in the boxes, feeling quite shocked. Did Black Crow really cut off all their heads? Just to show me this? This guy is simply a demon. Ding! Sengoku was shocked, and the evaluation read, S. Obtained. Resurrection Potion. The Resurrection Potion can resurrect the dead, no matter how long they have been dead. As long as there is a corpse, it can be captured. The resurrected person does not possess their former strength. Ding! The host needs to pay special attention. The resurrected person may have unpredictable side effects. This is so satisfying. I've hit the jackpot with another good item. Rowling was very excited and completely ignored the so-called side effects. After all, for those who have already died, as long as they can be resurrected, why worry so much about side effects? His expression didn't change at all. He still wore his trademark smile and quietly looked at Sengoku, softly saying, "Marshal, you are absolutely right. To catch pirates, strength alone isn't enough. So I didn't just capture them. I killed them all. There are nearly 1,000 heads here. I hope you will be satisfied." Ha ha. Borsellino's arrogant laughter echoed in Sengoku's ears. No matter how laid-back Sengoku was, encountering someone like Borsellino would not earn him any goodwill. Sengoku maintained a stern expression, glaring at Borsellino, and said through gritted teeth, "General Black Crow, it's quite impressive that you, as a newly appointed general, have reached this level. Since you've eliminated so many pirates, you must have collected quite a bit of loot. Make sure to report everything to the finance department, understood?" If it were any other general, Sengoku wouldn't have said this, but the person before him was Black Crow. He represented the Celestial Dragons. He was sent by the Celestial Dragons to disrupt the factions and must be firmly suppressed, without giving Borsellino any chance. But would Borsellino be afraid of Sengoku? No. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also somewhat eager to try. "Admiral, I must say, I'm also quite curious why there wasn't a single piece of loot reported from the ships of the pirates I eliminated. Asking me to report to finance all of a sudden is just making things difficult for me, isn't it? Black Crow, are you challenging the authority of me, the Marine Admiral? Admiral, you're joking. I was just messing with you. Ahem. Oh dear, I accidentally let that slip. Please don't take my earlier words to heart. Black Crow, you'll pay for your arrogance. Oh, and what will that cost be? Do you think that because you have the Celestial Dragons backing you, you can look down on me? I will make you understand the price of toying with me." Rowlin smiled and sat on the sofa beside him. "General of the Warring States. Now it's just the two of us. There are some things I don't want to hide. Regarding what you just said, I have something else to say." The Warring States did not speak, his eyes fixed on Rowlin, waiting for him to continue. "Did you not just say that I am backed by the Celestial Dragons? Please do not think that way. I have never considered the Celestial Dragons as my support." "What do you mean by that?" Rowlin did not respond directly to Sengoku's question, instead turning to look out the window at the Holy Land Mary Geos behind Marine Ford, and softly said, "Actually, Admiral, you also detest those Celestial Dragons, don't you? They are nothing but a bunch of parasites, yet you have to protect them. No matter what heinous acts they commit, you must cover for them. That must feel terrible." Sengoku did not understand why Rowlin suddenly said such a thing, but it was clear that this statement deeply touched Sengoku's heart. After Rowlin finished speaking, he did not linger any longer, as staying would be detrimental to himself. Rather than spending so much time chatting with Sengoku, he preferred to seek happiness through consumption. Once he walked out of Sengoku's office, Rowlin headed towards his own room. Sengoku stared blankly at the heads scattered on the ground for a long time before allowing the naval soldiers to come in and clean up the office. "Burn these pirates," he ordered. "Yes, Admiral. Also, have the intelligence department investigate what Rowlin has been doing during his time away on missions." Just as the naval soldiers were about to leave the office, Sengoku added, "By the way, tell the finance department to give Rowlin a little extra bonus this time." Sengoku approached the repaired floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the distant Holy Land Mariehua, lost in thought. Since the last mission ended, it happened to be Blackbird's turn to be stationed in Marineford, and there weren't any missions, so Rowlin spent his days either eating or sleeping, occasionally being pulled by Peach Rabbit to practice swordsmanship with her. Marineford must always have an admiral stationed there to prevent any accidents. The rotation system requires each admiral to be stationed in Marineford for 3 months before they can do what they want. Otherwise, they can only roam around Marineford and the nearby Sabadi archipelago. For Rowlin, it didn't matter much, as he was quite lazy and never bothered with training himself. If he felt bored, he would just go to the Sabadi archipelago for some fun or invite Peach Rabbit out for a meal. This also solidified the relationship between Rowlin and Peach Rabbit, although it had never been officially announced. Because of this, Vice Admiral Crane constantly reminded Peach Rabbit to stay away from Rowlin, fearing that she would get too deeply involved. However, the more Crane said this, the more Peach Rabbit resisted, developing quite a few opinions about Crane's attempts to block her from getting closer to Rowlin. Peach Rabbit was already troubled, and with Crane continually speaking ill of Rowlin in her ear, she ended up casually accepting a mission to clear her mind. On the ship, Peach Rabbit stood on the deck lost in thought, wondering why Rowlin never took the initiative, no matter how much she hinted. Did it really have to be her who made the first move? That bad guy. Rowlin had no idea what Tao Rabbit thought of him, and he wasn't very concerned about it. However, Tao Rabbit's departure made Rowling's already boring life even less enjoyable. The sun hung in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth. For Rowling, who had comprehended the sword intent of flames, this temperature was nothing, and instead, he found it quite comfortable. Lying on a deck chair, soaking up the sun, Rowling murmured to himself, How should I spend today? Without Tao Rabbit, I can't see your shy expressions anymore. Is it possible that I can only go to the Shambodi Islands? Speaking of which, it felt like he had almost explored the Shambodi Islands completely. Wait a minute. It seemed he hadn't been to the auction house yet. He had always heard that the auction house was very interesting. How could he not go there? With this thought, Rowling's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had changed into a set of casual clothes. Apart from his dark hair, he also wore a mask on his face, making it impossible for anyone to recognize him as the newly appointed General Black Crow. Posing in front of the mirror, Rowling was quite satisfied. Without using a warship, he found a secluded place to stretch his body. 8 gates of Duanjia formation, accompanied by Rowling's soft murmur. A golden red steam enveloped his body, a manifestation of the sword energy stored in the bloodline of the sword god surging within him. Rowling felt as if his body had no weight at all, incredibly light. With just a step, he could cover dozens of meters, truly powerful. He thought about finding someone to practice on, otherwise, relying solely on the 8 gates technique to travel didn't feel quite right. Fortunately, this wasn't the Naruto world. Otherwise, if Guy found out how he was using the 8 gates technique, he didn't know if it would drive him mad. Ha ha ha. Laughing aloud, Rowling bent his legs and leaped, his figure disappearing from Maren Vondel. A ghostly shadow flickered over the sea, cutting through the rolling waves. The speed was astonishing. Rowling was enveloped in a golden red aura, each step capable of shattering the sea surface. Accompanied by a strong reaction force, he was propelled forward. After about 10 minutes, Rowling finally arrived at the Shambodi archipelago from Maren Fander. Stepping back on his solid ground, Rowling took a deep breath, canceled the 8 gates Duanjia, and felt an intense sense of weakness, realizing a significant depletion of his physical strength. However, in an instant his stamina surged back, likely due to the sword god bloodline. The combination of the 8 gates Duanjia and the sword god bloodline could definitely be considered a trump card. However, this did not mean he was invincible. Rowling noticed that when he canceled the 8 gates Duanjia, there was a moment of weakness. Although this weakness was quickly compensated by the sword god bloodline. In battles between strong opponents, even a slight opportunity could lead to one's defeat. Nevertheless, Rowling had already formed some ideas to avoid revealing this weakness. Not dwelling on this issue any further, Rowling casually walked down the street after changing his outfit. The Shambodi archipelago, being a very unique island, was quite prosperous, but also mixed with all sorts of people. Therefore, even though Rowling was fully armed, no one cared about who he was. Finally at peace, no need to smile, nod, or respond. With a sigh, Rowling bought an ice cream from a roadside stall and headed towards the auction house. The ice cream melted in his mouth, its sweet flavor resonating in his palate. If Rowling remembered correctly, the real boss behind this auction house in the Shambodi archipelago was Don Quixote Doflamingo. The plans of the 7 warlords had not yet been implemented, so Doflamingo could only hide in the dark world and couldn't truly step out to realize his grand ambitions. At this point, he was merely a skilled pirate, without even becoming the king of Dressrosa. However, thinking of Dressrosa, Rowling was very interested in Violetta, the user of the stare fruit. Her abilities for reconnaissance were undoubtedly very powerful. Coupled with her identity, she could easily stay by his side without attracting too much attention from others. When the time came, he could discuss with Doflamingo about getting her over. Before Rowling could finish his thoughts, he found himself already at the entrance of the auction house. The heavy foot traffic at the auction house entrance piqued Rowling's curiosity. Could it really be that lucrative? An elderly man with a curled white beard seemed to have noticed Rowling standing in front of the auction house in a daze and approached him, asking, "Young man, is this your first time at this auction house?" Rowling heard someone calling his name and turned around. He was startled. It was none other than his old friend. What a coincidence! Although Rowling recognized the person in front of him, he thought that in his fully armed state, the other person wouldn't recognize him. So he spoke in a low voice. "Yes, there's always a first time for everything. I have no experience and wonder if the esteemed elder could guide me. Perhaps act as a guide. I can pay you in berries." "Ha ha, this young man seems quite savvy. Just when I've been craving some fine wine. I need to use berries to buy it, so I'll gladly accept your offer." At the entrance of the auction house in the Shambord Islands, no one knew the terrifying identities and powers of the 2 seemingly silly individuals standing at the door. One was Rayleigh, known as the Dark King, and the other was the Navy Admiral Black Crow Rowling. Just one of these 2 could make their names resonate across the seas, yet now, they walked into the auction house like long-lost friends, with their arms around each other. "Young man, let me tell you, you came at the right time today." Hearing Rayleigh's words, Rowling smiled. What does it mean that he came at the right time? Is it not usual for the auction house to have So many people? You're right. Although the auction house usually has many people, it definitely won't be this crowded, Rayleigh said as he picked up a wine gourd hanging from his waist. Took a swig and continued, today marks the 3rd anniversary of this auction house, and many good things will be sold here. I wonder what you consider good things in the eyes of the esteemed elder. Rayleigh chuckled, stroked his white beard, and said, good things depend on the person. To me, fine wine is a good thing, but to others, it may be a famous sword or perhaps slaves. These things vary from person to person. Oh, then what do you think I might be interested in? Esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh looked Rowling up and down. He noticed Rowling was dressed very tightly. Even his eyes were hidden behind sunglasses, and aside from his black hair, he could see no distinct features. He even tried to sense Rowling's aura. But no matter how he felt, he couldn't detect any powerful presence from him. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, which made Rayleigh slightly more serious. To him, there were only 2 possibilities. One was the ability to hide one's aura, and the other was that he was just an ordinary person. Generally, those who could conceal their aura weren't weak. However, Rayleigh didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, there weren't many people who could catch his interest. Could it be the Navy Admiral Black Crow? Young man, I see you have a strong physique, so you might be more interested in famous swords or martial arts techniques. Right? Rowling shook her head. Devil fruit? Rowling shook her head again. Could it be that you prefer auctioning off slaves, little brother? Rowling shook his head again, and this time Rayleigh became curious. I said, brother, you have no interest in this, and you have no interest in that. What are you doing at this auction house? Could it be that you just came to broaden your horizons? Rowling shook his head and explained a reason. Old senior, I am quite greedy. I am very interested in everything you just mentioned. It's precisely because the auction house has a bit of everything and the quality is pretty good that I came here. In my opinion, only children make choices. I want them all. Rayleigh stared blankly at Rowling, then laughed heartily. You are quite an interesting little brother. I have high hopes for you, but don't get too impulsive with your bids. Rayleigh had already shifted from calling him little brother to little sibling, but Rowling's words had genuinely amused him to the point of tears. Little brother, out here on the sea, it's not as simple as you imagine. If you want everything, you must have enough strength to protect it. Rayleigh naturally took on the role of teacher, and at the slightest provocation, he entered teaching mode, leaving Rowling with a headache. Helpless, Rowling could only quickly interrupt Rayleigh, using his topic-shifting skill. Old senior. I won't bid on anything that exceeds its actual value unless I really like it. But old senior, you keep talking about strength, so in your opinion, how strong must one be to obtain what they want? Just as Rayleigh was about to ponder Rowling's question, a wave of excitement erupted in the auction house. The applause was thunderous and unending. Rowling and Riley also took their seats, no longer speaking, quietly waiting for the official start of the auction. Rowling and Raleigh are seated in what could be described as the commoner area. Anyone can sit here as long as there is a spot available. Above them, there is a VIP room, and to enter it, one must have an invitation issued by Don Quixote Doflamingo himself. However, the scope of Doflamingo's invitations does not include the Navy, so Rowling unfortunately did not receive one. Nonetheless, he still came uninvited, wondering if Doflamingo would be anxious knowing he was there. In the center of the auction, there is a sunken area, and a person is seen slowly rising from the platform. As the platform rises, a beautiful woman with large red waves appears before everyone, causing most of the attendees to howl with excitement. Some ruffians even whistled lewdly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction house of the Sabati Archipelago. I am your host for this auction, Girona. Welcome to the 3rd annual auction of the Sabati Archipelago. We have prepared a multitude of surprises for this auction that will surely leave our esteemed guests with plenty to take home. After speaking, the scantily clad Girona bowed to the guests, causing the auction venue to erupt in excitement. Rowling looked speechless at Riley, who was wiping his drool nearby. This guy really is old in age, but young at heart. But what is so appealing about that kind of woman? Can she be more fun than Peach Rabbit? The answer is definitely no. Indeed, Rowling still prefers the pure and innocent type, enjoying the process of transforming girls into the image he desires, rather than being in the presence of a woman who is constantly showing off. Originally looking forward to the auction, Rowling's interest dropped significantly because of this woman. Today's auction features a total of 50 items, with each bid needing to be no less than 10,000 berries. Additionally, anyone causing trouble will face consequences. So please keep that in mind. After explaining the rules, the woman named Helona didn't take too long, and once the atmosphere heated up, she announced the official start of the 3rd annual auction. Next, let our staff bring up the first auction item. Helona continued. The first auction item is the Ocean S treasure, the devil fruit of the Paramecia type. As for its specific abilities, we haven't found any information. So it seems to be making its debut to the public for the first time, with a starting bid of 100 million berries. Wow. The first item is a devil fruit. What a big deal. This year's auction is definitely worth attending. The subsequent auction items should be even rarer and more unique. Sitting in the corner, Rowling's eyes lit up when he saw the first item being the auction of a devil fruit. When Rowlin first arrived in this world, he thought that devil fruits were easy to obtain. However, as time went on and he lived in this world longer, Rowlin realized that devil fruits were definitely not something that could be found everywhere. Anyone who could get their hands on a devil fruit had very strong connections, which indirectly indicated that from a certain perspective, Doflamingo could indeed be considered the king of the underworld. Rowlin raised the sign next to his seat and shouted, 500 million berries. Instantly, the entire room was in an uproar. Is this a joke? The first bid is directly 500 million? And it's from a superhuman fruit with unknown abilities? Is this just money being thrown around? Compared to others who were shocked, Helona's eyes lit up when she heard Rowlin's bid, and she sent him a flirtatious glance. However, Rowlin had no interest in someone like Helona at all. He immediately closed his eyes and stopped looking, which made Helona stamp her foot in anger. 500 million. It's already 500 million. It seems to be a great start, but I believe there are quite a few big shots present, right? Could it be that 500 million berries have scared you off? You know, this clumsy provocation is the first Rowlin has ever seen. And the key point is that someone actually got triggered, also raising their sign and saying 510 million berries, 520 million berries, 530 million berries. Looking at the voices coming from all corners of the auction hall, Rowlin felt quite helpless. Now he understood why Doflamingo sent out someone like Helona, who wasn't very skilled at auctions. It turns out it's just because she's beautiful and has a hot figure. And everyone, under her stimulation, seemed like they were on a high. Little brother, I didn't see that coming. Starting off with 500 million is really bold. I think my fine wine has found a buyer. Rayleigh patted Rowlin on the shoulder and laughed loudly. However, Rayleigh's voice was quickly drowned out in the auction hall. Rowling suddenly had an idea and said, Old Senior, I just happened to hear a friend mention that they're a very interesting bar in the Sabati archipelago, and I think it's called something like Knocking Bamboo. After the auction is over, I'll treat you to drinks there. How about it? Upon hearing Knocking Bamboo, Rayleigh's expression changed instantly. Without needing to think, he knew it was the one run by Shaki in the Sabati archipelago. He instantly lost interest. If Shaki could let him drink the fine wines there, why would he need to come out? He could just go drink directly. So he awkwardly smiled and said, Little brother, I was just joking with you, so please don't take it to heart. Just as Rowling was teasing Rayleigh mischievously, a voice echoed across the auction hall. 700 million berries. A sudden, old voice resonated in everyone's ears. Herona looked in the direction of the old man, her brows slightly furrowing. He was just too ugly, and his eyes were too erratic, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Herona could see through the old man's thoughts at a glance. However, as just a worker, she could only strike the hammer and said in her charming voice, Congratulations to bidder number 721 for winning the first auction item, a paramecia-type fruit. In the background, Doflamingo was leaning back with his legs crossed, looking at the surveillance snail before him, a sinister smile on his face. The first auction price is 700 million berries. What a good omen. Spending 700 million on a paramecia-type fruit that he knew nothing about. Should he say he was bold or brainless? Rayleigh stroked his beard, thinking that perhaps others' thoughts were not about the devil fruit at all, but rather about the girl on stage named Herona. Girl? How do you know it's a girl and not a woman? Rowling felt quite speechless about the old man sitting next to him. Old man, how old are you? Why are you still thinking about such messy things? Hearing Rowling's words, Rayleigh raised his eyebrows playfully and said, Little brother, this is experience. Let me tell you, in my opinion, this woman in front of us is definitely the real deal, with a blend of charm and purity. She's absolutely top-notch. Oh, so I was the one overthinking it? Rowling turned his gaze back to Herona after hearing Rayleigh's words, examining her and savoring her demeanor. It was indeed similar to what Rayleigh had described. However, as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, how could he focus his perception on such things? Rowling truly admired him. One item after another was brought up for auction, all of which were jewelry, gems, and rare materials, including atom wood. These were completely useless to Rowling. As for atom wood, he already had it in his system storage, and the items produced by the system were definitely top tier. His atom wood was not the small pieces available on the market, but rather a genuine giant atom wood about the size of a building. More than enough for Rowling to craft superior ships with plenty left over. Old Senior, normally when holding an auction, There should be a list sent out in advance to inform everyone what will be auctioned on that day, right? Do you have one? Yes. Then why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. Rayleigh scratched his head, looking at Rowling with a speechless expression. So it was still his own problem. Now that I'm asking, can you show me the list? I left it at home, didn't bring it. Rayleigh seemed to realize that his response was somewhat inadequate and added, but I've seen most of it. Little brother, if there's something you want to bid on, just let me know, and I'll see if I have what you're looking for. At this moment, Rowlin looked at Rayleigh as if he were looking at a fool. Could this guy really be getting senile? Or is he drunk? Taking a deep breath, Rowlin adjusted his mindset. If he took this old trickster too seriously, he would be the one to lose. Do you have a famous sword or a sword-making method? Hearing Rowlin's words, Rayleigh looked Rowlin up and down. After surveying him, he didn't see any sign of a sword. They say that for a swordsman, a sword is always at hand. Little brother, you're not planning to use a sword, are you? No, it's for someone else. Then it seems it's for a little lover. Who knows? Rowling had long since placed Gon Wuxia into the system space. Now, Gon Wuxia was just like his identity card. No matter how he disguised himself, as long as he carried this sword, he would definitely be recognized. Therefore, Rowling could only make do with his beloved sword. Seeing that Rowling didn't want to say much, Riley didn't ask further. After thinking for a moment, he said, if I remember correctly, there's a famous sword at this auction, probably around item number 30. What number are we at now? It seems we're just at number 25. Helona stood on stage, announcing the arrival of the 25th auction item. The guests present knew that the 25th item was one of the most sought-after items at the auction, a lifetime contract. As long as this contract was signed, they could take home the 5 trained princesses to work for them. I believe everyone understands what I mean, right? The most important thing is that these are truly 5 princesses, all daughters of the now-destroyed Katarad kingdom, which makes their status extremely noble. Just think about it. Having a princess who never used to partake in spring waters, dressed in a maid outfit in your home. How wonderful would that be? Helona introduced the 5 princesses with great enthusiasm and passion, which further ignited the audience's excitement, with many people's eyes beginning to sparkle. Especially when Helona called the 5 princesses to the stage. Many in the audience transformed into wolves, howling incessantly, making Rowling wish he could cut out their tongues. This time, the starting bid was still 100 million belly. Those who like them shouldn't miss this opportunity. 200 million belly. Damn, you want to compete with me for 200 million? I bid 300 million. I bid 350 million. I bid 550 million. Everyone shut up. 1 billion. Suddenly, a voice came from the VIP room above, causing an uproar in the hall. The people in the VIP room finally made their move. They opened with 1 billion, truly not short on money. I heard there are quite a few kings in the VIP room. I'm really envious of these wealthy and powerful people. Rowling heard what the people around him were saying, but he didn't care at all. So what if they were rich and powerful? Did they have strength? If they provoked him, Rowling wouldn't mind teaching them how to write the word death. The 5 princesses on stage had long lost the pride of being princesses. Their eyes were filled with fear for the future. After experiencing the destruction of their kingdom, they thought they could escape, but were captured by a slave ship and had gone through Helona's terrifying education. They had long given up on resisting fate. To them, encountering a relatively good master would be acceptable, but meeting a cruel master with peculiar tastes was something they absolutely did not want to see. Wow. The gentleman in the VIP room bid 1 billion. Is there a higher bid? Anyone else? Going once. Helona struck the hammer once and continued. These 5 princesses have all been cultivated differently, especially in cooking, where they have outstanding skills. Is there really no one bidding higher? 2 billion belly. Rowling's eyes lit up when he heard about cooking, and he immediately raised his paddle to bid. What 2 billion? Just like us sitting in the commoners area? Does he really have that money? Maybe, but if he bids casually, he'll be punished. I heard it's having 4 limbs chopped off. Hey, little brother, you need to understand. This is 2 billion belly. Aren't you buying the famous sword? You should know that famous swords are very expensive, Riley exaggeratedly said from the side. Rowling waved his hand, interrupting Rayleigh's words. No matter how expensive the famous sword is, I have the money to buy it. Old senior, you don't need to worry. At this moment, Rowling was completely captivated by Helona's words about being good at cooking. It's important to know that there are many delicious foods in One Piece, and Rowling didn't want to eat in the Navy cafeteria all day. The variety was simply too limited for him to enjoy. Thinking about it, securing a contract with these 5 princesses who are good at cooking is indeed worthwhile. Ding. Because the host acted generously, Rayleigh was shocked. Evaluation. A. Earned 10 billion berries. Great. More money is coming in. In the VIP room, a person dressed in gold thread clothing, with his hair casually hanging down, muscular and furious, slammed his fist on the table. The force of this punch shattered the table made of hard ironwood in an instant, scattering everything on it and soaking the precious carpet. Despite wearing expensive clothing, he cursed loudly, saying, "Liphone, I want to kill him and then chop him into meat paste to eat bite by bite." A tall, skinny man with a small mustache standing beside him touched the gun in his hand and said, "Captain, it seems he's just a wealthy little merchant. There's no need to be so angry. When he leaves the auction, we can just rob him, and those 5 beauties will still be yours." The tall, skinny man, Liphone, added, "But make sure not to act during the auction. This is Doflamingo's territory, and that person stand behind him. Magro, you're right. Magro listens to you. Magro loves to rob." The man named Magro laughed loudly in the VIP room, but his laughter was not like that of a normal person. He was calling out his own name, which was quite strange. Although it was strange, the crew in the VIP room showed no signs of laughter, as anyone who laughed out loud ended up being eaten by Magro. "Kid, no matter who you are, as long as you walk out of the auction, I'll make you understand that in this world, only the strongest can have what they want, while the weak have only one end, death." "Oh, are you saying all this because you're out of money? If you're out of money, then stop whining. It's annoying." Rowling knocked on his ear and flicked it hard toward the VIP room. In the backstage, Doflamingo watched Rowling's arrogant actions and was quite shocked. This guy is really interesting. He actually dares to challenge the VIPs in the room. Has he eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? Sitting nearby, Rayleigh sensed the aura in the VIP room and frowned slightly. "Little brother, I suggest you leave quickly. You might want to give up on those 5 princesses. Your life is more important." "Ha ha ha. Thank you, old senior, for your concern. It's fine. If he really dares to come and make trouble, I'll let him know why the flowers are so red." Rayleigh sighed, thinking he is really young and full of vigor. Upon reflection, I could see a bit of my former style in him. If someone really tries to block him, I could lend a hand. Helena was momentarily stunned, but her good upbringing quickly brought her back from shock. Has this guy gone mad? He actually dares to bid against the people in the VIP room. Although she thought this in her heart, Helena still finalized the hammer and congratulated number 138 for obtaining a lifetime contract with the 5 princesses. "The contract and the 5 princesses will be sent to you shortly. Please wait a moment." Not long after, an elderly man in a black suit with white hair brought the 5 princesses to Rowling's side. "Hello, sir. The total is 2 billion berries. How would you like to pay? Swipe the card." "Okay." Saying this, the old man took out a transfer snail from his pocket. Rowling handed him his storage card, and after entering the password, the snail blinked its eyes twice, indicating the transaction was successful. Storage cards are useful in various situations, but this invention by the Navy is not widespread in these seas. Once you move a bit further away, no one uses them. Cash bearers are the norm. However, since the auction house is located in the Sabati archipelago, which is quite close to the Navy headquarters at Marineford, many businesses here support card transactions. This made Rowling, as a traveler, feel quite nostalgic. What left Rowling speechless was the transfer snail. It seemed that the snail could really replace anything. After completing the payment and signing his name on the contract, it became effective. From today onward, these 5 princesses would work under Rowling for the rest of their lives. At this moment, the 5 princesses felt a bit anxious because they couldn't see Rowling's face and didn't know what his character was like. However, they knew that Rowling had already attracted the attention of the people in the VIP room because of them, and their fate was no longer in their own hands. Rowling looked at the collars worn around their white necks. These collars were explosive and could only be removed by Rowling, the owner. At this moment, everyone's attention had shifted away from Rowling and turned to the stage, focusing on whether there were any auction items they needed. Rowling looked at the 5 dethroned princesses standing in front of him and said, "This collar really isn't aesthetically pleasing. After I take it off, you will stand behind me. Understood?" As the eldest among the 5 girls, Astia's eyes flashed with surprise as she spoke in her gentle voice. "Master, aren't you afraid we might run away?" "Run away? Where could you possibly go? To put it bluntly, in this vast world, there is no place for you anymore. With not a shred of power, you can only cling to the strong. Rather than gamble on an uncertain future, you might as well come to my home and cook and clean for me." At this moment, Astia felt her mind was struggling to comprehend. "Master, you took us captive just so we could cook for you and take care of your daily needs? Who knows? But you don't need to think too much about it. Thinking too much is pointless." Rowling looked at the 5 people in front of him with great interest, his eyes filled with mockery. The 5 individuals could not withstand Rowling's gaze and all lowered their heads. Finally, after about 5 minutes, Rowling managed to remove the explosive collars from the 5 girls' necks. To be honest, those collars were quite difficult to take off. "All right, just stand behind me for now, and wait a moment while I take a picture of something. Then we can go home. Home! Upon hearing Rowlin's words, the 5 girls lowered their heads, touching their necks and feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, their scarred hearts flowing with a hint of warmth. Riley glanced at Rowland and then at the 5 girls behind him, saying, "Little brother, I don't think your famous sword can be photographed anymore, right? Do you mean that person will target me?" After speaking, Rowland turned his gaze towards the VIP room, which is specially made glass that could not be seen through it all. Rowling disdainfully said, "It doesn't matter. Even if he's targeting me, so what? I can just give it to him. Besides, didn't he say he wanted to kill me? If he slams the sword down and I kill him, then the sword will be mine, right? And I wouldn't have to pay a penny. Isn't that delightful?" Upon hearing Rowling's words, the 5 girls behind him felt a ripple in their eyes, wondering what kind of person their master truly was. In the center of the auction venue, Helena mysteriously took a box from a server. The box was adorned with mysterious patterns, and its white exterior conveyed a sense of brightness. Helena wrapped the box in silk cloth and carefully placed it on the display stand. Then the image of the box was projected onto the screen by an imaging phone bug, allowing everyone to see it clearly. Rowling's face lit up with joy as he said, "Has it finally arrived?" Helena opened the box with silk cloth, revealing the true face of the sword, which was a blade entirely white. Once everyone had finished looking, Helena began to introduce it. "I believe everyone here knows that the 3rd generation of Onetetsu is one of the fine swords, and the 2nd generation of Onetetsu, the Great Onetetsu, is one of the 21 masterpieces. As for the 1st generation of Onetetsu, it is one of the 12 supreme masterpieces. The swordsmith who forged the Onetetsu series, Tengu Mountain Gucci, felt that he had forged too many demon swords, which went against the norm, so he forged another famous sword. This sword was privately collected by Tengu Mountain Gucci during his lifetime, so it is not on the famous sword ranking, but its power is by no means inferior. In contrast to the demon swords of the Onetetsu series, this sword is entirely white and filled with divinity. If the Onetetsu may lead its user to madness, then this sword allows its user to achieve clarity of thought and rapid progress. Its hardness and toughness are not inferior to the 2nd generation Onetetsu forged by Tengu Mountain Gucci. This sword is called Holy Heaven, with a starting bid of 1 billion. I hope everyone will enthusiastically place their bids. Holy Heaven? What a nice name, Rowling thought to himself. He couldn't help but admire the sword, believing that when he gifted it to that little girl, she would surely be very happy. 50 billion berries. Upon this thought, Rowling immediately raised his paddle, causing another uproar in the room. 50 billion berries. My God, how wealthy is this person? If he has so much money, why is he still sitting here and not in the VIP room? Is it worth spending so much on a sword of uncertain authenticity? Hearing the gasps around him, Rowling frowned slightly and asked the system, "Aren't they shocked? This is 50 billion. Ding. Reminder. This is an auction house. They're already mentally prepared. Many people are here just to broaden their horizons. Spending money recklessly won't shock them. So that's how it is." After hearing the system's explanation, Rowling felt quite helpless. In the VIP room, Magro heard Rowling's bid and let out a sinister laugh. Magro, Wind, you bid 60 billion for Magro. Our Magro pirate crew has no shortage of money. Understood, Captain, as you wish. Upon hearing Magro's words, Wind put the gun he was holding into the holster of his waist, pressed a button nearby, and said, 60 billion. Magro, doesn't he want it? Then let's not let him have it. Got it, Wind? Yes, but Captain, if we really want to win the bid, we might have to rob a kingdom again. Isn't robbing a kingdom the most interesting part? Just think of their terrified expressions when they kneel and beg for mercy. It makes me want to laugh. Magro. Rowling glanced at the VIP room with a faint smile on his face. Due to the mask, Riley beside him was unaware of Rowling's expression at that moment. Is this aimed at me? Quite generous with the bid, directly adding 10 billion. Hee. Since that's the case, I can only bid 70 billion. 70 billion. On stage, Herona's beautiful eyes seemed to glisten with tears. How much prize money could she get with such a bid? Thinking about how, after redeeming himself, he could directly hire the Navy to escort him across the seas, living a life of luxury and wealth. Isn't that just delightful? In the backstage, Doflamingo watched the surveillance with veins popping on his forehead. Have you figured out the true identity of this man in black? Standing next to Doflamingo was Toripole from the Don Quixote family, draped in a circular, blanket-like cloak, holding a cane with a plum blossom emblem, wearing small sunglasses. With a runny nose, hairstyled in bangs on top, and gel-like strands hanging down, barefoot with shackles on his feet, a scruffy mustache on his upper lip, and sparse teeth, looking quite disgusting. He leaned closer to Doflamingo and whispered, "Young master, This person seems to have suddenly appeared in the Sabeti archipelago. We only found out that he bought an ice cream at a dessert shop near the auction house before coming here. Is that so? Since we can't find out more, let's not investigate further. We'll let the Magalo pirates find him later. Remember, we must not let them fight directly in the auction house, understood? If anything goes wrong, immediately call for the drought to come. He is nearby in the Sabeti archipelago. I have invested countless efforts in this auction to solidify our standing. Everything is for the family. Torpal's eyes brimmed with tears. It was all for the family. By the way, when that auctioneer Herona finishes selling the last item, auction her off too, just as a bonus. Yes, Toripol left to handle the tasks arranged by Doflamingo. In the VIP room, Magalo's entire face wrinkled up like a chrysanthemum, looking quite unpleasant. Magalo is unhappy. Suppress him. But Captain, if he backs down, we will be at a loss. No one in our pirate crew is a coward. Liphone, do you want to be eaten by me? 75 billion. 80 billion. 85 billion. At this moment, Herona felt her voice tremble a bit. The guests in the VIP room bid 85 billion. Is there any higher? Sir, this sword can be said to be the last work of the ancient weapon Tengu Mountain. Very precious. Before Herona could finish her sentence, Rowlin interrupted, I'm really sorry, but I don't have any more money. I can't compete with the one in the VIP room. Let's just give the sword to him. In the VIP room, upon hearing Rowling's words, Magalo's chrysanthemum-like face finally relaxed, and he was very happy. Magalo was so happy to see others not having as much money as he did. While Magalo was happy, Liphone beside him had a crying expression. Spending 85 billion for a sword made him feel heartbroken as the one in charge of finances. However, thinking of Magalo's abilities, Liphone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't some powerful kingdom with Magalo's abilities, it would be extremely easy. They obtained their wealth through plundering nations, which is also why Magalo reached a bounty of 15 billion. The auction items were quickly nearing completion, and only the last item remained. Herona took a deep breath to calm her excited heart, believing everyone had been looking forward to this for a long time. This last auction item was no simple matter. Everyone's attention was drawn to Herona, and no one noticed Rowling's small movements in the corner and the blushing cheeks of Astia and the four girls behind her. The final auction item was a map indicating the location of the design of the ancient weapon, Pluto. Many people present were pirates, and due to the intentional blockade of information about world domination, not many knew about the ancient weapons, so Herona introduced it in detail again. If it were directly the design of the ancient weapon Pluto, Rowling would not hesitate to kill everyone here, but just a map indicating where Pluto might be. Rowling already knew where it was without needing this map. After all, this was the advantage of being a traveler. What he needed most now was Rowling's appearance. Although his system warehouse contained the previously revealed Robin's life card, it only provided a rough direction, and searching for it was too time-consuming. It was better to wait until Robin arrived at Crocodile's place, and then go find it directly. How much easier would that be? Rowling was playing with Astia, and soon time passed quickly. The last auction item was sold for 13 billion. All right, let's get ready to leave. Just when Rowling thought the auction was over, two men in black suits suddenly rushed out from backstage. They quickly handcuffed Helena's delicate wrist and put an explosive collar around her neck. What are you doing? Have you made a mistake? Why are you doing this to me? Helena shouted on stage, but no one spoke up to help her. Everyone, please remain calm. This is the last auction item prepared by our young master for everyone. And yes, this auction item is her, Helena. The elderly man in a black suit said in a low voice, Stop resisting, Helena, and offer your last bit of value for the family. The starting price is 100 million Bailey. Please bid actively. This is indeed surprising. Rowling smiled and was about to raise the sign when he noticed that the person in the VIP room had bid again. 500 million berries, starting with an increase of 400 million. Since many people had already bought what they wanted, there were no further bids. Thus, Herona was bought by Magro for 500 million berries. Herona's eyes were filled with despair. She longed for freedom and had thought that after receiving the auction's prize money, she could buy her freedom and live a carefree life. But little did she know, Doflamingo had never intended to let her go and wanted to auction her off at the end of the event. It was ironic that, after working so hard, she ended up as her own coffin. Just like that, Herona was taken to Magro's VIP room. When Herona saw Magro's face, she felt nauseous and almost wanted to vomit. Fortunately, Magro was not focused on her at that moment. Liphone, take the people. Magro wants to block that kid and must chop him into pieces. Understood, Captain. Liphone followed Magro out. Herona could only follow behind. The auction had already ended, and Rowling intentionally walked at the back. Little brother, It seems you really intend to confront that person. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, you can go ahead. After I deal with this, I'll come find you for a drink. Most people had already left the auction house, leaving only Rowlin, Rayleigh, and 5 young girls. Thus, Rowlin didn't bother to lower his voice, patted Rayleigh on the shoulder, and directly called out his name. That voice. You are. Rayleigh looked at the fully armed person in disbelief. If you remember correctly, the owner of that voice was. Shoo, Rayleigh, don't say it out loud. It wouldn't be interesting anymore, would it? Haha, little brother. You really are playing with me. I wonder what their expressions would be if they knew you were chummy with me. Ding. Rayleigh was shocked by the host's identity and received a rating of S, gaining 2nd level Conqueror's Hockey. The Conqueror's Hockey has finally improved. It's really tough. I don't know how that red-haired guy managed to reach a level that can affect matter. It's really terrifying. Don't speak so purple. I only like women, not men, haha. As Rowling turned to leave, he said, You 5, I'm not forcing you. You can decide for yourselves whether to leave. After saying that, Rowling stepped out of the auction house. The 5 young girls watched Rowling's back. Although they didn't know who he was or if he could truly fight against the people in the VIP room, they decided not to leave. You are the first man to encounter me. I've made up my mind about you. We'll listen to Aya. The 4 girls behind Astia spoke simultaneously. With the girls' responses, Rowling smiled and walked towards the outside of the auction house. What are you still dawdling for? Go watch the show. As he said this, Rayleigh quickly followed Rowling, as this was a great opportunity to understand Rowling's abilities, and most importantly, Rayleigh wanted to see the expressions of others when they learned about Rowling's identity. Rayleigh thought he was being quite devious. Magro, finally here. Magro is getting impatient. Rowling slowly walked towards Maglo. The person in the VIP room was you, and you really are disgusting, downright nauseating. They say that one's appearance reflects their heart. Yours must be black. It's really intriguing. Maglo, you interesting little brat. I want to swallow you whole right now. There were quite a few people around. They hadn't left because they were all waiting for this good show. It's a common trait of humans to watch the excitement. I didn't expect the person in the VIP room to be from the Maglo pirate crew. This guy is done for. Maglo? That guy who ate the superhuman power fruit? I've heard he once killed a giant with a single punch. That's terrifying after all. It's a giant. How did his power increase to such a terrifying level? I've heard that if he completely eats someone, that person's power can be converted into Maglo's power. Eating people? That's too horrifying. Because of this, his bounty has reached a terrifying one. 5 billion berries. In Area 1 of the Sabati archipelago, this is an outlaw zone, ungoverned. Not even the Navy dares to touch it. Maglo and his crew have been waiting here for a long time to finally ambush Rowling. Maglo, nearly 3 meters tall, looked down at Rowling from above. That's why I really hate you guys who are 3 meters tall at the drop of a hat. You're not an admiral, so why grow so tall? While saying this, Rowling used a transformation technique to change his height back to 3 meters, reaching the standard height of an admiral. Even 2 centimeters taller than Akiji, making it a true admiral's height. It's known that Momonosuke also has the so-called admiral height, definitely above 2.5 meters. However, the crowd didn't think that Rowling growing taller would also mean increased strength. After all, Maglo is a power user who ate the power fruit. Just one punch from him could cause widespread cracking on the ground. In the sky above, tinged with golden red, a gentle breeze blew through Rowling's ink-black hair. So you're called Maglo, right? As an admiral, Rowling had prepared himself to shock others at any moment, having memorized the faces of many notorious pirates. So when Maglo stood before him, he immediately recognized who Maglo was. Maglo, since you've heard of my great name, quickly bring out the beauty behind you, and I'll leave you with your whole corpse. Hand her over? Sure. Rowling smiled, but his expression was hidden behind a mask, so no one knew how he felt. The 5 girls behind him were filled with despair. They had thought they had encountered a relatively good master, and had even prepared for certain outcomes. However, they never expected that Rowling would so easily agree to Maglo's demands. If their future lives meant facing Maglo's disgusting face all the time, they might as well commit suicide now. But would Rowling really do that? Of course not. Under the gaze of the crowd, Rowling extended 3 fingers, 3 moves. As long as you can withstand my 3 moves, I will commit suicide on the spot. Ahaha, what did I just hear? He wants to defeat Captain Maglo in 3 moves? That's hilarious. Is he trying to make me die laughing? This person's brain must be fried. Even if it were 300 moves, he would never be able to defeat Captain Maglo. Not only were Maglo's crew continuously mocking Rowling's arrogance and ignorance, but even the onlookers felt that Rowling was overestimating himself and lacked self-awareness. Even Rayleigh thought that Rowling was bragging. He believed that if Rowling truly possessed the strength of a Marine admiral, he would definitely be able to defeat Maglo. But it absolutely could not be that simple with just 3 moves. If it really were 3 moves, it would mean that Rowling's abilities had surpassed that of an admiral, approaching the level of the 4 emperors, or even at the level of the 4 emperors. After all, it takes 2 admirals to defeat 1 emperor, and if Rowling's strength reached the level of an emperor, Rayleigh could imagine that the situation on the sea would change dramatically. Go for it. Master, I believe in you. Just when everyone doubted Rowling, Astia and the others behind her, Astelo, Estina, Astilion, and Astier, stepped forward. Master, go for it. We believe in you. Rowling was somewhat surprised by the encouragement from the women, but he still gave a thumbs up, indicating that he was fine, just a mere pig, nothing to mention. Not far away, Magro's expression changed when he heard Rowling refer to himself as a pig, and his aura began to rise. The people around, seeing this scene, changed their expressions and moved further away, afraid of being caught up in the battle that was about to happen. After all, they were there to watch the excitement, not to fight. Watching the audience retreat, Rowling laughed and said, "You must all be pirates too, right? Better run away quickly. Once I'm done with this, you'll be my targets as well." Ha! He must be crazy, thinking 1 Magro isn't enough and want to target us too. Yeah. Even a spit from so many of us could kill you. Enough. Stop the noise. Magro shouted, silencing the onlookers, then pointed at Rowling and said, "You kid, within 3 moves, if you can't kill me, I'll beat you into a pulp with my fists and then eat you bite by bite. Don't worry, 3 moves will be enough." Rowling smiled slightly. He didn't want to waste too much time talking with them. It was already close to afternoon, and he hadn't even had lunch yet. Once I finish dealing with you, I could just go back to have a meal. Thinking about it this way, it's quite nice. Rowling murmured to himself, as golden red aura gradually emerged from his body. It matched the colors in the sky, and if one didn't know this was a fight, the scenery would be quite beautiful. Here it comes. The first move, Daytime Tiger. Rowling murmured softly and, relying on his physical strength, directly appeared in front of Magro. The golden red aura around him intensified. This was the advanced body technique that could be used after opening the 7th gate, the Gate of Shock, and the 8 gates of Duinjia. Rowling's fists seemed to transform into afterimages as he launched a concentrated, ultra-fast straight punch at Magro. He first compressed the air and then expanded it in one breath, forming the shape of an air cannon, powerful like a tiger. The shockwave that dispersed during the attack was mixed with a fierce wind, making it difficult for those around to stand steady. How could this be? So powerful. Who on earth is he? He can't possibly be an insignificant nobody. Could Magro really be? The onlookers, all shielding their heads with their hands, peered through the gaps of their fingers at the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Magro was utterly stunned, unable to imagine that Rowling could be this strong. Magro gritted his teeth, feeling as if his ribs were broken in his chest, and possibly his internal organs were bleeding. Haki, realizing the situation was dire, Magro immediately concentrated his haki on his chest to protect it from further harm. It was already too late. Rowling's lips curled slightly as he shifted his offensive stance. Evening Elephant. This was a high-level body technique used after unlocking the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, the Death Gate. However, Rowling didn't need to burn his blood like Kai. He could generate an even larger golden red gas by circulating sword energy within his body. His fist struck the air violently, creating a powerful air cannon, with speed continuously increasing from 1 to 5. Magro felt an immense pressure weighing down on him, and he absolutely could not allow this punch to land directly on him. Strength Enhancement. X2 Despairing Heavy Fist. Faced with a ferocious air cannon, like a raging beast, Magro summoned all his strength and threw a punch to block it. Boom! Boom! In the center of the battlefield, a mushroom cloud suddenly rose. The clouds in the sky were blown away, leaving only golden red twilight. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left speechless. Goodness, this is terrifying. Who on earth is this guy? Could he be an even more powerful pirate than Magro? Ding! Due to the host's formidable combat power, onlooker A was shocked. Evaluation. A reward. Weakness fruit. After use, it grants the ability of weakness, making anyone hit feel incredibly weak and unable to exert strength. Ding! Due to the host's formidable combat power, onlooker B was shocked. Evaluation. A. Reward. 1 ton of fresh ingredients. It includes all the fresh ingredients available on the market. Ding! Due to the host's formidable combat power, onlooker C was shocked. Evaluation. A. Reward. Military ration pills. After use, hunger will not be felt. Electronic sounds echoed wildly in Rowling's mind. But he paid no attention to the items dropped by these onlookers. What truly concerned him was Rayleigh and the 5 women behind him. Ding! Due to the host's mysterious body technique, Rayleigh felt shocked. Evaluation. S. Reward. Isteth's limited summon card. After summoning, Isteth from another dimension can freely act in this world for 1 day, with 1 usage. Ding! Critical evaluation. Evaluation. SSS. Reward. Isteth's unlimited summon card. After summoning, Isteth can act freely in this world, whether as an enemy or ally, is determined by the host's actions. Ding! Due to the host's formidable strength, Astia felt reassured. Evaluation. S. Reward. Astia's dependency at 80. Strong winds kicked up dust from the ground, making it hard for them to open their eyes. When the winds finally calmed, they looked toward the center of the battlefield. Suddenly, they were all stunned. This face is so familiar. If I remember correctly, this is the Navy Admiral Black Crow. What Black Crow? As if a chain reaction, everyone stared at Rowling in shock. Rowling reached out and touched his face, thinking, could it be that the mask was blown away by the strong wind just now? Oh dear, my true identity has been discovered. Actually, you should pretend not to recognize me, so I wouldn't have to fulfill my duties as a general. But unfortunately, you recognized me, and I am the Navy while you are pirates. Once I take care of this guy, you won't be able to escape either. Ding ding. In Rowland's mind, a series of electronic sounds echoed again, but the things that burst out were indeed a mess, and Rowland didn't want to look any longer. Magro, right? There's one last move. I hope you can handle it. At this moment, Magro had already rolled his eyes, but relying on his strong will, he was still barely able to stand on the ground. However, no matter how one looked at it, there was no way for him to continue resisting. His crew had fled early on, leaving only Magro behind, which showed how unpopular his usual actions were. Since you have recognized my identity, then I will end you with my swordsmanship. After all, you are one of the more valuable pirates I've killed. Ganwu Zhuang. As Rowland's voice fell, he directly summoned Ganwu Zhuang from the system's storage space. The blade, as tall as a person, gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Flame feast, flame up flame. Flame feast, flame up flame. Suddenly, intense flames surged from the body of Ganwu Zhuang, swirling and resonating with the soul and sword intent. With a single swing, Magro's head was severed. Next, it's your turn, lovely pirates. Soon after finishing off Magro, Rowland turned his gaze toward the other onlookers. Not good, run. Hey, am I dreaming? How could a Marine Admiral come to a place like this? Damn, why do I only have 2 legs? Watching the other pirates scatter and flee, Rowland felt a slight satisfaction in his malicious amusement. Putting Ganwu Zhuang back into its sheath, Rowland walked toward Herona, who had been standing aside. Is your name Herona? Yes, Admiral. Herona's eyes widened as she watched Rowland approach her, and for some reason, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear, it seems my earlier action scared you. Don't be too afraid, okay? After all, now that Magro is dead, and his crew seems to have fled, you are free. Saying this, Rowland easily twisted off the shackles from Herona. As for the explosive collar around her neck, it automatically lost its effect when Magro died, and Rowland removed it and tossed it aside. When Rowland threw the explosive collar aside, Herona knelt directly in front of him, her eyes shimmering with tears, looking at Rowland with watery eyes, slightly sobbing, and said, Master, could you take me in? I have nowhere to go now. I'll take you in? But what use do you have? Hearing this, Herona's eyes first dimmed, then suddenly brightened, saying, Master, the 5 girls you took pictures of were all from my hands. So, your profession is quite special. I can help the master with anything. Please take me in. Saying this, Herona bowed again. Rowland's lips curled slightly as he picked up the holy heaven and then stood next to Astia. Hearing Rowland's words, Helona felt a surge of joy in her heart. She knew Rowland had accepted her loyalty. At that moment, there was no one else around. Admiral Black Crow had slain the 1.5 billion bounty pirate Magro in just 3 moves, and a single word from him had scared away countless onlookers. It was understandable. Who would dare to continue watching in the presence of such a terrifying figure? Rayleigh, it seems you're the only one left now. Ha, Black Crow. Are you planning to capture me too? When I have time, let's drink together and spar a bit. Sure, as long as you don't mind this old bone of mine. With a wave of his hand, Rowland said no more. He took out a transponder snail from his chest and contacted his subordinates, instructing them to bring his warship to pick up the 6 women and take them home. I must say, today was indeed a fruitful return. 1 person came, and 6 went back. It seems that the days ahead shouldn't be so boring. After all, Rowland wasn't the kind of person who enjoyed solitude and crazy training. If he could have some beautiful women around to enjoy the view and take care of his daily needs, that would be what real life is about, right? The 5 women led by Astia looked at Helona, standing aside, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They felt that life was truly incredible. You never know what might happen in the future. It was like a roller coaster. After being bought by Rowlin, they initially thought their master might be killed by Magro. But unexpectedly, their master had separated his head from his body in just 3 moves. Most importantly, their master turned out to be the legendary Admiral Black Crow. This immediately gave them a sense of security. This thought wasn't only held by the 5 women. Even Helona found it hard to believe. If anyone felt the most excited today, besides the already deceased Magro, it would surely be Helona. She glanced at the 4 women beside her and remembered how she had taught them to please their future master not long ago. But now she found herself needing to use that knowledge as well. But that was fine. Her master was Rowlin, the Admiral Black Crow, much better than relying on pirates. Ignoring what the women were thinking, Rowlin took off his black cloak and wrapped up Magro's severed head. He planned to use the same trick again and throw it in front of Sengoku, wondering if Sengoku would still be shocked. Soon, Rowlin's warship arrived at the port of Sabaody Archipelago. With so many people around, Rayleigh had already left Rowlin's side. "Let's go home. Home," the women replied in unison. On the ship, the women rarely showed smiles as they curiously examined everything on the warship, and even Helona was no exception. It made sense. They had never boarded an admiral's ship before, so it was no wonder they were so curious. Rowling didn't want to restrain them either. After reminding them to be careful while watching and not to move around recklessly, he lay down on the sun lounger to soak up the sun. The warm sunlight on his body soon made Rowling fall asleep. On the sea, a warship was speeding towards Marineford, an area one of the Chambord Islands. In the uninhabited land, the auction house, Doflamingo looked at the information in his hand, which had just been delivered to him. It showed details about the earlier confrontation between Magro and Rowling. The Marine Admiral Black Crow did not expect that person to be him. Thinking of this, Doflamingo felt a bit startled. Fortunately, Black Crow did not do anything crazy, otherwise his plan would have gone to waste. The notorious pirate Magro, with a bounty of 1.5 billion, couldn't he last 3 moves against Admiral Black Crow? If he really wanted to stir things up, even if he called for a drought, it would probably be of no use. With this in mind, Doflamingo had Toripole bring over the Den Den Mushi. This was an encrypted Den Den Mushi, which required a password to dial out, capable of shielding against eavesdropping, and was a very rare variety among Den Den Mushis. After the auction ended, some interesting things happened. In a dim place, Kaido leaned against a stone chair, his black hair cascading down, with a pair of horns on his head and a long beard resembling dragon whiskers. His left arm had a dragon scale tattoo. He was bare-chested, with a cross scar on his right abdomen, wearing a purple top with 2 gold chains hanging from the hem and baggy dark green pants, tied with a shimenawa around his waist. Like a demon, he listened to what Doflamingo was saying on the other side, his eyes growing increasingly fierce. He killed Magro in 3 moves? Interesting. I must fight him when I get the chance. At this moment, Rowling was unaware that he had already caught Kaido's attention. He had just woken up from his slumber. "Have we arrived? Marineford?" "Yes, Admiral, we have reached Marineford. Also, Fleet Admiral Sengoku just called and said to meet him immediately upon your arrival at Marineford." "Really? I just wanted to continue sleeping." Rowling lazily stretched, yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked at the 6 women standing in front of him, saying, "I'll have someone take you to my place. Clean up and cook well. I should be back soon." "Yes, Master." Helona also began to call Rowling Master, but he didn't mind. After changing into the Admiral's uniform, Rowling headed towards Sengoku's office, of course, not forgetting to take Magro's head with him. Weighing Magro's head in his hand, Rowling muttered to himself, "I really hope you can make Sengoku shut up. I don't want to hear him nag." Soon, Rowling arrived at Sengoku's office and politely knocked on the door. "Come in." Rowling pushed open the door and saw Sengoku, who was still reviewing documents. A smile tugged at the corner of Rowling's mouth. "The Marshal really is diligent. Every time I come to your office, you're always in the same posture. What did you do at the Sabaody Archipelago? Don't you know Marshal? I thought you called me over because you knew what I was doing there." As he spoke, Rowling casually sat on a leather sofa, crossed his legs, and tossed the figure wrapped in a black robe, Magro, in front of Sengoku. Sengoku merely frowned slightly at Rowling's action and did not say much. Opening the black robe, a terrifying-looking person was seen staring at him with white eyes. Sengoku was momentarily stunned and looked up at Rowling. "Magro? The pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion. Yes. I just went to the Sabaody Archipelago for a bit of fun, and then this guy confronted me. Marshal, you have no idea how scared I was at that moment. Facing such a hulking figure, my little heart was pounding. Plus, he said he wanted to eat me. It was truly terrifying. Black Crow, speak properly. Really, Marshall? Don't you think that's quite interesting? Rowling teased Sengoku, then placed his hands behind his head and leaned back on the sofa, saying, I don't want to go into details. The cause is a bit complicated. In short, this guy was really all bark and no bite. He only lasted 3 moves against me before he was done. What? 3 moves? Sengoku was somewhat stunned when he heard Rowling's words. It's worth noting that Sengoku had heard of Magro. He often robbed weaker countries, indirectly demonstrating his formidable combat power. Sengoku had even previously dispatched 3 vice admirals to hunt him down, but without exception, all 3 were heavily injured and allowed Magro to escape. A person like that couldn't he withstand 3 moves from Rowling? Could it be that Rowling's true strength has already reached the level of the 4 emperors? Realizing this, Sengoku felt an immense sense of dread about Rowling. What exactly is his true power? Ding. Due to Sengoku being shocked by the host's strength evaluation, S. Reward. Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame, LV. 3. The system directly infused the ability of the Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame into Prometheus. Under the guidance of the Navy soldiers, the 6 women arrived at Rowling's residence. Rowling's residence is a typical, large general setup, quite similar to a modern villa. However, this villa for the small Rowling might be a bit large. In the world of One Piece, land is abundant, so each general is allocated a substantial space. Within this space, you can do whatever you want. Therefore, Rowling directly designed a villa resembling a modern one based on the memories in his mind. The 6 women were stunned the moment they arrived here. Wow, it's really beautiful. I've never seen a building in this style before. Will we really live here from now on? Even Astoria, who was once a princess, expressed such admiration, let alone Helona, who felt incredibly happy at that moment. Although she had lost her freedom and became a maid-like role, she felt that her current life was better because her master was a Navy admiral. The villa is divided into 3 floors. The first floor has a huge living room, with a fountain in the center, intricately carved with dragon and phoenix patterns, looking luxurious. The living room is filled with all sorts of peculiar items, which, needless to say, must have been obtained by Rowling from the system. There are indeed many items from the system. Apart from a few extremely bizarre ones, Rowling selected many beautiful items and arranged them in the villa as decorations. Only the 6 women entered the villa with no one else around. They were like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, curiously looking around. On the first floor, they also found the kitchen, which seemed to be larger than usual, at least 200 square meters, filled with various ingredients. How much does our master love to eat? The 6 women thought to themselves. Although they were more curious about the upper floors, they decided to complete the task assigned by their master first and prepare a lavish meal, leaving the rest for later. Helona, hurry up and wash your hands. Come help. Astoria rolled up her sleeves and called to Helona, who was standing aside. Helona shot a glare at Astoria. Astoria, have you forgotten how I taught you before? Do you still want to try again now? Having long endured Helona's dominance, the 4 younger princesses, except for the 18-year-old Astoria, were still quite afraid of Helona. Times have changed. We were personally bought by the master, and you are merely a trophy. We are 5, and you are 1. You should understand the weight of that, Astoria said with a sly smile, leaving Helona momentarily speechless. With no choice, Helona could only imitate Astoria and roll up her sleeves to help with the ingredients. Seeing this scene, Astoria finally relaxed. She could be sure that in the days to come, her only authority would be the master, and there wouldn't be another Helona. It must be said that Astoria is quite clever. It's probably due to her intelligence that she managed to escape with her 4 younger sisters from their fallen kingdom at that time. In the office, Sengoku and Rowling were silent. Picking up the tea placed on the table, Sengoku took a sip to calm his nerves. Black Crow, I didn't expect you to have such abilities. What abilities are you talking about, Admiral? I think there's still quite a distance between you, me, and Vice Admiral Garp. Roland replié, dismissing Sengoku as compliment. Sengoku was not interested in Rowling's idle talk. He would have the intelligence organization investigate the situation in the Sabati archipelago. Now that he knew Rowling had this kind of strength, it seemed he was very suitable for that particular task. With this thought, Sengoku shifted his focus back to Rowling. Rowling seemed to sense something. His body suddenly shuddered. Marshall, you can't be thinking. Yes, I plan to let you. Marshall, that's not possible. I like women, not men. We're not suited for each other. The moment Rowling said this, the atmosphere in the office seemed to freeze. Countless symbols suddenly appeared on Sengoku's forehead, and the muscles on his body tensed up instantly. Black Crow, If you dare to say such nonsense in front of me again, believe it or not, I will deduct your entire salary for the next year. No, for the next 10 years. Just kidding, Marshall. It's good to lighten the mood. See? It's not awkward anymore, right? Sengoku held his head, feeling quite a headache. If possible, he genuinely wanted to secretly pull Rowling into his faction to stabilize the Dove faction. So it wouldn't truly become a weapon in the hands of the elders or the celestial dragons without right or wrong, killing innocents indiscriminately. Therefore, Sengoku gave Rowling great leniency. Not continuing with the previous topic, Sengoku tossed a document onto Rowling's sofa and said, "Take a look at this document and tell me your thoughts." Rowling picked up the document from the sofa. It was relatively thin and not very thick. Rowling leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and hummed a little tune. Amidst the seemingly murderous gaze of Sengoku, he turned to the first page. There, in bold letters, were the words, "Seven Warlords Plan." The moment he saw those 5 characters, Rowling recalled the 7 he had seen not long ago in Sengoku's office. Could it be that this was the document? This was indeed earlier than he had imagined. Was it a chain reaction triggered by his own butterfly effect? Without needing to look closely, Rowling understood what the 7 Warlords Plan was about. The so-called 7 Warlords were a special power and qualification granted by the world government to 7 pirates. They were not a group, but each acted independently. They could be considered the lapdogs of the world government. However, it was ironic that the 7 warlords knew this very well. Yet each had their own reasons for becoming one. For their own purposes, they could not give up the power and status of being 7 warlord, thus mutually exploiting their relationship with the world government. Rowling pretended to flip through a few pages, and his expression grew increasingly unpleasant. The smile he usually had was gone, which made Sengoku, seeing this expression on Rowling for the first time, feel unusually tense. What a joke! This is simply a joke. As representatives of justice, how can we tolerate darkness? Rowling's righteous demeanor made even him believe it, let alone Warring States. At this moment, Warring States couldn't keep a stern face any longer. He stood up from his seat and walked over to Rowland, personally handing him a pot of tea. The teacup floated with a few tea leaves, emitting a faint fragrance. Black Crow, don't be so agitated. This is actually a last resort. Warring State sighed and continued, Black Crow, you should know that ever since Joel D. Roger uttered those words at the moment of his death, the once calm sea has suddenly stirred up enormous waves. Putting aside the major tragedies that occurred before, just the recent Sun Prometheus incident is enough for us to initiate this plan. Rowling felt quite depressed. Weren't we having a good conversation? Why did it suddenly turn to himself? Was it really because of his little butterfly effect, gently flapping its wings, causing such a storm? Because Prometheus somehow defeated the old lady and escaped from her hands, making the pirates on the sea feel that the 4 emperors were nothing special, leading to repeated assassination attempts to take their place. But the fact proved that the 4 emperors are indeed the 4 emperors. Even some very powerful pirates on the sea could only suffer defeat at their hands. Isn't that a good thing? Many pirates were killed by the 4 emperors. Sengoku nodded. This is both a good and a bad thing. The key point is that after going through this ordeal, the pirate crews under the 4 emperors received a lot of training, and their strength significantly improved, with many even reaching a higher level. This gave the 4 emperors more power to occupy other territories, to the extent that during the recent World Conference, our Navy faced a lot of criticism, leaving us no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Rowling secretly rolled his eyes, and while Zhangguo was not paying attention, he dabbed his saliva under his eyes and pretended to be very touched. Marshall, you have really worked hard at the World Conference. Zhangguo was momentarily stunned when he saw the tears under Rowling's eyes. He had been so engrossed in his speech that he noticed Rowling's little actions. The bitterness in his heart was something only he, the Marshal, knew. So when he saw Rowling's tears, Zhangguo had to admit that he felt a slight touch in his heart. Marshal, hearing you say that the source of all this is really that son Prometheus. If I have the chance, I will definitely find him and let him know what the justice of the Navy is. Speaking of this Prometheus, it really gives me a headache. Ever since we defeated Big Mom last time, he seems to have evaporated from the world, no matter how we investigate. We have never been able to track his whereabouts, which makes me very worried. Is he plotting a bigger conspiracy? Not to the extent of a conspiracy, but his figure will definitely appear in everyone's sight very soon. Rowling smiled faintly at the thought, but suddenly remembered that he still had to put on a moved expression. So he forced it back. Marshall, what should I do? Just tell me directly. I want to help you share the burden. Marshall, I understand. I will definitely work hard. Rowling said as he walked out of the office of Sengoku. At the moment he closed the door, a smile reappeared on his face. It was rare for anyone to be near Sengoku's office. Otherwise, if someone saw Rowling smile, they would definitely feel a chill. Boa Hancock, Jeku Moria, Crocodile. He didn't expect that Sengoku would arrange for him to deal with these three characters. His task was to get these three pirates to join as soon as the Navy announced the 7 warlords, allowing the Navy to create momentum and take the opportunity to suppress the pirates' power. Well, he didn't mind this task. After all, he was really curious about how stunning Boa Hancock was, like a celestial beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. As for Gecko Moria, Rowling also wanted to get something from him, believing that Moria wouldn't say much. However, Crocodile might be a bit troublesome since he was located the farthest from Marineford, in the very early part of the Grand Line, and it would take a long time to reach him. While thinking, Rowling walked toward his residence. Perhaps by the time he returned home, they would have already prepared the meal, and he would just need to enjoy the delicious food. He also wondered if they had made meat. The meat in this pirate world was simply exceptional. He understood why Luffy loved meat so much, because the juices were incredibly rich, and one bite was simply delightful. Just as Rowling was imagining the taste of the meat, he suddenly spotted a woman with pink hair not far away. Rowland's attention was instantly drawn over. It must be said that having pink hair in the Navy is truly eye-catching. Even from a distance, Rowland could see it very clearly. Admiral Black Crow, the girl with pink hair, upon seeing Rowland approach, immediately performed a standard military salute. At the same time, she nudged Smoker, who was standing beside her. Smoker quickly reacted as well, giving Rowland a standard military salute. "I recognize you. You're Major Tina, right?" Tina felt very honored that the Admiral knew her. Rowling looked at Tina in front of him. She had a stylish long bob with a light pink center part, wearing purple-tinted sunglasses and holding a lady's cigarette in her mouth. This did not detract from Tina's elegance. Instead, it brought a different vibe. Her outfit was a modified fuchsia professional suit paired with a navy justice cape, and her gloves were also deep purple. No matter how you looked at it, she appeared very fashionable. Indeed, women love beauty. After extinguishing the cigarette, Rowling smiled, though his voice was somewhat cold. Although Tina was reluctant, authority often trumps, especially when the difference is several ranks. Tina extinguished the cigarette. Without the smell of smoke, Rowling felt much more refreshed. "Did you just come from Zephyr's training camp?" "Yes, Admiral, we just came from Teacher Zephyr's training camp." At this moment, Tina added, "Smoker is about to go to Lowtown to suppress pirates. So I came with him to take another look at Teacher Zephyr." Rowling glanced at Smoker and then at Tina, saying, "Oh, you two seem to have a good relationship. Could it be that you're a couple?" Upon hearing Rowling's words, Tina's slightly stubborn face immediately flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly waved her hands to deny it, saying, "No, that's not it, Admiral. Tina and Smoker are just friends, absolutely. It is definitely impossible for us to be a couple." Smoker had been looking at Tina with some anticipation, but after hearing her words, he felt a sense of hope that only briefly showed on his expression. Even in that brief moment, Rowling noticed it, and as he looked at the two in front of him, he was calculating in his mind. "All right, Tina, I was just joking. Look at how nervous you are. Even if Smoker is really not possible, you shouldn't say it out loud. That would be very hurtful." Rowling sprinkled a bit of salt on Smoker's heart again. Smoker forced a smile and said, "Vice Admiral, you're joking. Just as Tina said, we are just friends now and in the future." However, as he finished speaking, he noticed the resentment flashing in Smoker's eyes. Rowling smiled and didn't say anything further. With these few words left here, no matter what kind of relationship existed between the two of them, there would inevitably be some cracks. He really was too bad. "Tina, take me to see Zephyr. I was planning to find him soon anyway, so let's get this done now that I've run into you." Tina was quite curious about what the great general wanted with Teacher Zephyr, especially since Zephyr was just a teacher now. As a former student of Zephyr, Tina still had a lot of affection for him. Rubbing Tina's head instinctively, Rowling said with a smile, "Don't worry. I won't make Zephyr do anything he doesn't want to do, nor will I assign him any tasks. I just need him to help me with a small favor." Rowling's words completely went unheard by Tina. At this moment, she covered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, and said, "Admiral, please don't pat Tina's head anymore. Tina doesn't like it." All right, I understand. It was just a habit, haha." Rowling laughed and followed Tina towards Zephyr's training camp. Smoker walked at the back, watching the two people not far away, his fists tightly clenched. The frustration within him was something only Smoker himself understood. "I must become stronger. Only then can I gain Tina's trust." Thinking of this, Smoker was even more eager to head to Lowtown to find pirates and hone his strength. However, would training in the Four Seas really be useful for Smoker, who possesses a Logia fruit? After all, there are many people in the Four Seas who don't even know about hockey, And without the pressure of life and death, how could one possibly break through? This also led to Smoker becoming the weakest Logia fruit user in the Navy in the original work. From the very beginning, Smoker chose the wrong direction. Tina, do you know how old Zephyr is now? Admiral, Tina seems to have heard that Teacher Zephyr is already 63 years old. Oh, 63? That's still considered middle-aged. Yes. In the pirate world, 63 is really not old. Strength has only just begun to weaken. As the former admiral of No Kill, Zephyr definitely has his own training methods. And even as age increases, he can greatly slow down the decline of strength. Rowling stretched lazily, looking at the setting sun in the distance, and said, I really want to have a match with Zephyr. Smoker, hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow and said, Admiral, Teacher Zephyr is very strong. Oh, but I think I'm not weak either. Rowland looked at Smoker with great interest, guessing his thoughts at that moment. Smoker glanced at Tina, then at Rowland, and said, Tina, what do you think? Tina felt that both of them were very impressive. She didn't delve deeper into Smoker's question because whether Rowland was impressive or Zephyr was impressive would inevitably offend the other party. As for Smoker, who had thrown the question onto himself, Tina felt a bit of resentment in her heart. Smoker heard Tina's answer and twitched his mouth, saying, I think Teacher Zephyr is the strongest. Oh, really? Rowland's eyes gradually narrowed as he smiled at Smoker. What was your name again? Reporting to Admiral, I am Smoker. The rank of Lieutenant Colonel. I was wondering why I didn't recognize you. Turns out you're a Lieutenant Colonel. My apologies. There are just too many Lieutenant Colonels in the Navy for me to remember. Unlike Tina, who is already a Rear Admiral at such a young age. If she works a bit harder, perhaps the next Admiral position will be yours, Tina. Hearing Rowland's words, Tina's face turned red, complimenting her pink hair, making her incredibly charming. Tina will work even harder. Seeing his childhood friend blushing, Smoker felt uncomfortable and impulsively said, Admiral, do you dare to bet with me? Bet? Ha, Smoker. What position do you have to bet with me? Smoker opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Rowland. Tina, let's hurry up and go, or it will be dark soon. Soon, Tina led Rowland to Zephyr's office. At that moment, Zephyr was looking at the information of a student, pondering how to train them to quickly enhance their abilities. From this perspective, Zephyr was definitely a very competent teacher. After all, among those who graduated from Zephyr's hands were 3 monsters and dozens of Rear Admirals. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. With Zephyr's permission, Rowland walked into Zephyr's office. Long time no see, former Admiral. Ha, don't call me Admiral anymore. Now I'm just an instructor, a teacher. You could just call me Zephyr. Seeing that it was Rowland, Zephyr, although unsure of why Rowland was looking for him, still laughed heartily. Smoker, witnessing this scene, thought to himself, "T-such hypocritical man." Of course, this hypocrisy was not referring to Zephyr, but to Rowland. Since that's the case, I will respectfully follow your wishes. Ha! The sun is about to set. I wonder what you want to discuss with me? Rowling smiled and said, I originally planned to wait a while before coming to bother you, Professor Zephyr. But today I happened to run into Tina on the way, so I thought there was no time like the present and decided to come find you today. I hope you won't mind. Sitting on the sofa in Professor Zephyr's office, Rowling continued, How should I put it? The main reason I came to see you this time is for 2 things. Zephyr remained silent, waiting for Rowling to continue. Rowling didn't procrastinate and spoke directly. The first thing he wanted was to find a few trainees from you, Teacher Zephyr, to practice on my ship for 2.5 years. After 2.5 years, whether they stay or leave will depend on their determination. If they have high talent, I want to take them as my direct disciples. Black Crow, ideas like yours are quite rare in the Navy. You just became a general not long ago, and you already want to take on disciples? Zephyr was pondering whether Rowling's actions were to cultivate his own faction, but what he didn't understand was why he wanted to recruit from his own camp. Regarding Zephyr's question, Rowling had already prepared his response in his heart. It's like this, Teacher Zephyr, you should know that I've always abhorred evil and detest pirates deeply. In my view, relying solely on my own strength is completely insufficient, and the efficiency is always too low. However, if I take the time I usually spend on the ship to teach promising newcomers and fully train them, after practicing on my ship for 2.5 years, no matter where they go, they can contribute to the Navy and bring light to this world. Tina, standing behind Rowling, listened to his words, her eyes shining. General Black Crow's awareness of thought is truly high. Tina decided that General Black Crow would be her role model, and she would strive to align herself with him in every way. Smoker didn't know what Tina was thinking. He looked angrily at Rowling's back but felt powerless. Right now, he was just a lieutenant, while the person in front of him was already a general. Could he really catch up? No, he should be more confident and believe that he can do it. Smoker silently cheered himself on in his heart. Zephyr sat in his chair, looking into Rowling's eyes. He knew that Rowling had previously brought the heads of 1,000 pirates to the office of the Warring States, so he somewhat agreed with Rowling's deep hatred for pirates. General Blackcrow, I agree with your idea. I promise you this matter. There are indeed too many pests on this sea, and we need more strong individuals to clean them up. Thank you for your support, Teacher Zephyr. Rowling had a smile on his face. He had known this outcome long ago. When it comes to the hatred for pirates, no one in the room should despise them more than Zephyr. His family was killed by pirates. So starting from this point, Zephyr would definitely not refuse and would even help himself establish his image in front of his students. He really was quite clever. As for the second matter might require a bit more trouble from Teacher Zephyr. Oh, what do you mean? I recently just grasped a new skill and wanted to find a strong opponent to fight against to further refine my techniques. However, Admiral Sengoku is extremely busy, and Vice Admiral Garp has been missing lately, making him hard to find. Coincidentally, I've heard that Teacher Zephyr's black wrist techniques are incredibly powerful, so I wanted to experience them. At that moment, Zephyr's fists were still intact. He had not encountered the person claiming to be Whitebeard's son, so his strength should not have diminished. However, did Rowland really just want to test his own skills? Of course not. He was more interested in shocking others. Just think about it. Zephyr, who has always been seen as invincible in their hearts, would surely feel an unparalleled shock if he were defeated. With that thought, Rowland turned to look at Smoker, who was standing behind him. Perhaps he could leave an indelible mark of invincibility in Smoker's heart, causing his progress to slow down. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Of course, Teacher Zephyr, you can refuse, as it is indeed quite abrupt. Abrupt? Ha! Admiral Blackcrow, you underestimate me. It's been a while since I last exercised, so what harm would it be to fight you? Just in time, I can have my students come over to broaden their horizons. This vast sea may not require extraordinary strength, but one must possess foresight and rich experiences. Otherwise, they will inevitably suffer losses. Zephyr shifted his gaze and spoke while looking at Smoker behind him. He instructed Tina and Smoker to inform the trainees who were training to gather in the training ground. As a former admiral, even though he is now a teacher for Navy trainees, Zephyr's treatment is still different from others. Just this training ground was specially allocated to Zephyr for training his students. It is a training ground exclusively for Zephyr. The trainees quickly gathered together. Some were panting, while others looked resolute, still standing tall. Did you hear? Admiral Blackcrow is going to fight Teacher Zephyr. Is that true? Can Admiral Blackcrow really defeat Teacher Zephyr? I don't know. You have to remember that Teacher Zephyr was once an admiral, and he shook the seas. Exactly. Teacher Zephyr's reputation is not something a newly appointed admiral can compare to. Many of these trainees still bore a hint of childishness on their faces. Most of them were orphans brought to the Navy by Zephyr. It is easy to imagine that in their eyes, Zephyr is truly invincible. Once the trainees had mostly arrived, Zephyr and Rowland finally appeared before everyone. At the moment they appeared, almost all eyes were on Rowland. Despite Rowland's considerable fame in the Navy, known for being humble and gentle, the number of people who had actually seen him was still small compared to the massive Navy. After all, they were still enduring rigorous training while Rowland spoke. Zephyr was both kind and strict, making the trainees both love and hate him. Wow, Admiral Blackcrow is really handsome. Yes, especially his eyes, which seem to contain stars. They're truly beautiful. I must marry Admiral Blackcrow in the future. None of you can compete with me. Should I get you a pillow for your dreams? If it weren't for the military's prohibition on drinking, I think you must be drunk. Most of those saying this were young girls, who made up a considerable proportion of Zephyr's trainees. One girl who left a deep impression was Ayn, with her flowing sea blue wavy long hair. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, instructor. During training, they usually addressed Zephyr as instructor for convenience, and it sounded crisp and strong. I believe everyone knows who the person standing next to me is. That's right, he is one of the Navy's admirals, Blackcrow. It's getting late, so I want to ramble on. I'll tell you directly that I will be fighting Admiral Blackcrow shortly, and you must observe closely. When the time comes, each of you will write a reflection. Understood? Understood. Instructor. Rowling stood aside, his mouth twitching. It turns out that in any world, there are reflections after watching, truly a learning experience. Additionally, after we finish our battle, you will also undergo a test. General Blackcrow will select outstanding individuals from among you to join his ship for a training period of 2.5 years. If you have good talent, you might even be accepted as a disciple by General Blackcrow, with limitless prospects ahead. Be sure to bring out your strongest abilities, understood? Understood. Instructor. This time, all the trainees present had their eyes wide open. Interning on the general's ship is definitely better than training here. Not to mention whether you can learn anything. Just in terms of resource allocation, the general ship will completely crush the training camp. Rowling looked down at the group of trainees, his gaze wandering until he finally found Ayn with her blue hair. The most important reason for his visit this time was Ayn, but she seemed a bit disheartened. What was going on? Zephyr had the trainees sit a bit farther up in the stands, partly for safety and partly because they had trained all afternoon and deserved a break. Amid the expectant gazes of the crowd, Rowling and Zephyr stood in the center of the training ground. Come on, Black Crow, let me see what level your strength has reached. As you wish, Teacher Zephyr. But please don't let me down. Don't worry, I'll give it my all from the very beginning. Then let the battle begin. As Rowling finished speaking, Zephyr's mouth curled into a smirk. He pushed off the ground with great force, and his massive body instantly moved behind Rowland. Armament hockey activated. With a shout, he threw a punch, and a powerful shockwave rushed toward Rowland's back. The air was filled with explosive sounds, as if the punch had shattered the air itself. A look of surprise flashed in Rowland's eyes, and he thought, wow, he really is going all out from the very beginning. With this in mind, Rowland immediately covered his back with armament hockey. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the training ground as Zephyr's punch directly shattered Rowland's shirt. The fabric fluttered in the wind, revealing Rowland's strong physique. His 8-pack abs were chiseled and quite eye-catching. Rowland turned his back to Zephyr and said slowly, Teacher Zephyr, your punch is really heavy. You weren't injured, were you? How could I not be injured? It's just that I've already recovered. Indeed, even with Rowland's 5th-level armed color hockey for defense, a significant amount of force still reached his internal organs from that punch. However, thanks to the power of his sword god bloodline, the internal injury was fully healed as he spoke. Truly a powerful physique. Zephyr's arm swelled again as he said, Then why don't you take another punch and give it a try? I won't let you succeed. And the Ganwu Jua appeared in his hand in an instant. He unleashed a slashing attack, flying thunder god technique. Rowland's figure arrived at the position of the slash with incredible speed. Wow, this movement is so cool and so fast. It's full of confusion, one must say. It's no wonder he is a great general. The students' eyes sparkled, and although the battle between the two had just begun, they were already excited, realizing that a man's romance is indeed in battle. Hearing the electronic sound ringing in his mind, Rowland couldn't help but complain, System, can't you drop something good? Do you think I would need something like Okamoto number 17? Ding! This system has considered various aspects such as influence, importance, strength, charisma, and evaluation based on its comprehensive ability. Please do not feel strange, host. Hearing the system's righteous voice, Rowland felt quite speechless. Not wanting to continue arguing with the system, he focused his gaze on Zephyr not far away. Teacher Zephyr, be careful. Don't worry, Black Crow, my body is not as weak as you think. Light saw a little night. A light slash passed through the air, the sword blade retracting, a silver thread silently drifting towards Zephyr with the wind. Since Rowland advanced to the supreme great swordsman high rank, his understanding of light song, Little Knight has become increasingly transcendent. At this moment, the slashing silver thread seemed to have completely merged with the surrounding environment, invisible to the naked eye. Since it was undetectable by the naked eye, he would use observation hockey. With this thought, Zephyr spread out his observation hockey, but still found nothing. A thought popped into Zephyr's mind. Did Rowland really unleash a slash? Just then, a ripple appeared in the air. What? To the left. So close. At this moment, the distance between the silver thread and Zephyr was only 3 fingers apart. And only then did the silver thread reveal its killing intent, terrifyingly so. Damn! Cursing under his breath, Zephyr did not hesitate. He directly applied armament hockey to his wrist and blocked Rowland's attack at an incredible angle. It appeared it was Teacher Zephyr's black arm. That earlier move was Zephyr's black arm short strike. Is that the technique said to unleash tremendous power at an ultra-short distance? This is the first time I've seen it. A newcomer student, filled with passion, watched this scene, feeling that Teacher Zephyr was really amazing, easily blocking the Black Crow General's attack, while the upper garment of the Black Crow General was blown apart by Zephyr's punch. It seems that Teacher Zephyr is indeed stronger. Black Crow, your slash was really impressive, but isn't it easily blocked by Teacher Zephyr? Waving his hand casually, Zephyr said, Black Crow, you don't need to flatter me. Let us continue fighting. I feel my blood starting to boil. Soru. Accompanied by Zephyr's low murmur, his figure vanished before Rowland. Only a drop of blood remained in the air. This blood was dripping from Zephyr's fingertip. Just now, while blocking Rowlin's next attack, his finger, which was covered with armament hockey, was also injured. It is known that Zephyr is called Black Arm for a reason. His armament hockey is very powerful. Although it cannot compare to Garp, it is still quite formidable. Yet, even this level of hockey was still cut by Rowland's slash, leaving a trace of blood. Enough to show how greatly Rowland's swordsmanship has progressed. Indeed, in the supreme great swordsman realm, every level up is a significant leap. Zephyr's figure circled around Rowland, searching for his weakness. Rowling was in a defensive stance, lightly gripping the hilt of his sword, the blade touching the ground. This was the starting stance of the dragon soaring flash from the flying sword technique. Now, found it. Just as everyone was feeling curious, both fighters moved simultaneously. Rowling swung upwards, slashing from the lower position, using one hand to push the sword up, increasing the upward momentum. Found it. A flaw. At that moment, Zephyr's figure also appeared in front of Rowling. This time, Zephyr was very aggressive, getting extremely close to Rowling. This was actually the right approach. Although Gan Wuzhua was one of the supreme great blades, its blade was too long and invincible at a distance. But once it was in close combat, its changes were not as fluid as other blades. Black arm shatter. Zephyr's armed color turned his arms black, especially at his fingers and wrists, where it was intensely dark. Darker than the night. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill for Rowling. Zephyr's battle experience was truly formidable, as he had anticipated the actions of Black Crow and closed indirectly. With such a long sword, once it was in close range, it should be very difficult to wield, right? Unlike those inexperienced students, Tina and Smoker furrowed their brows at this moment. They saw Rowling smile. Not good, Teacher Zephyr. Be careful, Tina shouted, trying to warn Zephyr, but it was already too late. At this point, Rowling's sword had risen high, the front opening, but even so, Rowling smiled. Extreme Rhapsody. The Gan Wuzhua, which had been pushed high, was suddenly slammed down by Rowling, the sword's momentum reaching its peak at that moment. The wild hunting aura blowing through Zephyr's purple hair. He felt an extremely powerful pressure descending from the sky. In the past, Zephyr would have chosen to exchange injuries. But he thought of his current body and Rowling's monstrous physique. If he did that, it was likely he would have no power to counterattack. Since that's the case, then let's gamble. Let's see if I can shatter it. Zephyr's fist rose. Stepping forward, the ground cracked, and the fierce wind from his punch surged towards Rowling's Gan Wuzhua. Bang! Boom! A strong airflow exploded from the center of the training ground. And even though the students were far away, they could still feel the overwhelming wave of air. Many people weren't paying attention and had their white hats blown away by the strong wind. How is Teacher Zephyr doing? Is that Black Crow guy really that strong? Just now, he clearly had a huge opening. Could it be a trap? The students exchanged words, all very focused on the situation in the center of the training ground. In the center of the training ground, smoke billowed, and Rowling's figure quickly retreated. The Gan Wuzhua in his hand swung repeatedly, sending arcs of sword energy slicing through the air towards the center of the smoke. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds echoed from the center of the smoke. And the airflow generated did not stir up more smoke, but rather dispersed it, revealing Zephyr's figure. Zephyr's fists were dripping with blood, covered in streaks of blood. However, these blood streaks were not deep, very shallow. In no time, they were blocked by the lovely platelets. Ha 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 ha. It's been a long time since I fought so joyfully. Black Crow, shall we continue? Haven't we been continuing all along? Rowling held Gan Wuzhua in front of his chest with both hands, his fingers gently stroking the sword's body. On the sword, a golden red sword aura emerged. Ayn, who had just arrived and was still unfamiliar with her surroundings, saw this scene. She knew that Teacher Zephyr was very good to them, but she didn't have a clear goal. However, now that she saw Rowling wielding Gan Wuzhua, she suddenly recalled something Zephyr had told her. Ayn, you must not rely solely on the abilities of your fruit. You must focus on your own strength. With this thought, Ayn reached for the dagger at her waist, feeling as if she had found a goal. Flame feast. Flame up. As Rowling murmured, the sky seemed to be tinged with color, and a towering sword intense surged like waves, striking down. The golden red sword aura, mixed with intense flames, surged mercilessly towards Zephyr. Zephyr remained completely unflustered, squinting his eyes and shouting, "Come on." He seemed to transform into a cannonball, his fists together, raised above his head, black arm, heavy hammer. Boom! Another deafening sound echoed, one that the students seemed to have grown accustomed to, as they watched intently the battle between Rowling and Zephyr. The Black Crow General's move was really cool. Not just cool, did you feel that intense heat? Even at the edge of the training ground, we could feel it clearly. Some people were unconvinced, saying, "So what if the Black Crow General is strong? Isn't he still unable to hurt Teacher Zay Fa?" It should be noted that Teacher Zay Fa is the strongest. Indeed, in this world, no one can hurt Teacher Zay Fa. Given the strength of these students, they couldn't even notice the tiny bloodstains on Zay Fa's fingers. Their blind admiration didn't seem to be a problem. "Is this your strongest skill? Black Crow General, you're indeed very powerful, but it's still too difficult to defeat me with just this. Is that so? Since you say so, I can't hold back my trump card either. You better be careful. Don't worry, this old bone can still take it. In that case, 8 gates, dunning, armor, open." A golden red gas erupted directly from Rowlin, and his black hair stood on end, looking just like a scion transformation. This power, incredible. Zephyr looked at Rowlin not far away and felt a pressure above him like that of Mount Tai. This feeling was alarming. Rowlin unconsciously infused his conqueror's haki, his momentum doubling once again. A large number of onlookers at the edge of the training ground instantly fell down in shock. Only Tina, Smoker, and a strangely dressed little boy were struggling to hold on. This momentum was simply monstrous. Smoker squinted his eyes, gripping his thigh tightly, his nails digging through his pants into the muscle, blood surging and staining a large area red. Relying on this pain, Smoker gritted his teeth, trying hard to hold on and not faint. Otherwise, he would probably never be able to surpass Rowlin in his lifetime. He couldn't faint. Compared to Smoker's agony, Tina and Ein felt much lighter, as if a wave of drowsiness washed over them, and they could push through with just a bit of effort. This was not due to their own abilities, but because Rowlin intentionally controlled his conqueror's haki to avoid targeting them, which was quite biased. As for the little boy dressed oddly beside them, he seemed completely unfazed. In the center of the training ground, Rowling's figure suddenly vanished from Zifa's line of sight, moving silently in a bizarre manner. Was that Shave? No, it wasn't. This was just ordinary movement, but even so, his speed was much faster than Shave. Zifa squinted, watching Rowling appear intermittently beside him, desperately spreading his observation haki to catch Rowling's figure. "Teacher Zifa, I'm going to strike, so be careful," Rowling reminded. Since it wasn't a real battle, it was better to give a warning to avoid leaving any excuses, which would not be a good thing. Holding the sword, Ganwu Zhuang, Rowling instantly executed the waltz in the blink of an eye from behind Zifa. A torrent of sword energy enveloped Zifa, but that wasn't the end. Rowling immediately appeared on Zifa's right side, using the waltz again, and did the same on the left and front. Countless sword energies surrounded him. The heavens and earth changed color. A fierce wind rose, forming a terrifying sword energy tornado. Zifa stood within it, and the usually relatively safe eye of the storm became incredibly dangerous at this moment. Like a juicer, countless blades surrounded Zifa, slicing towards him. With the enhancement of the 8 gates, the power of the waltz increased, and in less than a second, Rowling unleashed 4 enhanced versions of the waltz. So terrifying. If it were Tina, she would have already exclaimed in surprise. "Damn, this hypocritical man is just too powerful," Smoker said in shock. The Black Crow Admiral Ein stood aside, softly murmuring, not sure what she was thinking, her cheeks flushed. But all 3 were extremely shocked, their emotions captured by the system, which then made an assessment. Ding, the host's powerful strength shocked Tina. Evaluation, S. Reward, soul of the sword. Ding, the host's powerful strength terrified Smoker. Evaluation, S. Reward, soul of the ship. Ding, the host's powerful strength established a strong image in Ein's heart. She will see you as the most admired person. Evaluation, SS. Reward, complete guide to fruit ability training. Ding, critical evaluation, SSS. Reward, complete sword soul. Ding, critical evaluation, SSS. Reward, complete ship soul, the spirit of the ship. In Rowlin's mind, the electronic sound of the system echoed, and he felt a surge of joy. Not to mention that Ein's fruit ability training was of no use to him, but it was a treasure for Ein himself. As for the ship spirit, it was an even better item. At that time, he could have other Navy soldiers operate other ships, while he could let the ship spirit handle his own. It should be known that when the ship spirit becomes powerful enough, it can not only control the ship, but also enhance the ship's defense, which is simply cheating. System. What is sword soul? Is it a sword spirit? Ding. Yes, host. After use, you will randomly obtain a sword spirit. Is the ship spirit the same? Ding. Yes, host. The ship spirit is like the sword soul. After use, you will randomly obtain a ship spirit. With the system's response, Rowlin felt that his luck today was simply too good, an overwhelming feeling of luck that was delightful. Ding, Zifa is shocked by the host's powerful sword techniques evaluation. Yes. Gained, a top-tier sword heart. There is no need to elaborate on the sword heart. It is definitely a very overpowered item that can rapidly increase a swordsman's strength, allowing them to advance to the supreme great swordsman level in a short time, and even help those who are stuck at a certain stage of the supreme great swordsman to reach a higher level. Setting aside the good things that the system provided, Rowland gently stroked the sword body, causing it to tremble lightly. A silver thread pulled through the sword energy tornado ahead, and in an instant, the tornado dissipated from the world. After using the light song serenade, Rowland canceled the 8 gates d'Unjia, sheathed Ganwujua, and walked towards Zifa. At this moment, Zifa was half kneeling on the ground, covered in countless bloodstains, looking as if he had just come out of a sea of blood. Hold on, I didn't expect your strength to really be at the level of the 4 emperors, ha ha. Zifa did not address Rowland as Admiral Black Crow, but called him by his name, which seemed to indicate his genuine recognition of Rowland's strength. Teacher Zifa, are you okay? Do you need to go to the medical department? You little brat, are you underestimating me? If you give me another minute, I will definitely smash your tornado, ha 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 ha. He added, as for my injuries, I'm very clear about them. I may look disheveled, but they are just minor wounds. Rowling was contemplating whether to lend Zephyr a hand, but he frowned slightly at the sight of Zephyr covered in blood. While Rowling was thinking this, Zephyr exerted himself and stood up from the ground. Seeing Rowling's furrowed brow, he thought he was worried about his injuries. Zephyr laughed heartily. Don't worry, Rowling. Saying this, he pounded his chest. I'm perfectly fine. Since Teacher Zephyr is okay, I can relax. After saying this, Rowling turned to look at the stands, but to his surprise, many of those little guys had actually fainted. Who told you not to control your Conqueror's Haki? But it's really incredible that you managed to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Zephyr exclaimed in amazement from the side. Maybe it's because my desire to completely eliminate all the pirates on the sea is just too deep. Rowling shamelessly leaned closer to herself. The key point is that Zephyr believed it. He nodded and said, there's this possibility. Anyone who awakens the Conqueror's Haki has an unparalleled belief. Just like Big Mom. The main reason she awakened the Conqueror's Haki is that she wants to create a world that can accept all races. Rowling and Zephyr stood there chatting for a while before heading towards the stands. Rowling, what are you planning to do now? Zephyr referred to the fainted trainees in front of them, feeling speechless as he saw them drooling and occasionally smacking their lips. However, Zephyr did not blame them. After all, it was Conqueror's Haki, and most of these trainees, who had only been training for a short time, had never even killed a pirate. So how could they possibly withstand Conqueror's Haki? Nevertheless, thinking of this, Zephyr looked at Ein and another strangely dressed boy, giving them a thumbs up. Your willpower is very strong, worthy of praise. Rowling chuckled and immediately said to Zephyr beside him, Teacher Zephyr, since things have developed to this point, I feel a bit embarrassed. I noticed that this little girl has a sword at her waist, and coincidentally, I also use a sword, feeling a connection with it. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it. Ha ha, Rowling, I see what you're saying. Do you think I'm that stingy? However, it doesn't matter what you say. As long as she agrees, I have no objections. Zephyr patted Rowling on the shoulder and then walked towards Tina and Smoker, instructing them to wake up the students who had fainted around them one by one and take them back to the dormitory. Rowling came in front of Ein, a gentle smile on his face as he slowly crouched down. However, even so, Rowling was still much taller than Ein. Ein looked up at Rowling, his big watery eyes shining with a unique brilliance. Black Crow General, Ein's soft voice echoed in Rowling's ears, as crisp as a lark and very pleasant to hear. Rowling gently tousled Ein's blue hair. Right now, she was just a little girl, far from the mature beauty she would become 7 years later. But even now, with her round, chubby face, one could definitely imagine that she would grow into a stunning beauty in the future. Feeling Rowland's big hand petting her head, Ein comfortably closed her eyes, looking just like a little cat, utterly adorable. This made Rowland's heart flutter. Without saying a word, he hugged her in his arms and gently scratched her cute, fair nose, asking if she wanted to be an intern on his ship. Ein seemed startled by Rowland's words, and after a moment of silence, Rowland didn't rush her, simply holding her small body in his arms and looking into her eyes. Finally, after about 5 minutes, Ein responded, Captain Crow, do I qualify to intern on your ship? I don't know anything. I've only eaten a fruit, and my fruit ability isn't well developed. Right now, I can only make someone's age revert to a year ago, which is pretty useless in battle. Little girl, what are you saying? Are you lacking confidence in yourself? I nodded. She had just arrived here not long ago, and many people were stronger than her. Why would Rowland choose her over others? This made her feel both happy and honored, yet also very anxious. She was afraid that all of this was just an illusion, and it would vanish in an instant. Rowland simply smiled at Ein's thoughts and pointed to the people lying around them. Little girl, please don't lack confidence. Look around you, under my aura. They're all lying on the ground, and only you are still standing here. That alone is enough to prove your uniqueness. After hearing Rowland's words, Ein blinked her watery eyes and looked at the oddly dressed person nearby. But he didn't faint either. Why? Because he is not one of us. Rowland began to bridge the psychological distance with Ein. One of us? Yes, one of us. From the moment I saw you, I noticed the sword at your waist. You should know that I am proficient in swordsmanship, and I have achieved quite a bit in that area. So we are kindred spirits. Most importantly, we are fated. Meeting is fate. You didn't faint, you have a sword, you're young, and you have great potential. All of this indicates that we are very fated. Very fated. Ein repeated the phrase, blushing, lowering her head, and not daring to look at Rowland. But one must say, Rowland's attempts to get close really worked on Ein. She nodded and said to Rowland, I'm willing. Then from today on, you don't need to call me Captain Crow anymore. What should I call you? Just call me Master. Yes, Master. After chatting with Ein for a while, Zephyr walked over. How is it going? Did you have a good chat? Haha, Teacher Zephyr. I think I found a very good seedling. She agreed, and I plan to take her as my disciple. Really? That's great news. Ein, remember, once a teacher, always a father. From now on, you must listen to Rowland, understand? Ein nodded and responded crisply, understood. Then, Ein, you should go back and pack your things well. I'll come and pick you up tomorrow, okay? Okay. Putting Ein down on the ground, Rowland revealed a satisfied smile. Teacher Zephyr, I really appreciate what you did today. When I have the chance in the future, please let me treat you to a meal. Sure, no problem, just prepare some drinks. As the two laughed together, their hearty laughter echoed through the training ground. At that moment, the sun was setting, and the sky was filled with rosy clouds. Occasionally, a few seagulls flew by, and the clouds stretched endlessly. Rowling left the training ground and walked towards his residence, lazily stretching. The weather was nice, and he felt great. Today was truly his lucky day. Thinking about the sumptuous meal waiting for him at home, Rowling couldn't help but feel a bit hungry. His pace unconsciously quickened. Ein, I've had my eyes on you for a long time. Rowling whispered softly, smiling once again at Ein's face. It is known that Ein's fruit is a paramecia-type reverse fruit, which, as its abilities are developed, can reverse the time of a person or object. What is this useful for? Of course, it's for immortality. As long as he has this fruit, he can let Ein reverse his age after several years, keeping his bodily functions at their peak. If this ability were used on Whitebeard a few times, it could directly restore him to his prime, and, at that time, any hidden injuries would be as if they didn't exist, still making him the strongest man on the sea. However, currently, Ein's abilities are not too conspicuous. There are too many students under Zephyr, so they haven't paid much attention to it. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to dig it out. Having crossed into the world of One Piece, Rowland doesn't just want to live and die simply. He has desires, he is greedy, and he wants to live infinitely. In the world of One Piece, there are only a few ways to achieve immortality. The first method is through fruit abilities, such as the paramecia-type immortal fruit, the Zoan-type mythical beast vampire fruit, the final skill of the paramecia-type surgery fruit, the age-reducing surgery, the paramecia-type reverse fruit, and the soul fruit that can absorb lifespan. The second method is to seek out a 1,000-year-old dragon and make a potion from its bones to achieve longevity. The third method involves pure gold. Anyone who wears or consumes this special metal can greatly extend their lifespan and delay aging. Among these, what Rowland desires the most is pure gold. But who knows where it is now, swimming in that gigantic lanternfish. Therefore, from the very beginning, Rowland had two plans. The first was to obtain Ein. With Ein's fruit abilities, it would be equivalent to having a guarantee of infinite lifespan. However, this is not truly his own, and Rowland wouldn't feel secure using it. So during this time, he would use every method possible to expand his influence and have his subordinates help in the search. But before that, Rowland must ensure that Ein will not betray him. As long as he can make sure that Ein will not betray him and will always obediently stay by his side, Rowland is willing to try any method. He can't help it. That's just how selfish Rowland is. Licking his dry lips after continuously using shave, Rowland finally arrived at his residence before nightfall. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Astia kneeling on the ground with her sisters, waiting for his arrival. Master, welcome back. At this moment, Helona, who was kneeling nearby, added, Master, would you like to eat first or eat me first? Ignoring Helona's words, Rowlin said to Astia, "There's no need to be so troublesome in the future. How long have you been kneeling?" "It's okay, master. We're willing to do this." Astia raised her eyebrows at Helona, feeling quite pleased, then respectfully stood up from the ground to assist Rowlin in changing clothes. After changing into a black loungewear, Rowlin felt much lighter. "All right, you all do as you please. Just make sure to prepare meals on time every day." "No problem, master." Astia's soft voice echoed in his ears. Rowlin subconsciously compared Astia's voice with Ein's voice. Astia's voice had a slight magnetism, while Ein's voice was soft and sweet, each with its own unique charm, both pleasing to the ears. Dishes of delicious food quickly filled the long table, leaving even Rowlin feeling dazzled. It seemed that a lot of effort had been put into it. Sitting at the dining table, Rowlin still used his familiar chopsticks to pick up one dish after another and bring them to his mouth. Rowlin only felt that he had fallen. Thinking about his life before crossing over, where he could only eat steamed buns and fulling pickled vegetables every day, was simply too painful. Indeed, in this world, as long as one has strength, one can do as one pleases. While enjoying the delicious food, Rowlin said to Astia, who was standing beside him, "Introduce your sisters, please. I seem to only know you." Upon hearing Rowlin's words, Astia began to introduce them one by one. "My second sister, Astalo, is 16 years old and is good at desserts. My third sister, Estina, is 14 years old and excels at frying. My fourth sister, Astilian, and fifth sister, Astia, are twins, both 12 years old, and they are skilled in frying, stewing, and braising." Astia spoke a bit nervously and stuttered slightly, but fortunately, Rowlin didn't mind. After listening to Astia's introductions, Rowlin couldn't help but chuckle and said to Helona, who was standing beside him, "Helona, I'm really curious how you managed to do it back then." Hearing Rowlin's words, Helona was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted and replied to her master, "At that time, I was just a tool, forced by my mother to learn since I was a child. I had no choice." Helona began to play the pity card, realizing that she was no match for the 5 sisters in the villa. Now, she could only place her hopes on Rowlin. Otherwise, given time, she might not only have to serve Rowlin, but also the 5 sisters, which was something Helona did not want to see. Competition was everywhere, and Rowlin could naturally see their thoughts. However, he didn't care. Anyway, as they fought among themselves, in the end, the one who benefited would be him. So Rowlin couldn't be bothered. As for whether they would really do something out of line, Rowlin wasn't worried. At worst, he could use family rules to deal with it. He squinted his eyes and looked at the girls in front of him, saying, "While I'm not home, you all better not do anything I dislike, or else, family rules." The girls shivered. Although they didn't know what the family rules were, they certainly thought it must be something very terrifying. "Yes, master, we won't disappoint you." After hearing their response, Rowlin didn't continue to manage them. After all, he only wanted them to cook and clean, and he had no other intentions. He focused all his attention on tasting the food, and time flew by. As night fell, the stars sparkled like silver silk hanging in the sky, highlighting the increasingly bright moon. The sounds of insects and the wind intertwined, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Rowling lay half-reclined in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, allowing the moonlight to pour over his face. His long, powerful fingers gently tapped on the blade of Gonwuzhua. This sound intertwined with the wind and the chirping of insects. System: activate the Sword Soul. Ding! Activation of the Sword Soul has been completed. Ding! Sword Soul Quality Evaluation. SSS, named Withering. Will you merge it with Gonwuzhua? System: what will happen after the fusion? Ding! The Sword Soul is the soul of the sword, capable of awakening its own consciousness, and will grow a unique sword soul based on the host's companionship, spirit, will, and other aspects. The SSS level Withering possesses infinite potential. Once merged with Gonwuzhua, Gonwuzhua will transcend to become one of the supreme great knives, possessing its own special abilities. Hearing the system's explanation, Rowling's expression appeared somewhat strange. Isn't this similar to the Zanpakuto in the realm of death? Ding! The Zanpakuto is a manifestation of one's own soul, while Withering shares the same essence as the host soul, but is not the host's own soul. Therefore, the combination of the two is far more versatile than the Zanpakuto. In that case, merge it. Before his words fell, a ghostly white mist appeared directly in front of Rowling, gently flying towards Gonwuzhua in his hand. It slowly wrapped around it and gradually permeated inside. Rowling was still half-reclining in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gently plucking the sword's blade, producing a melodious tune. As time passed, the sound that Rowling played gradually changed. The maids quietly watching Rowling from behind felt goosebumps at the sound of the blade being plucked, It was a chilling resonance that echoed through the soul, sending shivers down their spines. Faintly, they seemed to see a pale world where white and gray intertwined, a color of decay. Rowling had also sensed something behind him. Gently stroking the sword Ganwujwa, Rowling could feel a connection of intent. As time passed, it seemed that Ganwujwa would grow stronger and become more in tune with him. With this thought in mind, Rowling sheathed Ganwujwa. It was late at night. Time to rest. Remember to prepare breakfast on time tomorrow morning. After saying this, Rowling left the living room. It wasn't until the sound of Rowling closing the door from upstairs that the girls snapped back to reality from the earlier scene. How terrifying. Is that also the Master's power? I don't want to see that kind of world again. The girls exchanged glances, instinctively forgetting what had just happened. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. Rowling came out of the room, and after washing up with Astia's assistants, Helena and Astia's younger sister had finished breakfast and were respectfully waiting aside. This kind of life is truly addictive. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Rowling changed into the standard attire of an admiral and headed towards the dormitory of the Zephyr cadets. The dormitory was divided into male and female sections, but the management was identical. Even when Rowling entered early in the morning, he saw only well-dressed Navy personnel. Expanding his observation hockey, Rowling sensed the movements of everyone in the building. He easily located Ein in room 4052 on the 4th floor. If others knew that Rowling used his powerful observation hockey to find someone, they might wonder if he was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. When the female Navy personnel saw Admiral Black Crow enter the dormitory, they all stood by the corridor and saluted. Rowling continued to smile as he nodded and walked towards the 4th floor. Soon, he arrived in front of Ein's dormitory. He gently knocked on the door, and it opened. Upon entering, Rowling immediately saw Ein's red eyes. Ein, what's wrong? He squatted down to look into Ein's eyes, slightly furrowing his brow. Master, I'm fine. As soon as Ein finished speaking, tears began to well up in her eyes, as if they could fall at any moment. What exactly happened? Ein, don't try to hide it from me. If I really want to find out, I can get to the bottom of it quickly. Master, really, there's nothing wrong. Seeing Ein's choked-up appearance made Rowling feel very distressed, but he realized that this was his opportunity to build rapport. Ein, we are master and disciple, the closest people to each other. Can it be that you don't even want to tell the closest person what happened? Rowling reached out, carefully wiping away the tears that had slipped from Ein's eyes. He softly said, since you are unwilling to speak, I will investigate myself. With that, Rowling stood up, preparing to turn and leave. Ein's heart suddenly raced, and she grabbed Rowling's sleeve, saying, Master, I will talk. Hearing this, Rowling's lips slightly curled up, but when he turned around, his expression became very serious. Take your time, don't rush. Rowling held Ein in his arms and walked into the dormitory, closing the door. Now, there were only Rowling and Ein in the dormitory. The other roommates seemed to be absent. Ein felt very safe in Rowling's embrace, and after a moment of calm, she said intermittently, Yesterday, after I came back, the sisters in the dormitory, when they heard that I was chosen by the Master, what happened? They said to me, Ein, don't say it. I already know. Rowling held Ein tightly in his arms, hoping to give her a bit of warmth to soothe her heart at this moment. Ein, I know you feel very wronged. Now, I'm going to give you your first lesson. Ein looked into Rowling's eyes from his embrace, blinking her red eyes, waiting for him to continue. This world is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. As long as you are powerful enough, you can teach those who make you unhappy a lesson. It's true that they are stronger than you, so you can only be bullied by them. After saying this, Rowling asked, Did you resist yesterday? Ein opened her mouth, then clenched her fists as if making a resolution, and said, Yesterday. They call my master a pervert with special preferences. At that moment, I punched them. Ein raised her small fist and smiled at Rowling, though the smile seemed a bit forced. So they fought back, right? Rowling asked, as he pulled back her clothing under Ein's shy gaze, revealing her soft belly. But there was a green bruise on it. Very good, they did well. They successfully provoked my anger. Ein, do you think I'm strong, or are they strong? Of course. Master is strong. In that case, I will take you to get revenge. I will let them know what true terror of death is. Just as he finished speaking, the tightly closed door of the dormitory was suddenly pushed open. Zephyr walked in from outside, followed by 2 crying girls. However, they looked like pigs, each with badly bruised faces. Black Crow, let's see if you dare to bully them with me here. Zephyr glared at Rowling with gritted teeth, filled with anger, which puzzled Rowling. Zephyr, what happened? What do you mean by this? What do you mean? How dare you ask, Black Crow? Zephyr clenched his fists and pushed the 2 bruised girls in front of Rowling, saying, Repeat what you just said. So Black Crow knows how bad that girl by her side really is. As soon as the girl was pushed out by Zephyr, Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and she pointed at Ein, saying, "Great General, it's her. Ever since you accepted her as your disciple yesterday, she has been so arrogant, boasting as soon as she came back, then picking on us and hitting us. We didn't dare to resist, so we found teacher Zephyr the next day." The other girl tugged at Zephyr's clothes beside her, saying, "Teacher Zephyr, you have to stand up for me." Ein stared in disbelief at the two girls in front of her and said, "No, I didn't do that. They were fine when they left this morning." "Then did you hit them?" Zephyr glared at her angrily. He was very upset, never expecting that among his students there would be a person like Ein. She clearly had great talent and seemed kind-hearted, but why would she do such things? Ein was stunned and nodded. "Yes, but they started it. Since you hit them, then it's easy to talk about. Black Crow, you must not be deceived by this little girl. Although she may have great talent, her character is definitely problematic. I never expected to have someone like you among my students." Zephyr felt extremely disappointed in Ein. "Yes, I never expected that among your students there would be such a presence." Hearing Rowling's words, Ein felt like she had fallen into an endless abyss, her heart aching as if it were about to break. However, Rowling quickly changed the subject and said, "Zephyr, I didn't expect that among your students there would be two such shameless girls who even bully kind-hearted Ein. They should be punished." Zephyr stepped forward. "Black Crow, what do you mean by that? Are you going to shelter her even though you know she is guilty?" Zephyr was initially just angry at Ein, but now seeing Rowling's attitude, he felt even more furious. "Zephyr, you are too kind and trust your students too much, which is why you were foolishly played by these two scheming girls." Rowling considered himself someone who would do anything to achieve his goals. Therefore, he could easily see through various girls. But just because Rowling could see it didn't mean Zephyr could. The two girls beside Zephyr, hearing what Rowling said, showed surprise in their eyes, then immediately cried out, "Great General, we are telling the truth." Ein, hearing the two girls, clenched her fists and said, clearly, "It was you two who bullied me first and insulted my master. Now you're here slandering me. Do you even have a conscience?" Hearing Ein's words, Zephyr was momentarily stunned. But when he saw the two crying girls beside him, he steeled his heart and said to Rowling, "Black Crow, do you really believe that little girl's words?" "I believe her because I know that in this world, I'm the only one willing to believe her kindness, her heart. None of you can understand. Black Crow, I will use my fist to make you calm down. What a coincidence. I will also subdue you with my strength, and then deal with these two beasts properly. At that time, I hope you will apologize to Ein." As Rowlin's voice fell, both Rowlin and Zephyr's figures disappeared simultaneously and then reappeared on the training ground. Early in the morning, all the Talons had just arrived at the training ground when they saw Rowlin and Zephyr's figures appear here. "Isn't that Admiral Black Crow? Is that Zephyr? Their appearance here can't be for a fight, right?" It must be said that among this group of Navy soldiers, some people's intuition is quite good, and they quickly guessed the intentions of the two. Both of them maintained their balance in the air using moonwalk. Rowling didn't want to chatter with Zephyr either. Anyway, that's just his personality. If he doesn't remove the mask from those two girls, Zephyr will always jump to the conclusion that the two girls are right and are being bullied by Ein. "Zephyr, I don't want others to say I'm bullying the elderly. Even without a sword, I can beat you to the point where you can't fight back." "Ha ha. Black Crow, not only have you been played around by that little girl, but you're also so careless now. Let me teach you a good lesson." Rowling did not respond. Instead, he directly activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, and the stored sword energy began to surge within his body. It was not that Rowling was being arrogant by not using Ganwuzhua, but rather that Ganwuzhua was currently in the process of merging with the decaying sword soul. He was afraid that interrupting this process could result in an incomplete fusion, which was not what Rowling wanted. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Rowling and Zephyr had fought once yesterday, so without any hesitation, the two of them charged in and began to fight with all their might. The sound of fists colliding echoed in the training ground. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them, jaws dropped wide enough to swallow an egg. This is too exaggerated. The Black Crow Admiral, even without using swordsmanship, can match Black Arm Zephyr purely with physical strength. The Navy soldiers in the training ground were stunned by the sight. A stream of information echoed in Rowling's mind. But the results were so disappointing that he didn't even want to look, directly muting the system's sounds. The more Zephyr fought, the more alarmed he became. He could feel his palms tingling and his arms trembling slightly. Is this Rowling's true power? Even without the enhancement of swordsmanship? Is he really that terrifying just with physical strength? Zephyr's brow furrowed deeply. He knew he absolutely couldn't continue to trade blows like this. He must rely on technique now. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory, Anne was loudly questioning the two girls before her. "Why did you do this? Ein, with a flushed face, looked at the two girls who had turned into pig heads. Why did you do this? Ha ha, of course, it's because we can't stand you. Why can you be taken as a disciple by the Admiral, but we cannot? Exactly. But now you're finished, ha ha ha. Even if the Admiral still believes in you, there's already a rift between you. The malicious words of the two girls echoed in Ein's ears, making her clench her fists tightly. So what happened to your heads? Of course, it's to increase credibility. If we don't make ourselves look a bit worse, how would teacher Zephyr believe us, right? The two girls exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Is that so? Ein, hearing their words, lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, I always called you sisters. You made me fetch water, I fetched water. You made me get food, I got food. I cleaned the dormitory all by myself. And even the meager salary we received every month, you took from me, and I said nothing. Even so, why are you still so cruel to me? Because of you, Master is now fighting with Teacher Zephyr. Didn't he have to do this? This roar expressed Ein's long-suppressed emotions under the oppression of the two girls. However, these words only made the two girls laugh even louder. Everyone's attention was on the fight between Rowlin and Zephyr, completely oblivious to the situation in Ein's dormitory. Ha ha! So what? This is the Navy. As long as we stand on the moral high ground, no one dares to touch us. On the training ground, Rowlin had a cold expression, every punch thrown with full force, golden red gas swirling around his body, looking like a god of war descending. Zephyr, you are too kind. You were once known as the Admiral who never kills, but what has that brought you? It has brought you a destroyed family, wandering alone in this world. Even now, you are still like this, unable to see the true nature of your own students, being used by others, and wronging the good ones. I know you feel unconvinced, but the truth will soon present itself before your eyes. Black Crow, you bastard, talking about others' pasts. Do you even have the right? Sighing, Rowlin knew that he probably couldn't communicate with Zephyr for the time being. He should defeat him quickly and use his strength to make him listen. Night Kai. This move is the final secret technique of the 8 gates of Duanjia used after the evening elephant. Rowlin used the cost of burning sword energy to form a dragon shape with golden red steam, delivering a powerful kick to Zephyr that was strong enough to distort space. Of course, Rowlin had no intention of killing him. He only needed to defeat him to the point where he couldn't retaliate. The golden red dragon roared in the air, and Rowlin turned around, kicking it directly towards Zephyr. The speed was astonishing. This guy, even without a sword, could emit sword energy with his feet? This thought flashed in Zephyr's mind, but he did not feel discouraged. Wrapping his hands in armed color, he unleashed a black-armored punch. The power of Zephyr's punch was simply unable to counter the golden red dragon kicked out by Rowlin. After all, this was the highest secret of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Night Kai. It was definitely not something Zephyr could easily withstand at this point. A large amount of sword energy passed through Zephyr's body, causing his internal organs to feel as if they were being crushed. If Rowlin had any killing intent, Zephyr would have been dead by now, rather than just suffering some internal injuries. Are you calm now, Zephyr? Rowlin asked. Zephyr gritted his teeth and replied, Black Crow, you will definitely regret this in the future. She is not worth you going to such lengths. I know you mean well, but I also know that your actions are wrong. Let me correct your mistake now. And remember to apologize to Ein after this is over. Without saying anything more, Rowlin grabbed Zephyr by the collar and headed towards the female dormitory. At this moment, the two girls in the dormitory saw that Rowlin had defeated Zephyr, but they were not afraid at all, as they were the ones being bullied. Even if Zephyr was defeated, there would be others to intervene and stop Rowlin. As the two girls had thought, they hadn't walked far when Sengoku's figure appeared in the crowd. Rowlin, are you trying to rebel? Sengoku's expression was very serious. If Rowlin really intended to do that, then he might have some trouble on his own, as he had seen Rowlin fight many times, and each time Rowlin had shown even greater strength. Sengoku himself did not think he could defeat Rowlin. Seeing Sengoku appear before him, Rowling's face broke into a brilliant smile again. Admiral, please don't think so badly of me. I don't want to rebel. I just hate that Zephyr was toyed with by 2 morally corrupt students, so I just want to calm him down. Sengoku glanced at the powerless Zephyr and said, Is this your way of calming Zephyr down? Rowlin shrugged helplessly and said, Marshal, you can ask Zephyr. Just now. He didn't want to sit down and talk slowly with me at all. To him, that little guy, Ein looks like a demon. How about you come with me as a witness, Marshal? Sengoku glanced at Rowlin, thought for a moment, and nodded, saying, I'll go with you to take a look. Zephyr, being held by Rowlin, felt quite embarrassed. After all, he and Sengoku were comrades from the same era, and having him witness his awkward moment was practically humiliating. Black Crow, put me down. You're not planning to beam me up, are you? Rowling pretended to be scared. No, but I want to see what you're selling. You'll find out soon enough. Rowling set Zephyr down and handed him a pill. This pill was something he had obtained from an unknown soldier a while ago. It was a small stamina pill and should help Zephyr recover a bit. Zephyr didn't hesitate and immediately took the small stamina pill that Rowling handed him. Instantly, he felt warmth in his abdomen and was quite comfortable. It seemed his stamina had increased as well. After a short while, Zephyr stood up from the ground and brushed off the dirt on his clothes. While enduring the pain, he said to Rowling, "Let's go. All right. But when you find out the truth, please don't get angry. If you fall down because of it, I won't take responsibility." At this moment, Sengoku said lightly, "Don't worry. Whether Zephyr falls or not, you'll be punished." After saying this, Sengoku looked at his old teammate and said, "Zephyr, you too. It's one thing for Rowling to mess around, but you messing around is something else, so this time you can't run away. If my salary gets deducted, just go ahead. You don't need to tell me. When I can't afford to eat, I'll just come over to mooch off you." Zephyr was straightforward in his response. "This method is good. Marshall, do you mind if I come over to mooch off you?" Sengoku raised an eyebrow. "Don't think I don't know what you've been up to lately. Are those maids in the villa still holding up?" "Marshall, you're mistaken. Don't think too evil. I haven't done anything." Rowling honestly said that he really didn't have any actions. But whether the 6 girls had other thoughts was beyond his guess. Zephyr took a breath and said to Rowling, "Regarding what you just said, I return it to you. I believe those 2 students would not lie to me. Is that right? I hope you can still say that later." Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Ein's dormitory. At this time, Ein was sitting in a chair, her head down, her small hands clenched tightly, and only smiled when she saw Rowling arrive. As for the 2 girls, they quickly ran to Zephyr and knelt in front of him, saying, "Teacher Zephyr, how did you get hurt so badly? How could General Black Crow do this to you?" At this point, both girls looked at the marshal and said, "Marshal, you have to stand up for us." Yes, I'll stand up for you. But this matter doesn't require the marshal to intervene." Rowling interrupted their act. They performed quite well, but he saw through it all. Rowling yawned and said to Ein, "The time has come, take that thing out." In the room, everyone was confused by Rowling's words. What thing? The question came from Zephyr, who had just regained his strength. But at that moment, his attention was entirely on Ein. He was also curious about the reason for Rowling's confidence. Could it be that he was really wrong? As Zephyr thought of this, he shook his head in his heart. It was impossible. He absolutely would not be wrong. The injuries on their faces were definitely not fake. Just based on this, he could trust them. Of course, it's something that was prepared in advance. Rowling stood in front of Ein, looking at the 2 women, and said, "Aren't you going to speak? If you confess now, you can be punished a little less." "What crime? We have done nothing wrong." The 2 women still stubbornly refused to admit their guilt. In their view, this was merely a trick to deceive them, and if they really spoke out, they would truly lose. "Oh, is that so? I have to say, you really have some backbone. I hope you still have this kind of courage later. And please don't back down. General, we haven't done anything. If you really think it was us, then bring out the evidence." Throughout the conversation, warring states frowned, looking at Rowling, and said, "Stop dragging this out. If you have something to take out, just do it quickly." Rowling shrugged and said, "Well, the marshal has already urged. You have no chance now." Turning around, Rowling crouched in front of Ein, revealing a gentle smile. He tousled Ein's blue hair and asked, "Did they all say it?" "Yes, they all did," Ein replied, taking out a phone bug under everyone's gaze. "Is this what you were talking about, Major General?" "It's just a phone bug." "What kind of evidence is this?" One of the women, upon seeing the phone bug in Rowling's hand, felt a huge weight lift off her heart. Rowling didn't care and looked at the 2 people as if they were clowns. "Last chance, if you don't admit it now, it'll be too late." Zephyr and Sengoku stood by, and when they saw the telephone bug in Rowling's hand, their eyes lit up. Especially Zephyr, when he saw the telephone bug. He felt that he might be losing. Are you really not guilty of anything? Knowing one's mistakes can lead to improvement, and you can start over. This time, Zephyr instead persuaded the 2 women. The 2 women exchanged glances and said, "Teacher Zephyr, you must not believe the slanders of Admiral Black Crow. He's been bewitched by that guy, Ein." "Oh, really? You are right. Ein is so cute. I really have been bewitched by her. After all, you are just too ugly. Not only do you look bad, but your hearts and souls are also so filthy." Rowling said again, "Do you think I'm doing something with a phone bug? Let me tell you, this is a type of advanced phone bug called a recording phone bug. It's small and can store a large amount of speech, with a storage time of up to a year. Do you still refuse to admit it?" As Rowling's words drifted into the ears of the 2 women, their expressions grew increasingly stiff. "It's impossible. We can't do that. There's definitely nothing in there, right? You're definitely lying to us." "Oh, now you don't even have the honorifics anymore? Are you panicking?" "No, Who says we're panicking? We didn't do it, so we have nothing to fear. Seeing the two women so unrepentant, Rowling's smile widened. Zifa, do you mind if I give you a lesson? Seeing Rowling's confidence, Zifa seemed to glimpse the future, nodded, and said, Go ahead, I'm listening. That is to say, don't trust your students too much, because you never know if they're pretending. After saying this, Rowling pressed the play button on the recording phone bug. The voices of the two women floated out from the bug. Hearing their voices, Zifa clenched his hands tightly, feeling a sense of betrayal. He had been used as a pawn, used by two scheming women to stab a very kind girl. The ground subtly revealed some cracks. Seeing this, Sengoku suddenly patted Zifa's shoulder and said, Zifa, such people are ultimately in the minority. Just be careful next time and think more. Zifa nodded in shame, then seemed to remember something and deeply bowed to Ein, saying, Ein, this time it was my fault. I jumped to conclusions without investigating the truth, and I was used. This is my mistake, and I will take responsibility. Yes, I'm sorry. Hearing Zifa's apology, Ein opened her mouth to say something, but found she couldn't get the words out because she was too nervous. Zifa, Ein is scared of you. But I believe Ein has already forgiven you, right, Ein? Rowling said. Ein hurriedly nodded. She knew Zifa was a good teacher, so she didn't blame him. But the emotional harm Zifa caused her was something he couldn't make up for, no matter how much he apologized. If it weren't for Rowling, she might have. Thinking of this, Ein looked up at the person standing in front of her with admiration. Ein, this is the second lesson. When you are weak and cannot achieve your goal through force, it's better to think from a different perspective and use your brain. You might find a better solution. Sengoku watched Zifa leave the dormitory, knowing this matter would come to nothing. Seeing Zifa's lonely figure, Sengoku felt quite sad. He intended to comfort Zifa, but before leaving, he warned Rowling, there have been too many incidents involving you lately. You must remember that you are a Marine Admiral, and countless people are watching your every move. Don't just think about sparring. If you really want to spar, go find the four emperors. Don't always fight in the training ground, understood? Luo Ling did not prove her answer to Sengoku's question, but instead said, Marshal, does that mean these two are to be handed over to me for disposal? Yes, they're your responsibility, Sengoku replied while walking towards the door. Make sure to kick them out of the Navy. We can't accommodate such people in our Navy. Rowling subconsciously ignored the second half of Sengoku's sentence, smirking as he assessed the two women before him. Ever since Rowling pressed the play button earlier, their expressions had remained unchanged, completely dazed from start to finish. It wasn't until Rowling's gaze returned to them that they finally reacted. The two women looked around, realizing that Zephyr and Sengoku had already left, leaving only the deeply offended Rowling behind. They felt an overwhelming sense of panic and fear. Lord General, we know we were wrong. We were just too jealous of Ein, which is why we did such things. As long as you can forgive us, you can do anything you want to us. Upon hearing their words, Rowling reached out and ruffled Ein's hair, saying, This is what you said, that I can do anything I want to you. Yes, anything is fine. A glimmer of excitement flashed in their eyes as they began to undress. At this moment, Rowling's hand on Ein's head paused, and he slowly spoke, Ein. Yes, master. Ein was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Rowling wanted her to do, instinctively freezing for a moment. Are you ready for the third class? I'm ready, Ein replied in her soft voice. Then the lesson for the third class is to execute them. The moment those words were spoken, the two women froze. And in the next second, they went crazy. Black Crow, you can't do this. Didn't the marshal say so? Just expel us from the Navy. This is abuse of power. Rowling tapped his ear and flicked his fingers, saying, What are you all talking about? I can't hear anything. Ein watched Rowling's actions, hesitating to make a move. Is she afraid of killing? Well, a little bit, Ein replied playfully. This made Rowling even happier. Ignoring the two pig-headed girls beside him, he squatted down and looked into Ein's eyes, asking, So, Ein, would you be willing to kill them for me? Ein replied, Yes. I am willing to be the sword in Master's hand. Good. Ein, Master is very fond of you, Rowling said. Upon hearing this, Ein felt her grip on the sword strengthen. The two girls saw that Rowling and Ein really intended to kill them, and without saying a word, they immediately turned to flee. Just because their faces were swollen didn't mean they would run slowly, under the shadow of death. They felt their bodies had become much lighter. Do you think you can escape without my permission? Rowling's voice suddenly appeared in front of the two girls. He had somehow flashed from behind to stand before them. Looking down at them with a mocking expression in his eyes, he said, Black Crow, you're forcing us. With no way out, they targeted Ein. As long as they could capture Ein and take her as a hostage, surely Black Crow wouldn't act recklessly. So, they shifted their focus to Ein. Observing the two girls' actions, Rowling shook his head, crossed his arms, and sighed at the two who were cornered. If I had known this would happen, why did it have to be like this? Rowling wasn't worried about Ein's strength. Despite her younger age, she was still very strong compared to most of the other students. Watching the two pig-headed girls charge at her, Ein took a deep breath and focused on their movements. She absolutely could not fail. She must not disappoint her master. She had to win this battle perfectly. Rowling gazed at Ein, seeing the determination in Ein's eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on Rowling's knife-like face. It seemed that his influence on Ein had indeed increased significantly in a short period of time. Ein watched the two girls' movements and swiftly dodged to the side, one hand touching one of the girls, causing her to retreat, accompanied by Ein's soft murmur. That girl directly regressed by a year in age, and her corresponding strength also reverted to that of a year ago. Her movements slowed considerably. The dagger drawn from Ein's waist struck down, and the head rolled on the ground, leaving a trail of blood, with unwilling and resentful eyes staring intently in Rowling's direction. Meanwhile, another person was also cut down by Ein in shock. Ein's movements were decisive and swift, prompting Rowling to nod in approval. After flicking the dagger to create a flourish, Ein sheathed the dagger. Rowling nodded and commented, "You were decisive and efficient, which shows that you have indeed grown." Upon hearing Rowling's praise, Ein's originally expressionless fair face suddenly turned flush. With her head down and twisting her clothing, Ein shyly said, "Because I promised to become the master's sword. I must live up to that." Rowling nodded and didn't say anything more, just prepared to take Ein out of the dormitory. Rowling noticed that Gon Wuxia seemed to be making some unusual movements, as if communicating with him. "Do you mean you want the souls of these two people?" Rowling thought to himself. Gon Wuxia trembled slightly, as if responding to Rowling's thoughts. This made Rowling smile helplessly. It seemed that Jialing should be hungry. System. With Jialing's power growing, will it become uncontrollable? Ding. As Jialing's strength increases, it will nourish the host's soul, making the host's soul more pure and powerful. But it will not become uncontrollable by the host. Hearing the system's voice, Rowling's eyes lit up. Since that's the case, what's the harm in giving their souls to you? Drawing out Gon Wuxia from behind, under Ein's surprised gaze, Rowling suddenly inserted it into the head, and in an instant, wisps of white gas seemed to appear in the air. But in the blink of an eye, it was absorbed by Gon Wuxia and dissipated into the air. After Gon Wuxia completely devoured the souls of the two women, their bodies turned to dust, effectively erasing all traces. Rowling received Gon Wu's feedback and, satisfied, she sheathed it back into its scabbard. She then said to Ein, in the last lesson, without any special purpose, "If you can cleanly handle a corpse, do it. This way, there won't be any evidence left, and we can claim that we have driven them out of Marinvondo. Do you understand?" "I understand, Master." Holding Ein's small hand, Rowland walked out of the girls' dormitory. When they stepped out, there was no one left in the dormitory. Everyone had gone out to train. So Rowland wasn't afraid of being seen. Holding Ein's hand, she walked toward her residence. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat ambiguous. "Ein, yes, Master. Do you think I'm too cruel?" "No." "Why?" "Because Master is doing this for my own good. Only Master is willing to always believe in me." "Yes, always believing in you." "So Ein, aren't you afraid that I'm using you?" Upon hearing Rowland's words, Ein was taken aback, her cherry lips slightly parted, and she said, Ein stopped in her tracks, feeling the strength in her small hand. Rowland turned to look at Ein. Ein said to her, "If Master is using me, then please continue to use me forever. For Master, I am willing to give my life." Hearing Ein's words, Rowland's heart trembled, and her face immediately became serious. "Ein, you mustn't say such things in the future. I will absolutely not let you take risks. I value your life very much." Master hearing Rowland care for her like this, Ein's little eyes immediately became moist. Embracing Ein's softness, Rowland thought to herself, "Yes, I will definitely protect you, because only by protecting you can I have infinite life until I find pure gold. However, I also feel your intentions, and I will make sure you are carefree. This can be considered a little compensation for me." Gently patting Ein's back, Rowland said, "Let's go. There are many top chefs in Master's villa, and the food they make is delicious. You will definitely love it. In a few days, we will set sail for a mission." "Mission?" Ein blinked her eyes, looking at Rowland with curiosity, as if asking what the mission was. "Yes, the Seven Warlords plan, to have pirates attack pirates, but this plan has too many loopholes." Ein didn't ask further because she knew that even if she did, she wouldn't understand. It was better not to ask. Soon, Rowland brought Ein to the villa. Looking at the huge and luxurious villa, Ein felt that her worldview had been refreshed. "Master, the place you live in is really beautiful." Hearing Ein's praise, Rowland was also very happy. right? I designed it myself. Master is amazing. Ein gave Roland a thumbs up, sincerely admiring her. In Ein's eyes, Roland was truly capable of anything, not only caring for her specially, but also being very powerful, able to defeat Teacher Zephyr, and being multi-talented. No, it was multi-talented to the billionth degree. As they entered the villa, they immediately saw Astia and others kneeling there, waiting for her arrival. Although she had repeatedly said many times, they still had no intention of changing. "Welcome home, Master." Seeing the 6 girls with different appearances, Ein covered her small mouth, looked at Roland, then at them. For some reason, she felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart, as if a toy she liked as a child had been snatched away by someone else. Rubbing Ein's hair, Roland introduced, "This is my disciple, Ein. I don't need to say more about the rest, right? Master, we understand. Welcome home, little master." Ein had never seen such a scene and immediately froze. Even her ears turned red. "Don't call me that, just call me Ein. I'm just Master's disciple." As if hearing Ein's mumble, Roland said, "All right, don't mind it. They're just being kind. There has to be a title, right? Otherwise, calling you by your name would be too disrespectful." Rowling said in front of Ein, "You should know that your status is far above theirs." The 6 girls felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing Rowling's words. Indeed, in the end, we're just maids. It is precisely because of this that they wanted to change their identities even more. Astia glanced at her younger sisters behind her and made a decision in her heart. Meanwhile, Herona's eyes were darting back and forth, seemingly contemplating something. After finishing their meal, Rowling asked Ein to stay in the villa while he went to Sengoku's office. If one were to ask who the easiest person to find in Marineford was, without a doubt, it would be Sengoku. As long as you went to find him, he would definitely be in the office. There had never been any exceptions. After knocking on the door, Rowling politely walked into the office, greeted Marshal Sengoku, and then couldn't keep up the act any longer. He directly sat down on the sofa in front of Sengoku, picked up a sunbae from the table, and without saying a word, put it into his mouth. "Black Crow, when did you learn from Carp to eat someone else's food without their permission?" "Marshal, you're really being too formal. What kind of relationship do we have? One day, I'll invite you to a big meal, huh?" "No need," Sengoku replied coldly, not even lifting his eyes as he leaned over the table, continuously reviewing various documents. Rowling just watched and didn't say much. Recently, he felt that the others in the Marine Corps had become immune to his frequent appearances, so he didn't plan to do it as often anymore. It was not only tiring, but also troublesome. Coincidentally, wasn't it Sengoku who had given him a task? To find the 7 warlords, and it wouldn't be a problem to resume his routine afterward. This time, he came specifically for that. Without speaking, Rowling stayed in Sengoku's office for the entire afternoon, until Sengoku finished processing all the documents for the day and finally looked at Rowling. With a raised eyebrow, Sengoku exclaimed, "Rowling, you ate all my sunbae." Hearing this, Rowling felt innocent and replied, "Didn't I tell you? You didn't answer me, so I assumed you agreed." Saying this, Rowling took out a transponder snail from his pocket and said, "If you don't believe me, I can let it out for you to see. I've recorded everything. Are you addicted to it, Admiral Black Crow?" Sengoku asked. "What can I do?" "The transponder snail is just too interesting," Rowling replied. "Now tell me, what exactly do you want this time? You have appeared in my office more frequently than anyone else, except for Akainu." "Well, that's quite an honor," Rowling said, and when Sengoku finally got to the point, he didn't waste any more words and directly stated, "Admiral, I would like you to approve a fleet admiral level warship for me." "Reason?" Sengoku asked, seemingly reluctant to say much, only uttering 2 words. Rowling didn't care either, of course. It was to provide a better living environment for the group of Navy soldiers on my ship. Otherwise, they would be in one dormitory, with several big men in one room, and I was afraid they might have some bad thoughts. "So, is there any difference between your ship and others?" "Of course, there is. The difference is huge. You know, out of sight, out of mind. Once they go to another warship, I won't see them anymore, and whatever they do will be their business. I can just wish them well. Then why not just get rid of those people? I can have them assigned to another place directly." "Sure, Marshal, as long as you think it won't give others anything to talk about. I don't mind if it spreads that the naval general is unfairly treated, going to sea without other soldiers, and having to do everything by himself. A battleship of general rank is coming from the warring states, and you should know that this is not easy to obtain. Rowling has spent a lot of effort on this. Although all this effort was for eating Senbei. Accompanied by Ein and the 6 girls from the villa, Rowling boarded the new warship. After letting them each find a room, Rowling called out to the system in his mind. "System, activate the previous ship's spirit." "Ding, activating. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-level ship spirit. Do you want to merge with the battleship?" "Of course." In an instant, The battleship under Rowling's feet seemed to have its own soul, and he could feel its life. From today on, you shall be called the Black Crow. Rowling slowly spoke to the warship. There was no movement on the ship, but he could feel the happy mood of the Black Crow. So let's set off. Upon hearing Rowling's command, the Black Crow surprisingly began to move on its own, sailing out of the harbor. Following behind was the warship that Rowling had previously boarded, filled with Navy soldiers. The two warships sailed towards Marineford, with the first destination being the Calm Belt's Nine-Snake Island. Rowling was very curious about the customs and culture of the legendary Daughter Kingdom. On the ship, Rowling and Ein were tasting the delicacies prepared by the 6 women, feeling that the originally tedious journey had become something to look forward to. Every day, they would come up with different ways to make delicious meals for Rowling. In a short time, Rowling's taste buds had been spoiled. The Admiral-class warship was very fast. Even in the Calm Belt, it could sail quickly. The bottom of the warship was equipped with sea prism stone, which had a certain effect on sea kings, significantly reducing the likelihood of being attacked by them. However, Rowling had been rather unlucky these days. Even drinking water seemed to get stuck in his teeth, and on the first day in the Calm Belt, he was attacked by Sea King. Faced with the enormous creature that suddenly leaped out of the sea, Rowling, who was teaching Ein's sword techniques, helplessly covered his head. "Ah, your massive body is blocking the beautiful sunlight. How can I have a good mood to teach the lovely Ein?" he lamented. Hearing Rowling's murmurs, Ein's cheeks flushed. She didn't know how many times she had blushed today. It seemed that being beside Rowling had made shyness a norm. The gigantic Sea King emerged from the water like a reptile, its head clearly visible, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, its entire body yellow, with drool dripping from between its teeth. Based on Rowling's experience, this Sea King was about 3,000 to 3,500 meters long, considered medium-sized among Sea Kings. The yellowish Sea King, feeling ignored while Rowling spoke with Ein, had its eyes turn red with anger. It roared, and a strong sonic boom made Rowling instinctively cover Ein's ears. After the Sea King finished its roar, Rowling said to Ein, "Ein, this is the 6th lesson. For such thick-skinned and tough monsters, regular attacks are ineffective. They won't feel pain. So in this case, you can choose to attack its eyes directly. Almost all creatures have their eyes as one of their weak spots. Do you understand?" I nodded upon hearing Rowling's words and replied, "I understand, Master." Seeing Ein's obedient expression, Rowling nodded and drew the sword from his back, the Ganwu Joie, and struck at the Sea King's head. The slash was very precise and fast. As it cut through the air, there was almost no consumption, heading straight towards the Sea King, with a tearing sound like fabric being ripped. The yellow Sea King was split in half, and a large amount of blood sprayed out, quickly disappearing into the sea. The surrounding water was no longer a deep blue, but a chilling blood red. "All right, Ein, the problem is solved. Let's continue practicing swordsmanship. Do you remember the sword grip I just taught you? You must remember it. Don't develop any bad habits." After giving these instructions, Rowling took out a transponder snail and contacted the warship behind them, instructing them to cut off some pieces of meat from the Sea King and store them in the cold storage for later, so that Herona and Astia could turn it into delicacies. Rowling didn't realize that his actions had truly shocked the group of Navy soldiers. After all, those were Sea Kings, considered to be the masters of the ocean. Some powerful Sea Kings could easily annihilate a nation with a single strike, and yet, this seemingly invincible Sea King was split in half by their admiral. What terrifying strength that was. In fact, Rowling also learned from the system just how shocked they were. But the highest rating was merely a B, and nothing good came out of it. Angered, Rowling directly muted the system's voice. In Rowling's eyes, that group of Navy soldiers was only good for doing trivial tasks, quickly capturing some small pirates. After all, as an admiral, one must maintain a certain prestige. While it was necessary to create shock, it also depended on the target. Rowling had no interest in weak pirates and preferred to leave them to the Navy, justifying it as giving them more experience. The permanent log pose for Amazon Lily was quite rare, as very few people had ever set foot on the island, making it extremely difficult to collect magnetic field information from there. This permanent log pose was brought out by a woman who accidentally stumbled upon Amazon Lily 100 years ago. In the entire Marineford, there were only 3 permanent log poses for Amazon Lily. This time, Rowling was given one because he was on a mission. After all, if he succeeded this time, spending a few days on Amazon Lily would allow him to create his own permanent log pose for the island. Rowling didn't plan to blacken the pointer, as that would be too uncouth. He wouldn't do that. After sailing in the doldrums for about 3 days and killing the 5th Sea King, they finally saw the outline of an island. If nothing unexpected happened, The island in the distance should be the legendary Nine Snakes Island, where no men are allowed. Finally arrived. I don't know what kind of bad luck this is, encountering 5 sea kings in just 3 days. The most important thing is that, apart from the first one, they all appeared at night, which was really painful. Just thinking about how I was disturbed shortly after lying down in bed to hunt monsters. Then came back and went out again. This cycle is truly exhausting. Black Crow, accelerate. We must reach Nine Snakes Island within 10 minutes. I can't wait to set foot on solid ground. With the order given, the Black Crow under Rowling's feet speeded up. For this automated warship, Rowling explained to Ein and Helena that it was the latest high-tech Navy, language control, autonomous navigation, a must-have for home travel. Although they knew Rowling might be joking, they were understanding and didn't delve deeper. Ein, you and Astia stay on the ship. I'll go ashore first to take a look. Once I confirm it's safe, I'll bring you up. If any sea kings appear, Ein, just use your fruit ability to revert them to their juvenile state. After all, since I handed you the complete development of that fruit ability, you should be able to revert them back 10 years now. Master, just yesterday, it should have reached 11 years. Another year added. Very good. Rowling gave Ein a thumbs up, and then he disappeared from the warship. Golden red gas spread from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at Nine Snake Island. Yes, Rowling once again fully opened the 8 gates and used it to travel. His speed was so fast that he left a straight line on the sea. Splash! Rowling landed neatly on his feet, and the solid feeling of the ground made him feel very comfortable. He didn't like staying on the ship for too long, and even bringing Astia and the others out wouldn't change that. Rowling held great respect for Mother Earth. Walking on Nine Snake Island, surrounded by tropical trees for a moment, Rowling felt as if he had returned to his past life in Sanya. Shaking his head, he expelled this unrealistic thought from his mind and pushed aside the half-human high weeds, making his way deeper into Nine Snake Island. At this moment, in the center of Nine Snake Island, within a magnificent palace, Boa Hancock was sitting in front of a vanity mirror, looking at herself. Holding her face in both hands, Boa Hancock said, full of enchantment, I am truly beautiful. Snake Princess, the coronation ceremony is about to start. Don't waste any more time. Giroliosa, holding a snake staff, reminded Boa Hancock. Hancock glanced at Giroliosa disdainfully and said, so annoying. I am so beautiful that I will be forgiven no matter what I do. Don't you agree? The 2 sisters behind Hancock nodded upon hearing her words, agreeing that as long as it was their sister, she would be forgiven for anything. Yes, who made me so beautiful? Hancock tossed her hair back, leaning back almost 90 degrees, looking very exaggerated. However, precisely because of this, her invincible figure was even more highlighted. The curves were simply perfect. Giroliosa sighed as she looked at the Snake Princess before her. I still remember when Hancock was so helpless and pitiful, but I never expected that in just a few short years, she would grow into this. Although I know that this appearance is just a disguise, a mask worn on her face, it still makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Old hag, you must have been thinking something very disrespectful just now. Giroliosa's figure was comparatively petite, even shorter than Hancock's long legs. She looked up into Hancock's eyes, gulping, Snake Princess, I'm the Emperor from 3 generations ago. Don't you know what it means to respect the elderly? Before Giroliosa could finish her sentence, Hancock kicked her out of the city of Nine Snake Island. The force of this blow could very well kill a slightly weaker pirate. However, Giroliosa managed to do a flip in the air and landed on the ground, albeit not very steadily, hitting her head on the ground. There's no helping it. I am just too beautiful. No matter what I do, everyone will forgive me. Hancock made the same exaggerated gesture again, then sat back down at the vanity to continue her grooming. Meanwhile, Rowling, walking in the woods, saw a sudden arc pass by in front of him, paused for a moment, and instinctively exclaimed, what kind of monster is that? Rowling crouched down, leaned in, and casually picked up a stick from the ground, poking at the strange object. When he saw it was still alive, he reached out and pulled it out as if he were pulling up a radish. I'm finally saved, thank you. Giroliosa breathed in the fresh air around her, feeling much more comfortable, and hurriedly thanked Rowling beside her. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her expression froze. A man. Giroliosa had been out to sea and naturally knew what men looked like. Although Rowling had dark hair, his chiseled, handsome face was something Giroliosa could never mistake. I've been recognized. Rowling squinted his eyes and looked at Giroliosa, who he had lifted up to be about the same height as him, and smiled oddly. He had known who she was the moment he saw her, and he wasn't surprised at her sudden appearance. After all, he knew just how terrifying the Snake Princess's capriciousness could be. After breaking free from Rowling's grasp, Guruliosa looked at him with a face full of vigilance. No men are welcome on Nine Snake Island. No matter how you got in, please leave immediately, or else, if discovered, it will be the end for you. Oh, is that so? Rowling laughed loudly, and in terms of tone, expression, or actions, Guruliosa couldn't see any sign of fear from him. Is that so? Then don't blame me for expelling you. Guruliosa raised her snake staff, and in an instant, it was covered with armed color hockey. Rowling was taken aback for a moment, but quickly calmed down. It should be noted that Nine Snake Island has specialized training methods for hockey. And aside from children and elderly women, nearly everyone on the island is a warrior, which is quite terrifying. As the former emperor, if old Gorialsa didn't know anything, it would be unacceptable. Although she looked somewhat aged now, Rowling never underestimated the combat power in the world of One Piece. Unless he truly understood, he would never act recklessly. Old Gorialsa, are you sure you want to take action against the current admiral? If you really do that, what awaits Nine Snake Island might be a massacre order. When old Gorialsa heard Rowling accurately call her name, she was startled, especially when Rowling revealed her identity. Her entire face froze in shock. Ding! Due to the host's words, old Gorialsa felt astonished. Evaluation. S. Gained. Emperor's secret technique. This technique speaks of the way of the emperor, recording the things that an emperor needs to accomplish. As long as the steps are followed, a superpower can definitely be established. As for the item, Rowling dismissed it. In his view, in the world of One Piece, having strength was enough. He knew that with his own power, he could overthrow those so-called powerful kingdoms in a short period. Old Gorialsa's pupils contracted, and her body instantly stiffened because she knew that Nine Snake Island was located in a windless zone and information rarely flowed into the island. Therefore, she spent 100 berries every day to buy newspapers from the paper seagull as her source of information. During this time, the face she saw the most was Rowling's. He was referred to by the Navy as the most monstrous admiral, Black Crow. With powerful strength, he had directly parachuted in, once a secret weapon of the Navy, 1,000 slashes, ruthless and resolute, with an unyielding stance against slaying pirates. All of the above were evaluations of Rowling. From this point, old Gorialsa knew that the person before her was definitely not joking. He truly had that capability. Immediately, old Gorialsa laughed heartily and retracted her armed hockey. Realizing it was Admiral Black Crow, what an unexpected honor. It didn't matter. It was never too late to welcome him. Ha ha. Hee. The corners of old Gorialsa's mouth twitched. As a former emperor, she found it hard to come up with any resistance upon hearing Rowling's words, indirectly indicating that Rowling had quite a thick skin. Where is the Snake Princess? I want to see her. She is busy right now. Admiral Black Crow, would you like to come sit at my humble home? Rowling smiled at Glory OSA and then slowly said, sorry, I'm busy. With that, he ignored Glory OSA and continued walking towards the center of Amazon Lily. Along the way, he admired the scenery. In the world of One Piece, each island tells a different story that needs to be savored to discover its beauty. He had been in this world for almost half a year and had adapted to some extent, but he did not want to become a cold, emotionless machine for shocking people. Now, he was more focused on quality. Compared to the other chaotic things, Rowling no longer desired them. Therefore, he wanted to take more time to explore other islands in this world, especially the final island, which was one of Rowling's goals. Admiral Black Crow, wait for me. Let me take you there, Glory OSA said with a wry smile, walking in front of Rowling, wanting to show him around Amazon Lily. He planned to take Rowling to find Hancock after the coronation to avoid causing panic among the people of Amazon Lily with Rowling's presence. However, ideals are often beautiful, while reality is harsh. Rowling did not pay any attention to Glory OSA's suggestions and walked straight towards the center of Amazon Lily. Glory OSA knew he couldn't stop him and could only follow up with questions. Admiral Black Crow, I wonder what brings you here alone. I came to discuss something with the Snake Princess, which is beneficial for both you and her. Beneficial? It should be noted that Amazon Lily is a pirate kingdom, relying heavily on plundering for resources, and the reason the Snake Princess has such a great reputation is due to her strength, which provides the people with a good life. This is also why they admire her so much, and of course, her beauty plays a significant role as well. Thinking of this, Rowling quickened his pace. He couldn't wait to see Hancock's appearance and wondered if he would lose himself in her beauty. At that moment, Hancock was wearing an extremely luxurious red robe that accentuated her curves. If an ordinary person saw her, they might bleed out just from that sight. The crowd cheered and jumped as Hancock slowly descended the stairs from the palace. Hancock looked down at the crowd, saying, "Did you hear their cheers? Yes, sister. That's because I am just too beautiful. With that, Hancock struck the same pose as before. Seeing this action from the Snake Princess, the crowd became even more excited. According to tradition, the Snake Princess needed to display a large amount of resources at this moment to prove her strength could provide a better life for the people of Amazon Lily. After all, Amazon Lily is a pirate kingdom, and its rules are filled with wildness. Bring out the items. Yes, sister. Upon hearing Hancock's command, the two sisters immediately had people bring out the items from the palace one by one. They were all extremely precious treasures, prepared by Hancock for this day over many years. These included loot from pirates, merchant ships, and even nations. This was Hancock's capital and a demonstration of her strength. As more and more treasures piled up in the center under Hancock's command, shimmering brightly, all the women's eyes lit up. It is known that as women, their greed is not inferior to that of Western dragons. They share the same love for shiny things as dragons do. Our queen is truly amazing. Yes, I really didn't expect the queen to achieve this level. Having such a queen is truly our pride. There were countless such remarks, and Hancock was starting to feel a bit elated. Standing at the highest point, looking at the frenzied crowd below, she vowed in her heart, "From now on, I am the queen of Amazon Lily, no longer that slave who could be bullied." The dark past no longer existed. Only infinite brightness remained. She would use her strength to make the residents of Amazon Lily live more prosperous lives and let the Kuja pirates shine brightly on the seas. She could achieve all of this now because I am just too beautiful. With these words, her shouts could be heard all over Amazon Lily. Rowlin glanced at the nearby Giroliosa and curiously asked, "What a coincidence. Do you have any activities today? Can I join?" At this point, a sly smile appeared at the corner of Rowlin's mouth. Giroliosa, helplessly leaning on her serpent staff, silently followed behind Rowlin. They should have reached the offering segment by now, which is the most important part to showcase Hancock's abilities. If Black Raven were to go over now and something happened, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to Hancock. As the former emperor of Nine Snake Island, Giroliosa absolutely could not allow Hancock to have any slip-ups at this moment. General Black Raven, I don't know what your purpose is in coming to Nine Snake Island alone, but regardless, I would like to ask you to refrain from seeking out the Snake Princess for now. Hearing Giroliosa's words, Rowlin smiled. When he smiled, his sword-like eyebrows and charming demeanor exuded a strong charisma, completely devoid of any femininity. "Oh, since you've said that, I certainly have to go take a look." "You." Giroliosa sighed, but it turned into a silent sigh. What did she do? Nothing at all. Nine Snake Island has always been a pirate nation, and it has remained relatively safe due to its location in the doldrums, avoiding extermination by the world government. However, with the continuous advancement of technology, the Navy can now attach sea prism stone to the bottoms of their warships, which means that as long as the Navy is willing to invest resources, Nine Snake Island could indeed face destruction. Furthermore, with Black Raven being one of the admirals, he represents even more. Regardless of whether Rowlin actually came alone, Giroliosa had no confidence in keeping Rowlin on Nine Snake Island, because if that were the case, it's likely that what awaited Nine Snake Island would truly be the Demon Slaughter Order. A bitter feeling lingered in Giroliosa's heart, making her very uncomfortable. Boa Hancock was positioned high above, her beautiful and captivating eyebrows slightly furrowed, which only enhanced her heroic aura. "Sister, what's wrong?" It's no wonder they were biological sisters. They sensed something was off with Hancock the moment her expression changed. Hancock slightly frowned, as she vaguely felt a sense of unease, and this unease became increasingly concerning as time passed. "Be more cautious." "Yes, my lady." The two, seeing Hancock's serious expression, immediately straightened their faces and kept a vigilant watch around them. If something were to happen at this moment, I would never easily forgive him. Hancock looked at the excited crowd below, speaking in her cold voice. Meanwhile, the palace at the center of Nine Snake Island gradually came into Rowlin's view. The palace was quite magnificent, with golden walls shining in the sunlight, appearing somewhat blinding, and red tiles were laid on top, giving Rowlin a feeling of returning to Dragon Country. As he raised his gaze and looked over the city walls, Rowlin saw towering giant serpents made of stone. What was astonishing was that on these stones, not a trace of human craftsmanship could be seen, which could only mean that these 9 towering stone serpents were sculpted by nature's extraordinary craftsmanship. It seems that such a sight could only be seen in the world of pirates. Rowling silently thought to himself and said, "Let's go, Guluo li Osa. Let me see what event can make this country celebrate so joyfully." Guluo li Osa walked beside Rowling, watching him stride into the place without hesitation. She sighed. her figure flickering as she dashed toward the nearby small island, saying, "Black Raven General, I'll go report." With that, Guluo Li Osa's figure vanished into the alley. Watching Guluo Li Osa's legs transform into afterimages, Rowling smirked. It was indeed an astonishing speed. It was hard to imagine how such a small body could run so fast. Not paying much attention to Guluo Li Osa's departure, he thought that there couldn't possibly be anyone here who could withstand him, so it was better to stroll leisurely down the street and enjoy the classical scene. In fact, carefully savoring the charm of a small island is a very good experience for both one's mindset and sword heart. The stone-paved street was lined with houses, most of which were built of wood, with red tiles on top, just like the outer city walls. There were no people on the street, but in the distance, there was a cacophony of voices. It seemed that the entire Nine-Snake Island must be gathered at this place. Indeed, he felt extremely unlucky. Having encountered 5 Sea Kings in 3 days, and now entering the famously female Nine-Snake Island, he had only seen Guluo Li Osa, while he hadn't even seen a shadow of anyone else. Since that was the case, he might as well head straight to the center to take a look. With this thought, a golden-red aura emanated from Rowling's body again. The 8 gates of Duanjia sadly once again became a skill for running errands. Guluo Li Osa hurriedly dashed along the path, taking a shortcut to reach Hancock's side first. "Hancock, it's bad. Something happened." Black puff. Before Guluo Li Osa could finish her sentence, Hancock turned around and swung her long, beautiful leg directly into Guluo Li Osa's face. It was unclear whether Guluo Li Osa was caught off guard or was simply too careless, but she was once again kicked away by Hancock, tracing an arc in the air as she flew toward the city wall. Rowling, who was moving quickly on the street, frowned and stopped, his eyes narrowing. With the enhancement of the 8 gates of Duanjia, his vision reached an astonishing level. He saw Guluo Li Osa's eyes swirling as she flew past him overhead. If nothing unexpected happened, Guluo Li Osa would likely fall in the same spot as before. He didn't know if this time she would land head first. Not bothering to pay attention to where Guluo Li Osa would land, he was sure that she would be fine in the end. Rowling's figure flashed and disappeared once again into the alley. "Sister," it seemed like she wanted to say something just now. No matter what she said, it didn't matter. No matter what I did, I would be forgiven. Hancock was quite narcissistic and had an extremely bad temper. She didn't care much about the life or death of Gold. Roger, perhaps she also knew that her kick just now was not a big deal for her. Rowling, who had just arrived here, heard this and curved his lips, not knowing what he was thinking. Is that so? Really domineering. Indeed, seeing is believing. It seems that the Pirate Empress is nothing special. In the sky above, Rowling's figure appeared before everyone, looking down at the women, his voice reaching their ears. "Who's making noise over there?" Following the sound, Hancock looked up at Rowling, and the two exchanged glances from afar. It was the first time they had seen each other. The sharp gaze in the air seemed to spark fire, quite terrifying. At this moment, Rowling did not have the golden red gas around him. He had long canceled the 8 gates and was currently maintaining balance in the air with Moonwalk. "Ha ha, Snake Princess. Your mouth is indeed as venomous as ever." Rowling didn't care at all, his cold eyes scanning Hancock, occasionally nodding as if he was quite satisfied with her figure. Hancock clenched her fists, feeling a surge of anger rise within her. "Despicable man, who are you? Why? Forget it. Asking these questions is useless. You've disrupted my celebration, so please die right here." Destroy him. With Hancock's command, those in front of her took down their bows and arrows, cooperating with their beloved snake, drawing their bows and shooting arrows. One by one, arrows wrapped in hockey pierced through the air ruthlessly towards Rowling. The rain of arrows was quite exaggerated. "We've only just met, Hancock. A despicable man is not worthy to utter my name. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, really interesting. I truly want to see your face full of despair." A gleam flashed in Rowling's eyes, clearly thinking of something mischievous. Facing the rain of arrows flying rapidly towards him, Rowling remained unperturbed. With a flick of his left hand, a multitude of sword energy appeared out of thin air, wrapping Rowling completely in a 360-degree shield. The arrows struck the shield and were shattered in an instant. Their power may not have been astonishing, but the arrows simply could not penetrate, demonstrating the terrifying control Rowling possessed. Amazon Lily, truly a place where everyone is a soldier. To think every person can use hockey is truly terrifying. And there's something even more terrifying. Following Rowling's words, Hancock immediately pointed forward. "Sandersonia, Marigold, you two, tear that person apart." "Yes, sister." Upon hearing their sister's command, the two obediently complied. You really raised two loyal dogs. No snakes, haha. At this moment, Rowling was extremely arrogant. He really didn't want to say much about Hancock's character, which was, in some aspects, even worse than his. Disgusting. Don't waste time, Snake Princess. I have something to tell you. If you want to talk to my sister, first get past us. Huh. A smile tugged at Rowling's lips. When Hancock saw this smile from below, her heart suddenly trembled. Her water-like eyes narrowed sharply, instinctively saying, "Be careful." But it was already too late. Hancock's two sisters fell straight to the ground, each with an almost identical bloody hole in their abdomen. Through the bloody holes, the residents of Amazon Lily could even see the organs inside twitching. They were all stunned. In their hearts, the two sisters, who were also invincible, unexpectedly fell to the ground under Rowling's sword. Rowling was now standing on the ground, facing the Empress, with blood slowly dripping from the blade of Ganwujua. Ding! Resident A of Nine Snake Island was shocked and terrified by the host's actions. Evaluation. S. Received 100 tons of Nine Snake Island specialty. Ding! Resident B of Nine Snake Island was shocked and terrified by the host's actions. Evaluation. S. Received a non-toxic giant python. Ding! Boa Hancock was shocked to see the host severely injure her sister. Evaluation. SSS. Received hatred level 99. Seeing the system's prompt, Rowling sheathed Ganwujua behind his back. Feeling no surprise at all, after all, he had severely injured her sisters. One must say, the Zoan-type fruit is indeed impressive. The physical enhancement is quite significant. That last sword strike only left them heavily injured. It seems they are about to awaken, right? Rowling laughed as he spoke, constantly sizing up Boa Hancock's expression. However, he was somewhat disappointed that Hancock's expression did not show the kind of breakdown he had imagined. Instead, her pretty face revealed unparalleled frost and anger. That damn guy. How dare he do such a thing? Godi. Nearby people, seeing the collision between Hancock and Rowling, finally snapped out of their earlier shock. It was too terrifying. That speed, I didn't even see how he drew his sword. Stop talking about this. Let's hurry to the two lords. But the two lords are too close to the Empress's position. With our strength, we can't get near at all. The scene below had turned chaotic. They had not expected that this day, meant for national celebration, would suddenly see the appearance of a man who interrupted the coronation ceremony at the Empress's command and severely injured the two lords with a single sword strike. Perhaps hearing the comments below, the Empress intentionally left the current battlefield after releasing her kiss of the gun, wanted to let them quickly tend to their sister's injuries. Back in those dark days, it was they who had always been by her side, encouraging and supporting each other, allowing them to escape from that hellish place. Therefore, she would never let Rowling, who harmed her sister, go. Rowling had long sensed the Empress's thoughts, but she did not realize that she was falling deeper into his scheme. Fragrant foot. With a low shout from Hancock, her long, undeniably mesmerizing legs kicked towards Rowling. Seeing this, Rowling was completely unfazed, straightened his arm, and grabbed the Empress's ankle, forcefully pulling her towards himself. In an instant, the Empress effortlessly executed a split. Ha 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 ha! Hancock, your skin is truly remarkable. It's so smooth. Rowland's flirty remarks made the Empress's face flush with anger and embarrassment. You should worry about yourself. Before her words fell, Rowland seized Hancock's arm, and the process of petrification began rapidly, reaching her arm in no time. The petrified arm was incredibly fragile, and seeing this, Hancock forcefully pulled back her long, beautiful leg, instantly causing Rowland's left hand to turn to powder. You arrogant fool. I will make you know what pain is, make you wish for death. I will shatter your body piece by piece, letting you die in despair. Rowland laughed maniacally. Hancock's words initially seemed strange to him, but upon reflection, weren't they the very things he often said? Hancock, I seem to have developed a bit of interest in you. Perhaps we can communicate in a different way. Communicate in a different way? After you seriously injure my sister, you say this? I don't know who ordered your people to attack me in the first place. I had no choice. Rowland shrugged, appearing calm, showing no concern for his left arm. No matter what I do, it will be forgiven, because I am too beautiful. After a while, when I sever your head, I will hang it in the palace to sunbathe for 3 days. Beauty, you are indeed beautiful, which makes me want to imprison you even more, to make you completely mine. Rowland's words were his true feelings, as he couldn't understand why he felt such a strong desire to see the Empress's despairing expression, particularly wanting it. Thus, the two unknowingly engaged in battle. The hurried dialogue and frantic fighting made everything seem so rushed. You should worry more about yourself. Worry about myself? What do I have to worry about? Are you talking about my arm? That doesn't matter, because it will grow back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, The left arm that had turned to powder began to sprout flesh buds, growing rapidly and pushing outward, with bones gradually extending, all visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Hancock felt immense pressure and asked, "Who exactly are you? Finally willing to ask my name? Then let me introduce myself. My name is Rowlin, codename Black Crow, and my position is Admiral." After saying this, Rowlin's left arm had completely regenerated, and he gripped it tightly to feel, finding it no different from before. The bloodline of the sword god is indeed terrifying, Rowlin thought to himself. Instead, Hancock was shocked after hearing Rowlin's self-introduction. Ding! Boa Hancock was stunned by the host's identity. Evaluation. S. Reward. Petrification fist. Usage once. Just now, Hancock felt that she had seen Rowlin's face somewhere before, and it seemed like it was when GOLD. Roger forced her to look in newspaper. Now the face in the newspaper matched Rowlin's face, making Hancock's heart race. However, when she thought of her sister being severely injured by Rowlin's sword, her anger could not be quelled. No matter how powerful a Marine Admiral is, "How dare you bully my sister? I will make you pay a painful price." Hancock expressed her thoughts, her figure flashing as she quickly approached Rowland. Captive arrow. Hancock lightly touched her lips with her fingers, transforming them into a huge pink heart-shaped substance, then pulled it back like a bow and arrow, shooting out a multitude of pink arrows in an instant. Some arrows touched other places and were petrified in an instant, which was particularly terrifying. The effect was similar to the aroma foot. Regardless of whether it was a living being or not, anything that touched it would be petrified. Although you have a terrifying physique, as long as I shatter your body in an instant, I don't believe you can recover. Facing a multitude of pink arrows shooting towards him, Rowlin felt quite a headache. He reached back, gripping Ganwujwa tightly, and suddenly drew it out. A scorching sword energy soaring into the sky, a blazing flame rising in an instant, merging with the original forest. Below the palace, many women laid Hancock's sister flat on the ground, gently spraying hemostatic medicine on the gaping wound. The blood had stopped flowing, but the wound had not closed. If this continued, both would surely suffer serious injuries and die. The doctor beside them sighed and walked to the side, casually pointing at a few people to come over and help. "You must keep calling their names in their ears. Only then can we rely on their willpower. Is there really no problem? Sigh. Their injuries are just too severe. I'm really curious. Are all beings known as men this powerful? If that's the case, I finally understand why the previous emperor forbade us from interacting with men. Yes, men are really terrifying creatures." A slight commotion arose in the crowd, but it quickly quieted down at the doctor's gesture. They looked at the two women lying in the middle, silently wishing for them, hoping to rely on their willpower until the Empress returned. Once the Empress is back, partial petrification can be implemented to preserve their lives, allowing their wounds to slowly transform, achieving a healing effect. Boom! Just as they hoped for the Empress to return soon, a towering pillar of fire suddenly erupted from the primitive forest behind the palace. The fire pillar reached the sky, and even Ein and the others outside of Amazon Lily could see it clearly. Young Master with a master. Master will be fine. After all, he is a Marine Admiral, and no mere pirate can defeat him. I was very confident in Rowland. In the primitive forest, as Rowland unleashed the flame feast, the soaring flames burned all the pink arrows to ashes, and the entire primitive forest ignited in a raging fire due to Rowland's slash. The high temperature made Hancock sweat profusely, soaking her clothes, and everything began to feel a bit different. Rowling gazed at Boa Hancock with admiration, his eyes occasionally flashing with an unknown brilliance, leaving one to wonder what he was thinking. Hancock's voice was somewhat flat, but it felt extraordinary to Rowling, more like the calm before a storm. Hancock lightly called out Rowling's name, and the two seemed like longtime lovers, perfectly in sync, erupting simultaneously with an astonishing conqueror's haki. The conqueror's haki, mixed with their own intense will, clashed fiercely in the air. The resulting waves directly extinguished the flames. How could this be? He actually possesses conqueror's haki. The reason why the Empress is so proud is primarily due to her conqueror's haki, a symbol of kingship. For her, it is a psychological comfort, a reassurance that allows her to let go of the past and live with confidence. When she escaped from there, she had never seen anyone possess conqueror's haki. Therefore, when Rowling unleashed his conqueror's haki, one can only imagine how astonished Hancock's expression was. However, even more surprising events were yet to come. The sword of Gan Wu Zhuang rested on the ground as Rowling smiled at Hancock, his aura continuously stacking up, finally reaching the peak of level 2 Conqueror's haki at this moment. Just when Hancock's aura was about to surpass his own, Rowling calmly said, "I never expected that the former slave could become an empress. It truly is incredible." Originally, when Hancock sensed that Rowling's aura was gradually weaker than her own, her heart was filled with pride. But upon hearing Rowling's words, it felt as if thunder roared in her ears. Her aura instantly dissipated, and she slumped to the ground in a weakened state. Why you? Why would you? Why would you? Rowling picked up Hancock's words and interjected, "Why would you know? Right?" "Yes." Rowling shrugged innocently and said, "I don't know either. Haha. I can't exactly say I've traveled through time, can I? Not to mention whether anyone would believe me. It's more about being seen as someone mentally unstable. Alas, as a slave, you've done well to reach this level. But if your subjects knew, what would they think?" Hancock, lying on the ground, felt surrounded by darkness. "They will forgive me for whatever I have done, because I am just too beautiful." Haha. It sounded like the biggest joke to Rowling, who laughed out loud. Yes, they will forgive you, even if it's a national disgrace. But what about the celestial dragons? If they knew that the pirate empress was once their slave, what do you think they would do? With Rowling's words, Hancock's memories seemed to return to the past. She knew deeply how dirty and cruel the celestial dragons were. Yet these people dared to call themselves descendants of gods. How absurd. Are you planning to hand me over to the celestial dragons? Well, after all, you are a marine admiral, a dog of the celestial dragons. The scars of the past were brutally reopened, and Hancock's fighting spirit had vanished. Hand you over to the celestial dragons? Are you kidding? I just wanted to have a good conversation with you, but some people always need special methods to make them listen. The Empress is one, and Zephyr is another. Rowling slowly walked over to the Empress, squatted down, and firmly pinched Hancock's fair chin, looking in her eyes. Rowling said, "I'm not a dog of the celestial dragons. To me, that group is just as disgusting as dog feces. I just want to reach some agreements with you." Hearing that Rowling didn't seem to intend to expose her, a glimmer of hope flashed in Hancock's eyes. Looking into Rowling's eyes, she found that she didn't feel as much disgust as before, especially when Rowling referred to the celestial dragons as a group of dog feces, which brightened her spirits. Without speaking, Hancock quietly waited for Rowling to continue. "The Navy plans to establish the Warlords of the Sea organization, and I want to invite you to join. Once you join, there will be benefits like legal plundering rights, and all you need to do is participate when the Navy issues a summons." Hancock struggled slightly. Her mouth was pinched hard, but Rowling still wouldn't let go. She didn't think she could kill him, and if he wanted to leave, she couldn't stop him. At that point, her shame might be made public. But what isn't it for you? Benefits? Of course there are. You'll find out when the time comes. Haha. By the way, can I kiss you? Rowling smiled wickedly and said no. "So, if I say I can make the dragon's hoof behind you disappear, would you be willing to let me kiss you?" Rowling has thrown out another bombshell. Yes, the source of Hancock's constant fear, apart from her past memories, is the dragon's hoof behind her. It's like a vicious curse, constantly reminding her of her unbearable past. "Can you really help me get rid of the dragon's hoof behind me?" At this moment, Hancock's eyes shone with an unprecedented brightness. Rowling reached out, and a potion suddenly appeared in his hand. This potion, known as the Universal Recovery Potion, can restore a person's body to its optimal state. Using such a potion to eliminate a brand is simply too easy. After explaining the effects of the potion to Hancock, her heart was stirred. "Is it really as you say? What benefit would I have in lying to you? I pursue long-term development, not short-term gains. Oh, by the way, since you just rejected me, this time it will be 10 kisses. You, with a big stick and a big date." Plus Rowling's deep understanding of his past and the existence of the Universal Recovery Potion, it can be said that Hancock was completely captivated. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. As a member of the Crossing Army, Rowland also harbored inappropriate thoughts towards Hancock. However, unlike others, he devoted all his efforts to help her, but his true intention was to threaten her, to control her, and to ensure that she could not escape from his grasp. As for her heart, Rowland did not care. Watching Hancock slowly fall into his trap, Rowland displayed a smile that was as intoxicating as pure wine, making anyone who saw it naturally drunk. "Rowland, is this the only potion you have in your hand?" Hancock asked, pointing at the potion Rowland was holding. Rowling rolled her eyes and said to Hancock, "Of course, do you think this thing is a common item?" Hearing Rowling's words, Hancock lowered her eyelids, not knowing what she was thinking. Rowling was not in a hurry, casually sitting in front of Hancock and roughly pulling her into his embrace. Hancock trembled all over. Rowling's actions unconsciously reminded her of her past, and she wanted to get up and leave, but she found Rowling's arms tightening around her. Her pride would not allow her body to be defiled by a despicable man. Yet this person before her had a hold over her that made her comply. The primeval forest had charred remnants consumed by fire and the refreshing coolness brought by the gentle breeze. Hancock soon gave up resisting, forced to snuggle in Rowling's arms. Her voice trembled a bit as she said, "Rowling, I agree to your terms, but can you give me the potion first?" "Oh." Rowling's tone rose slightly. "Why?" "I want to use it to save my sister first, to give each of them half. I don't expect them to recover quickly. I just want them to get out of this crisis." In front of Rowling, Hancock's pride was gone. Hearing Hancock's words, Rowling gently patted her beautiful back. "The required reward is even higher, you know. For my sister, I am willing to pay any price." Ding. The host's despicable behavior slightly shocked the system. Evaluation. SSS. Obtained. Hancock's hatred level 999. The electronic voice echoed in his mind. Was this a reminder to be cautious? Ha ha. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Rowling's eyes curved, hiding the depth of his cold gaze like an abyss. He would not give Hancock even the slightest chance. On the contrary, he was very confident in his methods. Thinking about it, it seems that my recent actions have become increasingly wicked. Rowling sighed inwardly. There was no way around it. This was the world of pirates, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. He was merely obeying this law. Below the palace, the women gathered around Hancock's sisters, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the primitive forest behind the palace, constantly hoping that the Empress would come out soon. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Everyone finally saw the figure of the Empress. Great, the Empress has finally come out. As expected of our Empress, with her protection, our lives will surely get better. The Empress is here. The 2 lords are saved. Hancock walked slowly towards the front of the palace, her complexion rosy, and there were faint traces of blood on her cherry lips. She had just had a verbal dispute with Rowling, and in this regard, Rowling's combat power was simply too high. Hancock, encountering such things for the first time, was no match for Rowling. Hancock held the potion Rowling had given her and walked toward her sisters. "Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Long live the Empress." As Hancock continued to approach them, they all showed the highest respect. Ignoring the people around her, Hancock arrived in front of her sisters, looking at them lying on the ground. Each of them had a similarly sized hole in their abdomen, the holes pale and sprinkled with hemostatic medicine. After paying such a great price, they still did that kind of thing. Hancock clenched her fists in frustration, then relaxed them. Once this matter was over, she would enter seclusion and train fiercely. Train until she could easily defeat Rowling and gain strength. However, the urgent task at hand was still to save her sisters. "You come here, feed this to their mouths. Half for each." "Yes, Your Majesty." The woman accepted the order, kneeling halfway in front of Hancock, respectfully receiving the potion with her hands raised above her head. Then, under the gaze of everyone, she bent down in front of the 2 lords, carefully feeding the universal recovery potion into their mouths. The effect manifested quickly. Green light flickered on the 2 women, clearly visible even in broad daylight. Soon, within about a minute, the holes in their abdomens began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, astonishingly fast. In no time, they were completely healed. At Hancock's gentle call, the 2 women opened their eyes. The moment they opened their eyes, a bright light burst forth from their pupils. The 2 transformed simultaneously into giant serpents, their snake hair surging fiercely. "Sister, what happened to that person just now?" "That person has already left." Hancock's eyes revealed surprise. Had her 2 sisters awakened? "All right, retract your forms. The ceremony continues." "Yes, sister." Hearing Hancock say that the person had already left, they naturally assumed that the person had been defeated by the Empress. After all, the Empress was invincible. However, what they did not know was that the battle between Hancock and Rowling had not even determined a victor. Rowling had merely defeated Hancock with words. In the primitive jungle, Rowling stretched lazily, casually tidied his disheveled clothes, yawned, and walked towards the edge of the jungle. This was his first attempt, and it felt pretty good. "Hancock, I'll let you slowly repay the rest once I'm done. For now, you should enjoy the hard-won freedom." Rowling whispered softly, but Hancock in the distance could still feel a chill run down her spine. "Sister, what's wrong?" The 2 sisters standing next to Hancock, having just witnessed her shudder, thought they must have seen it wrong. "It's nothing, just a bit tired." "Then, lady sister, you should hurry and rest in the palace. We'll take care of the rest." Without speaking, Hancock gave a barely noticeable nod and turned to walk toward the palace. Meanwhile, Rowling had already reached the outskirts of the primitive jungle, where he encountered the ancient Grolio, OSA, who was just waking up and was struggling to pull her head out of the ground. Rowling laughed out loud. "I didn't expect Hancock to be good at anything else, but kicking things is quite impressive." How many times have you fallen into this pit? Saying this, Rowling pulled him out as if pulling a radish. Thank you, General Black Crow. Guloli OSA then said, I wonder if General Black Crow has finished talking with Hancock? Well, we finished. It was very enjoyable, haha. I'll come back again in a while. Ignoring the lying Guloli OSA, Rowling walked towards the coast, slightly bending his legs and suddenly exerted force. The strong reaction force propelled Rowling directly forward. In just a few seconds, Rowling arrived on the Black Crow ship. Master, owner. As soon as he returned to the Black Crow ship, Rowling heard their voices. Let's go, they were performing a ritual there just now. So we won't take you to the island this time. We'll head straight to the next destination, the terrifying three-masted ship. Rowling's voice reached the ears of the Black Raven. In the navigation room, a mysterious force automatically selected the pointer of the terrifying three-masted ship from the permanent pointers hanging on the wall. The ship began to slowly turn around. Gurliosa jogged to the shore, following the direction Rowling had left. She then saw two Admiral-class warships slowly sailing into the distance. Her heart trembled. She knew that the Navy Admiral could not have come to Snake Princess Island alone. From afar, Gurliosa couldn't tell how many troops were on that ship, but the fact that two massive Admiral-class warships had been dispatched suggested that their combat power was definitely not weak. However, from the current situation, it seemed that Hancock was still having a pleasant conversation with Rowling. With this thought, Gurliosa felt that Hancock might not be as domineering as she seemed. At least, she appeared to have a good sense of the bigger picture. Nodding, Gurliosa thought she was probably right and decided to praise Hancock when she returned. Back in the palace, Gurliosa headed straight to Hancock's room. Hancock's room was large but sparsely furnished, giving a somewhat empty feeling. As soon as she opened the door, Gurliosa saw Hancock lying on the bed. She was sprawled on the bed, her body twitching occasionally, and faint sounds of crying echoed in the room. Gurliosa walked to the bedside with a puzzled expression. What on earth happened? Why was Hancock crying? Perhaps sensing someone approaching, Hancock rubbed her face on the bed, seemingly wiping away her tears, and then turned around with a blank expression. Gurliosa, why did you come into my room without knocking? What do you want? Do you want to fly again? At that moment, Hancock's voice was very cold, as icy as a glacier. Gurliosa, with her already flower-like face, furrowed her brows even deeper. What had happened to Hancock? What had she discussed with Admiral Blackraven? Why was she crying? Hancock's memory was pulled back to what had just happened, and a look of disgust flashed across her face. However, she could say nothing. It was something she could only keep to herself. If she spoke out, she would still feel embarrassed, and no one would help her because no one could help. Gurliosa, you are not the king anymore. There are some things you don't need to know. Hancock took a deep breath, and just now it was only a grain of sand that got in my eye, which made me unconsciously shed tears, so don't think too much about it. Enough. Gurliosa, get out of my room right now. I want to be alone. Seeing Gurliosa's lack of understanding, Hancock became very irritable. She just wanted to be by herself. Why was that so difficult? Gurliosa opened her mouth but didn't say anything more. With a sigh, she walked toward the door. Since Hancock wouldn't say anything, she could only talk to her two sisters. Initially, she thought it was nothing serious, but now it seemed that Hancock must have encountered some trouble. Watching Gurliosa leave, Hancock's tears once again slipped from the corners of her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, got off the bed, changed into a tight outfit, and jumped out of the window, quickly making her way into the primitive forest. She needed to train herself madly. Rowling left Nine Snake Island and sailed towards the terrifying three-masted ship, unaware of how much excitement he had caused Hancock. Even if he knew, Rowling wouldn't care. As long as it was something he wanted, he would go to any lengths to obtain it. And since it was Rowling's possession, he would protect it for life. It's that simple. After all, just like the rumors in the Navy suggest, Rowling is a very protective person. On the deck, Rowling held Ein's small body, enjoying the sunshine. Sunshine is not a common sight on the Grand Line, as the most famous aspect of the Grand Line is its unpredictable weather. One moment it could be clear skies, and the next, you could be hit by hail the size of houses. Countless pirates die each year due to the weather. As for the Navy, they rely on the equipment on their ships to estimate nearby weather changes, which has significantly reduced the mortality rate. Among them, Vegapunk contributions are immense. Thinking of Vegapunk, Rowling felt a headache coming on. He naturally cherishes such talent. But as the saying goes, Vegapunk is currently under the control of Kizaru in the scientific unit. It would be very troublesome to get him into his hands. Vegapunk is said to possess wisdom that surpasses modern knowledge by 500 years. The technology he developed is not only unreplicable, but also exceptionally powerful. Even Rowling himself is quite envious. System, why did you give me an Esther's unlimited summon card back then? Only for her to obey me upon summoning. Thinking of her abilities, I don't even dare to summon her now. Who knows if the sword god's bloodline can survive after being frozen in time and space? Even if shattered? Why didn't you give me a scientist instead, like Bulma or Hiroshige Mukiyama or Shinen Ono? Then I wouldn't need Vegapunk at all. Ding! As long as the host performs more astonishing or shocking actions, there's a certain chance to obtain character cards. Rowling expressed that he no longer wanted to talk to the system. What kind of talk is this? You should know that there's nothing the system can't produce. Who knows what the chances of a scientist appearing are? All right, I'll try harder. If possible, could you adjust the probability of character cards to be a bit higher? The system did not respond, and Rowling did not say anything further. Ein, what insights have you gained about swordsmanship lately? Ein, who was shy in Rowling's embrace, suddenly heard her name called and quickly came to her senses, saying to Rowling, "Yes, I have a little." "Oh, tell me, what are your insights?" Ein tilted her little head, thought for a moment in Rowling's arms, and then said, "Master, actually I don't know how to say it, but I know that whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I'm a sword in your hand. I will constantly improve myself and strive to become the sharpest sword in your hand, always protecting you by your side." "Oh, is that so? Little Ein, is that how you think?" Ein nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "But what if Master is a very bad person? If one day, in the future, I might betray the Navy, become a pirate, or even take over a mountain and rule a territory, would you still be willing to be the sword in my hand?" Ein did not think too much and directly said, "If one day in the future, Master, you did that, then there would only be one possible reason. That is, they were wrong. In my eyes, no matter what Master does, there must be a reason, and I will always believe in you." Hearing Ein's words, Rowling affectionately stroked Ein's hair and said, "Then if one day I ask you to raise your sword against civilians, would you still be able to do it?" This time, Ein was stunned. She didn't know how to answer this question. If she said she would Master think she is cold-blooded? But if she refused, would her status in Rowling's heart possibly decline? The two outcomes made Ein feel quite troubled. Seeing Ein's silence, Rowling thought to himself, "It seems like it's still not enough. Could it be that I really have to use that method? But she is still too young. I don't know if it will leave any after effects, and that is not what I want." Just as Rowling was lost in thought, Ein decided to express her true feelings to Rowling. "Master, I don't know how you will view me after what I'm about to say, but I want to say, no matter what you ask me to do, I will do it. As long as it's your command, I will execute it without hesitation. As long as it's your idea, I will firmly carry it out. As long as it's you, even if you ask me to raise my sword against civilians, I will not hesitate to strike them down. This is my swordsmanship." The 6 girls around were deeply shocked by Ein's words. They had previously been quite jealous of Ein, wondering why someone so young could become Rowling's disciple and reach a level that countless others could not achieve in an instant, standing above them, which made them uncomfortable. However, now upon hearing Ein's words, they felt it was only natural, because now they somewhat understood that this little one in front of them had all her weight occupied by her master. In her eyes, the master was her heaven, her earth, her everything. "Little Ein, don't worry, I won't force you to do things you don't want to do. After all, this is someone who can allow him to live indefinitely in this world. Although the bloodline of the sword god is powerful, with an extremely strong recovery ability and an extraordinarily bizarre physical constitution, the benefits to lifespan are minimal. It should be noted that the average lifespan in the world of One Piece is about 100 years. Someone with a bit of strength can easily live to that age. Therefore, according to Rowling's estimation, this body, bound to his soul after transformation, with a slight enhancement from the sword god bloodline, should be able to reach 200 years. As for after that, it's beyond what Rowling can know. Ein's small body nestled against Rowling, and she looked up at his face, feeling very fulfilled and happy. When she first arrived at the Navy, it was her master who always believed in her, trusted her, brought her warmth, and taught her the principles of being a person. For example, one must listen to the master will not harm you. As long as you listen to the master, you are a good child. "Helona, Master, I'm here." Helona suddenly heard her name called and hurriedly performed a salute. Although she stood a bit further back, Rowling did not see her. "What about the sword I took a picture of before?" Reporting to the master, "That sword is currently in my room. Take it out." "Yes, Master." After saying this, Helona walked towards her room. Upon arriving at her room, Helona took out the box that was under her bed and then opened the top book on her desk. Helona flipped through the table of contents and saw a few small words printed on it. "How to make people like you without leaving a trace." After quickly flipping through it, Helona took the sword box and walked out of the room. At this moment, Rowling had already put Ein down from his embrace. and the two were drinking juice, waiting for Hellona's arrival. "Master, the holy sky sword is in the box." Saying this, Hellona respectfully handed the box to Rowling. But her hand was not calm at all. As Rowling took the sword box, her fingers playfully scratched his palm, while also throwing him a flirtatious glance. Exuding an indescribable charm, Rowling looked at Herona in front of him, his face expressionless, just quietly watching her. At first, Herona was quite moved, secretly thinking that the book was indeed right. However, as time passed, Rowland's eyes remained as calm as a still pond, and Herona's heart gradually began to feel anxious. The silent pressure exerted by Rowland weighed heavily on Helena like Mount Tai. On her forehead, faintly illuminated by the sunlight, beads of fragrant sweat could be seen, indicating her extremely unsettled mood. "Master, I'll take my leave now," Helena said hurriedly, retreating behind Astia, hoping that their figures would shield her from Rowland's sight. Seeing Helena's amusing reaction, Rowland decided not to comment further on his earlier actions. He slowly opened the sword case in his hand, gradually revealing the true form of the Holy Sky Sword. Originally, Rowland had not intended to gift this sword to Ein, but after careful consideration, other thoughts began to form in his mind. Wasn't he his next destination, the terrifying three-masted ship? There was also a famous sword on it. Moreover, that sword was not inferior at all compared to the Holy Sky Sword. Both could be considered equally matched. "Ein, do you know about the ancient swordsmith of Tengu Mountain?" I don't know, Master." Seeing that little Ein had never heard of this name, Rowland gestured to Astia, standing nearby. Astia, being quite perceptive, stepped forward and said, "Young Master, the ancient swordsmith of Tengu Mountain is the creator of the Ghost Sword series. This sword was forged after the second-generation Ghost Sword. It is said that wearing this sword often allows the user to achieve swift progress in their thoughts and skills. Its hardness and toughness are also on par with the second-generation Ghost Sword. Although it hasn't made it to the famous sword rankings, it is by no means inferior." Upon hearing Astia's introduction, Ein's eyes brightened even more. With her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Rowland, she carefully pondered for a moment, suppressing her excitement, and said to Rowland, "Master, this sword is truly too precious." Is it for me? What does it matter if it's precious? Can anything be more precious than you? For little Ein, I would not hesitate to bring you not just the Holy Sky Sword, but even the first-generation Ghost Sword." When Rowland finished speaking, everyone except Ein, who was completely unaware, was stunned. During their time in the Navy, they had heard quite a few rumors, and they also knew that one of the 5 Elder Stars wielded the first-generation Ghost Sword. Rowling's words have already expressed his viewpoint. The electronic voice of the system echoed in his mind again. Ding, because the host's words shocked Helona. Evaluation. A reward. A set of bondage clothing. Size only suitable for Helona. Ding, because the host's words shocked Astia. Evaluation. A reward. A task card. Among the rewards, the two most interesting ones came from Helona and Astia. Putting aside the rather strange bondage clothing, Rowling is not a fool. He naturally knows when such things should be used. However, he currently has little interest in Helona. After all, she is his possession, and there is no rush. He can wait until later. On the other hand, the task card from Astia caught Rowling's attention. This is the first time he has received something like this. System. What is this task card, and how should it be used? Ding, each task card has different effects. This task card is named Trial Weather. Countless large hailstones will fall from the sky. As long as they're shattered, the one who shatters them will gain certain insights, which means experience. It's a way to quickly enhance oneself. So, it doesn't have much effect on me, right? Ding, it's not that it doesn't have much effect. It has almost no effect. Thinking about it, if it were just falling hail, a single swing of his sword could change the weather. So having it or not would make little difference. It made him feel foolish for being excited. However, this task card is not completely useless. Ein, would you like to accept this gift I am giving you? Rowling pushed the sword box forward again, and Ein blinked her watery eyes. Her expression slightly excited as she reached out her delicate hand to take the sword box. The sword box wasn't light, but for Ein, who had undergone Rowling's training, it wasn't too strenuous. Ein examined the Holy Sky Sword inside the box. The sword sheath was completely white, fitting perfectly with little Ein's aesthetic. She carefully grasped the Holy Sky Sword and slowly drew it out of the box. Setting the box aside, little Ein gently pulled out the Holy Sky Sword, and with a soft sound, sunlight reflected off it, giving off warmth rather than coldness. "So beautiful," little Ein said instinctively, and then for some reason, her cheeks flushed slightly. Out of the corner of her eye, she secretly glanced at Rowling, who was smiling beside her, as if she had made a certain resolution in her heart. She placed the holy sky sword back into its sheath, then leaned closer to Rowling and lightly pressed her lips against his cheek, softly and briefly, indescribably. Thank you, master. After saying this, little Ein lowered her head, not daring to look at Rowling again. Rowling was momentarily taken aback. Gently touching the spot where little Ein had just kissed him, he felt very happy in his heart, realizing that he had become increasingly important to little Ein. Seeing her like this, Rowling knew that his favorability in Ein's heart was about right. Little Ein, come here. Ah, yes, master. I nodded and walked towards Rowling, who then embraced her in his arms. Holding the soft little Ein, Rowling looked into her eyes and asked, do you like the gift master gave you? Yes, thank you. Master, no need to thank me, little Ein. Remember our relationship. There's no need to say thank you between us. Saying thank you makes it feel distant. Rowling's words fell into Ein's ears, scaring Ein so much that she immediately covered her small mouth. A faint voice slipped through the gaps between her fingers. Master, I'm sorry. Huh? Master, Ein felt so foolish. Master had just said that the relationship between the two of them couldn't be like this. Otherwise, it would seem very distant. But just now, she actually said sorry to Master. Would he be angry? Rowling looked at Ein, who was full of anxiety but didn't know what to do, and immediately burst out laughing. Ha, little Ein, it's okay. Ha, you're just too cute. Not only did Rowling can't help but laugh, even Astia and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Laughter echoed throughout the Black Crow. After laughing for a while, Rowling wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes and then secretly ordered the system to use the mission card. In an instant, the originally clear sky was shrouded in dark clouds. The cold wind howled, stirring up the waves of the sea. Blub, 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 Rowling's phone bug rang. Reporting to the general, for some unknown reason, there are severe fluctuations in the weather, and the detection devices on the warship cannot identify the cause. All right, it's fine. With me here, we can just slow down and be careful, replied the general. Yes, General. After calming down the Navy soldiers who were just responsible for menial tasks, Rowling said to Ein, little Ein, if I'm not mistaken, this will be a very heavy hailstorm. I'm entrusting the task of protecting the Black Crow to you. Use the holy sword I just gave you. Do you have confidence? Master, do I really have what it takes? At this moment, giant hailstones were already beginning to fall from the sky, each one the size of a car and coming down in dense numbers. If not blocked, the hail would surely damage the hull of the warship. Ein, you need to believe in yourself. Remember, no matter what happens, I will be behind you. Am I understand? Master, as if feeling Rowling's encouragement, Ein's eyes were filled with a firm belief. Rowling saw this scene and thought, she really is a little girl, needing a bit of encouragement before the battle. However, Rowling didn't plan to change this habit of hers. The more she relied on him, the less likely she was to escape from his side. Ein untied the sword she had fastened around her waist and handed it to her sister, Astilion, who was standing nearby. The two of them were of similar age, and usually it was just her and Astia who got along well with Ein, so Ein passed her sword to her. Taking the sword from Ein's hand, Astilion cheered, Little Master, go for it. I will, Ein replied. After saying this, Ein drew the holy sword and bent her legs, leaping up as she executed the moon step. This was a key training item that Rowling had focused on with Ein. Being able to fly was truly essential in this world. So besides developing her fruit abilities, Rowling also placed special emphasis on teaching Ein the shaving and moonstep techniques. Watching Ein gradually ascend into the sky, Rowling turned to the maid group standing beside him and said, when we return to Marin Fandur, in addition to your normal work, you all need to train as well. Master, do we also have to train? Astia thought she might have misheard and repeated it again. Rowling nodded, having a bit of self-preservation ability, which was not a bad thing for you all. If any of you show diligence, resources will definitely not be a problem. Upon hearing Rowling's assurance, Helona's eyes lit up at the back. Ever since the last incident, she had deeply realized that in this world, only strength is the fundamental reason for earning others' respect. Thinking of this, Helona immediately said, Yes, Master, I will not disappoint your hopes. As long as I don't die from training, I will train to the limit. Rowling looked at Helona in surprise, seemingly amazed at her awareness. However, it didn't shock him too much. Well, good luck, he said, then shifted his gaze to Ein in the sky. The dark clouds above were heavy, hiding who knows how many hailstones inside. One by one, hailstones the size of cars, mixed with some rain, plummeted toward the sea. If one were to hit an ordinary person, they would probably be turned to mush. Despite the terrifying weather, Ein's expression remained unchanged because she had already received Rowling's encouragement. At this moment, all Ein felt was an unwavering determination. The holy sky sword shone with a pure, holy aura, and without hesitation, Ein slashed downwards, releasing a powerful strike. The sword energy howled and surged, evaporating any rain that touched it, and the pure white sword energy gradually turned blue as it cut through the falling hailstones. Ein was determined to eliminate all hailstones within the range of the Black Raven and another warship. If she missed even one, not to mention the Black Raven, the sailors on the other warship would likely be terrified. With a tearing sound, the sword energy sliced through the hailstones like tearing paper. This wasn't the end. Although the hailstones were cut in half, they were still quite large. One strike after another. After practicing to unleash 3 sword energies, Ein finally reduced the first hailstone that could affect the Black Raven and the other warship to fragments about the size of a finger, completely losing its threat. As long as she didn't need to catch them with her eyes, there was basically nothing to worry about. Panting slightly, Ein couldn't tell if the moisture on her forehead was sweat or rainwater. The dual consumption of moonwalk and sword energy was far beyond what her current stamina could sustain for long. But so what? As long as it wasn't the last step, she would absolutely not back down. Because her master was Rowlin, she could not let her master down. She had to make herself worthy of him. At that moment, the task card's effect began to manifest, and a small insight surged into Ein's body, restoring some of her stamina. A flash of surprise crossed Ein's eyes. She felt her previous fatigue had diminished slightly, but she didn't think too much about it, as another hailstone was falling down. Ein's gaze was extremely serious as she firmly gripped the holy sky sword that Rowlin had given her. At this moment, Ein felt that her master was with her. Light whispering melody, Ein murmured, once again launching an attack at the hailstone. It was no wonder they were master and apprentice. The sword energy she unleashed was remarkably similar. It was likely that Ein's light whispering melody was imitating Rowling's light song serenade. Standing on the deck of the Black Raven, Rowling smiled slightly at this scene. Wondering what he was thinking, beside him stood Astia, holding an umbrella to shield him from some of the wind and rain. Rowling didn't say much about the maid's actions. After all, they had already been bought, and it wasn't like he could pay them. Wait, who says it's impossible? Astia. Yes, master. Once we return, I'll give you a day off and each of you 10,000 berry. You can go shopping and buy things you like. Thank you, master, but will 10,000 berry. That's an order. Yes, Astia thanked the master on behalf of the maid group. Light whispering melody. Although this was a strike that Ein imitated from Rowling, it still fell far short of Rowling's silent execution. At this moment, Ein's strength was merely at the peak of a swordsman, not even reaching the level of a great swordsman. However, being able to unleash this kind of sword energy was already quite impressive. The sword energy collided with the hailstone, and this time, there was no sound of paper tearing. Instead, the hailstone shattered directly. Ein raised her hand in excitement. She had succeeded. Looking at Ein's ecstatic expression in the sky, Rowling felt quite happy as well, especially when Ein unleashed her strike. He found it very interesting. Hail continued to fall, akin to a game of Fruit Ninja. Only this time, the fruits were replaced with hailstones and the ninja was a swordsman. Essentially, there was no difference. On the other warship, all the naval soldiers stared in awe at the scene before them. If anyone had told them that a little girl could be so powerful, they would never have believed it. But the scene unfolding before them was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Was this really the apprentice of the Admiral? She was truly amazing. I haven't even learned shaving, let alone moonwalking. No wonder she's the Admiral's apprentice. At such a young age, she can already perform such skills. It seems she will definitely rise to great heights in the future, with the Admiral as her support. The naval soldiers felt an overwhelming shock in their hearts. But the system did not record this shock. As Ein continued to wield the Holy Sky Sword, she felt her body reach a wonderful balance. As if the strikes she released somehow transformed back into stamina within her body through a certain channel. Although Ein didn't understand why this was happening, she knew it was a good thing. As she continuously used her sword energy, she became more and more adept at releasing it. In a short period, her strength reached the pinnacle of a swordsman, and she only needed an opportunity to advance to the level of a great swordsman. A great swordsman at such a young age would surely cause a huge uproar once exposed. Just then, the opportunity arrived. The dark clouds in the sky swirled, revealing a hailstone nearly the size of a house. Upon seeing this, the naval soldiers' hearts raced with alarm. Such a massive hailstone should only be something the Admiral could block, right? No matter how powerful the Admiral's apprentice was, she shouldn't be able to withstand a hailstone of this magnitude. But why hadn't the Admiral made a move yet? Surely he would intervene, right? The naval soldiers felt a bit anxious. They knew that if the little girl couldn't stop it, Rowling would definitely step in. But just watching the hailstone slowly descend was terrifying. This only showed that the quality of these naval soldiers was indeed quite lacking. No wonder Rowling referred to them as mere errand boys. One could say that Rowling, who had directly airdropped into the position of admiral, had the worst foundation and had no usable military force. Those that could be mobilized were basically all of this caliber. Rowling was also quite exhausted. Infuse all your insights into the sword and try to unleash the most powerful slash. Rowling said on the deck. With a wary expression, looked at the hail and slowly closed his eyes upon hearing Rowling's words. With his eyes closed, felt the changes in his body and recalled the sword energy he had just unleashed. Rowling was not in a hurry. After all, that huge hailstone wouldn't fall down anytime soon. Suddenly, opened his eyes, and the holy sword in his hand danced into a flurry of blades. With each movement, the sword's momentum around grew stronger. The massive hailstones falling from the sky left no chance for the other hailstones to survive. Mixed with the biting cold wind, it sounded like the roar of an ancient beast, causing the Navy soldiers on the warship to panic, their faces turning pale with fear. Where's Lord Admiral? Why hasn't he appeared yet? He can't really expect that little girl to withstand such massive hailstones. Can he? Impossible. That little girl absolutely cannot stop them. Quickly, use the telephone bug. Tell the Admiral to shatter them quickly. Otherwise, we will all perish in the sea. Fear always drives people mad, and as time passed, the demon named Fear began to consume their hearts. Rowling stood on the deck and could naturally sense the chaos of another warship. Initially, adhering to the principle that no one could be left behind, Rowling specifically requested a warship to be left idle, but what he didn't expect was that, not long after, their true form would be revealed. Since that was the case, after this trip back, he would send them away. In the sky, Ein's sword intent had accumulated to the level of a great swordsman, and perhaps due to physical exhaustion, Ein's delicate face became increasingly pale. The hail was already close at hand, leaving no room for Ein to relax for even a moment. With a determined gaze, Ein calmly watched the merciless hail falling towards her and raised the holy sky sword high. Suddenly, a white light appeared on the holy sky sword, breaking through the dawn. Like a beacon in the grim and harsh weather. Wind drawing whale swallow, Ein shouted in the air, and at that moment the holy sky sword slashed down. The sword energy, like a whirlwind wrapped in a hurricane, transformed into countless blades, resembling a giant whale from a distance. The whale-shaped sword energy seemed to open its enormous mouth and bit down on the giant hail. Seeing this scene, Rowling smiled with satisfaction. In the sky, Ein watched as the house-sized hail disintegrated in an instant, and the tense string in her heart instantly relaxed. A wave of weakness surged to her brain, and Ein's small body finally could not bear it, falling straight down from the sky. The hail was shattered into powder by the sword energy, turning into crystal dust, which floated down from the sky along with Ein's petite figure. In that moment, it was like an angel descending to the mortal world. Her flowing hair, blue and shimmering, resonated with the crystals, and the sky revealed a hole from Ein's slash, through which sunlight poured directly onto Ein, creating a picturesque scene. No blade-style updraft. Rowling clenched his fist and then suddenly released it, causing a small amount of pure sword energy to burst forth, creating a strong upward airflow in the air that slowed Ein's descent. Gradually, Ein's petite body floated down into Rowling's arms like a feather. Thank you for your hard work, Ein. Rowling gently kissed Ein on the forehead. At this moment, Ein had her eyes tightly closed. Her exhausted body had already fallen into a deep sleep. What? That little girl actually shattered hail of that level. This is too terrifying. Although it was just hail and had no enhancements, even so, being able to achieve this is not something an ordinary swordsman can do. Could it be that the general's apprentice has already advanced to the level of a great swordsman? How is that possible? She's just a little girl. But the one guiding that little girl is the general. Suddenly, no one spoke. Yes, the person teaching this little girl is the general. It should be quite easy for her to elevate to the realm of a great swordsman in a short time. Ding. Mission card task completed. Participant. Ein. Evaluation. S. Reward. Great swordsman experience. Ding. Ein has absorbed great swordsman experience and successfully stepped into the realm of a great swordsman. Hearing the system's announcement, Rowling's eyes were filled with affection. Ein, you did great. You have successfully stepped into the level of a great swordsman. As long as you train your body well and build a solid foundation during this time, your future achievements will surely not be inferior to mine. As if hearing Rowling's voice, Ein's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Lying in Rowling's embrace, feeling the warmth, She gradually reached out her hand and gently touched Rowling's cheek, saying, "Master, I didn't let you down, right?" Rowling shook his head. "No, on the contrary, I did great. Especially that strike. It was really impressive. Just based on that strike, he has already reached the peak level of a great swordsman." Hearing Rowling's praise, Ein smiled, feeling very happy. The joy lifted his weary body quite a bit. "Does that move have a name?" I nodded and said, "Wind Painting Whale Swallow." Wind Painting Whale Swallow. Huh, that's really a nice name, very vivid. Rowling walked towards his room, carefully placing Ein on the bed. He changed Ein's clothes and tossed the wet ones aside. Throughout the process, Ein's face was flushed with embarrassment. If it weren't for the fact that she had no strength left in her body, she would have probably run away by now. "All right, I've changed your clothes, little Ein. You should get some sleep. We'll talk about everything when you wake up." "Okay, master." At the moment Rowling said this, I no longer felt shy. She was overwhelmed by a sense of exhaustion that washed over her. In less than a second, Ein fell asleep once again. Rowling stood by the bed, looking at the sleeping Ein, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. After watching the adorable sleeping face for a while, Rowling turned and walked out, murmuring to himself, but the voice faded away, mixed with the howling wind. The weather trial had ended with the system's prompt. The sky no longer released hail, but the cold wind remained biting. Rowling had experienced the weather on the Grand Line many times, and it was indeed a bit troublesome. Slowly making his way to the deck, he found a maid group tidying up the sun loungers and various items. Upon seeing Rowling's arrival, they all paused their work, their gazes uniformly turning towards him, curious about what he was doing on the deck at this time. With one hand placed on his forehead, Rowling looked at the overcast sky and said, "This kind of weather's really quite uncomfortable." After Rowling finished speaking, a lightning bolt struck the sky, perfectly synchronized with his words. The lightning was as thick as a python, quite terrifying, with rolling thunder that exuded a majestic aura. However, Rowling was completely unfazed by it. In the world of One Piece, there was no concept of heavenly trials or tribulations. Drawing his sword, Ganwuzhua, from his back, Rowling held it aloft, with sword energy surging above it. Before long, wisps of white vapor began to rise, a characteristic of the withering sword spirit. The eerie white mist enveloped Rowling's body, causing his entire demeanor to undergo a dramatic transformation in a very short time. "Master," both Helona and Astia felt a chill in their hearts upon witnessing this scene, let alone the four younger girls. Feeling the enhancement that withering brought him, Rowling was quite pleased, as he continuously nourished it with sword energy. The growth of withering during this time was astonishingly rapid, and it soon developed its own consciousness. It was similar to the cursed sword kitsch, but it was definitely not comparable to kitsch. One sword makes 1,000 drunk. One sword leaves 10,000 bones withered, drunk in life, dreaming of death a mere moment. This sword is the morning song of the dead. With a single slash, the crescent-shaped sword energy instantly cleaved the sky in two. But that wasn't the end. The sword energy was imbued with a bone-chilling cold, and the eerie white mist caused the dark clouds in the sky to instantly crystallize into ice. The members of the maid group were already stunned by the scene before them. In the next moment, the ice shattered, the dark clouds disappeared, and sunlight directly illuminated the sea, with temperatures gradually rising and coldness receding. Seeing this, Rowling sheathed Ganwuzhua back into its scabbard. "Black Crow, accelerate the voyage." Back in the room, Rowling did not disturb Ein, who was sleeping on the bed. He sat quietly beside her and poured himself a cup of tea, taking a light sip. The characteristic of withering is cold, an incomprehensible chill that, when fully grown, would cause ordinary people to instantly turn into ice crystals upon contact. The slash, just now, was a manifestation of withering's ability. Rowling had not infused his sword intent into Ganwuzhua. His sword intent was the flame sword intent. Separated from Prometheus, he wondered whether the two could combine. As a transmigrator, Rowling naturally held such expectations. Fire represents the yang, while ice represents the yin. Yin and yang mutually restrain, yet complement each other. Everything depends on whether the two can reach a balanced state. And, speaking of balance, inevitably brings to mind Tai Chi. The more Rowling thought, the more he felt there was to contemplate, and he couldn't help but cover his forehead. Sigh. Although withering is an SSS-level sword spirit and incredibly powerful, its attributes are simply incompatible. Rowling muttered to himself as he looked at Ganwuzhua, whom he had set aside. He felt a bit speechless. He decided to let the withering grow a bit, and when it was able to bear his sword's will, he would start to explore how to merge these two forces and transform them into a new trait or even greater power. Perhaps this was the worry of happiness. Sighing, Rowling drank the tea he had set aside in one gulp, then took off his clothes and walked towards the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Rowling had brought the maid team to an island to purchase a batch of supplies. After all, the food on the ship had mostly been consumed by Rowling, so buying some fresh ingredients was a good idea. Another 3 days passed, and under the full-speed sailing of the Black Crow, Rowling finally saw the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship of Moonlight Moria at the edge of the sea. Although it was called a sailing ship, in Rowling's eyes, it resembled an island, dark and eerie. For some reason, there were always ominous clouds hovering over it, occasionally bringing cold winds, shrouded in mist, making it look more like a ghost town. This mission should be relatively easy. Moonlight Moria was mostly filled with shrimp soldiers and crab generals, with no powerful experts. Who wants to go up with me? Rowling stood on the deck, facing the group of maids and Ein. However, this time, no one wanted to join Rowling in going to the terrifying 3-masted ship. The main reason was that this island was simply too eerie. No normal girl would like the environment here. Therefore, they did not exhibit the same enthusiasm as before on Nine Snake Island. It should be noted that one of the trademarks of Nine Snake Island is the Empress, who is known as the most beautiful existence among pirates. Countless people have wanted to catch a glimpse of her in reality, but they just never had the opportunity. Rowling shrugged and looked at the women, none of whom were willing to go. He didn't insist. Since that's the case, you can stay here. If anything happens, just contact me through the phone book. Rowling handed one of his private phone bugs to Ein as one of his small gifts. This made Ein very happy, because so far, understanding was that Rowling's private phone bug was owned only by her, meaning she was that very special person. Every time she thought about this, Ein felt delight in her heart. Taking out a small boat from the Black Crow, Rowling sat on it, raised the not-so-large sail, and headed towards the terrifying 3-masted ship. The terrifying 3-masted ship was referred to by many as the largest pirate ship in the world, but Rowling did not agree with this rumor. The terrifying 3-masted ship was indeed large, but compared to the pirate ship of the Golden Lion, it seemed a bit lacking. It's important to note that at the peak of the Golden Lion's power, he could easily lift islands and sail through the sky with his pirate ship. Its mobility far surpassed that of sailing on the sea, which is why after escaping from the deep-sea prison, there had been no news of the Golden Lion. One could imagine he was wandering somewhere in the sky at this moment, sitting on the small sailboat. Rowling felt that his current image was not much different from that of Hawkeye. The small boat floated alone on the sea and soon arrived at the terrifying 3-masted ship. At this moment, Rowling, who had entered the fog, could clearly see the pirate flag fluttering on the terrifying 3-masted ship. The pirate flag featured a skull with Moria's fire onion hairstyle and a pair of bat wings with flames, looking quite bizarre and sending chills down one's spine at first glance. However, Rowling felt that this pirate flag was completely inconsistent with the strength of Moonlight Moria. He was merely a defeated general who had escaped from Kaido, and Rowling truly looked down on him, far less favorable than the impression Sand Crocodile had left on him. The moment he stepped onto the terrifying 3-masted ship, countless zombie arms emerged from the surrounding gravestones, with many zombies slowly crawling out of the ground. Using their arms for support, they were either completely rotting or had various disabilities, displaying a variety of grotesque appearances. Rowling thought that if a museum of unusual death methods were established, Moonlight Moria would definitely make a fortune. Rowling was thinking about all sorts of things in his mind. He completely disregarded the slow-moving zombies in front of him, which posed no threat at all. Any normal person should be able to easily slay these sluggish zombies. Easily bypassing these zombies, Rowling strolled through the terrifying 3-masted ship. All around him were dead branches and decaying leaves, and the ground was soft underfoot. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell, causing Rowling to instinctively frown. He thought to himself that he should finish this quickly and leave. This place was simply not suitable for humans. After Rowling finished speaking, his speed increased a bit. He circled around the edge and nearby the terrifying 3-masted ship several times. But he couldn't find the ship where Brooke was, as he remembered. He had originally planned to kill Brooke first. After all, that skeleton was one of the few who could harm his Prometheus form. The sooner he could kill him, the better. But given the current situation, it seemed that Brooke had not yet arrived in this sea area. This really is a sad story. Since he couldn't find Brooke, Rowling didn't hesitate any longer. A golden red gas emanated from his body, and his clothes moved as if blown by the wind, looking quite handsome. The 8 gates of Duinjia opened. In the next moment, Rowling's figure disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, the surrounding zombies turned into blood mist, falling onto the thick layer of leaves below. Just as he activated the 8 gates of Duinjia, Rowling used a finger gun on each zombie, and the penetrating power of the finger gun dispersed them through the air. Being already lifeless, they could no longer move. May the deceased rest in peace. In just a few moments, Rowlin's figure flashed through the ghost shadow forest and arrived in front of a huge building located at the center. If he hadn't been told about this building, Rowlin would have thought it was the castle of Grey Wolf, as the difference between the two castles wasn't that significant. Rowling showed no intention of hiding his presence. As soon as he arrived in front of the castle, he was spotted by one of the three weirdos, Absalom. Immediately, Absalom used his transparent fruit to make his figure disappear from everyone's sight. This fruit could be said to be a blessing for otaku, a tool for peeping, but for Rowling, it was merely a parlor trick. The moment he arrived, Rowling sensed Absalom's presence. However, Absalom was unaware that Rowling had detected him. At that moment, he was crouching down, slowly approaching Rowling from behind, intending to catch him off guard. But Absalom looked so foolish, even though Rowling couldn't see him. His observation haki allowed him to see clearly. It was truly embarrassing. With such little ability, he dared to try a sneak attack? Rowling thought to himself, placing his palm down, and the silent sword chi surged instantly. No blade style, get out of the way, accompanied by Rowling's quiet murmur. Absalom really rolled to the side, crashing heavily into a tree with a loud bang. The tree, which seemed to have been drained of life, was already extremely withered, and with Absalom's impact, it began to crack from the point of collision and slowly fell to the side. A large pit appeared at the back of Absalom's head, causing him to bleed profusely from the wound, with blood continuously flowing out from the crack. Rowling didn't even glance at Absalom lying on the ground. His hands were hanging down, his eyes had lost their sparkle, and blood was gushing out as if it were free. If nothing unexpected happened, Absalom would soon breathe his last. Shaking his head, Rowling sighed. This is really too boring. Moonlight Moria, hurry up and come out. As time went on, Rowling felt increasingly bored and irritated. There was nothing in the vicinity except for dark corners and various nocturnal creatures. There were no beauties or scenic views at all. Can you hear me, Moonlight Moria? If you don't come out soon, I'll destroy your castle. Rowling's voice was quite loud, quickly spreading throughout the terrifying three-masted ship. It had not been long since he got off the small boat, and he yawned, feeling so bored that he was starting to get sleepy. Inside the castle, Moonlight Moria was in the laboratory, fiddling with a corpse dressed in a black robe alongside Hogback. The corpse wore a kimono with dragon patterns on the sleeves and traditional Japanese wooden sandals, looking strikingly similar to Zoro in life, but with a top knot. Just when Moonlight Moria was about to delve deeper, Rowling's voice came from outside. Upon hearing that voice, Moonlight Moria's expression was replaced by fury. Who is this ignorant fool daring to board my pirate ship and so arrogantly shout right in front of me? Truly reckless. Hogback beside him said, Captain, it must be some small-time pirates who don't know their place, trying to challenge your authority. Hogback's embellishments only fueled Moonlight Moria's anger further. He placed the giant scissors he held behind him and walked towards the front of the castle, wanting to see who could evade the zombie formation he had set up and come to the castle. If it was a nameless nobody, he would kill them and turn them into a zombie. If they had some strength, he would cut off their shadow and make them his possession. Just as Rowling was about to draw his sword to cleave the villa, Moonlight Moria's figure appeared in front of him. Moonlight Moria was massive, reaching an astonishing height of 692 meters, about 4 meters taller than Rowling, even exceeding the height of the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. What was even more amusing was that Moonlight Moria had a leek-like hairstyle, resembling a demon, with 2 horns on the sides of his forehead, sharp ears, and teeth. He had cross-stitch-like scars from head to neck, wearing a shirt with bat-like collars and Gothic-style clothing that looked truly exaggerated. Rowling shifted her gaze to the hair of Moonlight Moria, which resembled a green onion. It truly was quite amusing. Rowling stood before Moonlight Moria, completely unfazed by the dangerous glare from him, laughing loudly on the eerily silent, terrifying three-masted ship. It really was just as someone had said. It certainly seemed like a big green onion now. Moonlight Moria could only feel his anger burning him alive. This guy, not only did he come aboard my pirate ship, but he was also so arrogant. Does he think his time alive is too short and wants to see what a hellish scene is like? Anger flickered in Moonlight Moria's eyes, as if he wanted to swallow Rowling alive. Rowling didn't care about the angry Moonlight Moria at all. After all, he was just a big green onion. What could be so powerful? I am Admiral Rowling, codenamed Black Crow, and I am here to inform you that to participate in the Shichibukai plan, you must agree. Huh, Admiral, are you kidding me? I know those 3 monsters in the Navy, but I've never heard of an Admiral Black Crow, and the Navy and pirates have always been at odds. For me, a dignified pirate, To participate in a Navy plan is simply wishful thinking. It seems you really are crazy. In that case, let me send you to your grave directly. Another person who is in seclusion all day and out of touch with news. So, does that mean you won't agree? Rowling gazed up at Moonlight Moria, and from his tone, it was impossible to discern any emotion from Rowling. Moonlight Moria looked at Rowling with slight surprise and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" "You? I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to do it or not?" You're doomed." "Oh, really? There's no point in talking too much. I'll just use my strength to make you agree." Rowling spat on the ground and said, "You're really causing trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Rowland's figure disappeared right before Moonlight Moria's eyes, which made Moonlight Moria's vigilance reach its peak. 8 gates of Duinjia. Open. A golden red gas spread around Rowland, and his voice floated down from above Moonlight Moria's head. Armament hockey. Finger gun. Taking advantage of the moment Moonlight Moria was stunned, Rowland quickly executed a series of movements. His fingertips turned dark, covered in armament hockey, hard and black. The sound was like a bullet slicing through the air. In the next second, Moonlight Moria felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Blood flowed from the wound onto the ground. How could this be? I didn't sense any presence at all. Moonlight Moria felt a chill run through his body. Wait a second, Before Moonlight Moria could finish his sentence, Rowland used Shave to appear behind him and directly kicked out. The tremendous force sent the nearly 7-meter-tall Moonlight Moria flying, and after rolling a few times on the ground, he crashed heavily down, covered in dust. He looked extremely disheveled, spitting out the leaves in his mouth. A flash of resentment crossed Moonlight Moria's eyes. "You forced my hand. I didn't want to use this move." Shadow gathering. This was Moonlight Moria's strongest technique, utilizing the power of the devil fruit to absorb all the shadows he controlled into his body. The pitch-black shadows, under Moonlight Moria's control, arced through the sky and were swallowed by him, making his already towering figure even bulkier and more cumbersome. Rowling was not in a hurry. He just waited as Moonlight Moria completed his technique. After nearly 1,000 shadows were swallowed into Moonlight Moria's belly, his body finally reached a certain limit. Rowling felt the power of Moonlight Moria at this moment, recalling the introduction in the plot, which stated that its destructive power should be able to shatter an island with a single strike. However, this technique requires immense mental control, and without sufficient mental strength to support it, one would lose consciousness or go berserk. Moonlight Moria, you excessively use powers that do not belong to you. In the end, it's still a side path. You neglect your own cultivation, and now, see, you can't control it anymore, can you? You've gone berserk, haven't you? Rowling stood by, watching the scene in front of him with great interest. He saw that Maria's eyes were sometimes bloodshot and sometimes rolling back, looking extremely funny. However, the aura around him had indeed grown much stronger. But his opponent was Rowling. Would that be useful? No. He would still get beaten up. Since he was in a rage, then Rowling would knock him back to his senses. A trace of brutality flashed in Rowland's eyes. The target in front of him was simply too large, and due to excessive absorption of others' powers, it lacked any skills beyond instinct. In other words, it was a huge meat target. Rowland welcomed such an opponent. The fight was going to be incredibly enjoyable. Finger gun, 10 fingers. The nearly 20-meter-tall Moonlight Moria, as big as Godzilla, suddenly had 10 holes appear in its abdomen, but these holes were only the size of a fingertip. On such a massive body, it looked like tiny wounds. Finger gun, 100 fingers. Rowling wore a wicked smile on his face, finding it amusing and interesting, much like poking dough. Covered in armed color hockey, his fingers turned into afterimages, piercing 100 holes in the abdomen of Moonlight Moria in a short span of time. In his rampaging state, Moonlight Moria seemed to finally feel pain, letting out a roar as countless bats flew out from the shadow beneath him. This was Moonlight Moria's skill, Scatterbats, which split his shadow to create a multitude of bat shadows that could both defend against Rowling's attacks and bite the opponent, devouring them. Too slow. Without even looking, Rowling directly flashed behind Moonlight Moria, took a deep breath, and unleashed his finger gun, 1,000 fingers. Accompanied by Rowling's low murmur, Moonlight Moria, in his rampaging state, felt a fierce wind howling behind him, a bad premonition creeping into his heart. SSSSSS. Fingers pierced into Moonlight Moria's body, and one by one, the shadows gradually floated out under Rowling's attack. As the shadows within him continued to dissipate, Moonlight Moria's size gradually shrank back to normal, and rationality returned to him. At that moment, he felt immense pain all over his body, especially in his abdomen. Although the wounds were much smaller after shrinking, blood continued to flow incessantly. Perona, watching the battle in her soul form, was so frightened that she immediately passed through the wall back to her room, covering her mouth and not daring to make a sound, fearing that Rowlin, this great being, would see her. This was their captain. To be easily defeated by a stranger was terrifying to think about. Although she loved scary things, it didn't mean she wanted to die. Her eyes were filled with fear and dread. Although he had lost control earlier, he retained the memories after regaining his sanity. The ghostly figure of Rowlin, with his nearly invincible spear attacks, made Moonlight Moria's heart sink to the bottom. How could he possibly defeat such an opponent? Stop, 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 stop. I agree. I am willing to believe that you are a Marine Admiral now, and I am willing to participate in that so-called plan you mentioned. Just as Rowlin was about to unleash his myriad fingers, he halted his movements and looked at the curled-up Moonlight Moria lying on the ground with disdain. If I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that you have what I need, I wouldn't have wanted to come here at all. Bring me the autumn water. Rowlin kicked Moonlight Moria hard, making him cry out in pain. Qiu Shui? What Qiu Shui? Moonlight Moria said, holding his head. Do you still want to deceive me? One sentence. Your choice is death or handing over Qiu Shui to me. Rowlin drew the Ganwu Zhua behind him and pressed it against the neck of Moonlight Moria, whose cold breath made him shiver instinctively. If the aura of his terrifying three-masted ship was frightening, then the feeling brought by this sword was a sense of despair even stronger than fear, an aura that made him absolutely dare not entertain any crooked thoughts. Just from the aura alone, Moonlight Moria felt that his defeat was not unjust. My lord, great general, I truly do not know what this autumn water you speak of is. Rowlin looked at Moonlight Moria's expression, which didn't seem fake. He put away Ganwu Zhua and said to him, you must have gotten the corpse of Longma by now, right? Where's his sword? Hand it over to me. Upon hearing Rowling's words, Moonlight Moria's heart trembled. This was information he had never leaked. How did he know that Longma's body was with him? Longma was a hero from the land of Wayno, and he had been very cautious throughout this whole process, fearing that the crazy people from Wayno would find out and come after him. Almost everyone in Wayno was a swordsman, although it wasn't a member of the world government. No one dared to provoke them. Oh, I see, General. If it's Longma's sword, I have it here. I'll go get it right away. Okay, hurry up. I have urgent matters, understand? At this moment, Rowlin acted like a rogue, with a face full of bravado, making Moonlight Moria wish he had more legs to run faster. Watching Moonlight Moria quickly leave out of fear, Rowling's face remained expressionless. He increasingly missed Hancock on Nine Snake Island, thinking of their gentle verbal sparring. He felt that his current environment was truly lacking. He realized he was becoming more particular about things, but that was normal. Different positions led to different considerations. When he first arrived in this world, he focused on how to attract more attention, gain more abilities, and become stronger. Although he still thought this way now, the urgency was not as intense as before. Now, while he wasn't the strongest in this world, he certainly couldn't be easily slaughtered by anyone. If he couldn't win, he could always run away. Rowlin had no shame and wouldn't risk his life for a single matter. At this moment, his thoughts began to shift towards wanting to enjoy more beautiful things. Perhaps this is me, greedy and selfish. Ha! Accompanied by Rowling's laughter, Moonlight Moria reappeared before him, respectfully handing over the long knife in his hand. Rowlin took the black knife, Qiu Shui, from Moonlight Moria. Ignoring Moonlight Moria's gaze, Rowlin slowly drew the black knife. Qiu Shui. Qiu Shui, belonging to the black knife, is one of the great knife's 21 works. It has a chaotic blade with a black-purple body and red serrated patterns. This knife is incredibly tough. Even if a dinosaur stepped on it, it wouldn't bend a millimeter. It has a high density, making it heavier than knives of the same size. It is the sword of the swordsman Longma, forged through countless battles, and is known as a national treasure of Wayno. At this moment, such a famous sword seemed to emit a faint ringing in Rowling's hand. They say people choose swords, but conversely, swords also choose people. When they meet the right owner, they tremble with excitement, as if they are communicating. However, the excitement of the black knife, Qiu Shui, didn't mean Rowlin was excited. Rowlin directly drew Ganwu Zhua from his back and placed it next to the black knife, a faint white mist enveloping the blade. In an instant, the black knife, Qiu Shui, fell silent, as if it had died. It seemed to be intimidated by Ganwu Zhua. Master, can I devour it? The voice of the sword's spirit, withering, echoed in Rowling's heart. The voice was ethereal, like a melodious girl, sounding very pleasant and also having a cooling effect. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. I intend to gift this sword. All right, master. Rowling could hear the reluctance of withering as he gently stroked the blade, as if to soothe it. After Gan Wu Zhuang made his appearance, the black blade Xiao Shui fell silent, and after placing it back into its sheath, Rowling turned to Yue Guangmoria and said, "All right, this is no longer your concern. You can go about your business as long as you remember what I just told you. Okay, and you? I'll take one more person and leave shortly. You don't have to worry." Upon hearing this, Yue Guangmoria felt a cold sweat on his forehead. Is this what they call not having to worry? This is outright kidnapping, taking both a person and a sword. However, Yue Guangmoria felt completely helpless. Rowling was stronger than him, so whatever he said was the truth, leaving him no room to argue. Because once he argued, it would mean death. Watching Rowling's departing figure, Yue Guangmoria recalled Rowling's earlier words. He always relied on others' strength but had never trained his own. Could it really be because of that? In that case, he should give it a try, work hard to train himself, and become stronger. Rowling didn't care about his thoughts. At this moment, with his exceptional perception, he found a room where Perona was located. He forcefully broke down Perona's door, accompanied by her scream. Rowling saw the girl in the room. The girl was curled up in the blanket, and beside her were two ghostly figures with sausage-like mouths, staring in Rowling's direction. He had found her, the user of the ghost fruit, Perona. Rowling surveyed Perona's room, which was completely different from a typical girl's room. He thought that Peach Bunny's room, filled with sword sheaths, was already quite bizarre. However, compared to Perona's, it was nothing. Perona's room was filled with all sorts of peculiar items, piles of skulls in the corners, burning azure candles on the table, spider webs hanging in the corners, and a teddy bear covered in patchwork stitches. From any angle, it looked extremely eerie and terrifying. Yet, this girl who enjoyed such a scary environment was frozen in fear upon seeing Rowling. "Why you? Hello, FF first meeting? I'm not tasty," Perona stammered, seemingly so frightened by Rowling that she could barely speak. Trembling, she hugged the teddy bear, peeking out from under the blanket, watching as Rowling approached her. Rowling followed Perona's words, licked his lips, and looked at her, saying, "How can you know if I'm delicious if you don't try, right?" As he said the last sentence, Rowling suddenly leaned close to Perona's ear. The sudden closeness startled Perona greatly. Ding! Due to the host's actions, Perona felt very scared. Evaluation. S. Reward. Purification aura. Ding! The purification aura attaches to the sword pendant and can protect the host from evil forces. Just as Rowling was trying to figure out what this item from the system was, Perona screamed in fright, commanding the floating ghosts nearby to charge directly at Rowling's body. Negative ghosts. Rowling remembered this move very well. It was also the reason he came to find Perona. It should be known that Perona's fruit is extremely terrifying, especially the negative ghosts, which represent absolute control. No matter who it is, as long as they are passed through by the negative ghosts, they will become incredibly negative, thus losing their combat ability and becoming easy prey. If I remember correctly, in the near future, Perona will use this ability to wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates, taking down everyone one by one except for Usopp, which is truly terrifying. Seeing this, Rowling was also taken aback, as he was unsure whether passing through his body would lead to any negative emotions. Just as he was contemplating whether to temporarily avoid the situation, a white light emerged from him, emanating from the pendant around his neck. The purification aura was triggered, and the gentle white light illuminated the dark room. The two negative spirits instantly turned into gas upon contact with the white light and disappeared into the air. Perona widened her eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. The spirits vanished, Perona murmured, seemingly unable to believe it. Realizing he was unharmed, Rowling inwardly praised the system's effectiveness, then said to Perona, "If they've disappeared, then they've disappeared. After all, having two spirits following a little girl isn't cute at all. We'll let them manifest again when we need to use skills later." Rowling said again, "From today onwards, you are my person and must strictly obey all my commands. Otherwise." Before he finished speaking, the aura around Rowland instantly surged. With a single strike, a large portion of the sword aura that Rowland had accumulated in his body during this time was released. The sword aura roared like an ancient beast, directly devouring the left half of Rowland's castle, and even the terrifying three-masted ship's left side was not spared, turning into powder. The enormous, terrifying three-masted ship instantly shrank by half. Perona stared in astonishment at the scene before her. She no longer cared about the two ghosts, frantically nodded, cautiously emerged from the shadows, dressed in a Lolita dress, standing beside Rowland with a look of a good girl. "I'll listen to you. Please don't kill me." Rowling nodded and turned to walk outside, with Perona following closely behind him. This terrifying trip on the three-masted ship seemed quite good. He had obtained the autumn water and the ability of the ghost fruit user, Perona. Aside from not killing Brooke, he had basically accomplished everything he set out to do. Thinking of this, Rowling couldn't help but feel much happier. Looking at Perona behind him, Rowling spoke up. "Do you have something to say?" Perona blinked her big, pitiful eyes at Rowling and asked, "Say what? Aren't you worried about what I might do to you?" With an innocent look on her face, Perona replied, "Your strength is so great that even if you wanted to do something to me, what could I do? Since I can't resist, I might as well enjoy it. But it's my first time, so be careful." Seeing Perona's carefree demeanor, Rowling couldn't help but facepalm. He thought to himself, she really isn't a normal girl. After all, if she were normal, how could she possibly be fascinated by ghosts, heads, and all sorts of bizarre things? "Don't worry, I'm very interested in you. But right now, your nutrition is too poor. Let's wait a few years before discussing it." For an abnormal girl, Rowling's choice was still to flirt, as flirting didn't come with any responsibilities and could also help boost his favorability. "Perona, don't you want to escape?" he asked. "Why would I want to escape? I just heard you say you're a vice admiral, right? Being by your side should be beneficial for me. Maybe I can take advantage of your name to do whatever I want." Suddenly, Perona's face turned bright red as if she thought of something. "Aren't you worried I might lock you in the underwater prison?" Rowling asked. Perona's expression didn't change much. "If you really want to lock me up in there, then I can't do anything about it. I'll just wait for my fate." All right. Rowling had forgotten that she was an abnormal girl. However, he wasn't angry because Perona still had some usefulness. "For these few days, just pretend to be mute. I'll find an opportunity to hand you over to a pirate." "Pirate? Aren't you a vice admiral?" "Yeah, I'm a vice admiral. So do you think I can take you around everywhere? Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Then what about that pirate?" "Oh, the pirate you mentioned is named Prometheus. He's kind of like my avatar, or maybe my true self." Suddenly, the air seemed to freeze. Perona was stunned, standing still with a look of shock on her face. Rowling also stopped in her tracks, with only the chilly wind surrounding her. What did she just hear? Could it be that she was imagining things? Did Rowling just say that the pirate was actually himself? Like a machine, Perona slowly turned her gaze towards Rowling's eyes, her voice rarely trembling. "What you just said, are you serious?" "Of course I am. What else could it be?" Rowling revealed her white teeth, and this smile looked very beautiful. Perona felt as if her worldview was about to collapse. Just as she was about to ask further questions, Rowling interrupted her, saying not to be too surprised. "Some things you will understand when the opportunity arises. Remember to act like a mute, and in a few days, I will send you away." The silly-looking Perona followed Rowling onto the Black Crow ship, which quickly left the range of the terrifying three-masted sailing ship under its powerful propulsion. Unlike the relaxed Rowling, Moonlight Moria could not relax at all at this moment. He stared blankly at the left side of his ship, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He swallowed hard at the sight before him. His ship was gone. The left side of the hull was missing. One must understand that from a certain perspective, his ship was like an island. Yet this island-sized ship had completely vanished half of its body with just one strike from that person. If that attack had been aimed at him, Moonlight Moria could hardly imagine what he would have become. Perhaps in this world, he would leave no trace behind. "My ship." Moonlight Moria's mournful voice echoed in the air. But Rowling had already walked far away. Achio, after Rowling introduced Perona to the girls, suddenly sneezed for some unknown reason. Ein, who had previously looked at Perona with hostility, now spoke softly to Rowling with concern. "Master, is your body all right?" Hearing Ein's concern, Rowling habitually hugged her in his arms and rubbed his nose, saying, "It must be someone talking bad about me behind my back." "Master, who do you think is talking bad about you behind your back? Ein will definitely teach them a lesson." "Ha ha, Ein, as long as you have that intention, that's enough." Saying that, Rowling gave Ein's soft, chubby cheek a kiss. Ein was very happy with Rowling's reward, and she winked at Perona as if to show off. Perona watched the interaction between the two and thought of what Rowling had said to her earlier, feeling quite terrified. However, remembering Rowling's order, Perona did not speak. But her little thoughts began to surge. She immediately bounced over to Rowling, smiling, and pounced onto his leg, resting her head on it, looking quite content. This was a battle between two little girls, and Rowling did not intervene, as it could be considered a kind of balancing technique. After all, this was something Rowling learned from the Emperor's Heart technique that he got from the system. Rowling quite liked this book, as it discussed many methods of controlling others, especially the chapter on controlling others, which he had read more than 10 times. "All right, stop messing around. It's almost time for dinner. Are you not planning to eat?" "Master, I want to eat. I want to grow up quickly." Perona remained silent, still hanging on Rowling's leg, as they entered the dining room together. Inside the dining room, the maid group had already prepared various delicacies. The carefully crafted dishes could be clearly smelled even before Perona and the others entered the dining room. This aroma made Perona's eyes widen in surprise. It was the first time she had smelled something so delicious. This was not entirely Perona's fault for not having seen the world. It was mainly because Moonlight Moria was doing so poorly. If Moonlight Moria had been better off, Perona would not have shown such an expression upon seeing food. Perona's cheeks turned red, drooling as it dripped from the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling. She looked like a lovesick girl. Perona, since you're hungry, eat more. If it's not enough, we can have the sisters make more, Ein said, temporarily setting aside her previous concerns and addressing the now impatient Perona. Hearing Ein's words, Perona instinctively looked at Rowling, and upon seeing him nod, she eagerly grabbed a spoon from the side and began to eat heartily. For the first time in her life, she discovered that aside from strange things, she also loved delicious food. In the first half of the Grand Line, in the Alabasta Royal Palace, Cobra sat on the throne. At this moment, Alabasta was peaceful and stable. Although the environment was harsh, the faces of the people were filled with smiles. Vivi, I heard that Admiral Rowling's next destination is Alabasta. Really? Father, you can't be lying to me. Admiral Blackcrow is really coming to our country soon? Cobra looked at the excited Vivi, and a smile appeared on his kindly face. He nodded and said, Of course. How could your father lie to you? Vivi, who was originally excited, rolled her eyes upon hearing Cobra's words and said, I don't know who always lies to Vivi. Oof. If you're lying to me this time, then I will never talk to you again. All right, Vivi, your father will definitely not lie to you this time. I know you really like Admiral Blackcrow, so I'm paying very close attention to his whereabouts. Then, father, why is Admiral Blackcrow coming to our country? Upon hearing Vivi's question, Cobra paused for a moment and then smiled helplessly. Vivi, some things are beyond my knowledge. It might be a top-secret mission, just passing through our country. Don't worry. Your father will definitely let you meet your idol. Hearing her father's assurance, Vivi smiled happily. This is what you said. Father, you must keep your word. You can rest assured. I believe I can invite Admiral Blackcrow here, thanks to my influence. Cobra added, by the way, didn't you make an appointment with Koza to go out? The agreed time is almost here, so don't be late. That would be impolite. Cobra reminded her from the side, and it was only at this moment that Vivi snapped out of her thoughts about Admiral Blackcrow's imminent arrival, hurriedly jogging out of the palace, changing into casual clothes as she rushed to the agreed location. Watching Vivi's figure, Cobra smiled happily, shook his head, and then began to worry about how to invite Admiral Blackcrow to the palace for a visit. Ever since Blackcrow became the 4th Admiral of the Navy, the newspapers in the Grand Line had been abuzz with news about him. His daughter Vivi became a little fan of Admiral Blackcrow after seeing the newspapers, constantly fantasizing about meeting him, which made Cobra quite troubled. However, he did not stop her, as under the Navy's promotion, Admiral Blackcrow was portrayed as a person with a strong sense of justice, and Cobra would never oppose such a person. Cobra returned to his study, took out a golden transponder snail, thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and finally made up his mind to press a series of numbers. In the Marine headquarters, in Sengoku's office, the transponder snail on the desk rang abruptly. After a short while, the call was connected. Sengoku, this is Cobra. Cobra? I know you. You are the king of Alabasta. What can I do for you? For Cobra, his impression of Sengoku was quite deep, primarily because of his status, and also because Cobra was indeed a good king. People like him did not feel that Sengoku was wasting their time. Cobra thought of his only daughter, Vivi, sighed, and said, Marshal Sengoku, I really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to answer my call. Here's the thing. I've heard that Admiral Blackbeard is about to arrive near Alabasta. So I would like to invite Admiral Blackbeard to the palace for a visit and a chat, to extend our hospitality. Can you tell me the reason, King Cobra? To be honest, I'm a bit embarrassed. Since my daughter Vivi saw the newspaper about Admiral Blackbeard, she has been completely captivated by him. Her room is filled with newspapers and posters about Admiral Blackbeard, and it has always been her wish to meet him in person. Therefore, I want to fulfill this wish of hers. Hearing Cobra's words, Sengoku was somewhat speechless, not for any other reason, but mainly because of Luffy. He never expected that a newspaper about Luffy could make a little girl like him so much. And she was a princess. Could this be the advantage of being good-looking? King Cobra, I will contact Blackbeard, but I cannot guarantee he will come. That's all right. As long as Marshal Sengoku is willing to help me, I am very grateful. After finishing the conversation with Sengoku, Cobra hung up the special phone bug. This golden phone bug was originally a special device used for requesting help from the Navy, but he made an exception this time due to his daughter's wish. which made Cobra feel quite helpless. After all, he was not just a king. He was also a father. Vivi's mother passed away when she was very young, so Cobra wanted to give everything he had to his only daughter. Rubbing his face to dispel the fatigue, he now needed to prepare for Admiral Blackbeard's arrival, ensuring the highest standard of treatment. As for whether Blackbeard would come or not, Cobra could easily imagine how Vivi would react. In fact, Cobra did not understand why she was usually so well-behaved, but became uncontrollable when it came to Blackbeard. On the other side, Vivi arrived at the agreed meeting point with Koza. As soon as she saw Koza, Vivi excitedly said, "Koza, do you know? Admiral Blackbeard is about to come to Alabasta, and I will get to see him soon." Vivi's face was filled with joy, and even her eyebrows expressed this idea. Koza looked at Vivi's excitement and asked, "Is this news really true? Are you sure your father isn't just trying to cheer you up?" "Of course not. This time, my father is very serious about it. I believe he can make it happen." Koza found it hard to understand Vivi's enthusiasm. "Why do you like Blackbeard so much? What's so good about him?" Hearing this question from Koza, Vivi immediately retorted, "What's wrong with Admiral Blackbeard? He's so handsome, so charismatic, and so powerful. Plus, he's very just." The newspaper said that every time he receives his salary, the first thing he does is donate half of it to charity. There was an elderly man who was kicked out by his own children, and Admiral Blackbeard personally funded a house for him. He even often goes to visit that old man. The more Vivi spoke, the brighter her eyes became. What a perfect man. If Admiral Blackbeard could marry her, that would be wonderful. Koza, however, did not share Vivi's sentiment and felt uncomfortable. "Maybe this is all just exaggerated. I think that Blackbeard looks quite sinister when he smiles. He might be a selfish person in private." Vivi absolutely could not ignore Koza's words. Her smile faded, and with a serious face, she said to Koza, "Apologize, Koza. You must apologize to Admiral Blackbeard. Otherwise, I will never forgive you." If you won't forgive me, then so be it. I won't apologize to someone who looks so treacherous." In Koza's eyes, this was just Vivi throwing a little tantrum, and she would be fine in a few days. However, what he did not expect was that this time Vivi was exceptionally serious. Vivi maintained a stern expression and returned to her room. The words Koza had just said had truly angered her. Once back in her room, Vivi's expression finally softened a bit as she threw herself on her bed. Looking at the walls covered with various pictures of Blackbeard, she felt an unprecedented happiness, thinking about how she was about to meet Admiral Blackbeard, and her cheeks turned red. Burying her face in her pillow, Vivi unknowingly fell asleep. In her dream, she envisioned herself marrying Luffy and having a daughter who had beautiful black hair, just like Luffy. In the dream, they were very happy together. On the Blackbeard ship, Luffy was lying on a sun lounger, a straw in his mouth connected to a rum drink. Enjoying the afternoon sun, Luffy did not mind the sunlight, as having comprehended the sword intent of fire. This little bit of sunshine did not make him feel hot at all. "Little Line, come over and take a break. You've been training for a long time today." "But master, I feel like I can keep going." "All right, but when you get tired, you must rest well, understand?" "Got it, master." Unlike Ein, Perona was lying on another sun lounger, licking an ice cream like a cat, looking very cute. During this time, Perona had completely let herself go and was eating a lot. She had definitely gained some weight. However, it didn't show on her body, as the nutrition was going to the right places, making her charm increase rather than decrease. She was a few years older than Ein, and her figure was beginning to develop. In terms of feminine charm, Ein could not compare to Perona for now. At that moment, Astia approached Luffy with a phone bug and said, "Master, phone bug." Seeing the signature seagull hat appear on the phone bug, Luffy knew who was calling. Answering the phone bug, Luffy said, "Marshal, what made you think to call me now?" "Blackbeard, Cobra wants to invite you to Alabasta for a visit. His daughter is very fond of you and wants to meet you." "Oh, really?" Rowlin knows Cobra, and he also knows that Cobra's daughter is Vivi. It is well known that Vivi is very beautiful, and compared to the slightly deeper blue of Ein's hair, Vivi's hair color is relatively lighter, making her look even better. Ein, who was practicing swordsmanship nearby, felt her heart race upon hearing the information from the phone bug. She quickly put down her wooden sword and walked towards Rowling, wanting to know how he would respond. Ein herself didn't understand why, but for some reason, she felt an intense dislike for all the women who appeared around Rowling, as if it were a feeling of jealousy. Despite her desire to suppress these thoughts, the more she tried to control them, the more she realized that she couldn't hold back. Rowling didn't know Ein's thoughts. He just said, "Why should I go?" "Marshal, you should know what mission I'm currently on. Do you think I have so much time to be a guest?" "Black Crow, do me a favor." "Marshal, I really need you to take a 3-month break when you come back." "Marshal, it's not that I don't want to go. I really don't have the time. Double the pay." "Marshal, do you think I'm the kind of person who would waver for money?" "Triple." Deal. We are about 3 days away from Alabaston. Marshal, please give me King Cobra's phone worm number, and I will contact him directly. After Astia wrote down the phone worm number, Rowling hung up on the call from the Warring States. Master, are you really going to be a guest in Alabaston? Will there be enough time? As Rowling hung up the phone, An immediately approached him and said, that won't be a problem. Anyway, it was Warring States who said it. If I need to delay a bit, it's fine. Oh, all right. Ine's little emotions were all over her face, but Rowling didn't see it. He turned to Astia and said, dial the phone worm number that was just recorded. Upon hearing Rowling's order, Astia extended her fair hand and dialed out with the phone worm. In the palace, Cobras was reviewing documents when he suddenly heard the phone worm ring beside him. He quickly stood up, organized his thoughts, and answered, this is Cobras. May I ask who is calling? Hello, King Cobras, I am Rowling. Rowling? You mean Black Crow? What do you mean you're Black Crow? Upon hearing Rowling's voice, Cobras immediately rushed out, holding the phone worm, and went to Vivi's room. Vivi, Black Crow is calling. Vivi, who was originally a bit sleepy and hadn't yet realized what was happening, immediately woke up upon hearing her father's words. Wearing a sky blue outfit, her long sky blue hair casually draped over her shoulders, she looked at the phone worm in Cobras' hand with bright, burning eyes. Vivi, Black Crow is calling. As if sensing her excitement, Cobras quickly said to Rowling on the other end of the phone worm, General Black Crow, I'm really sorry. I hope I didn't scare you. Don't worry, King Cobras, I wasn't scared at all. Rowling appeared very calm. And this unflappable demeanor further enhanced Cobra's fondness for him. They say seeing is believing, and it seems that the capabilities of the Black Crow are even stronger than one might imagine. Black Crow General, may I have my daughter answer the phone? She really likes you, and the room is filled with all your pictures. Of course, King Cobra, it is my honor. Hearing her father mention the things she had done made Vivi feel quite shy. She extended her hands, excitedly cradling the phone bug in her palms. With a soft voice unique to girls, she spoke to the phone bug. Hello, is this Black Crow General? Yes, Princess Vivi. Hello, I am Rowling, codename Black Crow. Just call me Rowling. Ein, who was beside Rowland, heard a cute girl's voice, her cheeks puffed up, not knowing what she was thinking. Holanji. May I ask, when will you be able to arrive in Alabaston? This was the first time Vivi spoke to her idol, and the unprecedented nervousness made her blush. Her pretty face turning quite red. We are about to enter the waters of Alabaston now, and we should reach your main city in about 2 days. No rush, Rowland, you must be careful. I understand. The more Vivi spoke, the less she knew what to say, only lowering her head with a flushed face. Lost in thought. Noticing his daughter's nervousness, Cobra took the phone bug and said to Rowland, General Black Crow, I have prepared a banquet in the main city to welcome you with the highest standards, waiting for your arrival here. Then I would like to thank King Cobra in advance. After hanging up the phone, Rowland considered the greetings done. He stood up from the sun chair, closing his eyes. The others did not disturb Rowland, as they knew he was deep in thought. Today's event was completely unexpected. Even Rowland himself hadn't anticipated that Vivi would admire him so much. Just communicating through the phone bug, he could feel Vivi's excitement. Without much thought, Rowland knew this was the Navy's achievement. He had no criticism for the Navy's public relations skills. They were truly remarkable, comparable to ordinary people. If he had to name one person, it could only be Morgan. This opportunity came out of the blue. It seemed he would have to use his charm when necessary. A better idea was born in Rowland's mind. If he could achieve it, he might have a better path in the future. The shocking effect on others might even be better. At that moment, Ein came to Rowland's side, gently tugging at his clothes, her big watery eyes blinking at him. Turning around, Rowland looked down at Ein and asked, Is there something you need, little Ein? Master, if you find someone you like in the future, will you abandon me? Hearing Ein's question, Rowland firmly replied, No, I will absolutely not abandon Ein. Moreover, my liking someone has nothing to do with you being my disciple. You will always be the most special one, understand? Ein nodded heavily, saying, I understand, master. But Rowland wasn't planning to let Ein off easily. He squatted down and asked, Then little Ein, tell master, if in the future you find someone you like, will you stop following me and turn to someone else? No, Ein won't do that. Ein will always belong to master, and will only like master. Rowling smiled happily and affectionately pinched Ein's cheek. It's okay, Ein. Even if you like someone else, it doesn't matter. Ein opened her mouth, wanting to say something to convince Rowling that she could never betray him. But Rowling continued, Because no matter who you like, any man other than me, I will make him suffer. Master, I will only love one person in my life. Little Ein didn't feel sad about Rowling's words. On the contrary, she felt very happy about his perverse possessiveness, as it further indicated that she was unique. Soon, under the full-speed navigation of the Black Crow, Rowling quickly reached the capital of Alabasta. From a distance, he saw the red ribbons tied at the port and the saluting cannons, all indicating the highest noble welcome. At the port, Cobra and Vivi, dressed in royal attire, stood in front of the soldiers, surrounded by many villagers watching the spectacle. Cobra did not isolate these villagers because he believed that his people would certainly not neglect Rowling. It was a belief in the quality of his country's citizens. The fact proved that Cobra's belief was not wrong. As Rowling's Black Crow was about to enter the port, the cannons roared, and the crowd cheered, creating a truly lively scene. Vivi stood on her tiptoes, eagerly looking at Rowling, who was on the deck of the Black Crow, her eyes sparkling, wishing she could stand in front of her idol right now. However, since she was outside, surrounded by the public, as a princess, she absolutely could not lose her royal dignity and must stand steadily in place, waiting for Rowling's arrival. Has Perona hidden? Yes, she is now hiding in your room. What about food? Is there enough for a few days? There's enough for 3 days, ensuring the freshness of the food. There are also many dishes reserved in the kitchen's refrigerator. That will do. Perona is not suitable to appear in front of everyone yet. After all, she is a pirate and would leave a stain on me. Master, what if Perona runs away? Run away? No way, she absolutely cannot escape. At that moment, in Rowling's room, Perona was sleeping while hugging Rowling's sword, Ganwujua. Ever since Perona sensed the aura on Ganwujua, she instantly fell in love with this sword. Because on Ganwujua, Perona felt her favorite aura, and now her life was also good. Eating, sleeping, and eating delicious food, much better than on the terrifying 3-masted ship. Rowling, along with his apprentice Ein and the maid group, disembarked from the Black Crow ship. As for the soldiers on the other ship, sorry, they're not worthy. Let them stay on the ship. At this moment, Vivi's eyes were entirely focused on Rowling. Her little face flushed red, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Ein felt quite vigilant about this princess, as she had learned from the telephone bug that Princess Vivi was very fond of her master, almost like a little fangirl. And her features were remarkably similar to her own. They both had sky blue hair, which looked much prettier than Ein's, making her feel a sudden tightness in her heart. As if wanting to assert her claim over Rowling, Ein reached out and took Rowling's hand, wanting him to hold her. Rowling, of course, knew Ein's thoughts, but he didn't say much. He still needed to show her affection. He immediately took Ein's hand and walked towards Cobra. Seeing the scene, Vivi's brows furrowed slightly, but she felt no displeasure. As Rowling's little fangirl, she had naturally received some information through Cobra, her father, that others could not obtain. For instance, the person Rowling was holding was his apprentice, and it was rumored that Rowling valued Ein's talent highly and was very protective of her. No one dared to provoke Ein. The group of women standing behind Rowling were all part of his maid group, responsible for daily cooking, and their skills were exceptionally outstanding. Based on the information received, the culinary skills of the 6 women might even surpass those of her royal chef. Holding Ein's hand, Rowling approached Cobra. King Cobra, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, and I also convey greetings from the Grand Marshal of the Warring States. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the Navy over the past few years at sea, we, the Allied nations, have been free from pirate troubles. The two exchanged compliments before Cobra said, General Black Crow, after your long journey, I have arranged a grand banquet in the palace. Please, General Black Crow, join me for a meal. All right, thank you, King Cobra. This is the first time Rowland is speaking with King Kabura, and the king is indeed as humble as the rumors suggest, making it hard to feel any dislike towards him. On the way, Kabura introduced his daughter Vivi to Rowland, saying, General Black Crow, you could just call me Rowland. All right, Rowland, this is my beloved daughter Vivi. She admires you immensely and dreams of meeting you. At this point, Kabura turned to Vivi and said, Vivi, Rowland is right in front of you now. What do you want to say? Don't let your excitement and nervousness make you say something wrong. Ha ha ha. King Kabura is joking. Princess Vivi has the beauty that can make fish sink and birds fall from the sky. I can tell from her lively eyes that her intelligence definitely surpasses that of ordinary people. Thank you for the compliment, General Rowland. Hearing her idol praise her like this, Vivi's already rosy cheeks turned even more like a big apple, making one want to take a bite. After introducing Vivi, Rowland also reacted and introduced to Kabura and Vivi. King Kabura, Princess Vivi, this is my apprentice. Don't let her clinginess fool you. Her strength is quite impressive. Rowling gave a thumbs up at this point. Naturally, Ein felt pleased by Rowling's praise. She truly envied Miss Ein for being able to follow General Rowling and learn skills, something many people do not have the opportunity to do. After all, I was just a little girl. After being complimented a few times, her hostility towards Vivi diminished. Just as Kabira said, she was Rowling's beloved disciple, and no one could take her place. Not even if that person was a princess. Soon, everyone under the guidance arrived at the Palace of Alabasta. The Alabasta Palace did not seem as magnificent as Marineford, and even in Rowling's impression, it was not as grand as Dressrosa. But it had its own unique features. Every few steps, there was a guard in armor holding a spear with the Alabasta flag attached to it. This was also part of the welcome, and such a high-standard reception made Rowling feel very pleased, lifting his spirits significantly. Vivi turned to look at Rowling and eyed every few steps. She also wanted Rowling to hold her hand, but since this was their first meeting, Vivi was afraid of leaving a bad impression on Rowling, so she suppressed this impulse. Upon entering the palace, Rowling and Ein sat down at Kabira's warm invitation. Because Kabira himself was very humble, he did not strictly adhere to dining etiquette and sat a little closer. Kabira sat at the main seat, with Rowling and Vivi beside him, and Ein on Rowling's right. As for the maidservants, they stood uniformly behind Rowling. This meant that Rowling and Vivi were sitting face to face. However, it seemed they could only do this, as it would not be appropriate for either Kabira or Rowling to change positions, given their statuses. General Rowling, this time I've had the royal chef prepare Alabasta's specialty dishes. You must try them. Rowling is also considered a food enthusiast, and he is open to all kinds of food. Of course, I can already imagine how delicious it is. As for Rowling, Cobra smiled and did not speak. Soon, exquisite dishes were placed in front of Rowling. They weren't served one by one according to royal etiquette, mainly because that would be too cumbersome and time-consuming. From Cobra's understanding of Rowling, although he loves food, he doesn't like to waste too much time on it. That's why Cobra did it this way. For the sake of his daughter Vivi, Cobra really took the time to understand all of Rowling's preferences and habits. It's impressive that he had that patience. If it were Rowling, he definitely couldn't do it. After all, if he encountered such a situation, he would choose to directly tie her up, first getting her person and then winning her heart. The common saying in dramas, "You have my body, but you can't have my heart," is complete nonsense. If you have her body, you might still have a chance to win her heart. If you can't even get her body, how can you expect to win her heart? Besides, haven't you heard of feelings developing over time? According to Rowling's understanding, people are very strange creatures and find it hard to control themselves. You know that one path is right and can lead to success, yet you choose another path. Why? Isn't it because you can't control yourself? Clearly wanting to enter a prestigious university like Tsinghua or Peking University. Just look at the university you are in now to understand why. Ultimately, it all comes down to one word: strength. If Vivi currently possesses an irresistible strength over Rowling, then she could easily tie him up and he would be helpless, perhaps even becoming a dutiful helper to Vivi. Of course, this is just Rowling's personal thought. When the food was served, its tempting colors and fragrant aroma opened Rowling's appetite. Vivi, with a flushed face, picked food for Rowling with a clean fork and said, "Rowling, you should try this. It's the desert golden chicken. The meat is delicious and very elastic." Ein, looking annoyed at Vivi, also wanted to compete and said to Rowling, "Master, I think this one is good. It looks delicious. You should try it." Cobra, sitting at the main seat, laughed at this scene. Indeed, Rowling's charm is too great. Not only does Vivi like you so much, but even your apprentice is very dependent on you. Ha ha, I really care about this apprentice. Rowling graciously accepted Cobra's praise, but something he never expected happened. He saw Cobra glance at Vivi, then at him, cough lightly, and say, "General Rowland, may I ask, do you have someone you like?" Hearing this question, Rowland looked at Cobra with a slightly strange expression, but began to think in his heart. "King Cobra, I'm not sure what you mean by that." Vivi seemed to sense something and looked at her father in disbelief. "General Rowland, there's no need to be nervous. It's just a casual chat." Cobra waved his hand and continued, "I wonder what General Rowland thinks of Vivi." Rowland's eyes sparkled. Princess Vivi was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen, with a flower-like beauty that could make the moon shy and flowers bow. Moreover, from his observations, Princess Vivi was very kind and intelligent. Anyone who saw her would surely feel a sense of affection. When Cobra heard Rowland praise his daughter so highly, he nodded with satisfaction and said to Rowland in a deep voice, "In that case, General Rowland, would you be willing to sign a marriage contract with my daughter?" Upon hearing her father's words, Vivi's pretty face turned as red as it could be. Her heart raced, and she secretly glanced at Rowland's expression, hoping that he would agree. Rowland was also stunned. He never expected that Cobra would say such words. Since when did Cobra become a matchmaker, enjoying playing Cupid? And it was for his own daughter. Rowling looked at the shy Vivi in front of him, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. King Cobra, is this too fast? Moreover, he didn't even know if Vivi was willing. As soon as Rowlin finished speaking, Wei eagerly said, I am willing. Rowling had nothing to say now. After all, it was Cobra who made the connection, and Vivi was willing, so how could he respond? Although agreeing would bring many benefits to him, it definitely couldn't be at this moment. After all, there was a little one watching him from the side. Trying to avoid offending both parties in this situation was indeed a bit difficult. One could only say that Rowling was too greedy. After a brief moment, Rowling finished his thoughts and secretly made a gesture to Ein, signaling her not to be anxious. His choice ultimately was Ein, because Ein could bring him too much. To survive in a world of one piece without future troubles, he had to think long-term. Just as Rowling was about to refuse, Astia's din din mushy began to ring. Brew 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 brew. The sound of the din din mushy broke the slightly awkward atmosphere, and Vivi, who had been eagerly anticipating, flashed a look of reluctance. Just when Rowling was about to give his answer, why did the din din mushy ring at this moment? On the contrary, Cobra noticed some clues and realized he was being too anxious, quickly saying, General Rowling, the din din mushy is ringing. It must be urgent. I'm really sorry, King Cobra. As he spoke, Rowling had Astia connect the din din mushy, and soon a chaotic voice came through. A man's voice emerged, saying, General, this is Yekis. We are at the port, and something bad has happened here. Rowling frowned and looked at Cobra, whose expression was also somewhat tense. After all, this was his own country, happening in his own port, and he couldn't afford to be indifferent. What exactly happened? The man took a deep breath and said to Rowling on the other side, Your Excellency, it is like this. Not far from the port, a sea king has suddenly appeared, and for some unknown reason, its eyes are blood red, looking completely irrational. This has caused a large number of sea cows to enter the port, leading to chaos. It seems that the target of this sea king is the port. What? A sea king has appeared near the port. Cobra, who was listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, felt extremely anxious. This was the port of Alabastus capital, a very important place, and if it were damaged, many people would be unable to feed themselves. Rowling also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately stood up from his seat, addressing King Kabura. King Kabura, leave this matter to me. General Rowling, I will trouble you with this matter, replied Kabura. Vivi looked at Rowling, who had a serious expression, and said with concern, Rowling, please be careful. Vivi, still quite shy, always called him Rowling as Rowling, which left Rowling speechless. But who could blame her for being so cute? Cuteness is justice. After glancing at Vivi, Rowling nodded in agreement. Seeing Rowling respond to her, Vivi felt a surge of joy and forgot about the earlier interruption from the phone bug. Kabura sighed at this scene. Considering how much Vivi liked Rowling, and given Rowling's righteous character and good morals, entrusting this matter to him seemed like a good idea. However, it didn't seem to be that simple now. Although Kabura was humble, as a king, he understood very well what Rowling was trying to express earlier. Ein, let's go. This will also serve as your training. Ein, who had been feeling jealous, nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Master, you can rest assured about this matter. I will show you the results of my recent efforts. After saying this, the two figures disappeared from the palace, leaving only Astia and the others behind. King Kabura, Princess Vivi, don't worry. The master is very powerful and will surely return soon. The sudden appearance of a sea king made Rowling want to give it a thumbs up. Originally, he planned to raise Ein's favorability, with Vivi being a secondary consideration, but as it turned out, he had neither hurt Vivi's feelings nor lowered Ein's favorability. This was simply fantastic. After a while, he would let that sea king die comfortably. With this thought in mind, Rowling and Ein quickly made their way to the port. At this time, the port was in complete chaos, with numerous kung fu manatees running amok, seemingly trying to escape from the pursuing sea king behind them. Rowling's saber, Gan Wuzhua, was with Perona, and at this moment, he had no suitable weapon. Thinking of this, Rowling immediately asked the system to take out Xiushui. He didn't expect to use it again. Rowling exclaimed, defeating each kung fu manatee is really too troublesome, so Rowling's choice is a waltz. Rowling murmured softly as the black autumn water swept through the air. In an instant, the sword energy enveloped the kung fu manatees, and the threads of sword energy quickly rendered them unable to attack, leaving them helplessly lying on the ground, waiting to recover. The originally somewhat panicked crowd gasped in surprise when they saw Rowling effortlessly restore order to the chaotic scene. Is this the power of a general? He actually defeated the powerful kung fu manatees. Indeed, so many kung fu manatees couldn't last even a move against the general. To ordinary people, Kung Fu manatees were already considered a powerful existence. It is known that Kung Fu manatees have a habit of challenging strong opponents. And some Kung Fu manatees are even stronger than certain pirates. Of course, Rowling had only heard about this, and he wasn't sure if it was true. Go ahead. That Sea King creature is up to you. At this moment, the Sea King creature was already nearing the port. According to Rowling's estimation, this Sea King creature was about 500 meters long and should still be in its juvenile stage. He didn't know what had happened to this Sea King creature. At such a young age, it was not staying in the sea, but instead came to the surface to bully Kung Fu manatees. Upon hearing Rowling's words, I nodded, placing her hand on the hilt of the holy sword. Her originally cute expression replaced with a serious demeanor. Master, leave it to me. I won't disappoint you. Saying this, Ein used Moonstep and charged into the sky. The holy sword was drawn, and a crisp sound echoed through the air. Hey, your enemy is me, Ein shouted in midair. For her, this was a great opportunity to showcase her progress and strength to Rowling. The faster she improved, the happier her master would be. As long as her master was happy, she would be happy. The Sea King creature's eyes turned red, ignoring the flying Ein, and continued to madly attack the slower Kung Fu manatees that had not yet reached the port. It seemed that in the eyes of this small Sea King creature, only the Kung Fu manatees mattered. Ein, seeing that the Sea King creature completely ignored her, felt unhappy and immediately struck with his sword energy. At that moment, under Rowling's training, her physique had made significant progress. Although she was still at the initial stage of a great swordsman, she could now unleash sword strikes effortlessly without experiencing the previous fatigue after a few attempts. The sword energy roared toward the Sea King creature, aiming directly at its eyes. As Rowling had previously taught Ein, for most creatures, the eyes are generally one of their weaknesses, and the most vulnerable weakness. However, although this Sea King creature was in a rampage, it still instinctively dodged Ein's strike. The strike hit its body, leaving a mark not too deep nor too shallow. Ein's strike was ultimately not as terrifying as Rowling's. Nevertheless, Ein successfully attracted its attention. The red-eyed gaze turned toward Ein, and a brutal aura surged toward her. An aura that most people could not possibly withstand. But who was Ein? She was Rowling's disciple. How could she bring shame to him? The holy sword swung continuously, and several waves of energy flashed through the air as a sword energy resembling a whale charged toward the Sea King creature, wind-sweeping whale. Unlike her previous single sword strike, this time, Ein chose to unleash multiple sword strikes. This approach required less physical strength and consumed less energy, avoiding the earlier issue of fatigue from a single strike. Though correspondingly, the power was slightly diminished. The sword energy, like a whale, crashed heavily onto the Sea King creature. In an instant, blood stained the sea surface, and the front of the Sea King creature was mangled by the sword energy. Large chunks of flesh fell from the Sea King creature, splashing onto the sea and creating considerable waves. The port had calmed somewhat, with many people watching the spectacle. After all, the general had arrived at the port, and these beasts would surely not harm them. This was a belief the crowd held firmly. Light and melodious song, Ein pressed her advantage, unleashing another sword energy, this time a finely condensed sword energy, mercilessly slashing toward the Sea King creature's eyes. This time, Ein succeeded, and the strike directly hit the Sea King creature's eye, piercing through to its core. Seeing this scene, the crowd at the port immediately became joyful. No wonder she is the general's disciple, even at a young age. Her strength is so formidable. She effortlessly defeated this terrifying Sea King creature. However, how did this Sea King creature end up here? Why did it come to the shallow waters? Could something have happened in the deep sea? The crowd murmured among themselves. Ein flew down from the sky, landing beside Rowling, and suddenly threw herself into his arms, rubbing against him, then looked up at Rowling and said, Master, Master, am I amazing? Rowling knew that Ein was asking for a reward, and naturally, he wouldn't be stingy with rewards. He gently kissed Ein on the forehead and said, Little Ein is the best. I didn't expect you to progress so quickly. You can defeat this Sea King without using your fruit ability at all. Ein stuck out her tongue. She knew Rowling was praising her and was happy to hear it. However, she still said, But I haven't reached Master's level yet. Compared to the Sea King's Master has slain, it's like the difference between a snake and a worm. Rowling saw that Ein was not complacent and immediately nodded. At that moment, there was another commotion at the port, and the originally noisy harbor suddenly fell silent. Cobra and Princess Vivi, surrounded by guards, arrived at the port. When Princess Vivi saw Rowling, She immediately ran towards him, disregarding her royal demeanor, blinking her eyes, and said to Rowling, "Rowling, how are you? Are you hurt? Don't worry. Princess Vivi, I'm fine." Holding Ayn in his arms, Rowling gave Princess Vivi a thumbs up. At this time, Cobra also came to Rowling's side, feeling relieved that nothing had happened. If something had happened to Rowling at that moment, Cobra would bear some responsibility as well. At the very least, the naval budget for the World Conference might have to increase. After all, he had invited Rowling to Alabasta, and although he was a distinguished guest, having him help his country eliminate the Sea Kings made Cobra feel quite embarrassed. Cobra pretended to cough a few times and said to Rowling, "General Rowling, I really appreciate your help. Since the matter has been resolved, let's return to the palace. I have prepared a few more entertainment programs for you." However, upon hearing Cobra's words, Rowling did not immediately agree. He frowned slightly. Cobra said, "General Rowling, are you dissatisfied with this arrangement? If that's the case." Cobra, the king, thought it was not as you imagined. Perhaps the situation had not been resolved and had instead become very dire. At first, Cobra did not understand Rowling's meaning. But in the next moment, the waves in the distance surged straight into the sky. The seawater fell from the sky, showering countless droplets. The crowd immediately panicked, and through the mist, they could vaguely see two enormous creatures wrestling inside. Each collision erupted with an astonishing sound, deafening. Rowling gently set Ayn down from his arms and said to the guards beside Cobrala, "Protect your king and princess. This time we've got two big ones coming." The guards dared not disobey Rowling's words and quickly placed Cobrala behind them, while Cobrala immediately took hold of Vivi's hand. Looking at the towering waves in the sky, Rowling sighed. He had clearly intended to relax in the palace, but unexpectedly, the Sea Kings had come to stir up trouble. And such enormous Sea Kings at that. Could it be that he had a conflict with the Sea Kings? Without thinking too much, he realized that if he continued to ponder, the seawater falling from the sky would likely engulf the port entirely. Rowling drew out the autumn water, which shimmered with a black glow, gently trembling in his hand. This was the joy transmitted by the sword. "Flame feast. Flame up, flame." Accompanied by Rowling's low murmur, he effortlessly swung the sword. The sword energy erupted suddenly, and the scorching sword energy shot up into the sky, evaporating the descending seawater in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Princess Vivi blinked her bright, watery eyes, watching all of this unfold before her, feeling very excited. She saw it. She saw Rowling displaying his might right in front of her. He was indeed so handsome. If she could really marry General Rowling in the future, her life would be complete. In Princess Vivi's little heart, Rowling's imposing presence filled her completely with admiration. The flames burned away all the seawater, allowing everyone to see what was happening on the distant sea surface. They saw a gigantic kung fu manatee battling another serpentine sea creature covered in scales, biting fiercely. The serpentine sea creature resembled the Sea King that Ayn had just slain, so it was likely its mother. Rowling's mouth twitched slightly. He rarely exhibited such a reaction. He turned to Kabura beside him and said, "King Kabura, did you know there are such enormous kung fu manatees and sea kings in these waters? This kung fu manatee is as massive as a skyscraper, and the other Sea King is equally impressive, its scales shimmering with a ghostly light. Although its skills are not as refined as the kung fu manatee, it excels in defense. Neither can do anything to the other." The situation became somewhat awkward, with only the waves continuously surging, creating one wave after another. They could not allow them to wreak havoc any longer. It wasn't just about causing panic among the people, but the destruction they had caused definitely could not be overlooked. Did General Rowling have confidence? Even Kabura was unsure whether General Rowling could defeat these formidable foes. However, Vivi firmly believed in Rowling. In her eyes, Rowling was an all-powerful god. "Rowling, I believe in you." Vivi gave Rowling a thumbs up, just as Rowling had done for her earlier, her eyes filled with trust. Nodding, Rowling instructed Ayn to take Princess Vivi away first, as the upcoming scene might be somewhat violent. Rowling's figure instantly disappeared above the harbor, and when he reappeared, he was already in the midst of a battle between two Sea Kings. "It's just Sea Kings. What's the big deal? Can't they just cause a ruckus in the sea?" After saying this, Rowling spun the autumn water sword, and a disc-like sword chi slashed towards the arm of the Kung Fu Sea Cow. Although it was Rowland's first time using Xiaoshui, he was adept at all techniques, and as one of the 12 masters of the supreme great knife, Gan Wuzhua found it effortless to wield such a famous sword. With a shout, the sword energy flickered, and the arm of the Kung Fu manatee which had been smashed down, was instantly sliced into powder by Rowlin, dissipating into the air. So strong. Bell, the deputy of the Kingdom's Guard, watched as Rowlin easily reduced the arm of the Kung Fu manatee, which was as large as a skyscraper, to powder, and his pupils instantly contracted. Could this be the legendary strength of a general? It was simply terrifying. Thinking of his own strength, Bell clenched his fists in frustration. Moo! The Kung Fu manatee let out a loud cry, its coarse and unpleasant voice echoing in the air. Although the other serpent-like Sea King-class creature wasn't particularly intelligent, it could instinctively sense how powerful Rowlin truly was. The Kung Fu manatee, which was of similar strength to it, had its left arm shattered by Rowlin's attack. Even with its high defense, it wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand such an assault easily. It wanted to flee, but would Rowlin allow a beast to escape so easily? The answer was, of course, impossible. Extreme Rhapsody. The overwhelming sword force erupted, dyeing the sky a golden red, as if the wrath of heaven was punishing the Sea King-class creature. Boom! A large amount of blood spurted from the back of the Sea King-class creature. Its scales long gone. Only pain surged into the small brain of the Sea King-class creature. The two beasts, the Kung Fu manatee and the Sea King-class, couldn't withstand even one strike from Rowlin, which temporarily made them set aside their mutual hatred and turn their hostility towards Rowlin. At this moment, Rowlin was also in a bad mood. Sea King-class. I hate Sea King-class. Just thinking about how he kept encountering Sea King-class creatures made even Rowlin's good temper wear thin. I'm done playing with you now. Please explode on the spot. One sword intoxicates 1,000. One sword withers 10,000 bones. Living in drunken dreams, a mere moment. This sword is the death song of soul cleansing. With a single slash, the crescent-like sword energy surged towards the two monstrous beasts. In an instant, the golden red in the sky vanished. Snowflakes began to fall. And this wasn't over. The sword energy carried a bone-chilling cold, crashing into the two beasts. It instantly turned the two beasts into ice sculptures. Cold winds blew from the sea, and everyone was stunned. Ding! Because the host displayed his terrifying strength in front of everyone, Kabura felt shocked. Evaluation S. Reward: Bone Spirit Cold Fire, LV1. Bone Spirit Cold Fire is a unique flame that combines extreme cold and extreme heat. Ding! Because the host displayed his terrifying strength in front of everyone, Deputy Bell felt shocked. Evaluation S. Reward: Animal System, Bird Form, Lark Fruit. After consumption, it grants the abilities of a lark and its melodious voice. Ding! Because Vivi felt delighted. Evaluation SSS. Reward: The Will of a Simp. Possessing the will of a simp. Determined to win over the host, unwavering. Aside from these three seemingly good things, Rowlin didn't care for anything else. But what the hell is a simp? System. Are you trying to mess with me? Ding. The system operates entirely in the interest of the host. It absolutely cannot do anything that makes the host feel uncomfortable. Then what about Vivi? Ding. This represents Princess Vivi's will. After system detection, it will have a very positive effect on the host, so it strengthens her will. No matter how the host neglects Princess Vivi, she will always find reasons for the host. Go away. I don't want to hear your voice. My head is spinning. And Rowlin now just wants to rest. Looking at the two giant ice sculptures around him, Rowlin extended his finger and gently touched one. In an instant, the ice sculpture shattered into ice powder, falling from the sky. Coming down from the air, Rowlin approached King Kabura, saying, King Kabura, cancel all arrangements. I'm a bit tired and want to rest. Indeed, General Rowlin has worked hard and should take a break. Kabura then turned to Bell beside him and said, The matter has been resolved. Take General Rowlin to the guest room. Yes, Your Majesty. Rowling followed behind Bell with Ein and arrived at the resting palace. Before long, Rowling's maid team also arrived. The palace was large, and everyone could find a room they liked to rest in. If nothing unexpected happened, we would return to Marinfando tomorrow. Yes, Master. Ein felt very happy hearing that Rowling planned to return to Marinfando the next day, because that meant Rowling could stay away from Princess Vivi, whom Ein really didn't like. After all, Princess Vivi was quite similar to her in looks and hair, and Ein was very wary of such people. Watching everyone return to their rooms to rest, Rowling also went to bed alone. Lying on the bed, Rowling shifted his consciousness to Prometheus. When Rowling opened his eyes again, his spirit had transformed. Looking around, Rowling found himself on a massive pirate ship, the pirate flag depicting a half-ice, half-fire design, with musical notes floating around and a long sword resembling Gon Wu Zhua in the background. This was the pirate crew, the Him pirate crew, that Prometheus had created after receiving his mission Transforming into flickering flames, Prometheus's body left his room, which was quite convenient. Upon reaching the deck, he saw many fierce-looking people walking back and forth. However, upon seeing Prometheus, the fierce expressions on their faces instantly disappeared, turning into something resembling sheep. "Captain, are you awake? Why are you up so early today?" They all had witnessed Prometheus's formidable power and had no thoughts of resistance in their minds. After all, this great god had defeated Charlotte Linlin. His strength was beyond doubt, and it could be said that the moment the Him pirate crew was established, an extraordinary and powerful pirate crew was officially formed. Rowling didn't waste any time and directly asked the navigator beside him, "How long will it take to get to Alabasta from here?" Alabasta? The navigator found the name familiar and quickly opened the sea chart he carried with him to look it up. After about a minute, he gave Prometheus a more accurate estimate. 3 days. 3 days? Suddenly, Rowling realized where he'd gone wrong. The ship under his feet was not the Black Crow, which had powerful propulsion, so reaching Alabasta in 3 days was quite good. If it were the Black Crow, they could indeed arrive in a day. Sighing, Prometheus said, "In any case, we need to go faster. This is our chance to make the name of the Saints' Song pirate group known. Captain, what are we going to do?" Upon hearing Prometheus's words, the crew's eyes lit up. They hadn't caused any major trouble since coming aboard this ship, and it left their hearts, which symbolized freedom, feeling quite dull. "Target Admiral Black Crow. Our vice captain is waiting for us." "What Black Crow? We're going to target one of the admirals, Black Crow." "Captain, isn't this a bit too risky? We can start with some captains or vice admirals. There's no need to jump into a high difficulty target right away." The crew members were suddenly alarmed. To them, admirals seemed far too distant, and the Navy often exaggerated in this regard. The current admiral was indeed formidable, leading to the belief among most that admirals were unbeatable, with rumors that they even had the strength of the 4 emperors. But is that really possible? If it were true, the Gorosei could just borrow a few people from the celestial dragons, and with the admirals, they could easily clear out the 4 emperors without so much trouble. Prometheus, or Rowling, looked at everyone calmly. It was clearly sunny, but the atmosphere around Rowling grew increasingly cold. "Those in favor of going to kill Admiral Black Crow, raise your hands." Everyone looked at each other, and only 2 people raised their hands. "Since that's the case, aside from those 2, you are all useless." Saying this, flames erupted from Rowling, instantly engulfing the other pirate crew members. In an instant, screams soared into the sky, and the smell of roasted meat wafted through the air. However, it wasn't long before it turned into a burnt smell, and eventually, there was no trace left of the other pirates. Only the 2 who had raised their hands trembled on the empty deck. "If I remember correctly, you 2 should also know navigation. You must reach there within 3 days. Understand?" "Understood, understood. Leave it to us, Captain." At this moment, the 2 realized that the person before them, the son Prometheus, was the one who had once defeated Big Mom. How could a ruthless person allow any rebuttal from others? They were extremely grateful for their previous choice. Otherwise, they might have died just moments ago. Ding! Due to the host's ruthlessness, crew member A feels shocked. Evaluation: A. Obtained. Karma Fire Heart. Karma Fire Heart grows stronger with each person killed in the Prometheus form, increasing the host's karmic burden and thus its power. Ding! Due to the host's ruthlessness, crew member B feels shocked. Evaluation: A. Obtained. Fragment of Great Fusion Technique, 13. The Great Fusion Technique allows the host's Prometheus form flames to merge, resulting in free and effortless control, capable of burning the heavens or freezing the world with a mere thought. System: what is the evaluation of the complete Great Fusion Technique? Ding! The complete Great Fusion Technique is rated SSS. Upon receiving the system's response, Rowling's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. It seemed he would need to take time later to use the Prometheus form for some tasks. Perhaps he could uncover many things that had been impossible to obtain before. However, he was not in a hurry for now. Transforming into flames, Prometheus returned to his room. Meanwhile, in the palace where Rowling rested in Alabasta, his originally closed eyes opened once again. One must say, at this moment, the benefits of having 2 identities were evident. A grand feast always required a lot of preparation. Rowling suppressed his slightly excited emotions and walked out of the palace. Along the way, he told the girls not to worry. In return, Rowling promised them that he would accompany them to go shopping when they returned. This made Anne extremely happy, as she had never gone shopping with Rowling before. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. Princess Vivi, accompanied by her aide Belle, arrived at the place where Rowling was resting. She knocked on the door, and Anne opened it. Although Ein harbored considerable hostility towards Princess Vivi, she did not neglect the necessary etiquette. After giving a standard military salute to Princess Vivi, Ein said, "Your Highness, he is currently in a deep sleep. May I ask if there is something you need?" Vivi, who had originally intended to invite Rowling to dinner, quickly waved her hand upon hearing that Rowling was sleeping and said, "No, it's nothing. I will come back after Rowling wakes up." Watching Princess Vivi gradually walk away, Ein closed the door and returned to her room. Seeing the empty room, her face turned slightly red. She jumped onto the bed, buried her pretty face in the pillow, and breathed in Rowling's scent. Meanwhile, Rowling had already arrived in the Rain District of Alabasta, which is a city not far from the capital. He used the 8 gates of Duinjia to travel and soon arrived at the Rain Banquet. The Rain Banquet had just been completed, and the financier behind the scenes was Crocodile. Rowling doesn't care about the secrets of Crocodile. What he cares about is Robin, who is by Crocodile's side. He took out Robin's life card from the system storage space, a valuable item obtained from the system. Now, Rowling is in the rain, which greatly reduces the difficulty of finding Robin. Looking at the direction the life card is moving, Rowling has a rough idea of Robin's location. "Robin, you will definitely not escape my grasp. As someone who understands ancient script, Robin's importance is evident. She is an essential part of Rowling's plan. However, Rowling is not planning to look for her just yet. He wants to find Crocodile first." Rowling's figure vanished and reappeared in the Rain Banquet. The Rain Banquet had just been built, but it was already packed with people. Countless voices shouted loudly, "Small, small, big, big." Everywhere there were sounds related to gambling. It truly deserves to be the largest casino in Alabaston. Rowling swept through the crowd and walked inside, disliking the murky atmosphere. "Stop, you can't go in here." Suddenly, a person blocked Rowling's way, looking rough and tough, presumably a bouncer from the casino. "I have business with Crocodile, so please move aside." "Who do you think you are? If you want to see our boss, go find him. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll show you what a beating feels like." Ignoring the person, a sword energy flashed, and Rowling continued to walk inside. The person was left standing there, dumbfounded, his eyes filled with death. When Rowling entered the room, the door's vibration caused the person's head to drop off. Blood sprayed out like a crimson fountain, and many felt a warmth on their faces. When they wiped it away, they found their hands covered in red. "Ah, someone's dead. It's Brother Who is dead. What on earth happened? Let's run. My goodness. It's the first time I've seen something so tragic." The gamblers in the casino, upon seeing this scene, lost all desire to stay and rushed out, fearing they would get caught up in something strange. The commotion during the Rain Banquet quickly reached Crocodile's ears. Crocodile's gaze was deep, and even he could not help but feel slightly nervous at this moment. Creak, the door was pushed open, and a casually dressed person slowly approached him. Crocodile frowned, stood up from his seat, and said to the approaching person, "Excuse me, are you General Blackcrow?" Rowling was not surprised that Crocodile knew his name and was aware that he had come to find him. He didn't want to think too much about it. Standing in front of Crocodile, Rowling spoke in a low voice. "Crocodile, will you join the plan of the 7 warlords?" Although Crocodile didn't know what the plan of the 7 warlords was, he had learned some things through his special channels. Without even thinking, Crocodile nodded and said, "I am willing to join." Crocodile's response made Rowling nod. It was prompt and decisive, indicating that he was someone capable of achieving great things. Rowling looked deeply at Crocodile and said, "I know what your goal is and I know what you plan to do, but there is one thing you cannot cross, which is Cobra's daughter Vivi. No matter what happens, you cannot harm her, or else." Rowling's hand rested on the desk, and a sword-like aura erupted directly from his body, shattering Crocodile's desk. Upon witnessing this scene, Crocodile became even more certain of Rowling's unfathomable depth. Although he could easily destroy the desk, the way it was effortlessly turned to dust made Crocodile feel somewhat troubled. "I promise you, the 7 warlords plan is likely to start soon, and, at that time, various benefits and requirements will be communicated to you by designated personnel." While speaking, Rowling's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a corner where a pink ear was hidden, eavesdropping on the conversation between Rowling and Crocodile. "My task is considered complete, so I'll take my leave now. Oh, by the way, I'm really sorry for causing a death at your newly opened casino." After saying this, Rowling's figure disappeared from Crocodile's sight, leaving Crocodile alone in the room, pondering something with a dark expression. The pink ear in the corner also vanished silently after Rowling left. In the room opposite Crocodile, Robin sat in front of a desk, with the curtains tightly closed nearby, allowing no sunlight to come through. The room was simple, lacking much in the way of furnishings, and appeared somewhat dim. Robin's brows furrowed slightly, making her appear more intellectual. The Seven Warlords plan? Admiral Black Crow. This was the news Robin had just heard. Not to mention what the Seven Warlords plan actually entailed. The mere identity of Admiral Black Crow was enough to indicate the importance of this plan. It is known that Black Crow was directly parachuted into the Navy as the 4th Admiral. Although he is called the 4th, it is said that he is extremely strong, even more so than the other 3 admirals. However, this has never been confirmed. Why would such a person come here? Having grown up in a world of deceit and betrayal, Robin was very cautious about any signs of trouble. Could it be that he has sensed my identity? Thinking about her identity, a shadow crossed Robin's eyes. Ever since she was a child, she had been on the run, constantly betrayed. And it was evident that this feeling was very unpleasant. Yet, she had no way out. Remembering Saul's words, Robin murmured to herself, "When will I be able to find my companions on the sea?" But the word companions ultimately felt too distant for her. Since drifting on the sea at the age of 6, it was more accurate to say that she was hoping for a stable life rather than companions. Companions? How about I become your companion instead? Just then, a man's voice suddenly echoed in the previously empty room where only Robin was. She recognized this voice. Having just heard it moments ago, Admiral Black Crow, Robin suddenly stood up from her seat, leaning against the wall as if that would give her more sense of security. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you want a partner? I can be your partner." Rowling's figure appeared in Robin's sight, slowly approaching Robin. Robin watched as Robin approached her. Biting her lips, her entire body tense. "Admiral, you must be joking. You are a Navy Admiral, and I'm just a small girl. How could I possibly be your partner? In my opinion, your partner should be someone with great strength." At this moment, Rowlin was already close to Robin, his breath brushing against her delicate face. But Robin had no extra thoughts at this time. Her heart raced quickly, causing a hint of unnatural flush on her pretty face. "Compared to those people, I am more interested in you, child of the devil." When Rowlin said this, Robin, who was still contemplating how to escape this predicament, suddenly felt like she had fallen into hell. She had been discovered. After years of fleeing, she ultimately couldn't escape the Navy's investigation. It seemed that this so-called Shichibukai plan was just a lie. Their target had always been her. With this thought, Robin lowered her head. There was no way out. The person in front of her was an admiral. How could she possibly defeat an admiral? If she could, why would she need to survive in betrayal? "What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking?" Robin looked up at Rowlin and took a deep breath, saying, "Lord General, are you mistaken? I don't quite understand what you just said about child of the devil. Did you get the wrong person?" As if he had heard the biggest joke, Rowlin grabbed Robin's chin tightly, making her lips pucker. "Robin, I could never mistake who you are. You were born in O'Hara, a famous archaeological site in the West Blue. Your father died young, and your mother, a wanted criminal, traveled everywhere for historical truth. In O'Hara, you were despised by neighbors and relatives, called a monster." Rowling's words were like the whispers of a demon, constantly echoing in Robin's ears. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief, her entire being seemingly frozen, not moving at all. What? How do you know my past?" As Robin spoke, an electronic voice from the system appeared in Rowling's mind. Ding, due to the host's words causing Robin to feel shocked. "Evaluation. SSS. Reward. Nature-type flower fruit. After consumption, it can coexist with other fruits." Hearing the system's words, Rowling's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Just when Rowling thought Robin's strength was too weak, this could make up for a lot. Looking at Robin, Rowling said, "Robin, do you believe in fate?" "Fate?" Robin clenched her fists. I don't know what fate is. I only know that fate has never favored me." As she spoke these words, Robin's tone was filled with resentment. Rowling smiled, and she smiled very happily. "Then let me tell you, your fate is to obey all my commands. And I am your fate." Robin didn't speak. She only felt her mouth being pinched by Rowling, which was a bit painful. "Robin, do you not believe what I'm saying? That's fine. I'll make you believe it. I am your destiny." As he spoke, Rowling released Robin's cheek, stretched out his hand, and a dazzling light flashed, revealing a fruit in his hand. The fruit was shaped like a pineapple, and Robin recognized it as a Logia-type fruit. "Admiral, are you going to eat it?" Robin looked at Rowling with surprise in her eyes. "Eat? Eat it? But I'm already yay. That's why I want you to eat it, Robin. You should know that no one can eat a second devil fruit. It's a curse from the sea that not everyone can bear. Because of this, I want to use this fruit to let you know that I am your destiny. You are the knife, and I am the fish." Robin knew that there was no way for her to escape this disaster. In her eyes, this was merely a way for Rowland to kill her indirectly. It was just that this method of killing was a bit expensive. With this thought in mind, Robin took the fruit from Rowland's hand, closed her eyes, and swallowed it in several large bites. it was still the familiar taste, a flavor that directly affected the soul, causing Robin to shed tears involuntarily. Crystal clear tears slid down from the corners of her eyes, along her cheeks, and dripped to the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A full minute passed, and the pain and death she had imagined did not come. Instead, a new way to use the flower fruit appeared in her mind. This method was exactly the same as that of the natural system. Robin, do you know? From the moment you were born, you could never escape my grasp. As he spoke, Rowlin took out Robin's life card. After Rowlin took out the life card, Robin could sense the aura on it was the same as her own. However, she had never created a life card. How did this life card end up in Rowlin's hands? As if he understood Robin's confusion, Rowlin said, "Aren't you curious about why your life card appears in my hands?" Rowling nodded. "To be honest, I don't really know what exactly happened. I just know that a long time ago, I woke up from a dream, and this life card appeared in my sight. The dream I had that time was about things that happened during your childhood. Do you believe it was fate that brought us together?" Rowling increasingly felt that he had the potential of charlatan, able to deceive people with ease. Coupled with his strength and the advantage of being a prophet, he created an impression that he had no reason to lie to her. In fact, Robin truly believed it, because the scene unfolding before her was simply too surreal. Clearly, O'Hara had already sunk, and aside from herself, no one else had survived. Even so, Rowling knew what had happened when he was a child, and just that alone was enough to convince Robin. Not to mention, Rowling had his life card and the fate gamble that allowed him to consume a second devil fruit. Things that Robin had never dared to imagine before. Perhaps it really was fate, Robin murmured, looking at Rowling with a newfound expression in her eyes. "From now on, you are mine, understand? Fate dictates this, and I will listen to you." Hearing Robin's words, Rowling nodded, rewarding her with a gentle touch on her hair, and then handed her the comprehensive guide to devil fruit abilities. This book was a divine text, detailing various devil fruit abilities with clear steps and details, ensuring that no one could go wrong in their training. When Rowling received this book, he personally made 5 copies and stored them in the system space for his people to use. Train your body well. As of now, you are a dual devil fruit user. In the first half of the Grand Line, you should be worry-free. However, you must not let your guard down. If anything happens, just shout out my name, understood? Robin stared into Rowland's eyes for a long time, until Rowland was about to lose patience, before finally taking the item from Rowland's hand. She didn't know why, but her heart felt warm. No one had ever treated her this well. This feeling was indeed somewhat addictive for Robin, even making her want to pause time and freeze the moment. Rowling still felt a bit uneasy. After all, Robin was a very important symbol. Rowling would rather be overly cautious than let Robin encounter any problems. He took the pendant from his neck and gently placed it around Robin's pristine neck. The originally unadorned neck, after wearing Rowling's pendant, suddenly exuded a hint of mysterious elegance. If they didn't believe it, just show this. It's my personal accessory, and anyone who knows me would recognize it. Oh, and here is this phone bug for you. But if there is nothing urgent, don't call, got it? Robin's eyes were red, tears once again swirling in her eyes, as if they could fall at any moment. Her originally broken heart was gradually mending under Rowland's gentle words, and her mindset was slowly changing. Just like the blazing sun in the sky, radiating its own warmth. "What do you need me to do?" Robin looked at Rowland, her eyes already filled with trust. This was absolutely unbelievable for Robin, as her previous life had been sustained by constant betrayal, yet now she effortlessly trusted Rowland. Rowling's skills were exceptional, convincing Robin of the existence of fate and that Rowling was her destiny. However, the most important aspect was Rowling's formidable strength, which provided Robin with unparalleled security. One must ask, how many people could defeat Rowling in terms of power? Gently cupping Robin's face, Rowling said with a hint of emotion, "You just need to do one simple thing. Be yourself." "Be myself?" "Yes, after such a long time, you haven't really relaxed, have you? But take a good break first. Then work on your body and abilities. If anything comes up, I'll notify you through the phone bug." Thank you. As my possession, you don't need to thank me." Robin did not refute Rowling's words. After soothing Robin for a while, Rowling left the room. His task was completely accomplished. Now he just needed to play his part well. As the grand show was approaching, after leaving Robin's room, Rowling observed for a while outside before getting up to leave. He did not fully trust Robin. In fact, from Rowling's perspective, it didn't matter whether she believed him or not, as long as she had enough strength to protect herself. Anyway, Rowling could predict some aspects of the future. Although he had this little butterfly, the most important part had not changed. Yawning, Rowling hurried towards the capital, leaving only traces of his speed along the way. There were still 2 days until Prometheus's pirate ship arrived, but Rowling did not plan to fight in Alabasta, as the area of destruction would be too large. Instead, it would be better to take a good rest for a day and then set off to pretend to encounter Prometheus. He would then hand over Perona to his clone, allowing the clone to train with her, instantly bringing Prometheus's figure back into everyone's sight, paving the way for the future. Rowling just feels that she is really too bad, and indeed goes to any lengths to achieve her goals. Rowling drove the distractions out of his mind. There was only one day left to fully enjoy the local customs and the lovely Princess Vivi. By the time Rowling returned to the palace, the sky had already darkened. The cold wind blew, and there were very few people out at night. Entering the palace through the window, the first thing Rowling saw was Ein lying on his bed. Ein was sleeping soundly, a smile on her lips, and faintly, there was a hint of reflection, which must have been saliva left by Ein. Shaking his head, Rowling thought to himself, at her age, how can she still drool? If Rowling knew that Ein had drooled because she dreamed of him, he wouldn't know what to think. Rowling chatted with Astia for a while and learned that Princess Vivi had just come looking for him. He quickly changed into formal attire and headed towards the palace where Kabura was. However, after only a few steps, Rowling saw Princess Vivi gracefully walking towards him. Vivi had originally planned to stroll around near Rowling's resting palace, but did not expect to run into him. A look of surprise flashed across her pretty face as she hurriedly jogged towards Rowling. Rowling, are you awake? Are you still tired? Do you want to sleep a bit more? Vivi was very concerned about Rowling's health. To her, nothing was more important than his well-being. This string of concern deeply reflected the will of a devoted admirer, and Rowling felt quite comfortable with it. Princess Vivi, a man can't really say he's tired. I plan to stay in Alabasta for a day. I wonder if you could take me around the capital of Alabasta tomorrow. Vivi felt a bit disappointed when she heard that Rowling would only be staying for a day, but when she heard his invitation to go shopping together the next day, she immediately threw herself at him, like a koala clinging to a tree. Her pretty face flushed red, like a ripe apple. This was her first time being so bold, but she had no regrets. She buried her face in Rowling's embrace, leaving only her sky-blue hair outside. Gently holding Vivi, Rowling leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Princess Vivi, regarding King Kabura's earlier proposal, I am willing. The moon hung high in the sky like a round disk surrounded by stars, and the moonlight streamed through the colorful windows, casting a glow on the two of them. Vivi, with her head lowered, recalled what King Kabura had asked. Would you like to make a betrothal with Vivi? At that time, she had not received an answer because she was interrupted by the Sea King. She never expected to hear Rowling say those words tonight. Could it be that everything was guided by fate, guiding her to the vicinity of Rowling's resting palace, guiding her to meet him? Wasn't this exactly her destiny? Rowling, I like you. The first time I saw you in the newspaper, I liked you so much. Until today, when you came to Alabasta and helped us solve a huge problem, I think I might really be in love with you. Is that so? Princess Vivi, I like you too. Rowling, call me Vivi. I want you to call me that. All right, Vivi. This matter is our secret. I don't want others to know, okay? Vivi, who was originally very excited, froze upon hearing this. Why? Vivi, you should know that I'm a naval admiral. Vivi nodded, indicating that she understood. Rowling held Vivi's soft body and walked to the colorful glass, looking at the bright moonlight, and said, as a naval admiral, I must have my own responsibilities, which is to live up to the justice behind me. However, because of this, the darkness I have to face is truly overwhelming. If we carelessly expose our relationship, I'm afraid, without waiting for Rowling to finish his words, Vivi already understood his concerns. She looked up at his eyes in his embrace and said, Rowling, I understand. It's okay, I can wait. Rowling let Vivi down from his arms, rubbed her head, and together they looked at the silver disk in the night sky. He said, Vivi, it's really great that you can understand me, because Rowling is the person I love the most. However, Vivi did not notice that when Rowling was saying these words, there was no fluctuation of emotion in his eyes. Vivi was immersed in the joy of happiness, holding Rowling's hand as they strolled through the palace. In the spacious palace, apart from the guard scene occasionally, there was no one else. Only the clear moonlight, the chirping of birds and insects, the gentle breeze, and Rowling and Vivi. Vivi held Rowling's hand, introducing him to everything about the garden. Rowling, this is my favorite garden, one of the bases for me and Kusha. Rowling, let me tell you, the Shasha group that Kusha and I established, he is the leader, and I am the deputy leader. Just as Vivi was excitedly explaining all this, she was interrupted by Rowling. Rowling naturally knew who Kusha was, and that there was no relationship between Kusha and Vivi. But wasn't this a great opportunity to teach her a lesson? A good chance to make Vivi more obedient to him. Vivi, Do you think I would like to hear about another man from your mouth? Vivi opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Rowling. Vivi, listening to you, is it true that you have a good relationship with Kusha? No, Rowling. My relationship with him is very bad. Oh, why is that? He said today that you were a petty person, and I was very angry. So I vowed from now on to never talk to him again. Vivi was very agitated, afraid that Rowling wouldn't believe her and that he would dislike her. If that really happened, she would definitely cry. Oh, is that so? Rowling smiled. I hope you can do that. I will definitely do it, Rowling. Rowling did not speak again, but instead became somewhat concerned about Kosha. Whether it was due to jealousy or intuition, Kosha's statement about being a petty person was not entirely wrong. It seems that when the time comes, he needs to be dealt with properly. He must not be allowed to ruin his good fortune. With that in mind, Rowling shifted his focus back to Vivi. I'm feeling quite jealous right now. How do you plan to calm my feelings? Vivi shyly looked at Rowling, her blood circulation speeding up, her pretty face turning red. She stepped forward, standing in front of Rowling, gazing at his cheek, and tiptoed, gently and softly pressing her lips against his cheek under the moonlight. Seeing the obedient Vivi made Rowling very happy. Vivi, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice rang out in the garden. Vivi's eyes widened in surprise. She recognized that voice. It was Kosha's. She turned around to face him, but her eyes showed resistance. She did not want to talk to Kosha. She had promised Rowling. Since Vivi had no intention of speaking, Rowling was even less inclined to say anything. He focused his gaze on Vivi, wanting to see how she planned to resolve the situation. Vivi seemed to understand Rowling's thoughts. She knew this was her chance to prove herself in front of Rowling, and she had to seize it. Kosha, why are you here? Where are the guards? Didn't they stop you? Kosha frowned, his gaze toward Rowling filled with hostility. Vivi, wasn't it you who gave me the privilege to freely enter the palace? Vivi was momentarily speechless. She couldn't refute that statement because she had indeed told the head guard that at the time, and her father had already agreed. Then why did you come so late? A rare seriousness appeared on Vivi's small face, tightening Kosha's heart. Not answering Vivi's question, Kosha said to her, Vivi, you should quickly leave this guy's side. I can feel that he is not a good person. Not a good person? Kosha, what nonsense are you talking? Are you sick? You seem to have quite a serious fever. Kosha had never heard Vivi speak to him like this before. The appearance of Rowling had turned their relationship into this. And the root of all the troubles was this man in front of him. Just as he was about to say something, Vivi continued, Kosha, you keep saying that Rowling is not a good person. Please stop trying to make me laugh. It's not funny. Rowling is a naval commander, the embodiment of justice. How could he possibly not be a good person? Rowling stood aside, rubbing his nose, wondering if he had been friend-zoned. Vivi's words were not yet finished. She continued, and even if Rowling isn't a good person, so what? I like him, I love him, and that's enough. We have already signed a marriage contract for all eternity. I am his. This sentence struck like a hammer, hitting Kosha's heart hard and darkening his entire expression. Rowling knew he couldn't stay silent any longer. He walked over to Vivi's side, protected her behind him, and affectionately pinched her cheek, saying to her, all right, Vivi, don't be angry, that wouldn't be cute. Then Rowling turned to look at Kusha, squinting his eyes slightly, and said, your name is Kusha, right? Don't mind me. What Vivi just said was merely her honest feelings. I know you won't blame her, right? Rowling's protectiveness can be seen from this aspect, whether it's towards people he cares about or those he intends to use. Rowling is extremely protective. Since he intends to use them, he will do so for a lifetime. This is Rowling's principle. The same sentence, when it falls on Weiwei's ears, becomes the most beautiful love words in the world. Who wouldn't want someone they can rely on? Meeting Rowling makes Weiwei feel like the happiest person in the world. Upon hearing Rowling's unreasonable words, Kusha's gaze was extremely terrifying. If looks could kill, Rowling would probably be seriously injured by now. You guy, stop using sweet words to deceive Weiwei, it's disgusting. Kusha clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red, filled with hatred as he looked at Rowling. But Rowling acted as if he didn't see anything, still smiling as he looked at Kusha, as if watching a joke. Damn it, Weiwei. One day, I will make you see this guy's true colors, Kusha said angrily, turning around and leaving quickly. He didn't want to stay here for even a second longer, because this place had broken his heart, whether it was the garden, Weiwei, or Rowling. Rowling watched as Kusha left, his smile becoming even brighter. Vivi didn't care about Kusha. She looked at Rowling and said proudly, Rowling, how did I do just now? Are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied. Vivi, you did great. As long as it's something you want me to do, Rowling, I will do my best. As long as you don't dislike me, I can do anything. At this point, Vivi seemed a bit shy. Rowling understood what this meant, and because he understood, he was even less likely to take action against her. He had his own principles. The dark clouds obscured the bright moonlight, and the stars were gone. The night wind was a bit chilling. So Rowling draped his coat over Vivi's shoulders and took her back to the palace. Vivi, it's getting late, so you should rest well. Remember what you promised me. You too, Rowling, take care of yourself. Tomorrow I'll take you shopping and show you the streets of Alabasta's capital. It's really fun there, with many interesting things. Rowling nodded and smiled at Vivi before returning to his room. At this moment, clouds had enveloped the entire sky, and it had become infinitely gloomy. After leaving the entrance of Vivi's palace, Rowling did not return to his resting palace. It was still too early to go back. He had an important task left undone. A person who deserved to die had not been killed. Rowling has no habit of leaving disasters for the next day. His figure flickered, and his body merged with the night, making it impossible for anyone to notice him. Kusha walked briskly and soon exited the palace. He was just a commoner, but once he had encountered Vivi sneaking out of the palace to play. The moment he saw Vivi, Kusha was determined to dedicate his life to protecting this innocent little girl. However, everything that happened today made Kusha feel heartbroken. Why? Why can't Vivi see Rowland's true nature? That face clearly exudes a dangerous aura. Vivi must have been deceived by that guy. Otherwise, she would never treat me this way. Kusha's heart was filled with boundless resentment, but he couldn't vent it out loud, only shouting in his heart. But doing so only made him angrier, causing his eyes to turn red. The street was empty, the alley was eerie, and the rustling leaves were quite unsettling. However, Kusha had walked this path many times, so he wasn't afraid. Are you wondering why Vivi chose not to believe you, but instead chose to trust the first person she met? A light, airy voice came from the side, making Kusha feel uneasy. His body trembled slightly, and like a robot, he turned his head to the side to look. There was Rowlin leaning against the wall, gazing at the sky. Black crows. Yes, in the pitch-black night. The Grim Reaper's scythe was constantly swinging, and the crows in the darkness were quietly watching everything. This is my thought on this codename. What do you think? Kusha didn't quite catch what Rowlin had just said. He only felt an icy chill throughout his body. Although he had walked this street countless times, it felt incredibly unfamiliar this time. Rowling didn't make any move. He just quietly watched Kusha and continued speaking to him. Do you know what love is? Vivi just happened to meet her true love, but in my opinion, she is just my little lapdog, and you're merely her lapdog. However, I do quite like Vivi, but she is filled with disgust towards you. Can you hear that, Kusha? Rowling's words were so real that they made Kusha feel panic. Although he didn't know what a licking dog was, he knew that Rowling was exactly the same as he had imagined. He didn't actually like Wei Wei at all. But if he didn't like Wei Wei, then why did he want to get close to her? What does Rowland's identity not require? What can he gain from Vivi? Countless questions flashed through Kusha's mind, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find a suitable answer. Frustration and anger gradually took over, and Kusha mustered his courage at this moment, thinking that Rowland from the Navy probably wouldn't do anything too extreme. With this in mind, he looked at Rowland, took a step forward, and questioned him. What is your true purpose in getting close to Vivi, you despicable guy? Rowling leaned against the wall, listening to Kusha's words, and said, Thank you for your compliment, but I think you might be overthinking it. My approach to Vivi is not for any particular reason. I simply like the way she listens to me. Have you ever seen Vivi like this? Well, after all, it's not you she likes, but me. Rowling's annoying voice echoed down the street, but apart from Kusha, no one else heard it. Kusha was ashamed and angry. I won't allow you to insult Wei Wei like this. You are not worth all that she has given to you. But she is willing, isn't she? I just gave her a chance, and you don't even have a chance. Rowling's words were like poison, every sentence piercing the heart, making Kusha feel like he was gradually losing his sanity. It was like liking a girl who didn't like you back, but instead favored someone else you knew indulged in all sorts of vices. When you try to warn her, she accused you of sowing discord. It could definitely drive someone to the brink of despair. Kusha, it seems your tolerance is quite impressive, even when provoked like this. You haven't lost your mind. Rowling thought that after saying so much, Kusha would come and beat him up, but it turned out that Kusha was much calmer than he had imagined. Upon hearing Rowling's words, Kusha, who was about to lose his rationality, suddenly regained his composure. He looked at Rowling and said, I know what you mean. You're deliberately trying to provoke me, making me take action against you, so you can seize the opportunity to kill me. After all, a civilian attacking a general is a death penalty offense. Black Crow, I will never let you succeed. No matter how you provoke me, I won't get angry. You're wasting your efforts. Oh, do you really think that's what I meant? I just want to annoy you and see what your breakdown looks like. Before he finished speaking, Rowling's figure appeared in front of Kusha. He looked down at Kusha and in Rowling's eyes, Kosha indeed resembled a little kid. Using transformation magic, Rowling changed his height to a normal 1 meter 90. At this moment, looking at Kosha was undoubtedly much more pleasing to the eye. At least his neck wouldn't feel uncomfortable from being too low. Kosha, do you think if I kill you now, anyone would notice? Upon hearing this, Kosha felt disdain in his heart. You wouldn't dare, because you're an admiral of the Navy, the embodiment of justice. You would absolutely never do that. Oh really? But you're wrong. Just as you said, I'm a petty person. Compared to being an admiral, I want to kill you even more. Qiushui was taken out from the system's storage space, the black blade's light merging with the dark environment. But the chill still made Kosha shiver unconsciously. Kosha smirked and said, Are you joking with me? Joking? No, I really want to kill you. Kosha forced himself to laugh, suppressing his fear, trying to show he wasn't scared. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. Why waste so many words with me? About that, I just wanted to see your reaction and satisfy my dark sense of humor. But now my dark humor has been satisfied, so please. Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed, and the sword energy silently slid to Kosha's neck. The sword energy surged, shooting into the sky. The dark clouds were dispersed by the sword energy, revealing a cunning moonlight. Blood spurted like a fountain, echoing with the moonlight. System, when will you be able to give me a camera? There's so many things in this world that I want to capture in a camera. As for the snail phone, I simply passed on that. It's just too cheap. I wouldn't want to use a snail phone to capture things I like. That feeling is something I don't want to accept. Rowling looked at the headless corpse lying on the ground and sighed. Don't worry. I won't let anyone find out that you've already left. Saying this, Rowling took out a powdery substance from the system's storage space. The full name of this substance is disappearing powder. Yes, just as the name suggests, as long as this substance is sprinkled on an object, it will disappear without a trace. Rowling sprinkled the powder directly onto Kosha through the paper packaging, and in the next moment, something miraculous happened. Kosha's body disappeared completely, along with the blood everywhere, which also vanished under the cover of the powder. It was all clean, without a trace to be found. Stretching lazily, Rowling yawned. With this matter settled, there was another thing to do. Unable to sleep yet, Rowling could only drag his body to the Black Crow. He opened his room and looked at the bed, only to see Perona indulging herself, holding Ganwu's naked body. Startled, Rowling quickly covered Perona with a blanket. Annoyed, he said to her, Perona, it's been an entire day. Don't tell me you've been sleeping here all day. Perona, hearing Rowling's voice, sleepily opened her eyes and then saw him standing beside her. Rowling, you're back? Yes, I'm back. If I hadn't come back, I wouldn't have known that you could sleep all day. The food around you hasn't been touched at all. And why do you like to sleep naked? Do you know that I almost got scared to death when I walked in, just now? Hee. Perona seemed still groggy from sleep, looking a bit silly. What can I do, Rowling? The aura of Ganwu is just too comfortable. As a girl who loves the supernatural and horror, Perona was fascinated by this aura, especially the coldness emitted by Ganwu, which gave her an addictive feeling. This further confirmed Rowling's thoughts. He had to keep her in a singing pirate crew a bit longer, hoping his clone could help her adapt to the existence of sunlight. Girls, after all, are better off with a more optimistic outlook in the sun. All right, I won't say much more. I came to inform you that we will leave the day after tomorrow, and on the way, a guy like the sun will come to fight me and take you onto the ship. Do you understand? It was only then that Perona reacted and asked, The sunlight guy you mentioned, is it you? Hearing this, Rowling laughed. Yes, it's me. By the time Rowling left the Black Crow, it was already deep into the night. Back in the resting palace, Rowling hugged Ein and fell asleep immediately. He didn't know when it started, but he felt uncomfortable if he didn't have something in his arms. Soon it was the next day. After having dinner with Cobra and Vivi, Rowling was taken away by Vivi, leaving Ein sulking alone in the room. But there was nothing to be done since Vivi only invited Rowling. As Rowling's most outstanding student, Ein wouldn't allow herself to be rude. After Roland and Ein changed into a set of very casual clothes in the palace, they arrived in the bustling market outside the palace. With Roland present this time, Cobra felt very reassured about Vivi's safety. Rowling and Vivi walked side by side through the bustling market. The sounds of vendors calling out their wares filled the air. This was very appealing to Vivi, who had always lived in the palace. But at that moment, she was not paying attention to anything around her. Her mind was completely focused on Rowling. Rowling, look over there. It's candied hawthorn. It's really delicious, Vivi said, tugging at Rowling's sleeve, her face flushed with embarrassment. Just as Vivi was about to pay, she realized that this time she didn't have any guards with her, and she hadn't brought any money either. This left Vivi feeling quite awkward. Rowling smiled, not paying much attention. He reached into his pocket, took out some money, paid the boss, and received a candied hawthorn skewer, which he handed to Wei Wei. With a smile in her eyes, Wei Wei didn't eat it first. Instead, she stood on her tiptoes and held the skewer to Rowling's mouth, signaling him to eat it first. Rowling was well aware of the little girl's intentions. Looking at Wei Wei with a smile, he opened his mouth and took the skewer in, giving Wei Wei a thumbs up and saying, "It's very tasty, Wei Wei." Seeing Rowling's thumbs up, Wei Wei's heart was filled with anticipation. It might have been an illusion, but the moment she put the candied hawthorn in her mouth, the sweet and sour taste filled her mouth, along with a greater sense of happiness. This feeling could only be experienced when Wei Wei was by Rowling's side. This is why Wei Wei was so attached to Rowling. This feeling was indeed addictive for her. Wei Wei and Rowling shared the candied hawthorn skewer, and soon they finished it. They walked and stopped in the bustling market, enjoying the rare tranquility. They even passed by Kusha's little hut, but didn't go in. Wei Wei just took a distant glance, and then continued to joke and chat with Rowling. She didn't even know that Kusha had been ruthlessly killed by Rowling the night before. But it was probably better that Wei Wei didn't know. For Rowling, the Kinder Wei Wei was the more valuable she was to him. Thus, Rowling was willing to put an extra effort for Wei Wei's innocence. To Wei Wei, time always flew by when she was with someone she liked. After tasting various snacks together, the sky gradually darkened. Wei Wei's small body struggled to cope with such a large expenditure of energy, even though it was a natural skill for girls. It wasn't enough to sustain her for an entire day of wandering. Rowling returned to the palace with the exhausted Vivi, tidied himself up a bit, and left Alabasta by boat early the next morning. However, before leaving, Rowling promised Vivi that he would come to see her whenever he had the time in the future, and he also promised that he would definitely marry her one day. After Rowling made these two promises, Vivi smiled, if one overlooked her swollen eye circles. Cobra, as Vivi's father, naturally knew about this matter, as Rowling had never intended to hide it from the beginning. Cobra respected Vivi's choice, and since Rowling was indeed outstanding, he felt very relieved about it. After leaving Alabasta, Rowling transferred his consciousness to Prometheus in his room, then handed over the coordinates of the Black Crow to two helpers before switching back. Looking at Perona, who was still holding on to Gamazuku, Rowling smirked and said, "Perona, can you give Gamazuku back to me now?" Hearing this, Gamazuku also felt a bit excited. Being held all day was uncomfortable, and nothing compared to the joy of killing and devouring souls. After pulling Gamazuku from the reluctant hands of Perona, Rowling secured it back on his back, and the impressive and invincible Rowling reappeared. As for Chioshui, it was once again stored back in the system's storage space. "Perona, in a while, I will have a performance with my clone. The two of us will have a fight, and during that time, you can take the backup boat at the back to that ship, understand?" Understood, but won't they stop me?" Perona pointed outside the cabin, implying her concern. "Don't worry. They won't stop you because at that time, I will gather them outside to show them what top-tier warfare looks like to broaden their horizons. As for the naval soldiers on the other ship, you don't need to worry. I will send them all to their graves." In Rowland's eyes, there was a ruthless glare. He had truly reached his limit with those lazy soldiers. Initially intending to send them back to Marineford, it now seemed that it would be better to send them directly to their graves, while also enhancing the ability of Prometheus's heartburn. It seems that these Navy soldiers could provide quite a boost to this ability. Rowling thought to himself. Perona's mouth twitched. Indeed, no matter when she listened to Rowling speak, there was always a sense of shock. With so many people, to say kill and then just kill, she wondered if those people would rebel if they knew Rowling's thoughts. "I wonder if one day you will abandon me like you did with them," she expressed her worries. After all, being used for a lifetime is completely different from being used for a short time. Clearly, Rowling understood Perona's concerns. "Don't worry. As long as you develop your abilities well and don't make any major mistakes, I will never abandon you." Saying this, Rowling reached out to touch Perona's hair, but she wasn't really into that. Compared to Rowling's head pat, Perona preferred the weapon he carried, Ganwuzhua. However, just because Perona liked Ganwuzhua, it didn't mean that Ganwuzhua's sword spirit, Withering, would like her back. To Withering, Perona was simply in a lovesick form. But Withering had not yet taken shape and could not resist. Otherwise, it would have already jumped into Rowling's arms. Rowling handed another fruit ability development manual to Perona, encouraging her to train hard and aim to be 100 or 200 times stronger than in the original story. Although Perona didn't know how high Rowland's expectations for her were, she was determined to train her abilities whenever she had the chance. After discussing some precautions for escaping with Perona, Rowland finally left his room. It felt as if his room was being occupied, especially since Perona was about to leave. It's worth noting that the bed in Rowland's room was the softest and most comfortable, and he would never easily give it up to anyone. "Helena, is breakfast ready?" Rowling's voice reached the kitchen from the deck. Hearing Rowling's voice, Helena quickly ran from the kitchen to stand in front of Rowling and said, "Master, it will be ready soon. Please wait a moment." Rowling nodded and said to Astia beside him, "Astia, wake Ein up. Even if she went to bed late yesterday, this long time should be enough." After speaking, Rowling picked up the fragrant tea on the table and took a gentle sip. The tea was slightly bitter at first, but after swallowing, it was followed by sweetness. This wonderful taste sensation made Rowling feel very interesting. If it were sword energy, he wondered if he could achieve this step. For example, a sword energy wrapped in flames followed by cold frost. If he could reach this level, perhaps he would have a better grasp of the balance between the yin and yang sword energy. After a while, the sun rose higher, and with the help of Helena and her 4 sisters, breakfast was finally served on the table. Helena called everyone to the deck for the meal. Looking at the waves, feeling the breeze, and hearing the seagulls cry, it was as beautiful as a painting, making Rowling and the others unable to help but be enchanted. Only Perona was looking around, sitting in the corner of the table with a somewhat wandering gaze. However, the other girls did not pay much attention to Perona's condition. Except for Ein, the other maid stood beside Rowling, and from their angle, they couldn't see Perona's eyes at all. "Ein, how do you find today's breakfast?" I nodded, looking adorably dazed after just waking up. Helona's breakfast is always the best, and Astia's dinner is even better. As for Astina and Astia, their desserts are the tastiest, and Asteline and Astelo make the best drinks. Hearing Ein's words, Rowling nodded. Ein's observations were quite detailed. They were indeed more familiar with this aspect than with other skills. Just then, Perona suddenly frowned. She saw a ship on the horizon, rapidly approaching. It was a pirate ship, and its flag was half flame, half ice, surrounded by musical notes, with a long sword resembling Gon Wuxia behind it. This instantly reminded Perona of Rowling's features, especially that last sword, which looked like Gon Wuxia's. Confirmed her thoughts. Seeing this, Perona hurriedly said to Rowling, "Rowling, my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Do you need me to prepare some hot water for you?" Rowling was quite concerned. Perona rolled her eyes, feeling speechless inside. "Aren't you afraid of burning me?" When Perona left the deck, Ein also saw the pirate ship gradually approaching in the distance, and hurriedly said to Rowling, "Master, there's a pirate ship ahead. Should we? No need. Let's let those soldiers go out and hone their skills this time. It seems that the pirates on that ship are not strong at all." To be precise, Rowling felt that his ability to talk nonsense had improved another notch. I nodded. She was unaware of the special circumstances of this ship. From the outside, there was indeed nothing unusual to see. So, I nodded and sat down again, savoring her delicious breakfast. Rowling took out the Din Din Mushi and ordered the colonel of the ship behind to engage in battle immediately. The colonel was initially incredulous and said directly into the Din Din Mushi, "What? Admiral, are you saying we should go into battle?" The cold aura around Rowling intensified as he spoke to the phone bug. "What's the problem? Or is it that I can no longer command you?" At that moment, the colonel finally realized who he was speaking to and quickly changed his tone. "Admiral, it's not like that. We will attack right away." After hanging up the phone bug, a shadow flickered in the colonel's eyes, and he hurriedly directed the other Navy soldiers to operate the warships and fire the cannons. However, the colonel lacked combat experience, and no matter what, the shells were not hitting the target. This made Rowling wonder how this guy had survived under Zifa. "Hurry up. Increase the number of shells. Everyone get busy. As long as we put in a little more effort, the Admiral will take action." However, what they did not know was that this time their opponent was Rowling. To be precise, it was Rowland's clone. On the Saint Song pirate cruise ship, the sun Prometheus suddenly opened its eyes wide. Rowland directly infused half of his spiritual power into Prometheus, allowing him to fully operate 2 bodies. However, the only drawback was that the control time was not long. It required some time to recover the spiritual power completely. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs roared, but none hit the hull of the Saint Song pirate cruise ship. Prometheus smirked, flames surging around him. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As Prometheus finished his words, an enormous fireball erupted from his mouth. After accumulating power, the might of the great fireball technique was far from weak, unlike when he first obtained it from the system. The fireball surged out, directly smashing into the rear Admiral-class warship, instantly engulfing it in raging flames, wrapping it completely without any blind spots. While the people inside screamed and begged Rowling to save them, Ein was also stunned, her pretty face filled with shock. Rowling sat up from his seat, protecting Ein and the others behind him, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, the captain of this pirate crew should be Prometheus." Upon hearing the name Prometheus, Ain's heart tightened, and she grabbed Rowlin's hand. Master, is it that Prometheus who reached Big Mom? Can we retreat and avoid a direct confrontation with him? Rowling had her back to Ain, a smile on her face, but the ones behind her did not see it. Rowling suppressed a smile and began to recite the lines he had prepared earlier. Shao Ain, I am a Navy Admiral. Since I am in this position, some things cannot be decided casually. You all step back. I can handle this battle alone. Master, I want to fight alongside you. I absolutely will not retreat. Shao Ain, listen to me. If you fight with me now, I might get distracted, so. Rowling caressed Ain's hair, hoping she would obediently listen to him. His words were already quite gentle, and he believed Ain could understand him. Ain clenched her small fists tightly, her fair and delicate hands turning red from the pressure. I understand, Master, but I will absolutely not back down. I want to stay here and watch you. Ain said, placing her hands over her heart. Only then can I feel at ease. Rowling nodded, tacitly accepting Ain's explanation, and everything was within Rowling's expectations. He drew out his ganwu zhuozhuo from behind and locked eyes with Prometheus from a distance. In an instant, the two figures vanished from the deck and ascended into the sky. The sunlight illuminated them, giving both an extraordinary presence. Prometheus and Rowling smiled at each other in the sky. If nothing unexpected happened, I should have already used the video snail to relay the battle to Sengoku, because I could not afford any mistakes. The situation was as Rowling had imagined. When I noticed that Rowling and Prometheus were both in the air, he quickly returned to his room and took out the video snail. He hurriedly dialed Sengoku's snail number, a number he had secretly memorized. In the Marine headquarters, Sengoku's office, the video snail displayed Ain's characteristics, causing Sengoku to furrow his brow, momentarily unable to recall which task was associated with this characteristic. However, there were not many people in the vast sea who knew this snail number, so Sengoku answered the call. Moshi Moshi, Sengoku greeted, only to see the image transmitted by the video snail. Ain, aren't you on Rowling's ship? What do you need to call me for? Sengoku was somewhat familiar with the members on Rowling's ship, and he knew that Ain was one of the strongest under Rowling. Sengoku, we are currently in the waters near Alabasta. Please send reinforcements quickly. Prometheus has appeared. Sengoku initially did not react, unsure of what powerful pirate could be near Alabasta. But when Ain finished his sentence, his eyebrows shot up, and his expression changed dramatically. What? Prometheus? Is that the Prometheus who defeated Big Mom? On the other side of the video, Ain nodded and pointed the snail towards the sky above the sea, where Rowling was now evenly matched with Prometheus. Light Song Serenade, Waltz, Extreme Rhapsody, Flame Feast, Eruption Flame. Rowling used all his strength with every slash, looking extremely exaggerated, with sword energy flying in the sky, winds rising and clouds surging, and the sound of gales exploding. The sea was occasionally stirred up by towering waves, resembling the end of the world. However, this exaggerated attack all penetrated Prometheus's body and fell onto the sea surface. At this moment, there were countless wounds on the sea, with every sword energy lingering above it, making it impossible for the ocean to heal for a time. Seeing this scene, Sengoku was greatly shocked, thinking, how is this possible? How could Prometheus be so terrifying? Sengoku did not know Prometheus's characteristics, but upon seeing this scene, he had a vague suspicion in his heart. Ain, you need to immediately steer the ship away. Your presence will distract Rowling. I will have the nearby branch send reinforcements right away. With this thought, Sengoku's brain began to operate rapidly. Marineford is not far from Alabasta, but it's definitely not close either. Now, departing from Marineford at full speed to Alabasta would take at least a few days. By the time the Admiral gets there, everything might be settled. However, this is uncertain. As long as Rowling can hold off Prometheus, the Admiral will definitely be able to arrive. I will have Kizura go for reinforcements. Let us delay for as long as possible. After hanging up with the phone bug, Sengoku immediately put down the documents in his hand and made a series of calls. At this moment, Marineford's capabilities were revealed. The entire Marineford functioned like an enormous machine, starting to operate in an orderly manner. Kizuru, who received Sengoku's orders, left Marineford upon hearing about the increased compensation and quickly headed towards Alabasta. Kizuru possesses the scientific army, and within this army, he has many things that others do not, such as the latest Admiral-class warship, which is twice the speed of the warship destroyed by Prometheus. With the appearance of this warship, Kizaru should be able to reach the battlefield even faster. Luo Lin didn't use his Conqueror's Haki. It was as if he was venting his power, exaggerating and performing. Out of the corner of his eye, he still glanced at the deck of the Black Crow, where Ain was holding a video snail, reporting something to Sengoku on the other side. Rowlin knew that from today onwards, Prometheus had officially made his debut. By personally taking the stage for Prometheus, it would surely attract the attention of both the Navy and the pirates. Only in this way would it be of greater help to Rowlin's ultimate plan. Prometheus was surrounded by a massive flame, constantly spewing fire towards Rowlin. But it was all extinguished by Rowlin's sword energy, unable to get close at all. As for Perona, seeing the fierce battle in the air, the only one who knew Rowlin was putting on a show, she looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim, "Rowlin's acting is really impressive." Up in the sky, combined with the sunlight, it's somewhat dazzling. Even the video phone bug can't capture too many details. All one can see is the grand battle. Wait, what am I doing here just watching the excitement? Perona suddenly came to her senses, lowered the spare boat behind the Black Crow, and steered the small boat towards the ship of the Saint Song pirates. The waves did not affect Perona. Under her control, she directly threw a ghost bomb at any larger waves, shattering them, and soon reached the middle position between the two ships. The maid group felt bewildered. This was the first time they saw Rowlin in a tough battle. In the past, every time they watched Rowlin fight, he could handle things with just a few strikes. At this moment, they were of no help at all, only able to watch from a distance, which made the seeds of determination start to sprout in their hearts. They resolved to train hard and strengthened their own physical abilities when they returned. The battle gradually intensified, and Rowlin felt a refreshing sense of exhilaration. His power was continuously unleashed, and his body felt light. However, Rowlin thought that fighting endlessly was rather meaningless, so Rowlin shouted at Prometheus, "Prometheus, return my homeland." Under Rowling's control, Prometheus laughed loudly, his flames rising even higher. "Ha ha ha, return your homeland? Black Crow, I have slaughtered too many islands and countries. How would I know which one is yours?" Prometheus's laughter echoed in the sky, shocking both the warring states, who were watching through video phone worms, and the women below at the exchange between Rowling and Prometheus. "Master, has his homeland been destroyed by Prometheus?" Ein muttered to himself, his gaze towards Prometheus filled with hatred. In contrast to Ein's thoughts, warring states had a more comprehensive understanding. Firstly, the enmity between Rowling and Prometheus was very good news for warring states, as it meant Rowling would work even harder to cultivate himself, which was undoubtedly great news for the Navy. Secondly, it also explained why Rowling possessed such powerful strength but had not joined the Navy until recently. The reason was likely due to this enmity. In a brief moment, warring states imagine a lot, clearly deducing Rowling's motivations. In the sky, the battle between Rowling and Prometheus continued, both showing immense strength. Warring states was even shocked. While Rowling's strength had nearly reached the level of the four emperors in his mind, Prometheus was different. Initially, he had reached Big Mom's level through some special means. So warring states thought Prometheus wouldn't be very strong. However, unexpectedly, while Prometheus's offensive capabilities were weak and easily blocked by Rowling, his physique was quite disturbing, allowing anything to pass directly through his body. Even Rowling's use of armament hockey seemed ineffective against him. This left warring states quite troubled, as even he, known for his intelligence, had no good ideas against something like this. Rowling's peripheral vision caught sight of Perona on the sea, watching as she quietly climbed aboard the Song of Praise pirates. A smile appeared on Rowling's lips, one that only Prometheus could see. Controlling Prometheus, he said, "Black Crow, this is getting pointless. Let's settle it with one move." "Prometheus, are you planning to escape?" "Ha ha ha, escape? Black Crow, are you joking? I'll never run away." Even in front of Big Mom, Prometheus's face was filled with pride, and flames began to rise around him. However, this time the flames glowed a ghostly blue. Bone spirit cold fire, fiery heartburning. The two types of flames were unleashed by Prometheus, intertwining in the air and rushing towards Rowling. Rowling was naturally aware of the power of these two types of flames, but as the saying goes, you can't catch wolves without risking the kids. The same principle applied here. Faced with such an aggressive attack, Rowling placed Ganwuzhua horizontally in front of him, the withering blade emanating a chilling aura. In an instant, it began to snow in the sky. Death Song Confession, Flame Feast, Flame Up. He unleashed two sword energies in quick succession, which mirrored Prometheus's two skills, one cold and one hot, intertwining to amplify their power. Boom! The attacks collided, stirring up a fierce storm, the wind swirling and clouds roiling. In an instant, the white snow in the sky vanished, the dark clouds were blown away, and sunlight once again bathed the two. However, when Rowling turned back to look at Prometheus, he found that Prometheus had already set sail and was quickly leaving. Rowling pretended to be exhausted, suppressing the recovery brought by the bloodline of the sword god, making himself look even more fatigued. In the sky, Rowling watched Prometheus's gradually receding figure, pretending to gasp for breath, but murmuring to himself, "Ah, acting is really tiring, but it is very helpful for future plans. This time, as long as I return to Marin Vondo, I can start on the next step of the plan. And that plan is equally crucial." Rowland's body fell from the sky, and just as it was about to land on the deck, he finally moved. After flipping over once, Rowland landed steadily on the deck. Of course, after he landed steadily, he pretended to stumble, which made Ein, who had been very worried about Rowland, rush to his side. "Master, how are you feeling? Are you injured? Is it serious?" Ein patted and touched Rowland's body, trying to see if he was really hurt. Rowling looked at Ein gently and reassured him, "Don't worry, my recovery is quite fast. Although I had some burns earlier, I've already healed." After saying this, Rowling turned his gaze to the video phone bug. Seeing the hologram of Sengoku on the video phone bug, Rowling forced a smile and said, "Marshal, I." Sengoku looked at Rowling's guilty expression and felt it was not appropriate to say anything more. "Rowling, you did well. You showcased the spirit of our navy. And considering Prometheus' strength, it's not your fault that he escaped from you." Rowling pretended to breathe a sigh of relief, and then said seriously, "Marshal, I would like to extend my vacation." "Sure." Rowling, who originally planned to explain himself well, was taken aback when he heard the quick response from Zhanghua. However, he quickly realized that regardless of whether Zhanghua asked him or not, he had to say the next sentence. "Marshal, during this time, I want to hone my skills. I have some new ideas regarding swordsmanship. It's good to have ideas. If you need any help, feel free to come to me." "Okay, Marshal." After ending the call with the communicator, Rowling dramatically lay down on the ground, gasping for air, his eyes slightly squinted, looking as if he had exhausted all his strength. Although Rowling had the blessing of the sword god bloodline, at this moment he truly felt that he was almost at his limit. He had just withdrawn the mental energy that was attached to Prometheus and felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. "Master, owner." Seeing Rowling lying on the deck, Ein felt a pang of heartache and hurried to his side, supporting his head and letting him rest on her lap. It was the legendary lap pillow. Rowling lay in Ein's arms, looking down at Ein. Since Ein was still small, there was nothing obstructing the view, allowing Rowling to see Ein's pretty face directly. Rowling reached out his hand and gently stroked Ein's cheek, saying, "Little Ein, just let me lie down for a while." Ein nodded and replied, "As long as it's master. It doesn't matter how long you lie down." Rowling could naturally sense Ein's feelings, but he did not respond. It was still too early for everything. With his eyes closed, Rowling planned to rest for a while, but not long after he closed his eyes, Helona's voice rang in his ears. "Master, master, it's not good. Helona has disappeared." Rowling opened his eyes and looked at Helona beside him. "What happened? Take your time. Helona, no need to rush. I'm here for you." Hearing Rowling's words, the women felt a strong sense of security and their loyalty to him increased. Helona calmed her slightly turbulent emotions and said to Rowling, "It's Perona. Perona has disappeared. When did this happen?" Rowling pretended as if he knew nothing and asked Helona. Helona said, "Just now. I suddenly remembered that Perona mentioned she was feeling unwell, but she hasn't shown up for so long. I'm worried something happened to her, but I didn't expect that after searching around, I still couldn't find where Perona is." Rowling pretended to think for a moment, then said, "Maybe she has already left." "Left? Why?" "Master, you have been so good to her. Although she is a pirate, we have never treated her badly. On the contrary, Master, you even gave her your treasured sword, Ganwuzhua. That was your trust in her. Yet Perona has directly betrayed her master's trust." Astia directly took over Ein's word from the side. Rowling looked into the distance, secretly feeling pleased in his heart, his face expressionless as he stood there lost in thought. The women did not disturb Rowling, standing behind him, watching him while feeling indignant for their master and teacher. It was hard to tell how much time had passed when Rowling sighed, gazing at the somewhat calm sea, and said, "If any of you want to leave, you can do so. I won't force you. I will take you to a nearby island and give each of you 100 million berries to ensure you can live well." After saying this, Rowling turned to look into the eyes of the women. There was a ripple in their eyes, especially for Helona, whose dream had always been to roam the seas and become a wealthy woman with her own freedom, doing whatever she wanted. That had been her long-held dream, and she had worked hard for it. If it weren't for Doflamingo's betrayal, Helona would probably have flown far away by now, and they wouldn't have had any intersection. Upon hearing Rowling's words, Ein was the first to speak. "Master, as I said before, I am the sword in your hand. Wherever you point, we will follow." Saying this, Ein lowered her head and gently kissed Rowling on the lips. This was Ein's first time being so bold, and Rowling, lying in Ein's arms, could clearly hear the rapid beating of her heart. It was evident that Ein was truly excited, her pretty face flushed red, looking quite adorable. Rowling didn't mind Ein treating him this way. It only indicated that Ein was becoming increasingly dependent on him, which was what Rowling wanted to see. After receiving Ein's response, Rowling looked at the maid group and asked, "What about you? What are your thoughts?" The first to react was Astia, who stepped forward and gracefully knelt before Rowling. The four sisters behind her did the same. "Master, it is our fortune to be your servants for life and beyond." Rowling nodded, which was about what he expected. These 5 sisters were all captured by him personally, and since they had all been princesses raised in the palace, although they were now serving others, they could still witness all sorts of wonderful things, something they had longed for. Moreover, Rowling treated them quite well and had not done anything bad to them. Even if Astia wanted something done to her, Rowling wouldn't do it, which made Astia feel quite frustrated. At that moment, Astia's youngest sister, Helona, quietly said from behind, "It feels like home here with the master." Upon hearing this, Helona's eyes immediately lit up. "Yes, it feels like home. Although we are serving others, this other is Rowlin, the Admiral of the Navy. Others probably wouldn't even have the chance to serve." However, thinking about this, Helona didn't feel much happiness. Now everyone had expressed their thoughts, and only Helona remained silent. She lowered her head, and tears as big as beans fell from the corners of her eyes, looking pitiful and making one feel a surge of compassion. "Is that so? I know your answer now. I will send you to a nearby island and give you 100 million berries. I hope we can meet again in the future." With that, Rowling sat up from Ein and slowly walked towards his room, then gently closed the door. Everyone remained silent, stunned. They hadn't expected Helona to make such a choice. Although Astia had always been wary of Helona, their time together was vivid in her memory. "Helona, why do you want to leave? Doesn't the master treat you well? Do you really want to part ways with him?" Facing Astia's questions, Helona could only cry silently, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Ein stared blankly at Rowling's departing figure, not knowing why her nose felt sour, but she couldn't cry. Only tears swirled in her eyes. Ein held back her tears, slightly tilting her head to prevent the tears from flowing out. "Helona, why can you learn from Perona and leave quietly? Why must you choose to leave at this moment? You're just adding salt to the master's wounds." After saying this, Ein left the deck. She needed to comfort Rowling, knowing he must be feeling very hurt right now. With Ein gone, Astia didn't stay on the deck either and took her sisters back to their room. Only Helona remained, staring at the blue ocean, her eyes swollen and red, not knowing what she was thinking. On the way back to Marineford, passing by several islands, Rowling specifically chose a relatively safe and prosperous island for Helona, gave her 100 million berries, and personally sent her to the island. Rowling had no expression on his face, and he wasn't even wearing the Navy's iconic uniform. Just casual clothes, standing in front of Helona. Looking at Helona, whose eyes were still slightly red and swollen, Rowling patted her shoulder and said, "It's nothing, and you don't need to feel guilty. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. Rather, it's me who has been keeping you by my side." Helona shook her head, biting her lower lip tightly, and said, "No, master, no, you are very good to me." Rowling sighed, a smile on his face, and said to Helona, "Go ahead, for a better life. Maybe we'll meet again in the future." "Yes, we will definitely, master." Helona nodded repeatedly, holding a box full of berries, deeply bowing to Rowling before turning to walk towards the village on the small island. As he watched Helona's figure gradually fade away, the smile on Rowling's face vanished, and a chilling aura spread from him, which Helona, with her strength, was unable to perceive. "Perona would only do this because she obeys my orders. But you, Helona, you have openly betrayed me. I have never shown mercy to traitors." Rowling's words were like a ghost demanding a life, devoid of any emotion. In the next moment, Rowling's figure vanished like a specter. Helona held a box of belly in her hands, but for some reason, her heart felt anything but happy. Why was this happening? Helona's gaze appeared somewhat dim. This was not the outcome she desired. She believed that even though she felt sad and reluctant to leave Rowling's side, once she gained her freedom, the joy of that freedom would surely wash away her unhappiness in an instant. Yet now, Helona could not bring herself to smile. She felt that the box she was carrying was extremely heavy, and she even had an impulse to set it down. If it were the old me, I would definitely be very happy. After all, there was so much money, I could spend it however I wanted. At this thought, Helona suddenly recalled what Ein had said. Why couldn't you learn from Perona and leave quietly? Why did you have to choose this moment to leave? You're just rubbing salt into your master's wounds. Yes, why didn't I sneak away? Or is it because sneaking away means no money? Helona glanced at the money in the box again, but she didn't feel much joy. Instead, it felt even heavier. If I were given another chance, perhaps I wouldn't make this choice. Helona murmured, collapsing to the ground as tears streamed down the corners of her eyes once more. She had lost count of how many times she had cried. In any case, she had cried more in these few days than in her entire life combined. That's right. I can go back. Helona's eyes brightened, but in the next moment, the light in her eyes faded again. She had no face to return. If she went back now, she would even despise herself. That's right. If my strength became stronger and I started from scratch in the Navy, working hard to become the Master's aide, then I could stand by the Master's side again. I believe the Master would forgive me for everything I've done today. Not far away, behind a tree, a shadow flickered as Rowling sheathed the sword Ganwu. Rowling's eyes flickered, uncertain and unpredictable. He originally wanted to appear before Helona at her happiest moment, only to send her directly to her grave afterward. However, he did not expect to hear the words Helona spoke. At this moment, even Rowling couldn't discern whether Helona was putting on an act or if she had already guessed he would follow her, thus staging such a drama. After pondering for a long time, Rowling could not find anything unusual in Helona's expression. He sighed and decided to trust Helona once, hoping she would not disappoint him this time. System, bring out the weak fruit and the comprehensive guide to fruit ability development. With Rowling's command, the system extracted these two items and placed them in his hands. Looking at the two items, Rowling first made his way to the small island in front of Helona, which was a necessary path. He believed Helona would definitely see them. After all, he had placed these two items in the middle of the small island. Helona had her own thoughts. Although she felt guilty at that moment, she was filled with hope. As long as she worked hard to improve her strength, she believed she would soon see her master again. With this thought, Helona's footsteps became a bit lighter, but as she walked, she suddenly stopped. She saw a fruit and a comprehensive guide to fruit ability development neatly arranged not far away. As one of the former maid group, Helona naturally knew that the guide was something only Rowling had, and he only showed it to those he valued. She had never had access to it before, so how could it be placed so neatly on this path now? Suddenly, Helona turned her head and cautiously called out, "Master, are you here?" Her voice echoed in the small grove, but she did not hear any other sounds. She was not ready to give up. Regardless of whether her master was there or not, there were some things she wanted to say. "Master, I don't know if you're here, but I regret it. Really, truly, I regret it so much. I thought I would gain freedom and be very happy, that the joy of freedom would make me forget the sorrow of parting. But reality proved I was wrong. In fact, for me now, it doesn't matter whether I'm free or not, because I already have a home. I often bicker with Astia, compete with her in cooking, and serve my master. Only now do I realize that I've been enjoying all of this before. But I actually gave up this home with my own hands, left home, and now I really can't go back. I don't know how to face my master, how to face Ein, or how to face Astia. But I know that one day I will definitely return. Master, please believe me one last time. I will come back to your side once again and never leave." At this point, Helona knelt down with a thud, her fair knees scraping against the ground, blood trickling down her pale legs. But Helona's face did not show any signs of pain as she knelt there for a long, long time. After Rowling left, Helona still did not rise. It was not until dusk fell that Helona got up from the ground, ate the weak fruit, and, holding the guide, walked toward the small island. It was like bitter wine going down her throat, but it ignited her fighting spirit. Rowling returned to Marin Vondo with the girls. After submitting the report, Rowling and the girls rested in the villa for a day. The next day, Rowling fulfilled his promise and took the girls shopping in the Chambord Islands. This shopping trip was a great experience for both Astia and Ein. Astia had been taken directly to the auction house initially, so she hadn't had the chance to properly explore the Chambord Islands, and Ein's situation was similar. She had been taken directly to the training camp by Zephyr, so she hadn't shopped here either. This was a first for all the girls. Being a first time, it was essential to enjoy it thoroughly, so Rowling became a pack mule, loaded with various bags filled with clothes bought by the girls. Girls have an innate love for shopping, and it was indeed overwhelming, seeing them still wanting to hang more bags on him. Rowling quickly called someone over to take the things off him. He had hoped to enhance his charm in the eyes of the girls, but he never expected that women could be so terrifying when it came to shopping. Rowling couldn't help but exclaim that he couldn't take it anymore. After shopping for a while longer, Rowling took the girls out for a meal, booking the entire place and dining with the maid group. This was also the first time the maid group had dined with Rowling, making their hearts race. "I have no business these days, so I'll be watching your training. Eat more now, and don't complain of tiredness later. As he spoke, Rowling brought a piece of steak to Ein's mouth. Ein opened her small mouth and ate the beef. Master, I'm not a child anymore. With her cheeks puffed up, Ein looked at Rowling in annoyance, though she felt quite happy to be treated this way. Little Ein, in my eyes, you will always be a child. A child should act like a child and not be picky. Hearing Rowling's words, Ein nodded, contemplating how to make Rowling see her as not a child. She glanced down and thought, it seems a bit small after all. No, I absolutely can't be like this. I must be more womanly, otherwise. Master will always see me as a child. With this in mind, Ein tugged at Astia, who was eating beside her. Sister Astia, can you make me more pumpkin dishes in the future? Astia initially didn't understand Ein's meaning, but when she saw Ein's blushing cheeks, she quickly realized what Ein meant. Okay, little master, leave that to me. I have plenty of coconut milk ready, ensuring you drink it from childhood to adulthood. Woo woo woo. Before Astia could finish her sentence, Ein quickly covered her mouth, blushing, signaling her not to say that in front of Rowling. To this, Rowling could only pretend he didn't hear, lowering his head and continuously cutting his steak. After the meal, Rowling took the girls back to the villa and began to devise a training plan for them. At this time, Rowling was in a semi-dormant state, transferring most of his mental energy to Prometheus. During this rest period, he would shift most of his mental energy to Prometheus, since sometimes it wasn't easy to do other things in his current identity. Late at night, Prometheus and the Saint Song pirates suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Perona, who was sitting nearby. How long have you been watching? About half a day, I guess. Perona said, resting her chin on her hand, looking at Prometheus, who was actually rolling, with an innocent expression. Are you bored? You've been staring at me for such a long time. Perona shook her head and nodded again. Although it was a bit boring, she was still very curious about what his abilities were. Rowland's lips curled slightly, but on that face resembling a small sun, it looked somewhat strange. Don't you already know my abilities? Swordsmanship, the ability to summon objects at will. Let's not mention these seemingly ordinary skills for now. Just talking about your clone. Even though you can't use a sword right now, it seems to be no weaker at all. Perona commented as above. Rowling floated in the air, slowly shrinking. He did not answer Perona's words, but instead continuously lowered his body temperature. When it was almost at room temperature, Rowling squeezed into Perona's embrace. The overwhelming sense of comfort was like a mountain pressing down on him, causing Rowling to involuntarily close his eyes and start to enjoy it. Perona, on the other hand, felt indifferent. She actually thought it was quite fun to hold Prometheus like this. Although it didn't have the cool feeling of Ganwuzhua, the sensation of holding him was very pleasant. Rowling squinted his eyes and let Perona carry him out of the room. This form was really enjoyable, giving Rowling a brand new experience he had never felt before. He summoned the 2 crew members who were smashing things on the ship and directly spoke to them in Prometheus's tone. This time, our target is Sky Island, heading to the Sky Sea. Do you understand? Captain, isn't Sky Island a legend? Does it really exist in reality? One of the subordinates asked Prometheus. Prometheus didn't really want to answer this question because he knew nothing about navigation, and this pirate ship had no spirit to guide it, making it impossible to sail automatically. This left Rowling feeling quite speechless. If you want to go to Sky Island, I can give it a try, Perona said while holding Rowling, lifting him up as usual. When Perona said this, Rowling suddenly remembered that in the original story, it was Perona who escorted Zoro to Sabaody Archipelago. So he believed her navigation skills shouldn't be too bad. However, considering the girl in front of him had somewhat unconventional views, he cautiously asked again, Do you really know how to get to Sky Island? Perona nodded, cough, cough, Captain Prometheus, please trust me, I will complete this mission perfectly. If Perona hadn't reacted quickly, these 2 crew members would probably have been killed by Rowling and then thrown overboard to feed the sharks. After all, Rowling believed that only the dead were truly safe. All right, I'll leave it to you this time, Perona. Just leave it to me and don't worry. Just as they were speaking, a newspaper bird flew overhead. Prometheus instructed the sailor to throw out 100 berries, and then the newspaper bird dropped a newspaper. Perona caught the newspaper from the air and opened it in front of everyone. On the front page, there were several large characters printed prominently. Captain, you've made the headlines. Perona said to Prometheus in her arms, seeing his appearance on the newspaper. Rowling glanced over and then withdrew his gaze. He hadn't been to Sengoku's office in the past 2 days and didn't pay attention to matters related to it, so he was unaware of how the Navy was handling Prometheus. However, it seemed that the Navy still valued Prometheus, which was good. The more they valued him, the better. Only in this way could it possibly cause the greatest shock in the future. Besides Rowlin and Perona, the 2 helpers couldn't read, so they could only look at Perona expectantly, hoping she would read the information aloud. Perona looked at Rowlin, whom she was holding, and said, Prometheus has emerged, rampaging through Alabasta, and has a fierce showdown with Admiral Rowlin. Prometheus was slightly at a disadvantage and escaped from the pursuit of Admiral Black Crow, being extraordinarily cunning. Moreover, he is very powerful, so everyone please pay close attention. Once there is any information about Prometheus, please report it to the nearby Navy branch in a timely manner. Anyone who reports will receive a certain reward. After talking for a long time, Perona felt a bit parched, but the gist was that Prometheus was indeed powerful. But the Admiral was even stronger, having driven Prometheus away. Everyone should pay attention, and anyone who sees Prometheus must report it. Rewards await those who do. After hearing what Perona said, Rowlin sighed. This was similar to what he had imagined, but now he was in the identity of Prometheus. So he should still speak and act according to Prometheus's habits. Otherwise, he might expose himself and be seen through by Sengoku, the wise strategist, which was not the outcome Rowlin desired. Damn the Navy, they were truly shameless. Clearly, it was an even match, and there was no need to waste so much time determining a winner. Yet they portrayed it as if he was fleeing out of fear. Outrageous. Perona suppressed her laughter, looking at Rowlin, who was performing in front of her, feeling an indescribable joy, with tears of laughter in her eyes. Perona felt that this kind of life was actually quite nice. Compared to the always gloomy atmosphere, perhaps facing the sunlight was a bit better. Thinking of this, Perona looked at Rowlin in her arms, who was currently in the form of Prometheus and looked quite adorable. Rowlin was unaware of Perona's thoughts, but he was quite satisfied with his bounty. After only a few incidents, Rowling's Prometheus form had already reached a terrifying bounty of 200,000 berries. It's important to note that this is not the era when bounties were casually set. During this period, bounties largely represent a person's strength and are almost without exaggeration. Unlike Luffy, who, despite being hailed as one of the 4 emperors with a bounty of 1.5 billion, still struggles to take down a small fry, indicating how inflated that bounty is. It seems that there hasn't been enough commotion, Rowlin murmured, feeling that the 2 attendants were quite strange. Clearly, it was a bright sunny day with not a hint of wind. Yet why did they still feel a chill? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. During these 3 days, Rowlin, like Prometheus, had successively wiped out 3 naval branches, directly becoming a fearsome villain that made children stop crying. The bounty skyrocketed, showing no signs of slowing down. It jumped from 2 billion to 30 billion, which was extremely terrifying. Under Perona's command, everyone arrived at Gaia Island. Rowlin was quite familiar with this island. Gaia Island was originally the same island as the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, shaped like a skull. Due to the upwelling currents in the nearby sea, half of Gaia Island was washed up into the sky 400 years ago, along with the indigenous people, animals, and ancient relics. The part that was washed into the sky was the skull's head and face, while the part that remained on the ground was the skull's teeth. Rowlin found the diamond-shaped Uncle Wembran Kulik, who had a chestnut on his head, based on his impression, and directly gave him 10,000 Bailey to help predict the ocean current's direction. Rowland wanted to rely on the force that the ocean current would unleash in an instant to propel the pirate ship upwards. Wembran Kulik rarely paid attention to the news in the newspapers, so he wasn't very clear about who Rowland was. He was just surprised to see a captain who looked like a little son. However, the sea was vast, and there were countless people with bizarre abilities, so Wembran Kulik didn't pursue it further. Do you really want to reach the Sky Island through an updraft? Of course. I have a strong desire to go to the Sky Island. When Rowland said this, he silently added in his heart, It's for the gold. Wembran Kulik glanced at the heavy bag beside him, nodded, and said, I can help you predict the location and time of the updraft, but I won't be responsible for any situations that arise afterward. That's fine, as long as you can tell me the location and time of the updraft. Rowland agreed readily, knowing that Luffy and the others could charge ahead, so why couldn't he? After all, his strength was much greater than Luffy's. After reaching an agreement with Wembran Kulik, Rowland and Perona rested and organized themselves on Gaia Island, waiting for news from Wembran Kulik. As night fell, it was another evening. Perona, holding Rowland who had transformed into Prometheus form, smiled and brought him to a bar. Perona expressed that she hadn't tasted good food in a long time, so she insisted that Rowland treat her. How could Rowland refuse such a simple request from Perona? He immediately took her to a nearby pirate bar that had a good reputation. Anyone who could afford to spend in this bar was not too weak, otherwise they wouldn't be able to afford it. As soon as Perona entered the bar, she quickly walked towards the bar counter. Boss, bring me your best dishes. My stomach can't wait, Perona said while rubbing her little belly. It must be said that Rowlin, transformed into Prometheus form, sticking to Perona's little belly, felt really comfortable. Although there was no excess flesh, it was still soft, giving Rowlin an indescribable sense of pleasure. The bar, which was originally quite lively, gradually became quiet for some reason. Immersed in the delicious food, Perona didn't notice the strange atmosphere around her, while Rowlin did notice but didn't care. Hey, that guy over there can't be that ruthless person, right? I think so too. But isn't that ruthless person supposed to be really big? Why does this one look so small? Could it be a fake? After all, I've heard that many people are imitating him, causing trouble at sea, but most of them have been caught by the Navy. So is he really that ruthless person or not? How would I know? Why don't you just go ask him yourself? Despite being a pirate bar, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The bar owner stood behind the counter with a wry smile on his face. As a place where information could be gathered, he certainly wouldn't mistake it. The sunball nestled in the arms of a beautiful woman was none other than the recently infamous and notorious son, Prometheus. His bar had just put up his wanted poster for decoration yesterday, and until just now, many people had been stopping to look at it, fearing they might offend someone they shouldn't. So while pirates seemed carefree, there were many things to be cautious about, or they might end up facing a tragic fate. Excuse me, sir, do you need anything else? Rowling glanced at the bar owner while nestled in Perona's arms, yawned, and floated away without affecting Perona's enjoyment of the food. No need, just carry on as you wish. No need to pay special attention to this. Hearing Rowling's response, the bar owner let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Prometheus, the son, was quite easy to talk to and wouldn't cause trouble in the bar. If someone usually did that, the bar owner wouldn't be scared at all. After all, how many people could run a pirate bar in such a place without being tough? They were all first-rate hard cases. But this gentleman was different. Just a bounty of 3 billion was more than everyone else in the room combined. Even if the bar owner had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare provoke Prometheus. Then may Lord Zhu have fun. After the bar owner finished speaking, he quickly jogged to the side, making Perona unable to help but laugh out loud. Captain, I didn't expect your fame has spread this far. Yeah, the term vicious refers to me, Rowling said, his expression not one of helplessness, but rather pride. It was like achieving an accomplishment. Rowling's current bounty was already 3 billion, and he wanted it to become 4 billion. After all, desires are limitless. Without desire, one would become a saint and might as well just die on the spot. Why live? Isn't living itself a desire? Captain, would you like to have a bite? Perona asked, holding up a giant meat stick and offering it to Rowling. Rowling liked this kind of meat stick, but he currently couldn't taste anything, which made him quite speechless. After glancing at Perona, Rowling said, just enjoy yourself. I won't eat. Perona nodded, her cheeks forming 2 small dimples, feeling incredibly happy to enjoy so much delicious food all by herself. Rowling looked at the girl in front of him and felt that she was getting further away from her previous strange appearance. This could only mean that his teaching was still quite effective. However, Rowling now felt really sleepy, as his mental energy kept switching back and forth between Prometheus and himself, which made him a bit drowsy. After yawning, Rowling returned to Perona's embrace and slowly closed his eyes. Just at this moment, the door of the pirate bar was kicked open with a loud bang. The huge noise echoed through the bar, causing the recently lively bar to fall silent again in an instant. The pirates in the bar turned their gazes toward the entrance. Want to know which pirate dared to be so audacious? Did he not fear that the bar owner would take him down? The bar owner's expression was also quite awkward. After all, there was a major player worth 3 billion in his bar, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Glancing at Prometheus in Perona's arms, the bar owner noticed that Rowling showed no signs of waking up, which made him feel relieved, but his expression became even uglier. Let me see which pirate dares to kick my bar's door. The bar owner was not someone to be trifled with. He was once a pirate in these waters with a bounty of 99 million. His strength had been honed over the years, and in his prime, he was stronger than ever. What's wrong with kicking your bar? Not only do I want to kick your bar, but I also want to smash everything here. As he spoke, a large figure squeezed through the door, and his massive body made all the pirates gasp. The pirates in the bar immediately became agitated. Could this possibly be a giant? No way. How could a giant appear as such a short person? Is he still in his childhood? Nonsense. How could he be? Just look at him. He looks like an old uncle. If it were a normal day, they might have left the bar directly, not wanting to get involved in such matters. But now it was different. There was a very powerful presence in the bar. They all stopped to watch, not choosing to leave immediately. Perona, however, was indifferent to the chaos caused by the giant, continuing to sit calmly and enjoy her food. Her cheeks were puffed up, looking very cute, like a pink hamster. Perona did not seek trouble with the giant, but the giant noticed her. He slightly bent down, his towering body making the entire bar feel a bit cramped. "Hey, little girl, turn around and let me see your face." The giant had a lewd look in his eyes, clearly thinking of something very disgusting. However, Perona ignored him and continued to enjoy her meal. "Hey, I'm shut up. Can't you see an adult is eating?" The bar owner, standing to the side, couldn't stand it any longer. He flashed and appeared right next to the giant, blocking him. The bar owner's gaze was terrifying as he looked at the giant and sternly shouted, "Now, I give you 3 seconds. Get out. Otherwise, the consequences are on you." Is the owner planning to take action himself? I haven't seen the owner act in a long time. This time, it's a treat for the eyes. After all, the owner's strength is formidable, and he could easily dominate the nearby waters. It's just unknown why he suddenly chose to open a bar. The surrounding pirates had high hopes for the owner's strength, as they were also pirates in these waters and were familiar with each other. The bar owner was known as Ironwood, and, as the name suggests, he was an ability user, belonging to the paramecia type of the tree fruit in its iron tree form. Its hardness was comparable to steel, and it also had the characteristics of wood, able to create iron wood to wrap enemies, and then pierce them to death with its hard spikes. It was indeed a very powerful ability. This ability made the bar owner famous in the waters near Gaia Island, and after seeking defeat in solitude, he eventually felt so bored that he opened a pirate bar on Gaia Island and enjoyed a leisurely life. The owner didn't take the mountain-like figure before him seriously. He wasn't someone like Prometheus who could withstand Big Mom, just a completely unknown minor character. How could he possibly lose? The thought of losing never crossed Ironwood's mind. "I don't care who you are. I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. Leave within 3 breaths, or else." After saying this, Ironwood pointed, and a tree appeared in front of him. Although this tree was entirely black, with a muted luster, looking extremely hard, indicating the incredible hardness of this ironwood. The giant looked down at Ironwood with disdain, as if looking at a clown. He opened his mouth, and the stench made one nauseous. "You dare to stop me from chatting with a little girl? Very well. It's been a long time since anyone has dared to speak to me like this. I am Kaido's lone wolf, the rampaging bear, Kumo." After saying this, Kumo directly appeared in front of the bar owner, Ironwood, and raised his massive arm to smash down, creating a small hole that appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ironwood, bloodied and mangled, was smashed into pieces scattered throughout the bar. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. They never expected that the former strongest in the Gaia Island waters, Ironwood, would be killed in one blow, except for Perona, who was immersed in her food, and Prometheus, who was absorbed in Perona. Everyone else stared wide-eyed at Kumo's blood-soaked hand, which dripped blood continuously. Suddenly, one person's pupils constricted sharply, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground as he looked terrified. I remember. This person is the rampaging bear who challenged Kaido 3 years ago. At that time, he had a pirate crew of over 1,000 people, but I heard they were all wiped out. Now, why has the rampaging bear become Kaido's subordinate?" Kumo looked at the person who revealed his background and laughed heartily. "Huh? Of course, it's because Captain Kaido's strength convinced me. You will never know how strong Captain Kaido is. With just one slap, he knocked me down. That feeling was truly wonderful, but you know too much." Reflecting on that memory made Kumo feel teary-eyed, but the next second, that massive hand directly crushed the loose-tongued person to pieces. The bar fell silent. Everyone dared not speak, and even their breathing became cautious, fearing they would provoke Kumo. Not being disturbed anymore made Kumo very happy. He looked at Perona with eyes filled with madness. It had been a long time since he had indulged. Hoping this time he wouldn't be played to death so quickly, Kumo looked at Perona, who was still calmly enjoying her food, and thought to himself, "Little girl, stop eating and come with me, I will." Before Kumo could finish his sentence, Perona turned to look down at him, her eyes cold as she said, "Are you implying that you plan to stop me from enjoying my food? Then please kneel down and apologize." Perona said to Kumo. Her petite figure seemed insignificant in front of Kumo, yet she showed not a trace of fear. Kumo laughed. "Ha ha, is my hearing okay? You actually want me to kneel down and apologize? The only one who can make me kneel in this world is Captain Kaido. Is that so?" Perona's mood was very bad at that moment. She looked at Kumo with a glint of killing intent in her eyes, and a white light flickered in her hand as a ghost with a sausage-shaped mouth suddenly appeared out of thin air. The bizarre-looking ghost made Kumo laugh out loud. "I didn't expect you to be a devil fruit user, but so what? You can't hurt me even a little." Saying this, Kumo patted his belly, looking very confident. "Is that so, negativity ghost? The ghost with the white sausage mouth quickly flew towards Kumo. Kumo merely assumed a defensive posture, not even bothering to dodge. In his view, Perona's attack was like a child playing house, not worth taking seriously. However, the shocking thing happened the next second. The ghost did not inflict any physical harm on Kumo, but the moment the spirit passed through him, Kumo knelt on the ground as if he had received an unparalleled blow. At that moment, everyone present seemed petrified, staring blankly at the scene before them, unsure of what to say. The once arrogant Kumo, who had just killed Timo with a single strike, was defeated just like that. They looked at the kneeling Kumo, hearing him muttering to himself, "I am really too weak. I shouldn't be living in this world. I am really too weak. I shouldn't be living in this world." No wonder she was the girl beside Prometheus. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. So young, yet she defeated Kumo. Who knew what her bounty was? Upon hearing someone say this, some people actually started to look through the wanted posters, and soon one found Perona's wanted poster, which showed a bounty of 10 million berries. This string of numbers left everyone speechless. Of course, it was not because the number was too high, but rather because it was too low. To know that Kumo's bounty 3 years ago was 890 million, and this Kumo, with an 890 million bounty, was actually defeated by Perona, who had just a 10 million bounty. It felt utterly unbelievable. Seeing Kumo kneeling on the ground, looking dejected, Perona's lips curled up slightly, looking quite pleased. "It seems you've been training your abilities a lot during this time." Rowlin nestled in Perona's embrace, feeling a comforting weight pressing down on her, and said to Perona. Perona slightly raised her head and replied to Rowlin, "Of course, ever since you handed me the complete guide to developing fruit abilities. I've been practicing every day. Now I can summon 1,000 negative ghosts at once for large-scale attacks." Rowlin, as Prometheus, nestled in Perona's embrace, expressed his discomfort upon hearing her words. 1,000 negative ghosts, if unleashed for a large-scale attack, would create quite an amusing scene. However, compared to the Perona in the original work, hasn't your progress been a bit too great? You were so lazy before, after obtaining the fruit for so long. You could only summon 5 or 6 spirits to use negative ghosts. While Rowlin was internally mocking Perona, he suddenly sensed some unusual movement behind him. Perona clearly noticed this disturbance as well and shifted her attention away from the food to look back. Kumo was kneeling on the ground, his muscles trembling continuously, as if he was in a battle between heaven and man, trying to escape from this state. "Captain, don't worry, I only used 1 spirit just now. The negative ghosts have not been weakened. The negative state can reach its maximum in an instant, unlike when summoning 1,000 spirits, which would significantly reduce the negative state." Upon hearing Perona's words, Rowlin felt once again that he had been overly optimistic. He had initially thought he had an absolute control to serve as a powerful weapon, but now he was informed that this weapon was a weakened version, only able to induce negativity for a very short time. This left Rowlin speechless. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Even if Perona is confident in her abilities, there are always some people who can evade this negative state through their own powers. Usopp is one, and the person in front of him is another. Kumo's heart was shrouded in countless negatives, unable to escape. Knowing he was locked in this state would be very dangerous. In this case, Kumo steeled his heart, his muscles began to swell, his hair started to grow wildly at a visible speed, and the whites of his eyes turned red in an instant. His pupils narrowed, creating a terrifying appearance. Not good. The rampaging bear has started a rampage. It is said that when Kumo goes berserk, his strength and body recovery would greatly increase. However, in this berserk state, anyone who sees him will be killed. Today has been incredibly thrilling. Not only did they witness the tragic death of the bar owner, but they also saw the rampaging bear and Prometheus. They would surely remember this day forever. However, remembering is one thing, but they must be alive to remember it. Now that they regained their senses, they frantically rushed towards the exit. They needed to escape this pirate bar, not knowing if the battles between them would affect them. One misstep could cost them their lives. They dared not gamble, for they were afraid of death. But as everyone rushed towards the entrance of the pirate bar, the entrance was so small and the crowd so large that most people got stuck at the door and couldn't escape from the bar. Kumo's size had doubled compared to before. With a hulking frame, he directly broke through the roof of the pirate bar, feeling the space was cramped. He began to wildly swing his claws. Those claws were a meter long, slashing through the air and creating a large hole in the pirate bar. Many people were even killed by Kumo's claws, their deaths extremely tragic. Perona gently patted Rowlin on the head and said, "Captain, what is going on with this guy? How did he manage to escape from the negative state?" Perona felt very disheartened. She had been working hard to train her abilities during this time and had used all her strength as a test during this period. She never expected that even her full-power negative ghost could be escaped from by Kyumo, making her feel as if her efforts during this time were in vain. Rowling yawned, slowly drifting out of Perona's embrace, meeting her gaze and saying, "He hasn't escaped your negative state. Right now, he is just forced to go berserk, and he has lost consciousness." Rowling said, "Do you want to try to defeat him?" Upon hearing Rowling's words, Perona quickly shook her head and waved her hand, saying, "Captain, let's forget it. She's just a girl. You shouldn't treat her like that." Rarely hearing Perona act cute, Rowling felt quite pleased. "It's okay. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. I'll find you some evenly matched opponents later." As he spoke, Rowling's body temperature began to rise, and he said, "This time, let me handle it." With that, the temperature around Rowling started to gradually increase, and flames began to swirl around his body. Rowling is Prometheus, so his proficiency with Prometheus is also very high. The high-level LV 3 Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame has turned Rowling's body golden. The rampaging Kaimo caught a glimpse of Prometheus out of the corner of his eye. His already foul-smelling mouth unconsciously widened, looking extremely disgusting. The fruit ability has not fully awakened, and instead of properly training his body and abilities, he treats it as his trademark, calling himself the rampaging bear, which is truly ridiculous. No wonder they say bears die of stupidity. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. After entering a rampaging state, Kaimo couldn't understand what Rowling meant by this, but subconsciousness does exist. His rage spread in his chest, and his claws, coated with armament hockey, came down mercilessly towards Prometheus. The air trembled with a whoosh sound, enough to show how terrifying this strike was. If it were someone else, even with armament hockey for defense, they would probably be shattered. But he was facing Prometheus, the Prometheus that could take down Big Mom. Kaido's dog dares to bark in front of me, really has guts. Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. Great fireball technique. This time, Rowling's great fireball technique used was not the usual high-temperature flame, but the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. That high temperature was definitely not something an ordinary flame could reach. The moment Rowling spat out the fireball, the surrounding temperature rose by dozens of degrees, igniting the wooden tables and chairs around him. Except for Perona, who was specially protected by Rowling, there was not a single intact place left in the bar at this moment. A massive fireball with a radius of about 3 meters, carrying golden high temperatures, flew mercilessly towards Kaimo. The golden fireball touched Kaimo's claws coated with armament hockey, and in an instant, Kaimo's claws were dissolved. A strong sense of pain surged directly to Kaimo's brain, but in his rampaging state, he didn't even know to cry out in pain, only letting out unconscious screams. It was truly unpleasant. Rowling watched as the fireball soared, directly smashing a large hole in Kaimo's abdomen. Immediately afterward, the Golden Emperor's burning flame spread across Kaimo's body, and in the blink of an eye, it completely engulfed him, leaving no trace behind. After swallowing all the flames nearby, Rowling let out a satisfied burp and said to Perona, "All right, now we don't have to pay anything. Let's go back to the ship and get some sleep. We should be able to leave this place in a day or two." Rowling lowered his body temperature again and let Perona hug him, enjoying the benefits that could only be experienced under Prometheus's mindset, and left the ruins of the bar together with Perona. Only a small number of people who escaped knew what happened here, and the current scene undoubtedly indicated who the victor was. It seems that soon, Prometheus's bounty would once again increase. After staying on Gaia Island for 2 days, Rowling and Perona explored the small island, which was no longer what it used to be. It had become just a small island with few interesting things, far less than the Shambody archipelago. Finally, when Rowling's patience was wearing thin and he planned to use the carrier to take Perona to Sky Island first, one Bland Kulik found them. Around 3 o'clock this afternoon, there was a massive updraft, but seeing Rowling hesitating, he asked, "But what?" "But this updraft is extremely strong. I personally don't mind riding this updraft to Sky Island, but the danger level is too high. It doesn't matter. No matter how high it is, you just need to take us to the location when the time comes." One Bland Kulik wanted to persuade Rowling, who was Prometheus, but Rowling completely ignored him and disappeared from One Bland Kulik's line of sight with Perona. "Captain, do we really have to take this updraft?" Perona felt that she had recently developed a habit of hugging Rowling in his Prometheus form. It was warm and very comforting. "You don't need to worry. If something really happens, I will use the carrier to take you to Sky Island." "Then why don't you take me up directly, Captain?" Rowling couldn't exactly tell Perona that he simply didn't want to be ridden by a woman. Of course, it was even more unlikely for a man. Perona chuckled softly. It was the first time she had seen Rowling show such an expression, but she didn't dwell on the reason. Soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Rowling and Perona piloted the ship, bringing 2 helpers to the location designated by one bland Kulik, who was directing them from a distance with a telescope and a phone bug, constantly instructing them to change their position. Rowling had a subtle bad premonition in his heart, which probably came from the sea below. This would be a nice experience. With this thought, Rowling looked up at the sky and said, "Sky Island, here I come." In the distance, on a small boat, one bland Kulik frowned as he looked at the sea below the singing pirates with a telescope, feeling as if he was being watched by something. This was not a good omen. How resilient is your pirate ship? Can it withstand a moment's powerful burst? You don't need to say much. Just tell me how long until the updraft arrives. Rowling closed his eyes in Perona's embrace and spoke to the phone bug. Seeing Rowling's impatient expression, Perona gently stroked him and said, "Don't worry." "I'm not worried," Rowling retorted. Was he the kind of person who lacked patience? Of course not. Just as Rowling was thinking this, the voice of Renbrand Kulik appeared in the snail phone. "It's coming soon. You must be prepared, understand?" Renbrand Kulik was relatively responsible, constantly emphasizing safety to Rowling. This was also why Rowling, despite finding him annoying, did not take action against him. The surface of the sea began to bubble, as if the water was boiling, and with the intensifying bubbles, the sea level started to surge. It seemed as if there was a hole beneath the seawater, with all the water rushing towards it, forming a massive whirlpool. The whirlpool seemed ready to swallow the pirate ship, but Rowling remained calm. He instructed the 2 helpers to continuously adjust the position of the sails so that the pirate ship could maintain a balance against the pull of the whirlpool, preventing it from being sucked in within a short time. "It's coming." The snail phone mimicked Renbrand Kulik's voice, and it was clear that he was also quite tense at this moment. Based on his experience, this updraft was definitely terrifying. It was the most powerful he had ever seen among updrafts. If things went badly, Prometheus and the others might end up with no remains. A flash of excitement crossed Rowling's eyes as he flew out from Perona's embrace, looking at the churning sea surface. At that moment, the sea erupted. A powerful updraft exploded in an instant, pushing the pirate ship directly skyward. Perona and the 2 crew members tightly clung to the sturdy objects around them to prevent themselves from sliding off the ship. At this point, the pirate ship was soaring at a 90-degree angle towards the sky. Below the ship was the continuously gushing seawater. If the scene were flipped 90 degrees, it would appear to be sailing normally. However, the strong wind made it difficult for anyone to hear each other. Once again, Rowling felt that anime was deceiving. He truly admired how Nami managed to navigate back then. How could she steer the ship safely towards a sky island? Was it really due to her exceptional sailing skills? It seemed that if he had the chance, he would need to visit the 4 seas to see the top-notch navigator Nami. Just as Rowling was thinking this, he saw a massive object falling from the sky. Was this ship dropping from the White Sea due to the updraft? In an instant, Rowling arrived at the answer that was closest to the truth. The 2 crew members stared wide-eyed, shouting as if trying to dispel their fear. But the speed was too fast and the wind was too loud to hear anything. Rowling was quite pleased to have some peace and quiet, while Perona, at this moment, looked at Rowling with great interest, as if asking him what to do next. The sky, which had been somewhat dim due to the updraft, appeared even grayer. A huge ship descended from the sky, and, judging by its size, it was about 4 times larger than the ship Rowling was currently piloting. If the 2 were to collide, there was no doubt that Rowling's pirate ship would be crushed to pieces. Transforming into his Prometheus form, Rowling's aura surged. Only he could suppress such a scene. Even if Perona used her ghost bombs, she would need hundreds of them to hold it back. And by the time she fired 100, it would probably be too late. Fortunately, Rowling had previously dealt with that useless group of Navy scum. And with the presence of karma on him, the power of his karma flame would be enhanced a bit. Let's see just how powerful the fully unleashed karma flame is. As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive aura of karma ignited into flames around Rowling, and the flames exuded a tremendous amount of resentment, transforming into ghostly blue skeletons that wailed in the air. Upon seeing this scene, Perona's eyes lit up. She thought those little skeletons were really adorable. Rowling did not notice Perona's shining eyes as the flames around him gathered in front. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed by. In an instant, a deafening sound surpassed the rising airflow beside him, and the 4 times larger ship was instantly reduced to nothing under Rowling's move. The ship's debris flew through the air, reminiscent of salt being scattered in the sky. The 2 assistants' eyes sparkled. They felt they had chosen the right person. With such a powerful captain, they believed they would definitely enjoy a prosperous future. As long as Prometheus had more crew members with their qualifications, how could they not also become a small team leader? At this moment, in the eyes of the two assistants, the wind didn't seem so strong anymore. It no longer felt like knives cutting their faces. And the noise was no longer deafening, as if the whole world was beautiful. However, why could they see their bodies gradually drifting away? When they realized it, the two assistants felt their eyelids were very heavy, so heavy that they couldn't open their eyes at all. Gradually, they closed their eyes, no longer having any breath. These two assistants had no idea how they died. Only Rowling had noticed a hint of what was happening. Perona. Rowling flew directly towards Perona without any hesitation. And during the flight, he manipulated his body to continuously grow larger. Expand. Giant eyes. Rowling's body, like the sun, grew to a certain size and rapidly descended towards Perona. That shadow just now was incredibly fast and powerful, directly shattering Rowling's pirate ship. That thing that looked like a tail had killed the two crew members instantly, while Perona, being closer to Rowling, had narrowly escaped disaster. However, Perona couldn't use moonwalk, and without the things on the pirate ship to stabilize her, she began to fall. But Perona was not afraid because she believed that Rowling would definitely catch her. Sure enough, just as she was about to fall from the sky, Rowling, in his Prometheus form, caught Perona steadily. It was the first time Perona was carried by Rowling in his Prometheus form. Surrounded by flames, she felt no harm at all. This feeling of being protected made Perona's heart flutter. With Perona secured in the center of his body, Rowling looked solemnly at the black shadow in the updraft. He suddenly recalled what Wumble and Kulik had told him. This updraft was the most dangerous in history, coupled with his earlier bad premonition. It seemed that the reason for the terrifying nature of the updraft was indeed because of that creature. Rowling frowned slightly, looking at the shadow rising in the updraft, feeling an immense headache. Originally, he had waited a long time because of the pirate ship and those two helpers, but he never expected that it was precisely because of this updraft that he lost his ship, and the helpers were directly gone as well. Moreover, based on Rowling's speculation, those two helpers probably didn't even know how they died. He had been too careless just now. Otherwise, he would never have let this guy succeed. Perona. I feel so unlucky. Rowling looked at Perona, who was sitting on him, with a rather helpless expression. Perona had a smile on her face, lying comfortably on Rowling, enjoying the sinking sensation. She rolled over on him and said, "Captain, you're so comfortable." Hearing Perona's remark, Rowling was speechless. Was it really due to differing worldviews? Shouldn't girls be screaming and saying they're scared at a time like this? Not wanting to dwell on this issue, Rowling turned his gaze back to the black shadow in the rising air current. The black shadow moved effortlessly in the upsurging water, the force of the rising sea unable to hinder it at all. Suddenly, the speed of the black shadow increased sharply, and its scaly tail shot out from the updraft, striking towards Rowling. I was careless just now, which allowed you to take advantage. Do you think you could defeat me now? Facing the black tail, Rowling was completely unfazed. Although he didn't know the names of those two lackeys, he considered it revenge for them. So now, please die right where you are. Rowling took a deep breath, and a huge golden red fireball was launched towards the tail. However, the black tail was pulled back by the shadow, as if it sensed the threat posed by the fireball. The fireball fell into the upward current of seawater, evaporating a large amount of steam. Even the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame could not withstand such a massive water impact. After all, once the fireball was released, it had no follow-up power, and without energy support, it was normal for it to be worn down by the seawater. The shadow used the upward current as its fortress, occasionally swinging its tail and continuously attacking Rowling. Through these attacks, Rowling realized what the shadow was. It was clearly a flood dragon, at least 10,000 meters long. Its body was hidden in the upward current. Only a glimpse of the shadow could be seen, but now it was indeed shocking to Rowling. Ding! Detected that the host is shocked by the flood dragon among the Sea Kings. Evaluation. A obtained. I technique white eye. The electronic voice echoed in Rowling's mind, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system. Just in time, he needed a powerful auxiliary skill. In the emergence of the white, I provided him with a very strong reconnaissance method. At this moment, Rowling was in the Prometheus form. Although he could unleash the no-blade flow, without the enhancement of the sword god bloodline, he could not cut through the upward water flow that had a radius of at least 7,000 meters. Truly deserving of the title of the most powerful upward current in history. It was spectacular, and now with the white eye, it meant that the flood dragon Sea King could no longer hide. Rowling slowly closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, rolling her eyes. There are no sinister blood vessels around Rowland's eyes, only his white pupils scanning the surroundings. With a 360 field of vision and powerful penetration, Rowlin truly has his eyes opened. If the 10,000-meter Sea King were in the ocean, it might have some trouble, but in this rising airflow, let's see how you can hide. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. Rowling's chest was gathering two completely different types of flames, which repelled each other and could not merge at all. As if he had long anticipated this outcome, Rowling tried hard to direct the explosion forward. Send you away. 1,000 miles away. Go. A wicked smile appeared on Rowling's lips, as if he could already see the miserable state of the Dragon King upon its death. A bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. With a hiss, a ghostly blue flame and a golden red flame surged into the rising current of the seawater. This time, with Rowling continuously providing energy output, even the rising current could not hinder the penetration of the two beams of flames. With a sizzling sound, the two beams pierced through the chest of the Dragon King, and Rowling heard its furious roar. The Dragon King's head shot out from the continuously rising water column, and with its mouth wide open, it unleashed a massive torrent of water. Like a high-pressure water gun, its penetrating power was incredibly fierce. Rowling's heart stirred as he made a flip in the air, dodging the attack from the Sea Dragon King class. At this moment, his eyes were filled with gravity. Rowling now understood that the difference between a 10,000-meter Sea King and a 5,000-meter Sea King was truly significant. The wounds caused by those two massive beams, in Rowling's eyes, were utterly trivial compared to the 10,000-meter body. The sky was ominously dark, as if there were an invisible cover enveloping Rowling and the Sea Dragon King class. The Sea Dragon King class, having missed its strike, did not rush. Instead, it concealed itself once again within the rising water column, as if to say, "It's okay. The journey is still long." This frustrated Rowling greatly. "Perona, although a bit troublesome, I really want to kill this Sea King." Perona looked at Rowling, then at the Sea Dragon King class swimming in the water column, and curiously asked, "Captain, its size is just too enormous. The wounds we inflict can't possibly deal it a heavy blow." Rowling nodded in agreement and said, "Yeah, I only just realized how troublesome it is to deal with Sea Kings at a depth of 10,000 meters." At the same time, Rowling also recognized how terrifying the existence of Sea Kings truly is. If such a rare Sea King could be summoned so easily, then it seems that there are very few people in this world who could stop the power of the Sea King. This must be why the three ancient weapons attract so many people's attention. Because it's truly terrifying. This kind of power, even Rowling himself, envies it greatly. Rowling and the 10,000-meter Sea King were locked in a stalemate. He understood that killing this 10,000-meter Sea King was incredibly difficult. Nevertheless, Rowling did not give up on the idea of wanting to kill it. This beast not only destroyed his ship, but also killed the two crew members aboard. As someone who is extremely protective of his own, Rowling had a principle. As long as someone belonged to his crew, only he could kill them. Anyone else who killed them should be prepared to be killed by him. He couldn't help but wonder if those two crew members would be deeply moved if they knew Rowling's thoughts. "Perona, do you want to experience what excitement feels like?" Upon hearing Rowling's words, Perona quickly nodded. "Of course. I love exciting things, especially things I've never done before. I'm really looking forward to it." Subconsciously, Rowling glanced at Perona, but seeing her innocent face, he felt he must have been thinking the wrong way. Rowling's face rarely showed a serious expression. Since that was the case, the event about to unfold would surely be one of the most unforgettable experiences for you. As the words fell, Rowling's aura soared into the sky, flames wrapping around him like a royal robe. Perona looked at Rowling in disbelief, feeling that at this moment, Rowling's Prometheus form was unprecedentedly handsome. The flames surged continuously, enveloping Perona within Rowling's body. Rowling's fiery form was not high in temperature inside. It was warm and comfortable for Perona. However, on the outside, it was covered with LV. 3 Golden Emperors burning heaven flame, which was terrifying. Rowling had done enough to protect Perona, but it seemed he had forgotten that in such a situation, Perona could see nothing. However, at this moment, Rowling no longer cared. The most powerful was continuously surging around him as he charged towards the water column. The flames soared into the sky, appearing like red silk draped over the heavens. The red silk slowly wrapped around the rising water column, and hissing sounds emerged as a large amount of water vapor spread into the air. This was not the end. Rowling was continually squeezing into the water column. Even though the seawater was rising, its temperature became increasingly scalding due to Rowling's movements. Burning heaven and boiling sea. At this moment, Rowling truly seemed to have transformed into the sun, with flames flowing from him that even the continuously rising seawater could not extinguish. Instead, the temperature was rapidly rising. In just a short moment, the nearby seawater began to boil. The sea dragon, a king of the ocean, became agitated. Its eyes turned red, and its beastly gaze fixated on Rowling. Its tail lashed out at Rowling, and its mouth continuously tried to bite him. No matter how it attacked, whether by lashing or biting, it could not land a hit on Rowling. On the contrary, the high temperature emanating from Rowling caused the black scales of the 10,000-meter sea king to fall off, revealing the red flesh underneath. The blazing fire on Rowling seemed like a varnishing worker, wildly painting everything in its path with his brush, darting around with the wind, recklessly devouring everything. The golden red flames, under Rowling's control, seemed to have a consciousness of their own, gradually wrapping around the Sea King-class creature. Since those wounds were too small for you, let's just cook you alive. Yes, Rowling intended to cook it, to boil this 10,000-meter Sea King. It must be said that this is a crazy idea. But Rowling is inherently a crazy person, so it's not surprising for him to do such a thing. The heavens and earth serve as a cage, with the continuously rising seawater for cooking and the Golden Emperor's flame used for heating. Rowling didn't believe it couldn't be boiled to death. If 1 hour wasn't enough, then 2 hours. If 2 hours weren't enough, then 3 hours. Rowling would make this lovely sea dragon regret appearing before him and provoking him. On the surface of the sea, under the prediction of Windblown Kulik, he narrowly escaped such a massive upwelling current. The area of this upwelling current far exceeded Windblown Kulik's own prediction. He looked up at the continuously rising seawater, feeling that the scene before him was simply unbelievable. Hopefully, they could reach the Sky Island safely. Sighing, Windblown Kulik steered the small boat towards Gaia Island. Anyway, he had already received the payment. He didn't know them, and even if he died, he wouldn't be sad. At most, he would feel a bit regretful. But the next second, Windblown Kulik saw the entire sky seem to be covered by red silk, which slowly wrapped around the entire water column, looking as if it were going to squeeze into the water column. What on earth was this? It was an unprecedented updraft. How could it be intercepted? Although Windblown Kulik didn't know what was happening, he understood that nothing could stop the updraft, because that was the power of the sea. However, not long after this thought, Windblown Kulik felt as if his worldview was about to collapse. That red silk actually cut through the middle of the water column. Moreover, the steam produced by the high temperature surged continuously, making it difficult for Windblown Kulik to see clearly for a moment. How could this be possible? This was the strongest updraft in history, and it was intercepted just like that. Ding! The host's powerful strength left Windblown Kulik incredibly shocked. Evaluation. SSS, reward. Complete fusion technique. Ding! The previous incomplete fusion technique has automatically merged into the complete fusion technique. Hearing the system's words, Rowling felt that it was better to come early than to come at the right time. Right now, he just needed a spark. Brr, my little universe. Accompanied by Rowling's low roar, blue silk appeared outside the red silk, and the two silks intertwined, expanding the silk threefold in an instant. This blue silk was the bone spirit cold fire. Heavy as clouds, it pressed tightly on the upwelling current, like fiery clouds stretching for thousands of meters. Rowling was now unleashing the full power of the Prometheus form, his mental energy starting to be heavily drained. But so what? Watching the sea dragon's painful expression, Rowling felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. This was still far from enough. Far from enough. Rowling's tone revealed madness. He decided to add more fire. Fiery heartburn. One skeleton after another appeared again, intertwining with the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame and the bone spirit cold fire. This was no longer 111, but 100,000,100,100. Each kind of flame was at 100 power. Red flames burn the clouds, and fiery atmosphere fills the void. This was truly burning heaven and boiling the sea. As Rowling's words fell, the entire upwelling current exploded violently, crashing down from the sky to the sea surface, stirring up towering waves. Now's the time. Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. Fiery heartburn. Bone spirit cold fire. Hear my command. Great fusion technique. 10,000 flames burning heaven. The body of the 10,000-meter sea dragon was exposed to the air the moment the upwelling current exploded, and after high temperatures, large patches of its scales had fallen off. Without the obstruction of seawater, Rowling could ensure the flames hit the sea dragon with maximum force. Its body began to shrink, gathering the power of the three flames in its chest. Under the coordination of the great fusion technique, although the properties of the three flames were completely different, they achieved a strange balance. There was no explosion like before. In the sky, the sea dragon fell down, without seawater. It lost its ability to move and could only serve as a meat target for Rowling to butcher. So now please die. As Rowling's words fell, the sea dragon's body was engulfed by flames. Watching the sea dragon consumed by fire, Rowling squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. This sea creature was incredibly difficult to kill. This time, Rowling had almost exhausted all his trump cards. And with the great fusion technique that the system happened to extract from Wemblin Kulik, he barely managed to kill this sea creature. Otherwise, Rowling guessed that this sea creature would only be heavily injured, and he would never have been able to kill it. Sometimes, luck can also be considered a kind of strength. Rowling gradually extinguished the flames, returning to Prometheus's ordinary state, and released Perona once again. Perona, just consider what I said earlier as if you hadn't heard it. After all, when I forgot to protect you within my body, you couldn't see anything at all. Rowling carried Perona, and his voice reached her ears. Perona, who had seen the light of day again, had a bright smile on her face. She shook her head and gently leaned on Rowling, saying, "Captain, that's not true. Although I haven't experienced anything thrilling, I have seen the most beautiful scenery." Hearing Perona's words, Rowling followed her gaze into the distance and saw a bridge above them. The bridge was adorned with 7 different colors, shimmering under the sunlight. Due to the large amount of water vapor in the air, this rainbow bridge was unique. Even Rowling was seeing such a colossal rainbow bridge for the first time. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and Rowling pushed the recent battle out of his mind, staring blankly at the beautiful sight before him. It wasn't just Rowling and Perona. Everyone on Gaia Island and in the nearby waters who saw this scene stopped their actions, gazing up at the sky, wanting to imprint this beautiful view in their hearts. It was hard to tell how long it had been before Rowling came back to his senses from the stunning scenery. Softly saying, "Yes, this view is truly beautiful," Perona lazily lay on Rowling, savoring this moment together with him. She suddenly realized that perhaps, aside from the eerie things that ghosts could attract her attention, this breathtaking moment in front of her made her feel even more beautiful. "Captain, maybe I've changed for you," she said, and then closed her eyes. Rowling called softly, but Perona did not respond. Only the steady sound of breathing answered him. It seems that Perona's tense nerves had relaxed, allowing her to fall asleep in an instant. Rowling turned back to glance at the moment of desperation. A signature bad smile reappeared on his face. He wrapped Perona back in his body to make her a bit more comfortable as she slept, then soared into the sky. Without the constraints of the pirate ship, Rowling's speed reached its peak. The Sky Island was located 10,000 meters above the Grand Line, where the air was extremely thin. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand such an environment, which would significantly reduce their combat abilities. At that moment, Rowling was floating on the white ocean with the sleeping Perona, gazing at the infinite horizon, feeling in a great mood. He wasn't the least bit angry about the person he had just encountered. Just before entering the Sky Island, Rowling had been stopped by someone who wanted to collect 10 billionik, the currency of the Sky Island, equivalent to 100,000 berries. If Rowling had been in the position of a Marine Admiral, he might have paid it. But what was his current identity? He was a pirate, the captain of the Saint's Song Pirates. How could he casually pay 100,000 berries? Moreover, he was well aware that the people of the Sky Island were extremely unfriendly towards those from the Grand Line. The natives of the Sky Island referred to it, and the island of Gaia, which had drifted there hundreds of years ago, as the Land of Gods. The Land of Gods had a unique set of laws that prevailed during Enel's reign, designed to easily turn those from the Grand Line into criminals and entice them to commit more crimes, serving as a warning to the Sky people. The punitive measures were chilling. For example, someone who obstructed public affairs would be subjected to cloud drift. What is cloud drift? To put it simply, it involves tying a person to a ship and letting them drift on the island's clouds. At first glance, it seems harmless, but one must understand that the White Sea is fraught with dangers, including what the people of the Sky Island call cloud beasts. The ferocity of the cloud beasts is comparable to the sea kings of the Grand Line, and in terms of agility, they might even surpass them. Furthermore, even if one does not encounter a cloud beast, they could die of hunger or, more likely, thirst. It could be said that this is a direct death sentence. Just moments ago, Rowling had seemingly inadvertently obstructed public affairs, but he didn't care about that. What could be more important than enjoying the scenery? After an unknown amount of time, Perona finally stirred awake on Rowling's body, letting out a soft sound as she slowly opened her eyes. "Captain, have we arrived at the Sky Island?" Rowling nodded and said, "Yes, we have now arrived at the Sky Island." Hearing Rowling's response, Perona poked her head out from the flames and observed the surrounding environment. All she could see was a sea of white. The white clouds rolled and swayed. A gentle breeze blew, and the fierce sun breathed above. Just the scene before her made Perona slightly part her cherry lips, looking somewhat astonished. Rowling drifted on the white sea with Perona for a while, finally spotting a small island in the distance. "Perona, let's go check out that island." Okay, Captain, Perona nodded. She had become very obedient now, which pleased Rowling. With Rowling's full-speed sailing, they soon arrived at the island. As they stepped onto the island, they heard the sound of soft chords. Following the sound, Rowling saw an angel with light yellow braids that ended in a ball shape on her head, and a pair of small wings on her back, playing the harp by the shore. The gentle harp music danced with her fair, delicate fingers, weaving together notes that echoed along the coast. It was melodious and enchanting. Perona's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a rare species, and she pointed at the angel, saying, "Captain, look, it's an angel. If there's an angel, could there be something like a succubus?" Perona's first thought was indeed those strange things. There won't be, Perona, and I don't like either succubi or angels. Besides, she's not an angel, just an islander. Although Rowland's tone was somewhat helpless, the affection in his eyes was clear to anyone. Rowling doesn't like the Sky Islanders very much, as they occupy others' homes and look down on those who come here from the Grand Line. Moreover, each of them is proud and arrogant, similar to some mermaids or fishmen, which makes Rowling extremely disgusted. Perona's voice easily reached Cornus's ears on the empty coast. Cornus stopped playing, looked up towards the source of the sound, which was in her upper left. She saw a monster like the sun, carrying a beautiful girl, slowly descending toward her. Rowling retracted his giant form, and Perona reluctantly climbed down from him. However, she soon became distracted by Cornus and jogged over to her, watching Perona and the monster behind her approach. Cornus's already pale cheeks turned even paler. Perona wasn't the main concern. It was Rowling that mattered. As Cornus saw Rowling getting closer, her body trembled even more, and she fell off her chair, screaming in terror. "Kusai! Kusai! It's a monster, Kusai!" It was unclear if it was due to her overwhelming fear, but Rowling could even see a puddle of unknown liquid beneath Cornus. This infuriated Rowling. Although he was in the Prometheus form, he shouldn't be this terrifying. Frowning, Rowling directly appeared in front of Cornus and questioned, "Monster? Who's the monster? Can you give me an answer? Otherwise, do you believe I will eat you?" He opened his mouth wide as a gesture. Cornus collapsed on the ground. She saw endless flames inside Rowling's mouth, reminding her of a story her father told her when she was little. Fear spread in her heart, and as her eyes rolled back, she fainted. Ding! Due to the host's terrifying appearance, Cornus was shocked and fainted. Evaluation: SSS, reward: a drop of the three-legged golden crow's lifeblood. The three-legged golden crow, also known as the sunbird, represents the sun and is a famous divine bird in mythology. A drop of its lifeblood has a high probability of allowing the host to gain true solar fire. Hearing the system's words, Rowling was very excited. After all, this was a divine bird from mythology. How could he not be thrilled? Consequently, Rowling's gaze towards Cornus softened a lot. "This time, I'll forgive your rudeness," Rowling said softly, then addressed the system. System, immediately use the three-legged golden crow's lifeblood. Ding! Beginning to use the three-legged golden crow's lifeblood. Merging with the host's Prometheus form. Ding! Merging. 150999100. Merge successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening true solar fire LV1. True solar fire is extraordinary and unattainable in the world, the foremost among all fires. Once true fire is unleashed, all other fires are inferior and must submit. The system's electronic voice echoed continuously in Rowling's mind, and then something even more delightful happened. Ding! Due to the true solar fire, the upgraded from LV3 to LV4 and upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Ding! Due to the true solar fire, the host gained true solar fire sword intent, which can be used in different forms. A series of electronic sounds echoed in Rowland's mind, causing his previously furrowed brows to relax instantly, and his mood improved immensely. Feeling the immense power flowing through his body, Rowland's gaze towards Cornus became increasingly gentle. Originally intending to burn her alive, he thought to spare her life for now. Just as Rowland was contemplating this, Cornus slowly awakened from her unconscious state. She felt as though she had been trapped in a long, long dream. The dream was filled with raging flames, with the sky and earth both stained crimson, and the searing heat was unbearable, creating a hellish scene that replayed in her mind. The people around her were wailing in agony, and above, a monstrous figure, entirely red and resembling a sun, laughed maniacally. This monster was the source of the disaster in Cornus's dream, known among the Sky Islanders as Kusa. Just as Kusa charged towards Cornus with its wild laughter, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, sitting up in terror. However, as soon as she sat up, she saw Rowland again. This time, she did not make any sudden movements. She merely trembled, quietly watching Rowland, waiting for his decision. She knew that with her own strength, it was impossible to resist the legendary monster Kusa. Rowling was in an unprecedentedly good mood. It's important to know that the sun's true fire is a very good thing. He didn't mind Cornus' rudeness. Instead, he watched with great interest and teased, "Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Upon hearing Rowling's words, Cornus naturally understood what he meant. Did she really need to say how it felt? Of course, it was uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Cornus subtly nodded. "Then let us go home. In this situation, if someone familiar sees us, it would be quite embarrassing." After Rowling finished speaking, he turned to Perona and said, "Perona, take the harp. Let us go sit at her house for a while. By the way, I want to ask some questions." Hearing this from Rowling, Cornus's pupils constricted, and she quickly shook her head and said, "Lord Kusa, if you want to eat me, just eat me alone." Before Cornus could finish her sentence, Rowling directly interrupted. "Wait a minute. Why are you calling me Kusa? Did you get something wrong?" Rowling felt like he had discovered the reason why Cornus was so afraid of him. Upon hearing Rowling's words, Cornus had a strange expression on her face, but due to Rowling's authority, she said, "Aren't you the legendary Lord Kusa?" "Kusa? Sorry, I've never heard of that. This is my first time coming to Sky Island." Although she didn't know if Rowling was lying, Cornus couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in her heart. Rowling sighed. He wasn't completely unreasonable. He wouldn't eat anyone. Even if he were forced to, he would find it disgusting. On the contrary, he thought it would be better for her to hurry back and tidy up. Cornus's eyes were fixed on Rowling, and ultimately, she nodded. She got up from the ground and jogged towards her home, with Rowling and Perona following behind, and they soon arrived at Cornus's house. Cornus's home wasn't very large, but it had the warmth of a home. Every little item was neatly arranged, and there was no dust in the house, indicating that Cornus's housekeeping skills were quite good. The first thing Cornus did when she got home was rush to the bathroom to wash off the dirt from her body. The Sky Island was located in the sky, and water resources were extremely abundant. As the water poured over her, Cornus's initially fearful heart gradually calmed down, but she realized she seemed to have forgotten something. Warm water dripped down Cornus's curves onto the floor, and she stared blankly at the flowing water, regretting her carelessness earlier. She had rushed into the bathroom as soon as she entered the door, which made her forget to grab her clothes. She couldn't just wear the dirty little pants she had taken off earlier, could she? That would make washing them pointless. But with Rowling and Perona in the living room, she couldn't just walk out to get them, could she? If she did that, it would be quite awkward. All right, wasn't there another girl? As they were both women, it should be fine, right? With this thought, Cornus's eyes lit up. She slightly opened the door and said, "Perona, could you bring me a set of clothes from my room? I forgot to grab them." If she remembered correctly, that girl's name was indeed Perona, as Rowling had just called her that. Perona, who was curiously observing the living room, heard Cornus's voice coming from the bathroom and glanced at Rowling. After seeing Rowling nod, Perona walked toward the room. The reason Perona was so sure it was Cornus's room was that there was a pink musical note sticker on the door. Entering Cornus's room, Perona casually opened the wardrobe, looked at the clothes inside, and with an unknown smile on her face, she bent down and selected 2 pieces of pure white intimate clothing before heading toward the bathroom. With a mischievous smile, Perona gently knocked on the bathroom door. Cornus opened a small gap, and Perona placed the 2 pieces of pure white intimate clothing into Cornus's hands, then jogged back to the living room. Rowling looked at Perona's smile and felt a bit curious. "Aren't you going to deliver clothes? What happened that made you so happy?" Hearing Rowling's words, Perona just smiled and shook her head, sitting beside Rowling and gently holding him in her arms. Feeling the overwhelming happiness again, what else could Rowling say? Unlike the tranquility in the living room, Cornus in the bathroom felt a tremendous headache. The moment she got the clothes, Cornus found it very strange how light they were. But when she opened her hand and saw the white underwear quietly lying in her palm, Cornus's heart dropped to the bottom. This guy. Cornus could already imagine Perona's mischievous smile when she found her clothes. There was no way around it. Cornus called out Perona's name several times in the bathroom, but Perona did not respond. As for Rowling, he wouldn't go out of his way to let Perona know what was going on. He believed Perona had her own judgment. Since she didn't move after hearing Cornus's words, she must have her own considerations. After calling Perona's name for a while and seeing no sign of her coming, Cornus sighed while looking at the underwear in her hand. At least it's just a piece of clothing. I could just hurry back to my room to change. With that thought, Cornus bit her lower lip, changed her clothes, opened the bathroom door, and rushed out, ignoring the gazes of Perona and Rowling in the living room, wanting to return to her room to change into something normal. However, Rowling didn't know Cornus's thoughts. He directly called out to her, "Stop. Where are you going?" Cornus's body trembled, and she instinctively replied, I plan to go back and change clothes. This outfit is too. Change what clothes? Didn't they say girls take forever to change? I don't have that much time to waste here. I have many things I want to ask you. Now, sit down in front of me immediately. Although Rowlin forgave Cornus for her previous rudeness, it didn't mean she could recklessly waste her time. The malevolent aura around her spread out, making Cornus feel the temperature in the room drop by at least 5 degrees. Cornus was already dressed very lightly, and now her body instinctively trembled from the cold. However, Rowlin didn't care at all. Since she wasn't of her own, why bother caring so much? Driven by the fear spreading in her heart, Cornus tried her best to sit calmly in her seat. The feeling of shame continued to spread, and her beautiful face turned bright red, though it was hard to tell if it was because she had just taken a bath. They say that a girl fresh out of the water is the most beautiful, and Rowlin looked at Cornus, sitting in her seat with an appreciative gaze, and asked, You kept calling me Kusa before, but what exactly is Kusa? Cornus lowered her head, not daring to look at Rowlin or Perona. Kusa was an evil legend that almost everyone on the Sky Island knew. According to the legend, Kusa looked like the sun, surrounded by flames, loved to destroy all beautiful things in sight, and also liked to eat people. Cornus secretly glanced at Rowlin and, seeing no sign of anger on her face, breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's a very disgusting and terrifying monster. Rowlin pondered for a long time after hearing Cornus's words, and then said, So this is why you call me Kusa when you see me? Cornus nodded and replied, In the Sky Island, no matter who it is, when children cry, their parents will say that if they keep crying, Kusa will come and eat them, and then we would stop crying. It turns out it has already reached the point of making children stop crying. Rowlin thought to himself upon hearing this. Rowlin never expected to hear such a story in the Sky Island. This was something that was not depicted in the original work before his crossing. As if recalling something, Cornus added, In the Sky Island, the other layer of coldness from Kusa is the sun. Do you hate the sun? This puzzled Rowlin. Clearly living in the Sky Island, they were closer to the sun compared to the Grand Line, so why would they dislike it? After thinking for a moment, Cornus replied, It's not that we hate it, but we definitely don't like it. After all, Kusa's image is the sun. Upon hearing this, Rowlin felt something was strange. Suddenly, he recalled that the person who had stopped him earlier showed no signs of fear. Could it be that he had never heard of Kusa's infamous reputation? But that didn't make sense, as Cornus had just mentioned that this was a legend known to almost all the people of the Sky Island, and it had left quite a shadow in their childhood. An idea was born in Rowling's mind. Rowling asked Cornus, Is the prosecutor outside the kingdom of God an empty islander? Upon hearing Rowling's words, Cornus's expression changed, as if she thought of something bad. He is not an empty islander, but a Qinghai person. I'm sorry, I can't say any more, otherwise I will die. Cornus curled up into a ball, as if this could give her a sense of security. Seeing Cornus's state, Rowling confirmed his inner thoughts. Perona, it seems our timing here is quite clever. Captain, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand, Perona said. Without answering Perona, Rowling turned to Cornus and said, Let me guess why you dare not continue. Is it because not long ago, there appeared a person who claimed to be a god? He defeated your leader Gamfer, and then implemented a monarchy? Anyone who opposes him has been executed by his thunderous means. Plus, with his mind network, he can monitor the activities of everyone on the entire island. So that's why you don't dare to speak, right? Cornus's cherry lips slightly parted. She looked at Rowling in disbelief, as if asking him how he knew. Although she did not understand the messy abilities he mentioned, she knew that the truth was just as Rowling said. Even secretly insulting that tyrannical god behind his back could lead to being struck down by sudden thunder from the sky. Her father was killed right before her eyes because of this. That's why she didn't dare to say those words. Suddenly, Cornus thought of something. Her eyes widened, filled with infinite fear, trembling as she pointed at Rowling, stammering, You must be Kusa, right? Kusa has the ability to know everything, you. Rowling looked at Cornus with some speechlessness. He originally thought he had removed the label of Kusa from her heart, but unexpectedly, his previous pretentious words had made the timid Cornus terrified again. Yes, everything you say is right. I am Kusa. Since you have discovered my true identity, please cooperate with me. No matter what I say, you must answer me properly. Can you do that? Cornus quickly nodded, looking very serious, but to Rowling, it seemed somewhat absurd. Holding back laughter in his heart, Rowling rolled his eyes and said, Where are shells abundantly produced on Sky Island? Where do the Sandia people currently live? Where's your sacred place, Sandora? Rowling asked Cornus many things he didn't quite understand, and he learned a lot of other interesting tidbits from it. For example, the reason for the conflict between the Shandians and the Sky people was not only because the Sky people occupied their homeland, but also due to their differing beliefs. The Shandians have a strong faith in the sun. They consider the sun to be sacred, selflessly providing warmth to all things with its light. On the other hand, the Sky People, because of Kusa, are not very fond of the sun, and there are even some crazy individuals who have said they want to blow up the sun. However, based on his memories, Rowling understood why the Sky People had an evil legend based on the sun. If Rowling remembered correctly, it could be found in the opening page of a certain chapter of the manga that most of the residents of Angel Island are descendants of Moon People, who descended to Blue Planet due to a lack of energy. Rowling also knew that Enel planned to use the Arc Maxim to go to the Infinite Land, which is the moon. If he hadn't confirmed that he was now in the world of One Piece, Rowling would have thought he had arrived in the world of Naruto. As for the moon and the Infinite Land, Rowling didn't take them seriously at all. To him, it was completely just a figment of imagination, perhaps merely a distortion of the legends of Skypiea. Not to mention anything else, just consider how to solve the problem of air. On the other side, Enel sat high on his throne, resting his face on his hand, leaning back in a light slumber, but was disturbed by someone. This person was the prosecutor from outside the land of the gods. After seeing Rowling ignore him and rush past, he quickly found Enel. Kneeling before Enel, he cried out, my lord, there are intruders." Enel, disturbed from his sleep, opened his eyes to look at the person kneeling before him. "Oh, intruders. This should be the first intruder I've encountered since coming here, right?" "Yes, my lord. They are people from the Blue Sea, lower-class people. They are insulting the glory of the gods." This prosecutor was also from the Blue Sea, but his ability to say such words showed that he had forgotten everything for the sake of wealth and power. He had forgotten his hometown, forgotten his dignity, just to cater to his own desires. Looking at the Blue Sea person kneeling before him, Enel's long eyes scrutinized him back and forth. "Tell me their characteristics." "My lord, I clearly remember the appearance of that intruder. He is like a red fireball, looking like the sun, and he has some on his back. It should be a woman." Hearing this, Enel's brows furrowed deeply. He muttered softly, "Kazan? My lord, what did you say?" "I didn't hear clearly." The prosecutor couldn't hear Enel's soft mutter because it was too quiet. "Nothing. I've troubled you this time." "Not a trouble at all, my lord." "You are too." Before he could finish his sentence, a blue lightning bolt flashed, and the prosecutor lost all breath. "But I no longer need you. A person who has forgotten his hometown, I will never show mercy." Enel stood up from his throne, wearing a white headscarf, long earlobes hanging on his shoulders with earrings. Bare-chested, with thunder drums on his back, golden rings on his hands, and holding a golden staff. He wore lantern pants on his lower body, barefoot, with rings on his toes. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, spreading his arms as if embracing this land, this nation rooted in the sky. Its foundation was inherently against nature. The earth had its place, people had their place, and gods had their place. Each should return to where they belong. I want to pull everyone down from the sky to the ground. That is nature, then piloting the Arc Maxim back to the infinite land above. Only there is the world of my dreams. Enel paused and continued. Even if Kazan appears, so what? I am a god, a true god, accompanied by Enel's loud proclamation. The originally boundless sky quickly became overcast with dark clouds and rolling thunder. The heart network combined with electric waves, and Enel seemed to transform into a truly omniscient deity, probing everything on this island. Soon, he found Kazan located on Angel Island. That is, Rowling, who had transformed into the form of Prometheus. With a flash of his figure, Enel quickly rushed towards Rowling. He did not intend to notify the priests, not to mention whether these priests would be frightened at the mention of Kazan. Just based on his extremely arrogant personality, he wanted to duel with the legendary Kazan to see who was stronger, him or the legendary Kazan. Finally, Rowling had finished asking all the questions he wanted to ask and returned Cornus to her room. After receiving Rowling's permission, Cornus immediately ran toward her room and slammed the door shut. Rowling and Perona exchanged a smile, but in the next second, the continuous thunderclouds came crashing down. The sky seemed to split open with countless cracks, each crack revealing blue lightning flashing through. The thunderclouds grew darker, and the blinding lightning seemed ready to tear apart the heavy curtain of the sky, making the air feel very tense. Even Perona sensed something strange. "Captain, is something happening?" Rowling nodded and flew out of Perona's embrace. Yes, he was being targeted by someone who claimed to be a god. He added, "Take good care of Cornus. After all, she has shared so much with us." Perona stood up from the sofa, opened the door without knocking, and walked in directly. A fleeting glimpse. Rowling seemed to have seen something he shouldn't have. Shaking off unnecessary thoughts, Rowling left the room and slowly ascended, looking at the heavy thunderclouds. He spoke. "Are you not going to show yourself? Does the god really fear me?" Boom! As Rowlin's words fell, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel flashed across the sky, striking the ground right in front of him. Rowling showed no intention of dodging as he watched Enel slowly emerge from the thunder. Rowling raised his eyebrows and said, "As expected of a god, you really are quite unique." Enel took Rowling's words and proudly lifted his head, saying, "Are you the legendary Kusa?" "Kusa, yes. I am indeed the legendary Kusa." Rowling was not polite at all. It seemed that this legend was tailor-made for him. Why not take advantage of it? After all, this identity didn't require him to be a good person. Was he afraid of such a little bad reputation? Enel, upon hearing Rowling generously accept the name of Kurosaki, felt a bit nervous despite his usual pride. He was born in Burka, which was also a sky island, and had heard many tales about Kurosaki. For instance, ruthless, invincible, and able to know anything, and so on. But still, as he always said, so what? He was a god. Yaha, Kurosaki, I admire you. I can give you a chance to become my subordinate. Enel waved his lightning rod and pointed at Rowling's body. His body was surrounded by small blue lightning bolts, slowly floating upwards. After reaching a certain height, Enel looked down at Rowling from above. "Ha ha, are all so-called gods this arrogant? How about I give you a chance to become my lapdog? I wonder if you are willing. Oh, by the way, if you refuse, I will kill you." Rowling could sense that Enel was a kindred spirit, and because of this, he could foresee that Enel would absolutely never submit to him. As expected, when Rowling said this, a flash of infinite hatred crossed Enel's eyes, and his memories seemed to return to the past. At that time, Sky Island Burka had not yet been destroyed by him. At that time, he was just a child without parents. At that time, he was bullied by the children on the street. Those children treated him like a dog, a toy that could be easily slaughtered. In the end, their fate was to be killed by Enel, who had eaten the rumble fruit, and they were all slaughtered, along with the entire Burka, disappearing from the map of Sky Island. Now, Rowling wanted to make himself his dog, but with the power he possessed, Enel made a choice once again, to kill him, even if he was the legendary Kusan. Yahaha, it's really been a long time since I've heard such arrogant words. You've really made me laugh to the point of tears. Enel exaggeratedly laughed, struggling to squeeze out his own tears. Rowling looked at Enel as if he were a clown and said with deep sympathy, "Yes, I feel the same way. It seems like I haven't heard such arrogant words in a long time. But you know what? When you smile, you look terrible like a clown. The difference is that you bring disgust to people, while clowns bring laughter." Enel stopped smiling. His cold eyes stared at Rowling. Killing is not enough. You have desecrated the divine and obstructed official duties. I sentence you to death again. Death sentence? I want to see who can kill me. After saying that, Rowling didn't want to waste more words. Since he knew that Enel could not be subdued, he decided to kill him, to avoid adding trouble to himself on the road ahead, as Rowling absolutely hated trouble. The momentum of Rowling and Enel continued to rise. The thunderclouds behind Enel seemed to represent his anger, roaring continuously as if they were about to explode the sky. In Azuma, Enel's wrist transformed into a straight line of lightning, attacking Rowling's position. Fireball Jutsu. Rowling also unleashed a massive fireball. The first move was a test. The lightning of Inazuma pierced through the fireball, while the flames of the fireball clung to the lightning, eroding it completely. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the air, whipping up the white sea and causing waves to surge. One could vaguely see many cloud beasts in the sky, from the visible parts of their bodies. Each cloud beast below was about 2,000 meters long, which is considered relatively small. Is your ability that weak? God? How ridiculous. Aren't you confusing it with the title of the leader of the divine realm? Don't you have any self-awareness? Rowling's words were sharp and biting, causing Enel to furrow his brow tightly. He clenched his fists, pointing his thunderstaff once again in Rowling's direction, and retorted, "This is what I wanted to say too. You're clearly a legendary evil being, yet I never expected you to be this weak. Are legends really just exaggerated tales? If that's the case, let me show you my strength. As you wish, I will let you see my power." Before his words fell, the figures of the two vanished from the spot, and Rowling's body expanded with the wind. He grew gigantic. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Formidable technique. Rowling used the cold fire of Bone Spirit as a medium and shot a fireball towards Eneru. As soon as this attack was unleashed, Eneru sensed something different. His observation haki, combined with electric waves, spread out, concentrating on Rowling's movements. In a flash of lightning, Eneru predicted the trajectory of the fireball and dodged to the side. Before he could stabilize his form, Eneru struck the taiko on his right shoulder with his lightning rod, manifesting the lightning he created from the drum, forming a phoenix-shaped thunderbird that flew rapidly towards Rowling. trying to catch him off guard. Rowling completely dismissed this small energy attack, transforming into Prometheus. He relied on brute force without any technique. Brute strength must prevail. After all, there were very few things that could harm Prometheus. According to Rowling's memory, this person did not possess armament haki or conqueror haki. He only had a high-level observation haki, which was achieved by combining it with his devil fruit ability, making it impossible for him to predict unconscious attacks. He focused solely on developing his fruit abilities and neglected physical training, resulting in Inaru's basic physical strength being extremely limited. Look, aside from his height and high-level fruit ability, the rest of his capabilities hardly caught Rowling's attention. Therefore, from the very beginning, it was clear who the ultimate victor would be in this battle. The duration of the fight merely depended on Rowling's interest. If Inaru couldn't make Rowling find this battle interesting, then that would be the time of his demise. The 30 million volts Thunderbird passed through Rowling's body without causing him any harm. This made Inaru's heart tighten, thinking that it was indeed the legendary Kusa, as his skill had directly penetrated and struck Angel Island, leaving a large area charred. Unwilling to admit defeat, or perhaps wanting to confirm something, Inaru struck the taiko on his left shoulder, manifesting the lightning he created, this time forming a wolf-shaped thunderwolf that sped towards Rowling, crackling with electricity. Reminding Rowling of Kakashi's Chidori. It seemed that Chidori also had this sound. As Inaru unleashed this attack, a thunderous sound echoed in the sky, as if the entire sky was aiding Inaru. Just after releasing the 30 million volts Thunder Beast, Inaru immediately struck the taiko on both shoulders with his lightning rod, manifesting a massive thunder dragon from the drums. The Thunder Beast and Thunder Dragon intertwined, and in the blink of an eye reached Rowling. Rowling still paid no attention to these two skills from Inaru, yawning and allowing them to pass through his body before suddenly taking a deep breath. Golden Emperor's Flame. Fireball technique. No longer using the LV, 2 Cold Fire of Bone Spirit, he instead used the already LV for Golden Emperor's Flame. The gap in levels was instantly revealed. A fireball with a radius of about 500 meters ruthlessly flew towards Inaru. My speed, no one to keep up with. Although Inaru realized that his attacks could not hit Rowling, he was not flustered, as he was equally confident in his speed. However, what he did not know was that Rowling had already anticipated Inaru's movements through his observation haki. The fireball soaring in the sky suddenly exploded, and Rowling named it the Meteor Shower of Flames. The meteor shower burst forth in the sky like fireworks, dazzling and colorful, with fireballs rushing around at an even faster speed than before. Inaru, who had just come to a halt, finally changed his expression. He noticed that the fireballs were not the usual red, but a mix of red and gold, with black intermingled within. And that black was armament haki. Although Inaru did not know what armament haki was, he could feel an incredibly strong threat emanating from the fireballs. Lightning flashed. Inaru silently chanted in his heart, his speed suddenly increasing as he vanished from his spot, barely evading the meteor shower of flames. However, the next second, Inaru felt a mouthful of blood in his mouth as blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Hellfire Burning Heart. Laser beam, accompanied by Rowling's murmuring. A beam of light shot straight through Inaru's abdomen. At this moment, the fireballs in the sky began to descend, resembling a meteor shower. The crimson color above was no different from the blood at the corner of Inaru's mouth. How could this be? How could you possibly? There's nothing impossible. There are plenty of impossible things. Do you want to try each one? All right, I won't play with you anymore. After all, it's not fun to keep playing house like a child. Rowling flew to the same height as Inaru, looked into Inaru's eyes, and said, "After all, your world is really too small." Inaru slightly bent his waist, clenched his fists tightly, and the thunder roared in the sky, as if representing Inaru's mood. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the blood in his mouth, and said, "Do you think I've always been just a child playing house in your eyes? Isn't that so?" Rowling tilted his head, seeming not to understand why Enel cared so much about this statement. "Damn it, Kuzen, Gordy, 200 million volts. Thunder God." Enel shouted angrily, his face turning crimson with rage, and all the lightning surged around him, enveloping his body. With this, Enel transformed into the form of a gigantic thunder god. The massive thunder god stood on the sea of clouds, with thunderclouds above his head from a distance. The clouds looked like hair, and countless cloud beasts suffered in the sea of clouds as a result. Feeling his immense power, Enel's voice echoed from the thunder god. "Now, let me show you what it means to wield the power of a god." The blue thunder god soared into the sky, and with Enel's control, a gigantic hand ruthlessly pressed down from above. Rowling's mouth curled slightly, looking more like himself. He then said, "By the way, where's your art pledge? If I remember correctly, you have some skills that can only be unleashed through the art pledge. You didn't forget to activate it because you came too quickly, did you?" Anilu was quite surprised by Rowling's words, as they were indeed very accurate. He originally thought that with his own power, he could easily defeat the legendary evil entity Kusa. But he never expected that he couldn't even hit Kusa. Although Anilu knew that Kusa had the ability to understand everything, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Ding! Due to the host's powerful strength and words, Anilu felt astonished. Rating: SSS. Reward: Transformation Cube 1. The Transformation Cube can change anything into the form the host desires. Note: the transformation peak is at the highest level of the current era. Transformations beyond this level will be ineffective, and the cube cannot be used again. Rowling curled his lips and said, "System, is this kind of thing really SSS? What use is it in the pirate world?" Ding. The usefulness needs the host to figure out by himself. After saying this, the system went into hiding. Rowling didn't ask anything either, but looked at Anilu and said, "Clearly, your strength is much greater than Koni's, yet the things you produce are so much trash. So no matter how you think about it, you are a useless existence. And a useless existence that brings trouble to others. My usual approach is to eliminate it, without leaving a trace." Facing the palm that was pressing down on him, Rowling's momentum once again soared. Rowling's momentum was like an abyss, endless and limitless. The high temperature surged on his body, the thunderclouds weakened, gradually transforming into gold and red clouds. At this moment, the battlefield was divided in two. One half was a golden red sky, where sunlight could pour down. The other half was filled with rolling thunderclouds, resembling roaring electric dragons. The two faced each other, and the phenomena triggered by their battle attracted countless onlookers. Among them were the Sandia people, who looked up at the sky, watching the golden red sun and the thunderclouds, their hearts filled with shock. Who was challenging the newly appointed god? Such power was truly terrifying. Perhaps only the legendary sun god possessed the ability to change day into night. It was previously mentioned that the Sandia people greatly revered the sun, believing that everything in this world was bestowed upon them by the sun. Thus they paid the highest respect to it. Long live the sun! All the members of the Sandia people gathered together, slowly kneeling in the direction of Rowling, with their hands raised high, as if to offer their loyal faith entirely to him. However, Rowling was unaware of what the Sandia people were doing at that moment. He was planning to test the power of the true fire of the sun on Anilu. The fiery sun travels thousands of miles through heavy clouds, scorching the sky and leaving the ground in ruins, transforming into the towering red body, burning all things in the world. This is the Red Emperor Zhu Rong. As the words fell, Rowling's body began to change. The high temperature scorched the air, and a large amount of flames outlined a robust figure in the sky. The crimson flames above his head flowed like hair in the wind, his eyes also ablaze with fire, raging flames burning within. With his upper body bare, Rowling sculpted his well-defined abs, while his lower body was clad in heavy armor, looking majestic and imposing, his body filled with burning flames. Every movement carried immense destructive power as Rowling used the abilities of his Prometheus form, transforming himself into the Red Emperor Zhu Rong. As Rowling transformed into the Red Emperor Zhu Rong, the kneeling Sandia people were moved to tears, murmuring, "The sun has come to save us. The sun has come to save us." The Sandia people widened their eyes in disbelief, watching as Rowling effortlessly caught Anilu's hand, which had transformed into that of the thunder god. At the moment of contact, the true fire of the sun attached itself, continuously devouring and burning Anilu's thunder. Rowling exerted force with his palm and directly crushed it. With a loud bang, Enel, transformed into the thunder god, took a big step back. At this moment, Enel had already begun to have thoughts of retreat. But how could Rowling allow him to escape smoothly from his sight? What a coward. Wanting to escape because he couldn't win. Does he really think things would go so easily? Rowling had no intention of letting Enel get away. Although Enel was already quite old, and his plasticity was not as strong, his fruit ability alone was enough to annoy Rowling thoroughly. Therefore, Rowling would definitely not allow Enel to escape. Rowland controlled the form of the Red Emperor Zhu Rong, extending both hands forward as flames converged together, forming a flame long sword resembling Gon Wu Zhua in his hands. True Sunfire, unleash your power. The sword intent of True Sunfire was attached to the flame long sword, which Rowland raised high, locking onto Enel with all his energy, leaving Enel with no way to escape. Transforming into the Red Emperor, holding the long sword, the True Sunfire coiled around like a soaring serpent, covered in a pitch-black color of armed hockey. Rowling's armament hockey has reached LV5, exhibiting high intensity and high density. Even when attached to his sword energy, its power does not diminish in the slightest. Raising his long sword high, Rowling slashed downwards, accompanied by a violent wind, crushing towards Enel. The unparalleled, scorching sword energy changed Enel's expression. He wanted to enter his Thunder God mode, but his heart network told him that no matter what actions he took, he could not escape Rowling's attack. Watching the sky-covering sword energy slash down, Enel slowly closed his eyes and murmured, "Is this the power possessed by the legendary monster? Is this what true divinity is? No, I refuse to accept this. If I'm going to die anyway, I might as well fight. Even in death, I will take him down with me." Enel steeled his resolve, forcing his body to generate more lightning, draining a large amount of stamina. He felt his body become incredibly heavy, with all movements supported solely by his current consciousness. The arm that had been crushed earlier reappeared. From the outside, this thunder god looked more solid than before. "Kusa, die for me." Enel's body was enveloped in lightning, and the lightning staff in his hand swung continuously, gathering massive amounts of lightning. Under Rowling's gaze, a long staff appeared in the thunder god's hand, similar to the lightning staff Enel held. The long staff swung, flickering with lightning, and smashed down towards the sword energy, slicing through the air. The next second, a deafening explosion echoed from the sky, clear enough for everyone on the Sky Island to hear. The Sandia people looked up at the sky, stunned into silence by the shocking scene. Not far away, Gonfall sensed something was amiss and flew up on his mount. From a distance, Ganfall's previously unseen eyes widened in shock. Could there really be deities in this world? Are those legendary myths true? Cornus, in her room, exaggeratedly opened her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing in the sky. The gusts of wind battered against the windows, creating a booming sound that made Cornus worry that the windows in her room might shatter. Fortunately, under Rowling's subconscious protection, it didn't affect Cornus, and with Perona beside her, Rowling felt somewhat reassured. Is this the power of the infamous Kusa? It's truly terrifying. Cornus instinctively voiced her thoughts. The moment she said it, she suddenly realized that Perona was still beside her and quickly covered her mouth, glancing towards Perona. However, at that moment, Perona's eyes sparkled like little stars, shining brightly as she looked at Rowling, who had transformed into the Crimson Emperor. She was currently gazing at Rowling with admiration in her eyes. Not knowing what she was thinking, her face was slightly flushed with excitement. The sword intent enveloped in the true fire of the sun effortlessly sliced through the long staff created by Enel's lightning, crashing explosively into Enel's chest. Enel gritted his teeth, his mouth filled with blood, his eyes bloodshot. He directly abandoned the Thunder God and transformed into a bolt of lightning, flying towards Rowling. At this moment, Enel's body was already exhausted, with only the will in his mind pushing him forward. This world should be destroyed. Only infinite Earth is eternal. Kusa, the wrong one is not me. It is this world. A fierce expression appeared on Enel's face, and it was clear from his words that he had harbored resentment towards this world from the very beginning. After all, born in Burka, without parents or family, he had been struggling to survive since he could remember being bullied by others. If it had been Rowling, he might have done even worse than Enel. But that remains a hypothetical. Blaming the world for one's own responsibilities is the mark of a coward. Rowling also shouted, and the Red Emperor instantly disappeared from the sky, transforming back into the Prometheus form of Rowling, with skulls emerging all over his body. Fiery wrath. Electric discharge. Max 200 million volts. In an instant, the world seemed to become incredibly quiet, with only light filling the eyes of everyone. Time seemed to pause. The dark clouds in the sky vanished, the thunder ceased, and only sunlight poured down from above. It fell upon the raging white sea, fell upon the Sky Island, and fell into everyone's hearts, reviving the spirits of many who were already in despair. Yes, amazing, Enel has been defeated. The Sky Island has finally been rescued. No more fear and anxiety. Life can finally start anew. In the sky, Enel's body was engulfed by the fiery wrath, nourishing Rowling's power. In contrast, Rowling remained completely unscathed. The max 200 million volts that struck him had no effect whatsoever. Although it was a large-scale energy attack, Rowling managed to evade it all, suffering not even a little bit of damage. After Enel's death, the faces of the people on the island were all smiling, looking very happy. Even though Enel had only recently taken office, he had already earned the reputation of a tyrant in the hearts of the people. This was true for both the Sky Islanders and the Shandians. That last attack was quite good. At least it made me feel a little bit of pain, even though nothing really happened. Rowling's words lightly fell into Enel's ears, and the resistance he once had against the encroaching flames gradually faded from his gaze. With Enel dealt with, Rowling felt a sigh of relief. After all, as the wielder of the Rumble fruit, if Enel truly wanted to escape, even Rowling might not have been able to catch him. It was only because Enel was immensely proud, proclaiming himself a god, that he scorned the idea of fleeing and instead aimed to heavily injure Rowling with a massive electric attack. Ultimately, Enel was just a victim of his own ignorance. Information was scarce on Skypiea, and as one of the smaller Sky Islands, Burka was even more so. No one had ever taught him about combat or the importance of physicality since he was young. He relied solely on his talent in developing his fruit abilities to reach his current height, which shows that Enel was indeed formidable. If Enel had known about the existence of hockey and not blindly believed that eating a fruit made him a god, perhaps his strength would have already reached the level of a vice admiral or even surpassed it. The slightly tipsy wind mingled with the warm light, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Rowling extinguished the flames on his body and floated gently towards Cornus's room. Perona immediately opened the window, allowing Rowling to drift in, and then embraced him tightly. Kind words rang in Rowling's ears. "Captain, you were really cool just now." "Really?" Rowling was somewhat surprised. Why would Perona say such a thing? Suddenly, he remembered what Perona had said to him before. "Captain, perhaps I've changed for you." Indeed, she had changed quite a bit. She didn't seem so gloomy anymore and had become much more cheerful. "Perona, let's go to the Sandia people's territory." Okay. Perona had been by Rowling's side for a long time, so she naturally learned from Cornus that the Sandia people currently lived in that direction. Cornus watched the two disappear from her sight and instinctively let out a sigh. After all, the son before her was the legendary Kusha. If possible, it was better not to get involved with Kusha, as being close to a ruler was like being close to a tiger. Thinking of this, Cornus felt that it would be great if Kusha disappeared. Then the Sky Island would return to its previous tranquility. However, this was simply impossible. Rowling's current goal was precisely the Sky Island. He intended to take control of it. Rowling was unclear about and indifferent to Cornus's thoughts at this moment. He was heading toward the Sandia people's territory with Perona. He originally thought it would be difficult to find, but unexpectedly, they hadn't walked for long. Rowling and Perona saw the Sandia people arriving before them, led by the leader, the war demon Wapapa. All of the Sandia people pay homage to the sun god. The respect for the sun was not just words for the Sandia. They all knelt before Rowling, demonstrating their faith. Rowling had long had plans for the Sandia people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have immediately set off with Perona towards the Sandia after defeating Enel. Happily accepted the worship of the Sandia people, and then spoke the words he had long prepared. "Oh, Sandia people, I have long known your worship of the sun. It is precisely for this reason that I have come from afar to help you reclaim your homeland. Your hometown, the Island of the Gods, was once part of Kyre Island, and it has been too long in the hands of the Sky Island people. It is time to take back your homeland. Anyone who refuses to surrender will be killed without mercy. For those who surrender, the elderly and children are not to be harmed. They should be taken care of. Understood? If you encounter strong resistance, come to me, and I will make decisions for you." As he spoke, Rowling revealed his signature smile. The eyes of the Sandia people grew brighter as they listened, and when Rowling finished speaking, they could no longer contain their joy and immediately said to him, "Sun God, we, the Sandia people, are willing to await your orders." The war demon Wiepa had a simple thought. Rowling had powerful strength and showed them a friendly attitude. Regardless of whether Rowling was the legendary sun god, it was a good idea to depend on him. At the very least, if someone like Eneru appeared again, they would have someone to rely on and would not lose many tribesmen or important resources. With Rowling's support, the Sandia people became increasingly rampant. Under the leadership of the war demon Wiepa, important fighters of the Sandia people like Lachi, Mantis Kamachili, and Biraham led their subordinates toward the sacred land of Shandora. Ganfuer frowned within the divine army, feeling helpless against the aggressive approach of the Sandia people. He had witnessed the previous battles and the scenes of destruction, which he knew he could never forget. Moreover, the current situation of the Sky Island people was not good. According to the news just received, Rowling was now standing behind the Sandia people, and whatever the Sandia people wanted to do, Ganfuer could not be unaware of it. But knowing only made him feel more troubled. In my opinion, the sacred land was originally the Sandia people's 400 years ago and should be returned to them. It is their homeland. This was the best solution Ganfuer could come up with, to hand over the sacred land, the Shandora that all Sky Island people regarded as sacred. However, Ganfuer's proposal was clearly not accepted by the public. "Ganfuer, you are no longer our leader or our god. Moreover, Our God will never hand over the sacred land of Shandora to those who only know violence. Yes, that's right, Ganfuer. We would rather die in battle than give Shandora to those Sandia people. The Sandia people do not deserve to possess a golden sacred place like Shandora. Ganfuer looked around and saw that no one supported him. His heart felt an infinite sorrow. He knew, he had always known, that Shandora had always been the homeland of the Sandia people. It was the greed for gold that made his ancestors send troops to occupy it and drive the Sandia people out. We are the invaders. We are the plunderers. Ganfuer felt infinite self-reproach in his heart. If only he had been able to firmly uphold his beliefs from the beginning and return Shandora to the Sandia people. It would not have come to this, where he had no real power and they would not listen to him at all. With a last hope, Ganfuer said to the Sky Island priests, "Can you really not listen to my words and return Shandora to the Sandia people? If you insist on this, it will only bring catastrophic disaster to the Sky Island." Catastrophic disaster? Impossible. Ganfuer, Shandora has always belonged to the Sky Island. Ganfuer, do you know why Enru dared not strike us down? Because he knows that with his own strength, it is absolutely impossible to defeat all the Sky Island people. Just as the old fool in front of Ganfuer was speaking, Rowling's maniacal laughter came from outside, and at the same time, a large number of Sandia people surrounded all the Sky Island priests. The priests were merely a position, except for a very small number who had combat power. Most of the priests were basically old men. It was really too funny, clearly occupying someone else's homeland, occupying someone else's hometown, yet still speaking so righteously. It was truly disgusting. Rowling floated in the air, looking down at the winged Sky Island people, and said, "Do you know why Enru did not take action to kill all of you? It is because, deep down, he still has some regard for the Sky Island.